This is the story of Linshin, a poor guy who got dumped by his girlfriend just because he was broke. But everything changes when he gets a mysterious system that gives him $1,000 billion. Now he's ready to take revenge on the gold digger who humiliated him. And with that money, he builds a dream harem he never even imagined. The story starts with our main character introducing himself. His name is Linshin, and today marks the first anniversary of his relationship with his girlfriend. He gives her a beautiful bouquet of flowers and tells her that he really likes her. Then he asks where they should go to celebrate. But she casually calls him by name and tells him they've broken up. Lin is shocked and asks her not to leave him. Just then, a man in a luxury car shows up. Without even getting out of the car, the guy wishes Lin's ex a happy birthday and says he's sorry for being a little late. She walks over to the man and tells him he took too long, and that she had to waste time with Lin. The man tells her not to worry and says he'll take her to a fancy restaurant and also get her a gift. He then looks at Lin and says that if you want to win a girl, you need money, and asks Lin if he's ever looked at himself and wondered if it's worth it. Then they drive off together. Lin is left alone on the street, while people around start whispering about him. They realize it's Linshin, the guy known in school for trying too hard to please his girlfriend. He wakes up early, works hard all day, and even takes part-time jobs just to save money for her. People laugh, saying that even after all his efforts, a rich guy won her over in just a few days, just because he had money. Feeling crushed, Lin wonders why this happened. Is it really just because he's not rich? Was he just fooling himself all this time? He's filled with anger and frustration and says he'll never give his heart so easily again. Suddenly, a sound and a voice grab his attention. A screen appears, and the voice says it's activating the Divine Tycoon counterattack system and linking him to it. A bunch of stats pop up on the screen, but the most eye-catching thing is his spending limit. It says he has billions of dragon coins. Lin is shocked and starts wondering what all this means and why there's a system. Then, a gold card appears. The system tells him that there's a fortune worth billions, and he can spend freely. It also explains that any money the top 1% spends will be added to his personal wealth. He asks if he can really use all those coins without limits. The system confirms, but says there's a catch. Those counterattack coins can only be spent on counterattack events and on women. For any other personal use, he'll need to use his own wealth. Lin checks and sees he only has 138 coins in personal wealth, so he decides he'll spend the counterattack coins to grow it. He stands up, no longer upset, and confidently says that his counterattack starts now. In his mind, he thinks he first needs someone to test it on. He sees a crowd outside a store, and then he spots a girl, Luoyashi, who's the roommate of his ex. The system immediately reacts, saying it has detected a woman with high charm who can start a counterattack mission. A screen opens up, explaining that if Luoyashi's affection level for Lin goes above 90%, then 10% of the counterattack coins he spent on her will be added back to his personal wealth. And if it goes over 100%, her relationship with Lin will change, giving him the upper hand. But deep down, we know that trying to own someone like that just isn't cool. Our main character walks up to Yashi and asks if he can talk to her for a second. At this point, their relationship level is around 20%. Yashi looks at him and asks if he's Linshin, then guesses that he's here because of Louis Cheng. She tells him to just forget it and says he should give up. After all, Louis Cheng now has a richer boyfriend. Linshin laughs and says she's got it all wrong. He just wants to invite her for a cup of milk tea. In his mind, though, he's thinking this is his first trial run with her. Yashi asks if he's seriously inviting her for milk tea. She makes it clear that they aren't that close and reminds him that this place doesn't sell regular milk tea. She tells him to check the price carefully, because one cup here costs more than what he probably spends on 10 days of food. Then she asks if he can even afford it. People standing in line start getting impatient, telling him to hurry up and buy it already so they don't have to wait any longer. Linshin politely asks them to relax and wait a little while he places his order. He walks up to the counter and asks the worker how many cups of milk tea are left. She says there are still 180 cups. Linshin says that's perfect. He'll buy them all and treat everyone there to a drink, saying it's a gift from Luoyashi. Everyone is surprised. Yashi is shocked too, thinking that all those cups must cost tens of thousands of yuan. She tells Linshin to think it through and not get himself in trouble, but he ignores her and tells the cashier to swipe the card. The payment of 39,800 yuan goes through successfully. Linshin tells the worker to pack the drinks quickly so people don't have to wait. The employee nods and gets to work. People around them are impressed and start saying things like, "Wow, he really bought it," and "This is amazing." Some even wonder if Linshin is interested in Yashi now. Because of this, Yashi's affection level goes up by 1%. Linshin then tells her he needs a small favor and asks if she can help him. She asks, "What do you want me to do? Help you spend money?" We switch scenes to a fancy mall. Inside one of the high-end stores are the same two people who humiliated Linshin earlier. The guy tells Louis Cheng that he's been wanting to buy her this designer bag for a while, but his mom said he spends too much money and already spent enough today. So, he asks if they can go eat first and buy the bag later. Louis Cheng looks a little disappointed, thinking to herself that the gifts she got today don't even come close to the price of that bag. But she knows that to marry into a rich family, she has to play it smart and stay patient. Suddenly, she hears a familiar voice. It's her roommate, Luo Yashi. Yashi is asking Linshin what he thinks of the bag. She tells him it's a limited edition piece, worth 380,000 yuan. She says she was planning to buy it and asks if he minds. Linshin takes a moment to think about it. Meanwhile, Louis Cheng, who's been watching from a distance, is confused and wonders why Linshin and Yashi are there. Then she assumes that Linshin must still be chasing her and can't move on. She tells herself that he's probably trying to make her jealous. Louis Cheng walks over and asks if he hasn't given up yet. She reminds him that they've broken up and says he's being annoying. But Linshin calmly says he's not there for her. He's just helping someone else buy a bag. Louis Cheng snaps back, asking if he really expects her to believe he's in Hermes just to help someone buy a bag. She accuses him of trying to look richer than he is. Just then, the system sends a notification, starting a new counterattack mission. A window pops up showing similar stats to the last one with Yashi. The reward? Changing the power dynamic between Linshin and the new target. Our protagonist tells Louis Cheng that since they've already broken up, he's free to go wherever he wants, and that's exactly what he's doing. He says he doesn't need her telling him what to do anymore and asks if she still thinks he's the same guy as before. She laughs and says, "What? Did you get rich in just a few hours? Nobody's going to believe that." Then the guy next to her mocks him too, saying if he's really that confident, he should go ahead and buy the bag. Our protagonist simply says, "Let me think about it." They keep making fun of him, saying he obviously can't afford it and should just give up already. But then, Linshin surprises everyone. He says that just buying one bag isn't enough. He turns to the store manager and asks if she can do him a favor, to pack everything in the store because he's going to buy it all. Everyone in the store is completely shocked and stares in disbelief. Soon, a few friendly employees approach and politely inform him that the total comes to 11.32 million yen. The same guy who was mocking him starts laughing again and jokes that if Linshin really pays that much, he'll do a backflip while eating something nasty. In the background, Louis Cheng says Linshin must be crazy. But against all expectations, Linshin swipes his gold card, and it actually goes through. He completed the full purchase of 11.32 million yen. The employees thank him warmly. With full confidence, Linshin tells the guy, "Wow, I didn't know you had such a special talent. I guess today's a great day to open your eyes to the real world." Everyone is left speechless, especially the guy who was mocking him. Luo Yashi's affection level towards Linshin jumps up by 42%. She runs over to him, calling him dear, and says he's amazing, unlike certain people who act sweet in public but don't actually care enough to spend on their girlfriends from the heart. Surprisingly, even Louis Cheng's affection level goes up by 1%, which makes Linshin a little confused. He wonders why her feelings increased even though he didn't pay her any attention. The angry guy demands to know where Linshin got all that money. Louis Cheng quickly turns to him, clearly hoping he'll do something impressive too, but he backs off. He says they shouldn't stoop to that level, only people who just got rich like to show off and act flashy. Real wealthy people like him, he claims, stay low-key. But just then, someone unexpected walks in, the guy's sugar mommy. She storms in and yells his name. He tries to ask what she's doing there, but she slaps him and calls him a disgrace, saying she bought him clothes, shoes, a watch, even lent him her car, and he still cheated on her? The guy falls to his knees and begs for forgiveness, saying it was the other girl who tempted him, and that she's the only one he really cares about. Louis Cheng is totally confused by everything going on. People start stepping back, not wanting to get involved. The sugar mommy tells the guy that if what he's saying is true, she'll give him one chance. If he slaps the other girl, she'll forgive him. The other girl can't believe what she's hearing, but then the slap actually happens. Turns out the necklace around the girl's neck was also from the sugar mommy. Feeling humiliated, the girl desperately tries to run toward Linshin and hug him, but he turns away coldly. She calls out his name, but he ignores her and just walks away. Then she runs off in embarrassment. Even Linshin is surprised to see that her affection level toward him has somehow increased by 1%. He quietly wonders why that happened when he didn't even show her any kindness. Luo Yashi walks up and says she didn't expect Mr. Wang to be like that, and that she kind of feels bad for Louis Cheng. He looks really bad. Meanwhile, our main character just smiles and says that a materialistic girl doesn't deserve any sympathy, and he's not going to waste time worrying about her. Then he asks what else they should go see. In her thoughts, Luo Yashi says it looks like Louis Cheng has no chance now. She tells our protagonist that he treats her too well and she doesn't even know how to thank him. He jokingly says she can thank him with her body. That makes her roll her eyes and say he's being annoying, calling him a little devil. Her favorability towards him goes up by 10%, now sitting at 62%. She says that just receiving things without giving anything back feels impolite, so she wants to treat him to something too. He's surprised and asks if she's really going to spend money on him. She takes him into a clothing store and walks him into the fitting room to help him pick out clothes. One of the employees tries to stop them, but they ignore her. Looking at his reflection, she says it's no wonder people used to look down on him. He didn't even try to dress up. Later, she goes to the counter and says she'll take those items. The main character steps out of the fitting room wearing his new clothes, and the girls in the store are shocked by how good he looks. Luo Yashi's favorability increases by another 10%, now at 72%. In her mind, she thinks she didn't expect him to be this handsome. He's like a hidden gem. If Louis Cheng doesn't want him, she might as well keep him for herself. Looking at himself in the mirror, our main character says he can't believe how handsome he looks now. But he also jokes that spending this much makes him feel like a loyal puppy. Luo Yashi just spent 7,000 to 8,000 yuan on him, so did she actually buy those clothes for real? The scene shifts to the girls' dorm. Yashi walks in and sees Louis Cheng drying her hair. Yashi asks if she's okay. Louis Cheng says not to worry, she's fine now, and she's thankful to the main character. If it weren't for him, she'd still be fooled by Wang. Yashi agrees, saying it's all thanks to Linshin and warns her to be more careful in the future and not date people like that again. Then, Yashi asks what she should do with the bag, and Louis Cheng says Linshin bought it for her, so she should keep it. Yashi gets excited and hugs her, saying she was worried Louis Cheng might be upset. But Louis Cheng says, of course not, they're good friends. Still, in her thoughts, Louis Cheng admits she's been with Linshin for several years, and that kind of bond doesn't just disappear. Meanwhile, Yashi is thinking that Louis Cheng was blind not to realize how amazing he was, and now he belongs to her. The scene changes to the boys' dorm. Our main character thinks back to the whole day spent with that girl and hopes he won't have to do that again. He feels like he was spending money just to impress her, like a pet dog. Just then, a group of boys walks down the stairs. One of them, Wang Jin, seems to be the popular guy. He laughs and teases our main character, saying he probably spent way too much on that outfit. The other boys think the clothes must be knockoffs and that he's pretending to be rich. One guy walks up, puts his arm around the main character's neck, and calls him Little Linshin. He tells him to keep his spirits up. He says that in his opinion, Linshin spent all that money trying to win over Louis Cheng, but it didn't work. He suggests it would have been better to spend that money sending gifts in a live stream room, where at least the female streamer would treat him well and maybe even say sweet things to him. But he quickly adds that those gifts are expensive, and a guy like Linshin probably can't afford them anyway. He should stick to the cheap stuff. Just then, someone says that the popular streamer Goddess of Tea is live. That gets our main character excited. He says he was planning to visit her stream and send a bunch of gifts too, thanks the guy for the tip, and rushes off. The guys see him leave and just keep joking around. One of them says it's getting boring and he'd rather go watch a live stream. Now the scene shifts to our main character in his room. He's lying down, downloading an app to watch live broadcasts. For his username, he decides to call himself Poor But Rich, since it's his first time using the app. He opens the app and starts scrolling through the list of streamers. He wonders why there's only one leaderboard and none of the girls are currently live. Then he remembers the name that the guys mentioned earlier. He searches for it and finds her stream room. When he sees her, he gets a little excited and says she looks energetic. He also wonders if he can start a counterattack mission just by watching the stream. Right then, the system pops up and explains a few things. First, it says the person you're targeting for a counterattack must have a beauty score of at least 80, or the mission won't activate. Second, filters used during live streams can affect how someone looks, so it's hard to judge perfectly unless you've seen them in real life, but it's still possible. The main character says the system seems to know what it's doing. He figures this girl probably has a high score anyway, so there shouldn't be a problem. Then he says it doesn't matter, since he's got more money than he can spend. Just then, a well-known viewer in the stream donates a huge gift. The girl thanks him and the chat comments that it's no surprise. He's always at the top of the leaderboard and usually drops something like 10,000 gold coins. His name is Su Zhao, and he's already at level 24 on the app. Our main character also notices that his older dorm mate, the guy from earlier on the stairs, is in the chat too. He sees that this guy follows everything Su Zhao does and basically acts like his sidekick. So, our main character, still using the name Poor But Rich, types in the chat and asks what it takes to be number one. Does he need to buy branded stuff or just send tons of gifts? Su Zhao just replies with, while the older dorm mate gets upset and asks who he thinks he is for jumping into their conversation. Su Zhao, clearly annoyed, tells the streamer, Cha-Cha, to kick him out. Cha-Cha is already nervous because a gift battle, called a PK, is about to begin between her and another streamer named Shuang Chuang. In her mind, she's thinking she still needs Suzhao's help, and this random new guy has never even sent a gift before. She thinks he's being too bold for speaking up and tells her moderator to remove him. Our main character gets kicked from the room and just shrugs it off, saying he'll go enjoy Shuang's stream instead. As the PK starts, the two streamers go head-to-head to see who can get more valuable gifts. Meanwhile, our main character watches and says to Shuang not to worry, kind of teasing her, because he already knows the other girl doesn't stand a chance. She replies that it doesn't matter, she has the #1 supporter on the leaderboard and her numbers are strong too. She tells them to just start the match already. The PK battle begins, and at first, the gifts and points start going in favor of Cha-Cha. As the event is about to end, people in the chat start teasing her. They tell her she should do the punishment and that Shuang and her sidekick Wang should start dancing. They say she was being too full of herself earlier and now it's time for her to accept the loss. With a defeated look, she says it's fine. But just then, a notification pops up. Our main character, using the name Poor But Rich, sends a gift to Shuang. It's the Golden Dragon, the most expensive gift worth 15,000 gold coins. Suzhao is shocked and asks, "Who is that?" Everyone in the chat sees the Golden Dragon appear on screen. Shuang thanks Poor But Rich for the amazing gift. Cha-Cha stands up, wondering if this is the same guy they kicked out earlier. Our main character laughs and says he finally found the most expensive gift in the whole app. He's surprised the system's gold card even lets him top up money remotely. Now the money's loaded, and he's ready to show off. He sends the Golden Dragon gift again, and again, 5 times, then 10, then 20 times. Poor But Rich keeps sending the Golden Dragon gift, leaving Cha-Cha frustrated and Shuang super happy. The PK scores start to flip. Jean Xin, one of the watchers, jumps up and says he totally forgot. Using the Golden Dragon right now isn't even the best timing. He says it's better to use it during the castle stage when the points are doubled. Suzhao starts remembering that this same guy got kicked out because of him. Now it's too late. People in the chat say Suzhao wasted his life savings, or even his parents' money, and call him an amateur. But Poor But Rich doesn't stop. He sends 120 Golden Dragons, then 240, then 320. Everyone starts getting nervous. The Golden Dragon gifts just keep coming in. He keeps going until he's sent a total of 1,600 Golden Dragons. Suzhao is shaking and asks if he's finally done. He says he's been supporting Cha-Cha for a whole year and has only spent about 3 million coins in total, but this guy is on another level. Cha-Cha is speechless. In her stream setup, she says those 1,600 Golden Dragons are worth 24 million Chinese coins. Shuang happily thanks Poor But Rich again and again, saying, "I love you," to him in excitement. She leaves her chat, laughing. People start saying this is the same guy they kicked out earlier, and now, they must seriously regret it. Shuang looks at Cha-Cha and says, "Why are you still sitting there? You should get up and do your punishment." She tells her exactly how to dance. With no choice left, Cha-Cha accepts the loss, starts dancing, and apologizes to Poor But Rich. She says sorry for kicking him out and admits she was wrong. The chat goes wild, cheering for our main character. They start calling him a legend. Cha-Cha regrets it all and says if it weren't for Suzhao, those 1,600 Golden Dragons could have been hers. Meanwhile, our main character earns everyone's respect and becomes the #1 supporter. Suzhao quietly leaves the room. Shuang celebrates her win and thanks Poor But Rich once again, saying, "Thanks for helping me win this match." After the event ends, our main character starts getting messages. One is from a guy in his building who apologizes and asks if they can be friends again. Another message is from Shuang, who doesn't know how to thank him, so she shares her phone number. Then, a message comes in from a maid who also apologizes. She says she checked his profile and saw that he lives in Yan'an City. What a coincidence, because she has a photo shoot there tomorrow. She asks if he'd like to join her for dinner. She says losing the PK match wasn't a big deal and that she's way more attractive than Shuang. Now that she knows he's got money, everything will work out. Our main character says that's perfect. He was just worried about not having anything to do and not enough cash back. He says it's like falling asleep and finding a pillow. The maid replies saying she knew he'd say yes, blows a kiss to the phone, and says she's excited to see him the day after tomorrow. The next day in the boys' dorm, our main character wakes up and stretches, saying he hasn't slept well. Just then, he gets a message. One of his roommates invites him to have breakfast together, but he turns them down, saying a girl is bringing him breakfast. His roommates are shocked and gather around, saying he's talking nonsense so early in the morning. They think he's lost it after that big rejection, and say it can't be a different girl. He's been chasing the same one for 3 years. One of them suggests they all go out for a drink tonight to help him feel better. better. Meanwhile, in the girls' dorm area, a bunch of guys are lined up to deliver lunch. Some say they want to give it to Louis Cheng, others to Luo Yashi. They talk for a bit, wondering if the others haven't seen the girl's social media. Louis Cheng is single now, so she might be feeling down, and Luo Yashi posted that the person she was looking for was actually always right behind her. While they're chatting, a guy walks up laughing and teasing them. He says, "What's the difference between you guys and someone who just follows others around?" He points at Linshin, our main character, and says chasing someone for 3 years gets you nowhere. The teasing continues as they mock one guy, asking if he brought breakfast for Luo Yashi too. He brags that he actually brought a fancy meal that cost 600 yuan. Everyone is shocked since that's a lot of money for just lunch. He says if you want to impress a girl, you need to spend big. A few dozen yuan won't do it. He promises he'll win her over in a week. When they see the girls coming downstairs, everyone rushes to give them their lunch boxes, showering them with compliments. Luo Yashi takes the lunch from the flashy guy without showing much emotion. The other guys are amazed. She accepted it just like they expected from someone at her level. Then Wang Jin, also known as Liking Dog, notices our main character and his friends. He calls out and jokes, asking if he's also here to give lunch to Louis Cheng, even though she already left yesterday. He teases him about chasing her for 3 years. His friends start getting annoyed. But Louis Cheng already ordered food, so it looks like today isn't going to work out. He asks him to leave and maybe try again tomorrow. Just then, Luo Yashi runs up to our main character and asks if he's had breakfast yet. He says no and reminds her that she messaged him earlier, saying she wanted to treat him to breakfast. In the background, his friends are surprised, realizing that what Linshin said earlier actually turned out to be true. They joke that Luo Yashi's current boyfriend is really not looking great right now. Louis Cheng gets annoyed seeing Luo Yashi's actions. At the same time, the food Louis Cheng ordered is delivered. Luo Yashi's favorability score goes up by 7%. She brings the food to our main character and explains the dish to him, including how it was made and how pricey it is. Linshin looks pretty happy and can't believe she actually brought him breakfast. But before anything more happens, Louis Cheng jumps in and shows off her breakfast too. She tells him that she made a mistake yesterday and asks him to give her another chance. She reminds him of the past 3 years she spent bringing him breakfast, saying she was just too naive back then. She says she was tricked and asks if he can forgive her. Our main character gives her a look like, seriously? He thinks to himself that she's doing the same thing again. Every time she lets him down and he tries to move on, she suddenly wants to comfort him just like before. But once he gives in and starts caring again, she pulls away. Not this time. He walks off and tells her not to stand too close to him. He doesn't want her fanboys to feel awkward. Luo Yashi smiles to herself, thinking it's kind of funny that he just rejected Louis Cheng. Her usual trick didn't work this time. Maybe it's because of her. But Louis Cheng sees it differently. She thinks he still likes her and only said that to protect his image. She's convinced he still has feelings for her. Linshin, watching all of this, is stunned. He wonders how both girls suddenly started liking him even more at the same time. Meanwhile, the background characters are totally confused. They ask why Louis Cheng and Luo Yashi are fighting over someone like Linshin. The two girls sit next to him and start treating him like a king, even feeding him bite by bite. The side characters are shocked, asking what gives Linshin the right to be the center of all this attention. Linshin just smiles confidently and says, "That's life," adding that he's just glad someone's feeding him since he was tapping his phone over 1,600 times last night and now his finger feels numb. Cha-Cha asks if his hand hurts and offers to take a look. While that's happening, Luo Yashi keeps trying to feed him. To the people watching, it's a scene that sparks nothing but jealousy. Wang Jin can't handle it anymore. Luo Yashi asks Linshin how the food is. He says it's good but adds that he's not really a fan of a deep red color. She's confused and says the macaroni is more of a pink shade. Then she teases him, saying maybe the color will change later. This annoys Louis Cheng, who tells her not to mess with Linshin. But Luo Yashi jokes around again, which causes Wang Jin to get so worked up he ends up making a scene. While they're taking him to the hospital, someone snaps a photo and posts it on the campus website. The news spreads fast, and soon everyone's talking about it. People also start mentioning how Linshin supposedly tapped his phone 1,600 times yesterday. The story about the livestream where a poor user with money donated 1,600 gold coins becomes the talk of the day. Soon, the forum on campus picks it up too, and when Linshin sees how exaggerated the posts are, he decides to leave quietly. He walks away, leaving the two girls behind, who end up blaming each other for making such a big scene and causing him to run off. Trying to avoid the reporters on campus, Linshin hides, but then he gets a message from the streamer Cha-Cha. She tells him that she'll be arriving at Yangchang Airport at 7:30 p.m. and asks if he's coming to pick her up. He replies that he's been working hard to grow his income tools and is excited to finally meet her in person. The scene shifts to the airport. Linshin says she told him she already got off the plane, but he still can't see her anywhere. He hopes she's not one of those streamers who uses so much makeup that she looks totally different in real life. Then, he notices a little scene happening nearby. A man is trying to take someone with him. When Linshin looks closely, he realizes it's Cha-Cha. He walks up and tells the guy he needs better glasses if he can't tell. Cha-Cha clearly doesn't want to go. The man gets annoyed and asks who Linshin even is. Cha-Cha then lights up and says, "Wait, are you Brother Spender?" She recognizes him because his clothes match what he described in his message. When the man realizes it's actually Mr. Spender, he quickly apologizes. Cha-Cha says she's glad Linshin showed up because that man just showed up and tried to take her to his car, even though she doesn't know him at all. She thinks to herself that the guy probably sent her a few gifts and now thinks he owns her. Cha-Cha looks at Linshin and says she always imagined Mr. Spender as a successful businessman in his 40s, and she's surprised to see someone so young and good-looking. Linshin smiles and says she can just call him Linshin, and that he didn't expect her to look even better in real life than she did in her streams. Cha-Cha says Brother Linshin really knows how to talk. Just then, a system notification appears. His counterattack mission has officially started, and Cha-Cha's affection level is currently at 30%. Suddenly, another man walks up and greets Cha-Cha, asking why she came here. He introduces himself as Mr. Zhao and points to Linshin, asking who he is. Cha-Cha says that's Brother Spender, the poor user with money, who's been supporting her. Mr. Zhao looks surprised and says he didn't expect Brother Spender to be so young, especially since he became famous from just one game. He says if he had known Mr. Spender was coming, he wouldn't have shown up in his modest car, which is still worth over 5 million yuan. Trying not to feel awkward, he then asks what kind of ride Mr. Spender came in. Linshin simply says, "My small electric scooter." Mr. Zhao is surprised but quickly plays along, saying, "That's cool. But, where are you planning to put the scooter? Should we strap it to the roof?" The guy thinks to himself, this dude looks just a little over 20, and he's wearing clothes that probably cost just a few dozen yuan. If he's really Mr. Spender, the one who spent over 20 million on gifts, then he sure knows how to keep a low profile. He asks him if this is what people call the greatness of simplicity. He also jokes that Cha-Cha probably wouldn't mind riding the little electric scooter, but with all her luggage, it would make more sense to take his car. Then he asks what Mr. Spender, Linshin, thinks. Linshin agrees, saying Mr. Zhao has a point. Cha-Cha starts wondering to herself, is this really Mr. Spender? They all arrive at the venue, and when Cha-Cha enters, she greets everyone. A group of guys sitting at a table says, "So the main guest is finally here." She then points to our protagonist and introduces him as Mr. Spender. Everyone is shocked and starts talking about how young he is. Linshin realizes now why Mr. Zhao said he wanted to treat him to dinner. It wasn't just an apology, it was also a way to introduce him to some of Cha-Cha's major gift senders. Basically, this dinner is with the VIP fans from her stream. No wonder she's so famous on the Boy Alive app. Someone at the dinner brings up that Mr. Zhao said Mr. Spender showed up on a little electric scooter to pick up Cha-Cha. One person laughs and says, "No way, that can't be true." They all laugh, saying maybe he was just joking with Cha-Cha. After all, how could someone who spent over 20 million on gifts not have money for a car? Then one of them looks serious and says, if that money really came from Mr. Spender's own pocket, then he must be worth at least 1 billion. He says he knows many wealthy people in Yancheng City, but no one rich has the last name Lin. Others start doubting, saying maybe he's just pretending and tricking them. Someone even says he had to carry their stuff and asks Cha-Cha if she's ever seen a photo of Mr. Spender before. Hearing all this, Cha-Cha's mood drops. Her affection level for Linshin drops by 10%. She thinks back and remembers that when they were on the way here, she did check his phone and he seemed pretty poor. She starts wondering if he's trying to get back at her somehow. But then she brushes it off, thinking, it doesn't matter. All guys are just ATMs anyway. As long as they have money to spend, it's fine. Linshin tries to defend himself. He says, thanks for being concerned about her, then asks, isn't the Lin family one of the top 3 richest families in Shanghai? He then turns to Linshin and asks if he's a young master from the Shanghai Lin family. Our protagonist realizes the guy is pretending to support him but is really trying to confirm his identity. He replies, I don't know them, but I'm sure they don't have more money than me. Everyone laughs and calls him arrogant. Someone jokes, did you win the lottery or something? First you spend it on streamers, and now you're pretending to date Cha-Cha? No car, no background. You're just trying to ride the fame. Link smiles and says, yeah, I don't have a car. Then he puts his hand on someone's shoulder and gently pulls Cha-Cha closer. He casually asks her, what kind of car do you like? I'll buy it for you right now. One of the guys gets upset and stands up, asking, what do you think you're doing? That's not how it works. You can't just ask someone what car they want like you're buying vegetables at a market. Stop pretending to be rich. Cha-Cha's mood drops by 15%. He asks her if she's serious and thanks her for liking Ferraris, especially the Ferrari FA60. He tells her that if he gives her that car, he'll expect a gift of the same value in return. Our protagonist comments that it's impressive how friendly and gentle she is acting now, but since her favorability went down, her acting skills are pretty good. Then he leaves and tells her she'll get the car. Time passes, and it starts getting dark. About half an hour later, people are talking about how the guy named Lu really made a fool of himself and was just clowning around. Someone suggests going to sing karaoke, and Cha-Cha replies. Deep down, she still thinks Linshin might be a scammer. She had a little hope for him, but suddenly, a bright light filled the room, making everyone squint. It turns out our protagonist showed up with a whole bunch of sports cars, and they're worth a lot. Everyone is shocked to see this. Linshin apologizes and tells the group that it's a bit embarrassing because even their multi-million yen sports cars can't leave because of the blockade. Mr. New, who seems very excited, says Cha-Cha told him she wanted to buy a sports car, so he brought all of these so she could pick them. Mr. New explains that attentive service is key when selling sports cars. Plus, Linshin's wealth has been confirmed through his credit card. The businessmen are surprised. One says that to get verified with a black diamond card, you need at least 1 billion yen in assets. Then he asks if maybe this whole thing is fake, like he rented the cars just to pretend. Another person says no, that he knows Mr. New and that Mr. New only acts so respectful because Linshin is really rich. Our protagonist tells Cha-Cha that it's good she's here because he just found out the Ferrari FA60 she wanted only costs about 15 million yen. He says that's too cheap and that he can't just give her something like that. Cha-Cha is surprised and can't believe it's that affordable. He says Mr. New told him people who like the Ferrari FA60 usually like the Ferrari LF even more. So, he let Mr. New decide for her, and Mr. New bought her the Ferrari LF. He spends 32 million yen on the transaction. Cha-Cha is shocked and says, "You really bought it?" She realizes she now owns a Ferrari LF worth over 30 million yen. The others are stunned because he spent 30 million yen all at once after being mocked just a little while ago. One person jokes that they're in trouble now. Someone else tells Mr. Zhao that our protagonist is causing problems because now they're questioning if he's lying. Mr. New asks our protagonist if that's the car he's going to give his girlfriend, and if he should buy one too. Our protagonist says no, that the most expensive car in the store is this one, but Cha-Cha is thinking about buying something even pricier. Mr. New says he's sorry to see him so disappointed. Then Cha-Cha turns to Linshin and thanks him, saying the Ferrari LF is really her dream car. He answers that it's no problem, he just has a lot of money and likes to spend it everywhere. Cha-Cha's affection for him goes up by 50%. She thinks, he didn't even ask me for a gift back, and he even gave me a way out. Then the group of businessmen approaches Mr. Spender and says it was all a misunderstanding on their part. They apologize a lot, saying they didn't mean to doubt him and asking for forgiveness for their ignorance. They've heard he wants to buy the most expensive car, that he owns the biggest car dealership in the city, and that if he stops by, they'll give him a big discount as a way to say sorry. Before he can reply, a maid interrupts and tells Linshin she wants to test drive the car and asks if he can come with her. He asks why she doesn't just test it herself. She leans close and says she already thought about it, and that she needs to give him a gift of equal value. But since her gift is too expensive, she can't pay all at once. If it's okay to pay in installments, the first payment should happen somewhere private. He blushes and thinks she's really clever, like a popular streamer who knows how to keep things interesting, and that she's got his curiosity. She calls him a sly guy and starts the car. On the way, she asks if he can sign the bracelet on her leg. Without asking why, he's about to sign, but when he lifts her skirt, he sees something written there. "I apologize, Brother Spender." She says it's to keep track of the payments. Each partial payment will be recorded. She asks if he's okay with that. He stammers a little but says it's pretty good. They keep driving, and the scene changes to a view of a hotel falling from a distance. Then it switches to Cha-Cha streaming, greeting everyone. She says she arrived in the city of Yangxiang and didn't expect Mr. Spender to give her a car. She says she never imagined it and feels really touched. In the chat, people are surprised, saying that a Ferrari looks like it costs 2 million. Someone corrects them, saying it's a Ferrari LF and costs at least 30 million. They say Mr. Guan must be trying to impress Cha-Cha, and some think she deserves more than a few million, maybe even 100 million. Next to her is the guy who questioned our protagonist earlier. He tells Linshin he wants to explain something. In Yangxiang City, there's a group of wealthy people, all the richest second-generation heirs, and they all want to meet Mr. Spender. He says it's okay to include him in that group. Linshin thanks him and says he's really generous and kind. Suddenly, Linshin's phone rings. It's an old friend calling to say their former classmates are having a reunion tomorrow in Yangxiang City. He knows she's studying there now and asks if she wants to go. She says yes and will definitely attend. The friend adds that Yu Xian, who's now the star of the literature department at Yan'an University, will also be there. Our protagonist remembers that even though they were classmates in high school, they never really talked. All he knows is her family is rich. He says he'll be at the reunion for sure. The scene changes again. Our protagonist arrives on a fancy motorcycle and says this is the 5-star Mile Deng Hotel, which is really luxurious. A group of guys calls out to him, and he asks old man Lee where they can park. Lee says he's not sure because he came by rideshare. His old car broke down and he can't explain why. Then he remembers that someone messed with his motorcycle earlier when he was at that place. He thinks maybe it got accidentally damaged and that he might have to pay for the repairs. His partner overhears him mention Mr. Zhao, who is probably a delivery worker for a company called Zhao. Just then, someone shows up in a black Lamborghini, greeting all the students who are already there. They haven't seen each other in a long time. Before our protagonist can answer, someone laughs and says it's his fault because he forgot that the Mile Deng Hotel doesn't have parking for electric motorcycles. He was the one who picked the meeting spot but didn't think about friends who drive electric bikes. He promises he'll keep that in mind next time. A bellboy then welcomes him, calling him Master Fun. Everyone gathers around, saying his car really looks expensive. One person mentions that the Mile Deng Hotel is owned by the Aliana family. Surprised, they realize Fun is really rich. They knew he was wealthy, but didn't expect him to be this loaded. They start teasing him, saying that even though Fun has a lot of money, he's still humble and nice to Linshin. They joke that if others don't accept Linshin, at least they should accept him because of Fun. Our protagonist's a call from Luoyashi, who asks where he is and if he wants to have dinner on Saturday. Linshin says he can't today because he's at a meeting with old high school classmates but suggests tomorrow instead. We learn that Luoyashi only has a little over 2,000 yuan left and plans to spend it on dinner. She says tomorrow sounds good but won't be available for the next few days. Our protagonist gets suspicious and thinks that probably isn't true. He switches to a straightforward attitude and tells her okay, to take care of herself and drink enough hot water. Her affection level goes up by 2%. The system pops up and says Luoyashi's attraction level increased to 91. The first phase of a counterattack is complete, and that Fun has spent 11,359 coins on her. He's been refunded 10%, which is 1,135 coins, directly back to his account. He thinks being direct worked, but he's only spent a small amount of money so far. He only has 1.13 million coins left and knows he needs to spend more to succeed with his counterattacks. The system opens his personal stats screen, which boosts all his attributes, strength, agility, endurance, and intelligence. He feels a warm, comforting energy spread through his body. He also gets a raffle ticket as a reward, which he plans to use later. Now he wonders if he can get a useful skill with just one try. The system says 3 random skills have appeared and asks him to pick one quickly. The choices are Cultural Arts Appreciation, 5-beam Whip Lightning, and Singing, Dancing, and Rapping. Our protagonist is disappointed. He says, "What kind of skills are these? They won't help me in daily life." He decides to forget about the skills for now and focus on the meeting. Besides, it's already time to buy a car, and he can't spend his counterattack coins on himself just yet. The scene changes to inside the building, and our protagonist walks in. He asks his friend if Yu Xian has arrived yet. Fan, the friend, says that when she gets there, our protagonist probably won't have much to do with her because Yu Xian is the top beauty in the literature department and comes from a pretty influential family. Our protagonist asks if Yu Xian's family is rich. Fan says it's no surprise if he didn't know. Her family is well known in literary circles and has very strict rules, which is why she's so low-key. Fan adds that he just found out her family recently opened the city museum. One of the others there comments that Linshin and Yu Xian don't come from the same social circle and jokes that only brother Fan could ever date her. Our protagonist notices someone coming in. It's Yu Xian. She apologizes for being late because of heavy traffic. Linshin thinks she's like a flower, so beautiful even without makeup. The system pops up and gives her an appearance score of 94 points, which surprises him because she always looks amazing. Fan stands up and asks Yu Xian to sit next to him. Everyone's surprised by how beautiful she is. Our protagonist tells her there's a spot next to him, calls her by her name, and she sits down. She says it's been a long time since they last saw each other. He jokes that he thought he had forgotten her name, and she replies that she remembers all her classmates' names. Then the bat signal activates. The counterattack mission begins, showing Yu Xian's stats. Her current favorability is 0%. Our protagonist feels happy because he's off to a good start. Meanwhile, the classmates are shocked that Linshin actually asked the most popular girl to sit beside him. They can't believe it. One of them gets annoyed and calls Linshin brave for doing that. He turns to him and mockingly says he heard Linshin Linshin had a girlfriend he chased for 3 years, who was from the university, and asks why he didn't bring her to the reunion. Everyone's eager to meet her. Our protagonist says they broke up the day before yesterday. The guy is shocked and asks how that could be after chasing her for 3 years. He doesn't believe it and thinks Linshin is just saying that because he wants to go after Yuxian. Some others jump in, saying Linshin is lying and only fooling the kids. They say his behavior is shameful and that they used to think he was honest, but now he's just a terrible guy. Linshin says he's just telling the truth, but all this gossip causes Yuxian's favorability to drop by 1%, which our protagonist notices. Fan looks happy like he's accomplished something. Then he suddenly remembers and tells Yuxian that she seems really interested in art and antiques. He mentions that he recently bought a late Botticelli painting called Maria from a collector in Shanghai. He asks if she'd like to see it. Yuxian gets up to check out the painting, and while that's happening, Fan warns our protagonist to be clear about his own intentions. He says Linshin is just a nobody trying to get close to Yuxian for some reason. Fan tells him that after graduation, he won't find a job in the city of Yayang. Then Fan leaves to go with Yuxian. He tells her he doesn't know how much she'll like the painting but mentions there will be another auction in the city soon featuring works by the same artist. She tells him she didn't expect Renaissance artists to also interest him and asks if she can get a closer look at the painting. He says yes and invites her to come over so he can show it to her. Meanwhile, the egghead in the background thinks he's succeeded. He did a lot of research to figure out his interests and preferences, though he admits it's kind of boring. Then our main character shows up and tells Fan that he's also interested in paintings from that time and asks if they can look at it together. We see that the main character has picked the antique appreciation skill. Fan says sure, letting him go ahead but thinking he's just an idiot who will embarrass himself by trying. Yuxian wonders if he really likes Botticelli too. Fan asks if he'd like to share his opinion and show his perspective on the painting. Our protagonist says it's not quite right. At that moment, the system activates his cultural relic appreciation ability. He explains that in Botticelli's later works, the artist liked to use a technique called thin layering with glazes. This involved mixing small amounts of paint with lots of resin oil to create a semi-transparent effect. But in this painting, because of too much pigment, the transparency is limited. Botticelli also usually blurred the corners of the eyes to give a soft, delicate look, but in this painting, that technique seems forced. He concludes that, unfortunately, the Maria painting that Fan bought is actually a fake, a very high-quality copy. Fan looks shocked and a little dumbfounded but quickly regains confidence and says he probably tricked a bunch of inexperienced people who believed it. He admits he only learned a little about art appreciation from the internet. People nearby comment that Linshin should stop pretending he has the professional experience that Fan does. Fan's friend tells him not to talk too much. Then Yuxian comes over with our protagonist and asks if he really studied Botticelli's paintings. She agrees with Linshin, it's definitely a high-quality imitation. Everyone is surprised because they didn't expect him to know so much about art. She asks our protagonist how he got professional knowledge about art. He says that since he was a kid, he's been bothered by how other countries took so many cultural treasures from his own country, so he studied art appreciation a lot. His goal is to buy back all those cultural relics and return them home as soon as possible. Fan laughs at him, saying he almost fooled him, and that he thinks those cultural treasures can just be bought back with money. Our protagonist answers that when you have enough money, there's nothing you can't buy. The whole group laughs at him, saying he just said something silly, like an elementary school kid. Yuxian says she also had unrealistic dreams as a child, which raises her favorability by 5%. Our protagonist says the word dream sounds too far off. This is more like a goal he's determined to achieve. Fan gets angry when he notices Yuxian sitting back down next to Linshin. He can't believe Linshin dares to show off and compete with him for her attention. Fan thinks he should put Linshin in his place to show the difference between them and warns him that he doesn't know what's coming. Then it looks like it's time to eat, and the table is filled with a lot of expensive and delicious dishes. When they see the food, someone says, "Wow, this is for people who have never had high-quality dishes before." Another person asks why their dishes look different. Fan's egghead says it's because they don't get to choose. The chef decides what to serve. He used to work at a 3-star restaurant and cooks based on his mood. He jokes that luckily Linshin got a really ugly dish. When they see Linshin's dish all messed up, he asks why he got a steamed bun. Someone else says it's probably just how it looks, and the flavor is likely amazing. Chefs do things like that these days. But inside, our main character thinks it's just a regular steamed bun and isn't surprised at all. He already knew Fan would cause some trouble. The egghead asks Fan if the buns taste good. Fan says if they don't suit his taste, the chef can make another one, but it might take an hour or two because the chef is very particular about his craft. A girl says it's amazing to wait 2 hours for such special food. Kang tells her they can't go to karaoke on an empty stomach, and this excites him. He notices Linshin talking to her. She's laughing and chatting with Yuxian. Linshin starts telling her about ancient paintings, which raises her favorability by 2%. She says she feels his knowledge is as good as his teachers and that she might invite him to appreciate art together sometime. Fun can't believe what he's seeing. Then the main character's phone rings. It's Mr. Che. Apparently, someone has already invited him to join a group called the Millionaire Princesses of the Yangyang River. The main character remembers Mr. Che said last night he'd invite him to join the rich second-generation group from Yenzan. Everyone around gets surprised. Now Spender joins and asks if it's the real deal. Mr. Che says it definitely is. Last night, Mr. Spender gave Cha-Cha a super sports car worth 30 million. The main character thinks it's appropriate to give a welcome gift when you're new, but he can't use gold coins in the game counterattack on a man, so he decides to pick a girl with a decent look who's also rich. He chooses a poor but wealthy girl and transfers 18.88 million to Lovely Smile. The main character posts in the chat that since he couldn't send a big red envelope through Quest chat, he just transferred money to someone to invite her to tea. Lovely Smile thanks Mr. Spender. Another person says that's half of what he can spend in a year. Someone else says he was wrong to question Mr. Spender because Mr. Spender is super generous and asks where he is now. The answer is Midden. Then everyone starts saying they're close by and heading there. It turns out Fan's Egghead was in that group too. He messages Mr. Spender calling him a fake billionaire. The young master of Midden says today he'll cover all of Mr. Spender's expenses there and tells Mr. Spender to ask for whatever he wants, and he'll get it. Our main character wonders how he can accept such a generous offer. Inside, he thinks maybe it's just a coincidence, but he doesn't really believe it is. Mr. Fan messages Mr. Kong, telling him not to worry, it's just a coincidence. He adds that Mr. Kong is a very hospitable person, even if he doesn't have many other qualities. Then Fan's Egghead looks at Linshin, who's already finished eating, and thinks that now he knows an even more powerful tycoon and has made more connections. He imagines that once the tycoon group arrives, he can casually complain about Linshin a few times. In his head, he pictures a scene where Mr. Guan asks him why he seems upset, and he says it's nothing, just that he had an unpleasant encounter with a high school classmate who dared to look down on him. In this imaginary scene, Mr. Spender would make sure Linshin gets what he deserves for messing with the respectable Mr. Fan. He thinks that once he gets close to Mr. Kong, he can show off his connections in front of Yuxian and boast about it, kind of hitting 3 goals at once. He's feeling pretty clever. Then he stands up and says loudly that everyone has eaten enough, and now he'll take them upstairs to sing karaoke. He adds that he's also invited several top business tycoons from Yan'an City and tells everyone to get ready because they're about to meet high society. The scene changes to a hall where Fan's Egghead starts welcoming the businessmen. The classmates say it feels like they're from completely different worlds. It's impressive that they're introducing such important people, and now they want to spend more time with Brother Fan. To impress Yuxian, one of them introduces her to the group, but they already know her because her family is famous. They say they know her father. She's a little shy and quiet, just saying hello. They mention they'd heard Miss Yu was very beautiful, and it's true. At that moment, a waiter asks Fan if he should bring a bottle of wine his classmate wants to order, a Chateau Euro Rose Shirley. Fan is surprised and a bit annoyed and asks Linshin if he really wants that bottle. Others overhear and say Linshin must be crazy because that bottle probably costs tens of thousands of yen. Since Brother Fan is his old partner and is inviting them, Linshin is trying to take advantage of the situation by ordering such an expensive bottle. One friend tries to defend Linshin, saying it's just a misunderstanding and that he probably doesn't know how expensive the wine is. The main character says the wine, whatever it is, isn't a problem since someone is paying for it. Then a guy with a mischievous smile says if Linshin knows tycoons like this, he should enjoy it. The main character thinks this is a good chance, so he opens the bottle while his friends ask if he also knows rich people. Several ask how much the wine costs. One person says they don't know. Then Fan's Egghead tells the main character that the wine costs 250,000 yen a bottle. Since it's already opened, it's too late to back out now. He jokes, sticking his tongue out, that if Linshin's friend can't pay, he'll have to work in the coal mines he owns to pay off the bill. His uncle owns a coal mine, so he could probably get him a job there. Our main character asks how much the wine costs, a bit disappointed, saying it seems like he doesn't really know much about wine. He thought the longer the name, the more expensive it would be. Fan's Egghead jokes that when he was acting cool earlier, he really looked the part, but hopes that when it's time to pay, he doesn't look too messy. Then he walks to the center of the room and asks if everyone is here. Someone says Mr. Spender said he'd be in the den. He asks why Mr. Spender hasn't arrived yet. One of the tycoons raises his glass and says Mr. Spender told the group he's in the Golden Hall. Fan's Egghead is surprised and wonders if Mr. Spender is actually here already. Just then, the door opens and Mr. Che walks in, saying it looks like everyone is here and that he's the last one. Fan says Mr. Che has arrived, and now only Mr. Spender is missing. He goes over to greet him, but Mr. Che quickly heads towards someone else, leaving Fan's egghead feeling a bit lost. Mr. Che then comes up to our main character and greets him, telling him to shake hands. He says it seems like he's been here a while and that he made Mr. Spender wait, so he deserves a punishment. Everyone is confused, wondering why Mr. Che is calling him Mr. Spender. Then the excitement builds because he's actually calling him Mr. Kong. That means Linshin is Mr. Spender. Yuxian looks confused because she doesn't understand what's going on. Fan's egghead has a shocked look, but our main character confidently confirms that yes, it's him. The whole group of tycoons comes over to greet him, saying Mr. Spender is young but very talented and also handsome. Someone asks if Mr. Spender has a girlfriend and says he should introduce her to his sister. Another says he wants to be like Mr. Spender too. The friends wonder if Linshin is really that rich. The tycoons flatter him, but Fan's egghead interrupts, saying it can't be true and that he doesn't know what trick Linshin used because his parents are just workers. He insists Linshin definitely can't be Mr. Spender. Suddenly, Mr. Che shouts at him, telling Fan's egghead to shut his mouth. He says he's the least important in the group, with the lowest education and skills. He adds that all he does every month is spend his parents' billions and that none of his businesses have been successful. He's lost money on all his shares and hasn't made a single cent. It's embarrassing for the whole group. Fan's egghead looks helpless and starts begging them not to remove him from the group. Then our main character steps in to save him, telling everyone not to worry because Mr. Fan said he'll cover all the expenses today. He tells the waiter to serve the most expensive drinks and give them to everyone until they're happy. Everyone starts celebrating and thanking Mr. Spender for being so generous and extravagant, which leaves Fan's egghead wondering what's going on. At the end of the night, everyone thanks Linshin and hopes to see each other again. Yuxian says goodbye and says she's leaving first. The others are surprised when they see the car our main character's friend has. They say, wow, they're so rich but really low-key. Someone else admits they're jealous. Our main character notices that she's definitely someone from a rich family, raised in high society. Since she was little, she's never been surprised by her wealth or status, but that hasn't made him like her anymore. She's just really hard to impress. The excited guy thinks she'd be a perfect match to help him get richer and laughs like a total goof. Then Mr. comes up to our guy and asks if he's not interested in cars worth 30 or 40 million, because he found one that costs 80 million. Our main character says it looks great and that it's the right one. Mr. runs off, saying that's impressive, so quick and straightforward, and that he'll handle it right away. The friends around can see how powerful our main character is. He checks his balance and says he needs to work hard in his counterattacks to make more money. Later that night, when our protagonist comes back, he meets Lui Cheng waiting for him. She tells Linshin she's glad he's finally home. She's crying and explains that her dad had a sudden heart attack and is now in the hospital. They need 800,000 yuan for surgery, but they don't have the money right now. She asks if he can lend it to them. Our main character looks at her like, come on, it's been 3 years. Doesn't she know me better by now? He thinks she's used the sick family excuse like 5 times already, and now she's asking to borrow 800,000 yuan to buy luxury stuff. He's not giving her a penny. Lui Cheng gets angry and says Linshin has spent over 10 million on Luoyashi but won't give her 800,000 yuan. He tells her it's his money, and he can spend it however he wants and give it to whoever he wants. She has no right to control that. Lui Cheng asks if he's really that cold since it's been less than a week since they broke up. He replies that thanks to her, he finally had some happy days. She says she has a lunch date tomorrow and can't keep talking. Then she leaves, which drops her favorability by 20%. She tells Linshin he can't treat her like that. Our protagonist thinks that after how that guy treated her, he hoped she'd change, but he was wrong. If she loses affection, that's fine. He's not planning to spend more money on her. The next day, it's a sunny morning on campus. Our main character thinks Luoyashi sent him a location and invited him to eat there. He wonders if she's really inviting him because he won't let any woman get in the way of his goal to get richer. While checking his phone, he gets a notification that streamer Cha-Cha is live. He also sees info about custom exclusive gifts for clients. In the chat, someone says, the king is back. Level 26 king is back. Poor but with money. He joins the stream, and Cha-Cha notices, saying, Brother Spender is here. Everyone welcomes Mr. Spender. She asks if he wants her to dance and what style he'd like. Someone else in the chat asks what dance he wants to see. Another tells him not to get his hopes up and jokes that maybe he can give the streamer a super sports car like Mr. Spender. Then, poor but with money gifts the streamer the God of Wealth item, which is an exclusive gift made by him. The God of Wealth costs 880,000 yuan each. Everyone is shocked at how much our protagonist is spending. Cha-Cha is speechless but thanks Mr. Spender right away. Then our protagonist starts donating the same gift 5 times, then 10, then 20 times. Cha-Cha can't believe her eyes as he increases it to 50, 100, and 200 times. He keeps going until he donates the God of Wealth 341 times, which makes Cha-Cha shake with surprise. She thinks 341 gods of wealth are worth about 300 million yuan. Her favorability toward him goes up by 20%, and she gets really excited, telling him to say what he wants, and she'll do it one by one. But just then, the chat show Poor But With Money has left the stream, leaving Cha-Cha really confused. Meanwhile, our main character thinks that by spending 300 million, he'll get a 30 million bonus back, which sounds pretty exciting. Cha-Cha blushes and thinks, he just gave me a sports car, and now he spent over 300 million on me. I don't really get it. She figures the car was to show off and embarrass some people, but right now, no one can compete with him when it comes to gifts. She wonders why he's spending so much money on her. She thinks maybe it's because he's fallen for her, and if it's him, nothing could stop it. But then she shakes herself and thinks, I need to stay focused. Men can't be trusted. He's just my ATM. I'll never fall for him. Still, she blushes while calling Linshin on her phone. Meanwhile, our guy keeps walking down the street, thinking he's almost at the exit and considers calling for a ride. Nearby, there's a commotion. Someone shouts, asking if the person thinks he can't recognize her just because she's wearing a mask. It turns out to be Louis Cheng, who's surrounded by 3 guys. They're bothering her and asking where she thinks she's going. She notices our protagonist nearby, but he just turns and walks away. Louis Cheng thinks, Linshin's not going to help me again. She tells the guys she doesn't have money right now and asks for 3 more days. They say, 3 more days? What if you just waste that too? If you think you can fool us again, she says she'll try to borrow money. One guy asks if she didn't say yesterday that her boyfriend was going to lend her money, so where is he now? She answers that she broke his heart. He laughs and says she can't ask for borrowed money like that, and if her boyfriend won't lend her money, then he's a terrible guy. They ask if she wants to call him, and she says no. They tell her to stop talking nonsense and start pushing her around. One asks angrily, where is that guy taking you? Then sarcastically, where else? Is he going to make you pay back the money you owe? She screams no and tries to call for help, but they cover her mouth. People nearby just ignore it and run away. They take her and rough her up, laughing meanly, saying no one they've caught has dared to stand up to them. She cries, thinking about Linshin, but says she doesn't blame him. After everything, she thinks it's her own fault, that if she wasn't so materialistic and vain, they wouldn't be in this mess. She regrets it a lot and apologizes to Linshin. Just as the white van is about to leave, Mom Egg, who's driving, gets a big punch. He asks, who the heck do you think you are? Our protagonist tells them all to get out of the car. He's smiling through tears while calling Linshin. His favorability goes up by 40%. Then, 2 other guys jump at him, saying this guy is asking for trouble. But our protagonist uses the power of money, pulling out big stacks of bills. He tells them to take the 800,000 yuan and get out. He looks at them with a serious glare. While they grab the money, they ask him if he's the boyfriend. He says no and asks where they got the idea that he would be. Then he tells them to just take the money and leave. The guy who got hit calls him ruthless and says he shouldn't think everything's over just by paying back the money, that he'll have to pay for what she made her classmates say. He says this while throwing Louis Cheng to the ground, then quickly drives off. Linshin looks a bit upset. She lowers her head and apologizes to Linshin. He says if she truly understands her mistakes, then she shouldn't look for him again in the future. Despite everything, Louis Cheng's favorability and affection toward Linshin go up by 10%. She cries and tells Linshin she knows she hasn't been up to his standards, but she promises to make up for the damage from the past 3 years with her actions. Then the scene changes. Our protagonist is in a car, and it seems like they're watching a live stream of Cha-Cha. The driver asks if he likes watching live streams too. He says yes, he usually watches and sometimes sends gifts. The driver says that's cool and mentions he's heard about Mr. Spender, the poor but rich guy who recently donated 300 million. Our protagonist says he's heard about that too. Then the car's system notifies the driver that the poor but rich guy just donated 100 million to a streamer again. The driver notices our protagonist watching a singing and dancing performance and thinks, this guy must be doing some daily check-ins to earn gifts to give away. He figures our protagonist is just a guy doing tasks on the app for gifts since he's never spent money on live streams before. The driver tells him not to blame him for interfering and says watching live streams is just for fun, but warns to be careful not to get tricked by the broadcasters. Our protagonist says okay. Then the notification pops up again. The mysterious, poor but rich billionaire donated another 100 million on the same stream. Our protagonist gets excited and says quickly, you should register for Wonderful Life. The driver is confused because the notifications keep coming. Poor but rich has donated yet another 100 million and is registering for Wonderful Life on the stream. The driver gets a little annoyed because our protagonist keeps shouting. He asks him to please drive more carefully. The driver drops him off at his destination but wonders if he could really be Mr. Spender. Our protagonist thinks it's annoying having to go on one date after another, but he's happy because this fortune of counterattack is endless. He's glad he spent another 300 million. It'll help spread his influence and build a big network. Sometimes, being greedy isn't a bad thing. He realizes this place is the Nanti neighborhood, right near Yan'an University City, where lots of students rent apartments and are the main shoppers. Prices here are pretty affordable. He heads to where Luo Yashi invited him to eat. She greets him warmly. Linshin blushes, but she pulls him inside, telling him to come on in. When our protagonist gets inside, he notices the place is really fancy. She asks if he likes it, meaning the house, and he says yes, but he's also thinking about how attractive she looks in her clothes. As they sit down to eat, she tells him she made the dishes herself. He says the food is good and that he didn't know she could cook. She's happy and says she's rented the place for a long time and usually stays there on weekends when she doesn't have classes. She also says he's the first guy to come to her rented place and the first to try her cooking. He asks if that's true and feels pretty honored. Then he notices lilac flowers on the balcony and asks if they're lilacs. She says yes, she likes their scent and bought a whole pot of them. Her thoughts reveal she heard this info from Lui Cheng. Our protagonist starts to get suspicious and thinks Luo Yashi is acting a bit strange today. Maybe she's not materialistic and isn't trying to flatter him to get stuff. Since when does she cook and buy flowers? She seems so sweet and thoughtful. Then he puts his hand on his forehead, asking if he's okay or if he has a fever. She takes her hand away and tells him he's someone who really lacks security. She explains that her parents divorced when she was little, and she's always felt like the world and the people around her changed too fast for her to keep up. She says only money could give her a basic sense of security, but she never thought she'd find that feeling of safety with him. Our protagonist is surprised and doesn't know why she's saying all this. She tells him she's been chasing Lui Cheng for the last 3 years, which shows she's loyal. She's also spent a lot of money on him but never asked for anything in return. She's totally different from those guys with hidden motives. She warns him not to trust himself too much. Even though she's had some relationships, she's always taken care of herself and protected herself. As she slowly leans in toward his lips, our protagonist interrupts, thinking he already knows Luo Yashi's feelings for him go way back. She's clearly falling for him, so it's no surprise he's changed. He was just thinking about his comeback mission and totally forgot about that part. Then he jokes that if she hugs him, he definitely won't say no, like a grown man afraid to lose. Even if he doesn't admit it, this guy can get flustered after acting so rough. He tells her he's sorry for squeezing her too hard. She says it's fine, he can do whatever he wants. Disclaimer: this is purely a fictional story, made for entertainment only. Don't be influenced to hurt anyone's emotions or don't do squeezing before marriage. If you still go ahead, it's completely your own responsibility. Which puts him in romantic mode. He says there are a lot of clothes in the way. She tells him he can take them off. Just then, someone yells outside, "Nana, I'm sorry. Please don't go. I'm so mad at you." Our protagonist recognizes the voice. It's Sheng's. He looks out the balcony and sees his friend and roommate chasing after a girl. Sheng tells her not to leave, saying he really messed up. Then she slaps him hard on the face. He yells, asking why Sheng is screaming so loud. Sheng tells him to keep yelling until the whole university knows. The slap knocked his glasses off, so our protagonist picks them up and asks what's going on. He recognizes Sheng and asks Linshin about him. Linshin says he knows who Nana is. They've been dating for 6 months. But originally. Then he stops when he notices Luo Yashi is right there. Our protagonist tells him that Luo Yashi invited him to dinner to keep talking. Sheng says he gets it and starts explaining that Nana asked him to buy her expensive makeup today, and since he couldn't, she got mad. But before, she never acted like that. He doesn't know why she behaved this way now. Yashi joins the conversation and says that if he's Nana's boyfriend, she heard Nana has been dating some traveling guy recently. Everyone is surprised, but the guy with glasses says Nana would never betray him. Yashi makes a teasing face and says, believe it or not, it depends on him. She adds that their group of friends has never been wrong about these things. The stubborn guy insists that it's not true and says he can't believe it, that it's impossible. Our protagonist jumps in and says, okay, here's the plan. He tells the guy with glasses to call his girlfriend to buy her the cosmetics she wanted. Then he asks Luo Yashi to find out more about this traveling guy from her friends, telling Linshin that they're going to see what kind of person he really is. The scene changes to Fan, who looks pretty down. A girl next to him asks what's wrong. He says he's scared his life might change. He remembers how he was almost kicked out before, but luckily Linshin spoke up for him and helped him stay in the rich group. But now, when he talks in the group, nobody listens to him. If things keep going like this, he feels like he's heading for a big fall. It feels like hell. Suddenly, his phone rings. He sees that Mr. Spender sent a message that could change his life, a chance to get back on track. Our protagonist posted in the group asking if anyone could lend him a store nearby. Lots of people offered, but he chose Fan's store because it's close, called Mama Huevos. The next day, Fan tells his partner he's going to meet Mr. Spender. She's surprised and says, "You're going to meet Mr. Spender in person?" But Fan thinks he's only taking her along so she can see Linshin. He says he has no other plans and won't ever have any inappropriate thoughts about her. When they get to the place, she asks where Mr. Spender spender is, and he points to our protagonist sitting at a small table eating. She's shocked because she can't believe that he's Mr. Spender. Fun's partner says he's very handsome and, even though the place is simple, he really stands out like a firefly in the dark. Fun comes over and tells our protagonist, "You could spend billions, but here you are having breakfast in a modest spot. How can you say that's something special?" Our protagonist, Linshin, tells them he just got there. He says this place's food is cheap and delicious, and he highly recommends it. The scene changes to Jinju Square, where our protagonist's friend says he's following Linshin's plan. First, bring Nana to the door, then wait and see what happens next. If they really are a couple, they'll meet up, and they were right. His girlfriend ends up in a relationship with some old dude, and the glasses guy will be shocked. He can't believe it's true. How could this happen? He angrily goes to confront Nana, thinking she's betrayed him with an older man. But then, the older man tells him, if he's Nana's boyfriend, he should leave because this is between Nana and him. And the older man laughs and mocks him, saying if I had the power, I could make the guy disappear. Then the older man calls a security guard, who comes over politely and asks what's going on. He says someone is causing a scene and ruining the store's atmosphere. The glasses guy looks scared. The guard asks him nicely to calm down. The guy insists he hasn't caused any trouble and that Nana is his girlfriend. Suddenly, Nana, or maybe an ex-girlfriend, interrupts, telling him not to say silly things because Mr. Chu is her boyfriend. The guy gets heartbroken and yells, asking why she's doing this. He says their 6-month relationship could be destroyed by some older guy who just showed up looking all flashy and cold. He asks if she doesn't understand that Mr. Chu is a VIP millionaire client, which is why he gets special treatment. She tells him how he could think she's his girlfriend, and says if he wants to be worthy, he should focus on his own future. If he can't understand that, then he's got problems. The older man tells the young guy that at his age, he shouldn't worry about romance but should focus on making money first. Then, when he's 40, he can have a 20-year-old girlfriend. He says he personally likes older women. The glasses guy looks intimidated. Just then, Fun arrives, parking his Lamborghini on the sidewalk. The older man seems to recognize the car and says Fun is the young master of the Meladon Hotel and also owns the plaza. He mentions they've done a lot of business together. The girl nearby, clearly impressed, says, "Wow, Brother Chu is so amazing." She's surprised Fun is here and thinks he wants to say hi. The older man agrees he probably will, but instead of greeting the older man, Fun goes straight to our protagonist's friend, hugs him, and calls him by name. He says if he's here to check on the shopping center's operation, he hopes he'll reconsider the investment this time, since he still has 2 other centers to develop. Fun says he hopes to work with him for a long time. The older man looks shocked, and the 2 guys standing there are surprised, wondering which glasses Fun might invest in. Then the girl with Fun says he's being annoying, telling our protagonist's friend that he made them wait again. She walks up to the glasses guy, holds his arm, and asks if he promised to buy her a new pulse bowl from Brand B, especially now that the new spring collection is out. She wonders if he's really going to buy it. Then the glasses guy's ex-girlfriend says, "How come you're so rich but can't even afford to buy me some cosmetics?" The girl with purple hair teases him, asking if it's really worth it for Fun to spend money on her. Meanwhile, the glasses guy notices Linshin nearby and thinks these 2 people must have been brought in by Linshin to help him out. Lin ties up an egg and says seriously that he originally came to inspect how the mall was doing, but the presence of the heavyset guy messed up his inspection. He adds that this guy was bragging about being some VIP millionaire. Angry, Fun says, "Can you believe this fool is a VIP millionaire of the plaza, but he's totally ruining the business's image? Tell security to cancel his membership, kick him out, and make him pay a 2 million penalty for breaking the contract." The security guard says he'll do it right away. The heavy-set guy gets scared, thinking he's in big trouble now, all because of this woman. He's worried Mr. Fun's material business will take a serious hit. Mr. Shu, that's the glasses guy, tells Mr. Fun it was all a misunderstanding, that he really didn't know, and sincerely apologizes, asking if he can forgive and overlook it. Our protagonist's friend smirks and says, "Now I get why when he arrived, he smelled so bad and weird. Now I know it was that heavy-set guy." Fun tells the manager to put their faces on the blacklist so they'll never be allowed back into Jinju Plaza. The roles are reversed now, and the 2 troublemakers are begging for mercy. But Lens just looks at them coldly and tells the old man to take care of his health because if he keeps talking like that at his age, he might never get up again. The heavy-set guy can't stand the shame and says his materials business is important too. He says if Mr. Fun doesn't want to cooperate, then fine, they won't cooperate either. He brags about having lots of connections. Just then, a bunch of sports cars and fancy valuables arrive. It's a group of tycoons who have come together, praising each other for showing up so fast. The heavy-set guy recognizes them and says, with a sour look, these are some of the biggest magnates in the city, but wonders why they're all here. They join Fun and the protagonist's friend. One of them says, if anything, this is the young master talking to Fun, saying it's not fair how he keeps all the advantages to himself. Fun says it's an honor to help Lord Spender, but the real person in charge of this whole thing is, whoever he is, what's his name? He glares at the heavy-set guy. The heavy-set guy knows he's done for and has no hope left. After everything calms down, the glasses guy goes with our protagonist, thanking him a lot. The protagonist says it's no big deal, and the important thing is to let things out. Then he asks why he knows so many rich people. Linshin quickly explains they're people who go undercover and have many business interests, and sometimes they even do extra acting jobs. He says he's heading back to school and asks if the protagonist wants fried rice tonight. The protagonist agrees but says, no patties, please. Some businessmen watching say Mr. Spender is so secretive and mysterious, wondering what Mr. Spender is up to. They say it doesn't matter much because when Mr. Spender gets involved, there's always a deeper reason behind it. Meanwhile, a girl is watching the next target. Our protagonist thanks everyone for their support and invites them to eat a spicy meal, Ma Tank style. They happily agree, not knowing it's actually a bad tank. Fun comes over and says Mr. Spender sure knows how to joke. The guy says he's inviting them to his bar on the 7th floor of the shopping center. Linshin agrees, but inside he's thinking he's never been to a fancy bar before and wonders if it will be super expensive. They say it's great and that Mr. Spender will pay the whole bill. Cut to inside Jinju Plaza, where people say Mr. Spender had a lot of fun yesterday, spending over 100 million yen in just one day. After what Mr. Spender did, everyone feels like poor Mr. Che. Someone suspects Mr. Spender is the son of some rich guy who flies under the radar. A girl says she's definitely going to take advantage of this chance. One of the guys there asks the girl, her name's Jiang Xian, why she's so quiet and just drinking without saying anything. She says it's not that she doesn't want to help, but her project costs way too much and isn't working. Even the country's top tech experts can't fix the tough problems her project has. She asks if Jiang Xian really thinks she and her small team can pull it off. Then she asks why Jiang Xian is so set on starting her own business instead of humbling herself, going to her dad, or joining Mr. K's group. She says Jiang Xian could get support from Mr. Spender and get rich faster, which is the real way to get rich, instead of just buying things and spending without a care. Jiang Xian gets mad, slams her wine glass on the table, and says surrender isn't even in her vocabulary. She explains that her old friends are scared of her because of her dad and won't lend her money, so she has no choice but to turn to Mr. Spender. They say Jiang Xian has a strong personality, but even if Mr. Spender hears about her project and how expensive it is, he won't give her a dime. She's probably just setting herself up for disappointment. Meanwhile, around the protagonist, everyone's having a great time, inviting him to different places and games. He's overwhelmed and says thanks but admits he'd rather spend money than just sit and play games. But deep down, he thinks the games are pretty fun. Jiang Xian hears this and comes over, saying it's great that Mr. Spender likes to spend money and asks if he wants to invest in her project. Everyone looks at her like she's crazy. Fun says if it wasn't for her, Mr. Spender wouldn't have given 10 million to the group. Another guy warns not to fall for her trap because the project has no future and anyone involved will end up losing everything. Jiang Xian tells him to shut up and basically tells him off. The protagonist asks if she's part of the group and what she needs the money for. At that moment, a system alert says a very beautiful woman has been detected and a counterattack mission starts with 10% favorability. He thinks it's perfect. A girl coming to his door is a great chance to make money. Jiang Xian says she's working on making industrial chips. Then Mr. Che interrupts, saying that's way too unrealistic, like she's dreaming. Jiang Xian tells him from a scientific and academic view, it's totally doable. His company has been researching it for over a year, and the only thing left is to fix some small technical problems. Mr. Che says if those small problems were easy to fix, the person who solved them would win a Nobel Prize. Jiang Xian tells him off again and asks the protagonist if he might want to invest. She thinks he'll either say yes or laugh like everyone else. But Linshin says industrial chips are a great idea, and if they develop this chip, the country will have more resources to compete with others. He's sure he's going to invest in the project, leaving everyone shocked. She asks if she's really going to go through with it, surprised. She also asks if she plans to look into the company a bit and if there's any chance the business will succeed, since the amount of money needed is huge. It's probably an investment that won't bring any profit. Our main guy says there's no need to check into it. He'll just transfer the money first and send over the contract. Then he says they'll start with 500 million. If she runs out, she just needs to let him know and he'll send more. He tells her not to worry if the project doesn't work out. He's just supporting her entrepreneurial spirit. Also, for some reason, she seems like a trustworthy person. He mentions that out of all the people, she's the only one who seriously talked about her dream, words that make Jiang Xian blush. Then she notices 500 million billion has landed in her account and thinks maybe he really believes she can do it. This increases their connection and favorability by 20%. Everyone else looks worried and says, "That's just like Mr. Spender." One guy says 500 million is a lot, and if she wastes it carelessly, it will be gone in no time. Another asks if Mr. Spender has noticed that Jiang Xian is willing to spend so much just to see her smile. The protagonist has definitely taken advantage of him. Then the protagonist says he suddenly remembered something important and that they'll talk next time. He gives them some encouragement and leaves. Meanwhile, Jiang Xian looks at him warmly. Then the bar manager shows up and says the bill is 30,000 yen. He asks who's going to pay. The worried guy wonders if Spender said he was going to cover it, but then gets cut off. Someone warns him to be careful what he says because Spender can easily spend billions, and if he thinks he's going to run from a small bill like this, he's mistaken. A few 100,000 yen is nothing to Spender. Meanwhile, the protagonist can't believe the drinks were that expensive and that he doesn't have enough money to pay. Only a millionaire could afford something like that. Cut to Jiang Xian's house. She's exercising and talking to someone on a video call. The person asks if she really got the investment. She says yes. She still can't believe it. He was a different kind of guy. The person she's talking to is Yu Xian. She congratulates Jiang Xian and says she solved her biggest money problem. Jiang Xian remembers how her father told her her dream was silly and that she didn't need to start a business. He told her to just take care of what she already had, refused to help financially, and made her relatives refuse to help because of him. Then the excited woman tells Jiang Xian she's interested in a man now, which is unexpected. Jiang Xian thinks the guy looks like a nerd. The woman says if Jiang Xian isn't interested in a man, this one definitely is. He's willing to spend a lot of money on her. Jiang Xian gets annoyed and says who told her she was interested. He's a nuisance. Just then, her mom comes into the room and says it's time to go. She reminds him that the young Gao from the Gao family will be a future shareholder of his museum. She suggests it would be smart to use this chance to get closer to him. He says that's fine and jokes that it seems like they're trying to force her into marriage. The next day, Linshin comes back to his apartment and finds his roommate lying in bed. He asks Wuji what's wrong. Wuji says he has a fever and asks if Linshin can cover for him at work. Linshin says it's okay, he can rest and leave everything to his dad. Then he starts digging through the closet and asks if a certain outfit is his uniform. Linshin thinks Wuji works the night shift at the museum every night. Shutong and Shun Ho don't want to cover up because they're afraid of the dark, but Wuji doesn't have that problem, so Linshin decides to help out. He puts on the uniform and tells Wuji he's going to work, and that Wuji shouldn't leave the apartment. Wuji gets annoyed and says, "Where else would I go?" Cut to the Yenin Museum. The protagonist is sitting there waiting, thinking there's no one around who would spend money on streamers right now. Suddenly, a car pulls up and out comes a scruffy-looking man and a woman who seems to be his assistant. The manager immediately greets the man politely, calling him sir. The manager tells him the Yuxian family is already waiting for him upstairs. The man says it's good to be guided. As he walks through the reception, he gets annoyed and loudly asks the manager if he hired a blind person to work at the museum since the guard didn't even stand up or greet him. The protagonist stands up and says, "Welcome." The manager apologizes and explains that the guard is a university student working temporarily. The nosy assistant says the guard doesn't look like a student and seems only fit to work as a security guard. The scruffy man says the apology sounds fake and asks if they weren't taught to bow 90 degrees in school. Lin says no, but they were taught not to judge people by their looks. Nervous, the manager tells Lin to be quiet. The guy gets angry and says he doesn't want to see Lin there starting tomorrow. The manager says that they're short on staff and still need the guard. The guy makes an angry face and tells the manager to shut up. "You have to listen to me," asking who he thinks he is, and demand the guard be kicked out immediately. Lin thinks to himself that he might be ruining Wu Ji's part-time job. Then he remembers something from listening to Director Xia and wonders if the museum really belongs to the family. Inside the museum, we see Director Xia and Xuan's mom welcoming the scruffy man. They tell him they're glad he wants to help preserve history and that the family is happy to have him. Yu Xuan's dad tells her to showing Mr. Gao goes around the museum and asks if she has to do it. She says it's fine. As Xuan walks past, Xuan's dad says Mr. Gao's investment is important and they're counting on her. Yu Xuan tells him to follow her, saying she'll show him the museum's treasures. He answers curtly with, "Come on." She shows him a painting, saying it's the only one with calligraphy by the god of poetry and that it's unique. The poem is about the sadness of saying goodbye to a friend. The woman, impressed by the art, says if she looks closely she can even feel the poet's emotions in the brushstrokes as he wrote the poem. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the scruffy guy grabs her by the shoulder. She's shocked and wonders what he's doing. Quickly, she stomps on his hand and asks him angrily what he thinks he's doing. He says sorry and admits she's so pretty he couldn't help himself. Then he adds he can't wait for her to get what she deserves. She angrily tells him she can tell he doesn't actually care about the artifacts or the museum, even though he's investing in it. The scruffy guy laughs and says he only spends his money on what he wants. She replies replies that if he knew a little about the museum, he'd realize those artifacts aren't really worth what they cost. She wonders why her dad even accepted money from a guy like him. He mocks her, saying she's living in a fairy tale, but also says she has something special that no other woman has, and he likes that. He tells her he's going to show her what the real world is like, even as she yells at him. Mr. Shah, who isn't a fan of the museum but plans to buy it for 600 million, says this is interesting. Yu Xian quickly tells him not to even think about it, she'll never marry him. She looks to her parents and asks them to call security to kick him out, but her dad, looking defeated, says it's 600 million. Her mom seems to agree. Her dad tells her the truth. After 2 years of losses, the Yanshang Museum can't keep going and is close to bankruptcy. Mr. Gao isn't just investing, he's buying the whole thing. She's surprised and upset, thinking her dad's being harsh. The scruffy guy says he knows she's been looking for an investor for a long time and that he's her last hope. He tells her not to worry, saying her life will be better if she marries him. Yuxuan goes to her mom and asks if they're really going to sell the museum to this man. Her mom says she's sorry, that she's not good at this, but leaves the decision up to her. Her dad says he didn't want the marriage either, but if they don't sell the museum to Mr. Gao, they'll go broke. He warns her that if they don't sell, most of the artifacts will be bought cheaply by collectors and dealers, and eventually end up on the black market. He says the most important thing is that she'll stand with them through the tough times. She thinks that's not what she wants, it can't be. She remembers when she was a kid and her dad showed her the artifacts at the museum. She told him they were so beautiful. Her dad said it was amazing that even as a little kid, she could appreciate those things. He told her every ancient object holds the hard work and spirit of the craftsman who made it. Even though these objects are different, they're all priceless. She admired those relics and felt like she could almost see the craftsman working on them. She also remembered how older men talked about these things like they were just business, saying rich people don't respect history and only care about money and profit. She remembered how some people tried to impress her with money, thinking it can buy anything. But she always believed there are many things money just can't buy. Still, facing reality now, everything feels so fragile and uncertain. The scruffy guy tells her not to worry and says he'll treat her well after they get married. He even promises that if she gives him a child, he'll buy her another museum. She thinks about everything, the museum and all, and finally agrees, saying she understands. Her selfish parents are happy to hear her decision. Her clueless dad says their sweet daughter has grown up and tells her to go sign the contract now. The manager puts the contract on the table and says that once both sides sign, the contract becomes legally binding and can't be changed. The clueless dad says Mr. Gao is very generous and that Yu Xian will be very happy with him. Her shameless mom tells her to go ahead and sign it, while the scruffy guy watches with a sly grin. She says she's going to sign, but as she tries, her hand shakes and she looks worried and upset, even shedding a few tears. She knows there's no going back. Right then, someone suddenly bursts in and causes a scene. It's Linshin. He says he heard someone wanted to buy the museum and asks if that's true. Yu Xian is a bit surprised, wondering if it really is Linshin. The scruffy guy recognizes him and calls him a stinky troublemaker, telling security to get him out. The manager tells the scruffy guy that Linshin actually works as a security guard and is the only one on duty at night. The scruffy guy complains and tries to kick him out, but Linshin slaps him and knocks him to the ground. Linshin says, "You asked for it." The scruffy guy, missing a tooth, yells at Linshin, calling him names and threatening to sue him and send him to jail. But Linshin doesn't care and goes over to Yu Xian, gently wiping her tears. This surprises her. Her parents ask if she knows this man. She says his name is Linshin and that he was her classmate. Her dad asks if he's really her classmate and says a guy his age should focus on school, not drop out and become a security guard. Then, not fully understanding the situation, her dad says he'll let it go for now, but Linshin should apologize to Mr. Gao and make up for what happened. Meanwhile, Linshin looks at the contract and then tears it up, leaving everyone stunned. The clueless dad even falls to the floor and asks what he's done. Linshin quickly says he's offering 1 billion for the museum. The scruffy guy laughs and mocks him, saying that's nonsense. How can a simple security guard have that much money? If he really bought it, he'd eat dirt. Linshin says he's heard that before, and the last person who said it lost and got nothing. He doesn't believe those kinds of jokes anymore. Yu Xian's mom asks if her classmate is really rich. The scruffy guy takes out his phone and makes a call, telling someone there's a troublemaker at the Yanshang Museum and to send people over right away. While this is happening, Yu Xian wonders why Linshin is even here. He shouldn't be involved. Her clueless dad steps in, more curious than anything, and says that since Linshin is here because of Yu Xian, he won't complain if Linshin can guarantee 1 billion. The first payment must be at least 500 million, and then the Yanshang Museum and Yu Xian will belong to him. He adds that if Linshin can't pay, they'll stick to the original plan, and Mr. Gao will have to pay 600 million with an initial payment of at least 100 million. Then everything will belong to him. As they say all this, Yu Xian looks down, feeling like she's being sold like an object, and even worse, by her own father. Then the manager hands the new contract to our main guy, saying it's basically the same as before, just the name and the amount have changed. The main guy thinks the contract is pretty straightforward. It's basically just 4 words, "Buy my daughter." The scruffy guy tells him not to even think about it, saying he can claim he has no money and should just leave, because his men will be coming soon, and they won't stop until they've caused some serious trouble. Linshin ignores him. Yuxian feels really upset because it seems like they're treating her like an object, and all of this feels strange and frustrating. Suddenly, he notices something happening and starts reading the writing on the painting on the wall. Then he says the artifacts here have a special power, which surprises everyone. Linshin quickly says he wants to change the contract and tells the manager to update it. But the manager says he can't change the contract. The clueless dad says it doesn't seem right and insists they won't accept paying a cent less. The main guy explains he only wants to pay the 1 billion to buy the museum. The artifacts aren't included in that price. This shocks everyone because those paintings, calligraphy, and artifacts are priceless and can't be measured in money. Even Yuxian is surprised but agrees with him. So, those artifacts will still belong to the Yuxian family. He says he respects those artifacts and that the right to use the museum and handle the artifacts should stay with her. As for him, he'll be the biggest shareholder with the final decision-making power. Yuxian will be the official owner of the museum and will sign the contract for him. Then he tells her if she ever needs money for the museum, she can just call him. And if she ever has any personal problems, she can call him too. He comments on how much he likes and respects Yuxian. Then he swipes his card, and the payment of 1 billion is successfully made. Everyone else looks shocked because they realize he paid the full amount right away. The scruffy guy wonders just how rich he really is if he can spend 1 billion like it's nothing. Yuxian asks why he's doing all this. He turns around with a smile and asks if she forgot that he said he was going to buy all the artifacts in the country. He says these artifacts are treasures that belong to the people, and they shouldn't be sold commercially. The scruffy guy gets angry, slams his hand on the table, and says that the main guy just bought the Yangxian Museum, and that museum's collection alone is worth over 500 million. He still talks about wanting to bring back artifacts from all over the world. He challenges the main guy to go to the auction in Japan next month, where the country hasn't had any paintings for 5 years, including famous works like thousands of mountains and rivers, and a crystal statue of the goddess of mercy. Each piece is worth over $1 billion. He says, if the main guy is really that rich, he should go and buy everything there instead of just talking about it. Be confident. The main guy replies that he definitely plans to visit that auction. The scruffy guy runs off with his assistant. As they leave, the assistant asks if they're going to teach that guy a lesson. The scruffy guy says all he wants is to cause trouble. Then he gets interrupted by a phone call. The person on the other end asks if the museum purchase went through, reminding him this is the first step in the big East Asian artifact collection project, and they can't lose track of the main guy. Kuchu apologizes, saying he's really sorry, everything was going fine until some random guy suddenly bought the museum. But he says not to worry because he got the guy to agree to go to the auction next month, where he'll get the chance to make him apologize in person. The other person laughs and says there's a saying in China, the real dragon doesn't fear fire. What's truly yours can't be taken away by others. Kuchu says he'll be there to see what happens. The scene switches back to the museum. The scruffy guy explains that after signing the contract, Mr. Linshin became the biggest and only shareholder of the Yan'an Museum. He thanks our main guy for saving his family in this mess. His mom also thanks him and asks what he'll do if his family invites him to dinner. Someone suggests Yuxian should drink with Mr. Lin, but our main guy refuses, saying he can't because he's working the night shift and isn't hungry, something that surprises the others. Meanwhile, Yuxian laughs at the joke, and her favorability with him goes up by 10%. A little reporter then comes over, asking Lin if it's true he's going to Japan next month. He says yes, and when the reporter jokes around, he tells her to calm down. He flirts a bit, saying when the time comes, she can go with him and asks if that sounds good. Next, we cut to the university where our main guy arrives looking tired and sleepy. He's thinking about how he was on guard duty at the museum last night, and how Yuxian talked to him until midnight before falling asleep. Now he has to sit through class while half asleep. Luo Yashi and Lui Cheng approach him. Luo Yashi asks what's wrong and if he didn't sleep well. The other classmates don't know what's going on but seem ready to enjoy some watermelon anyway. Then Luo Yashi gets into a bit of an argument with him, saying that lack of sleep isn't good and suggests he skip class to rest at home. Lui Cheng interrupts, asking her to stop coming up with silly ideas that don't matter. She tells Linshin she's going to sit next to him in class, and he can lie down on her lap to rest and listen at the same time. But Linshin asks why she keeps teasing him. She says she remembers everything he told her, but she can't help it because she's so in love with him. She doesn't care if he's rich or not, she just wants to start over. She gives him a golden paper crane and says this time she'll appreciate him and fix the mistakes from the past. Everyone nearby gets excited, saying this is basically a confession. They cheer and ask him to forgive her, but Luo Yashi doesn't seem to think that's right. Meanwhile, Meanwhile, Louis Cheng thinks about how he once made 999 paper cranes but threw them away, so he must have been really upset. Now, this crane he made by hand will actually touch him, or actually, it's like he made 1,000 cranes, and he's just a hopeless guy. Our main guy smiles, thinking she's lying. He wonders how she can say she's totally in love with him when she clearly isn't. He just turns and walks away, thinking she's not the kind of person who's moved by kindness. If she was, she wouldn't have changed him for someone like Alfonso. The only reason she's holding on now is because she's very lonely. Louis Cheng is left behind, ignored by Linshin, while Luo Yashi laughs nearby. It's clear they're more like rivals than friends. After class, as they leave, our main guy seems like he's going to walk over to the two girls. Luo Yashi says his apartment is quiet and he can sleep there without any problems. Louis Cheng tells Luo Yashi that it's not right to bring a guy over if Linshin isn't her boyfriend. Luo Yashi tells Louis Cheng she doesn't get it, that she has a weird relationship with Linshin. She says she's single and doesn't have a girlfriend, and that Louis Cheng is just his ex. She says not to worry because she'll take good care of him, asking Linshin if that's true. Louis Cheng says it's not like that they just had a little fight and that Linshin even helped her the other day. Luo Yashi says that's because Linshin is big-hearted and helps people in need, but she adds, a good gentleman never turns his back. If an ex shows up too often, that's not a good sign. Louis Cheng thanks Luo Yashi for her concern, but then says she's heard that rabbits don't eat the grass around their nest, but realistically, the greedy ones do. This causes some tension, making our main guy uncomfortable. He tells them to stop and not drag him into their drama because he doesn't want to be known for this. At that moment, Cha-Cha comes speeding by in her Ferrari. She quickly puts Linshin in the car, letting him rest on her lap. She asks if he's hurt. He's surprised to see her. She says she's going to get up, but he tells her to take her time and lie down for a while. He thanks her for showing up just in time. Cha-Cha says it's good he sees this as a thank you for all his donations. He says that's perfect. Then she asks him to give her one more autograph. Louis Cheng doesn't know who this girl is or why she took Linshin away like that. People nearby start talking loudly. Someone says that's a Ferrari worth over 30 million. Others wonder who the girl is because she was driving so fast they couldn't see her clearly. They say she must be really rich and famous. Another person says Linshin is just a normal guy, so how did he end up with such a rich girl? Now they're all jealous. All these comments make Louis Cheng really angry. He thinks once again people are only coming close to Linshin for his money, and he feels like it's a curse. Meanwhile, Luo Yashi interrupts his thoughts, telling him she used to ignore him but now can't get enough of him. She says she probably regrets it, but unfortunately for her, Linshin has no interest. Louis Cheng tells Luo Yashi not to be so sure. She says whoever took Linshin has to be a rich girl, obviously richer than both of them combined. If Linshin has to choose, he'll pick her. Luo Yashi blushes but confidently says things have already moved way ahead. Louis Cheng quickly asks, almost hysterically, what she means, what tricks she's using and how far she's gotten with Linshin. Luo Yashi asks if he really wants to know, but then feels like she's just going to laugh at him and leaves, making Louis Cheng feel hopeless. She thinks Luo Yashi is definitely bragging and doesn't believe her at all. But since Linshin is pretty simple, she wonders how long he can resist that kind of pressure. Then Luo Yashi says she can't pretend anymore. She's Linshin's ex and knows exactly what he likes. She claims Linshin is totally hers, and at that moment, her affection for him goes up by 4%. She's acting totally wild. The system tells our protagonist that Linshin belongs to Luo Yashi, but he doesn't believe it. The system then tells Linshin that Louis Cheng's favorability score reached 90 because the counterattack level was exceeded. He spent 800,000 on Louis Cheng, and 10% will be refunded, so he'll get 80,000 back in his personal account. Linshin is shocked because he doesn't know why his level went up on its own. This achievement gives him a reward. All his stats go up to level 3. When he sees the change, he thinks it feels great. The system says he now has 3 new skills to choose from: Class B long distance running, Class B swimming mastery, and Class D dance mastery. Linshin thinks the skills are kind of weak this time and wonders if it depends on how much money he spent during the counterattack. He also feels his body improving when he leveled up. He thinks long distance running won't help much, so he picks swimming mastery. As soon as he gets the skill, he feels his brain is flooded with swimming knowledge, and his chest, back, and arm muscles get stronger. Meanwhile, someone is watching all this from a building on campus. It's a guy in a suit. A girl arrives, calls him president, and tells him they're ready for the meeting. The guy says there's big news again. The main characters are the same 3 as before: Linshin, Louis Cheng, and Luo Yashi, and it's a mess. This time, a beautiful princess suddenly appears to save the hero. The man gets angry, thinking it's about Linshin again. He talks to the people there and says the university is known for its great environment and strong learning spirit. But a student and two girls just started trouble on the field, and Linshin's new girlfriend was running around the university so fast everyone noticed. He calls Professor Chu and asks if those students are from his literature department. Chu says yes but is cut off. The man says the last student council president always praised Chu in front of him and that Chu is serious and responsible. He says he has high hopes for him. Chu bows and thanks the president for the kind words. The man says Linshin's behavior has been unacceptable and he'll take action. He smiles and says the student council should support all students. If Linshin admits his mistakes, they'll help him fix them. Linshin promises not to break the rules again and says he'll reach his goal. The man says he'll start immediately. The next day, at the campus pool, our protagonist's friend tells him the student council really went too far. They made him clean the pool for the whole semester. Linshin smiles and says the rules are there for safety, and since he already broke them, and besides, his friend was speeding, it seems fair enough. He adds that the punishment isn't that bad. Then, in a laid-back mood, they start checking out the girls swimming in the pool. At that moment, a girl tells her friend Xiaoyu that she has a great figure. Xiaoyu replies that she shouldn't even touch her, for goodness sake. Then, she quietly tells her friend that there's a boy who's been chasing her for a long time, but she doesn't care and asks what the point is. Her friend asks what kind of guy she would like. Xiaoyu answers that she wants a boy who can swim faster than her. Her friend is surprised and says that's impossible because Xiaoyu is a national-level swimming athlete and has even competed in regional contests. No one at their university can swim faster than her, so it's probably better if she just says she doesn't want a relationship. Meanwhile, our main guy is cleaning the pool deck. The girls nearby ask if that's Linshin because rumors say he's become really popular lately and has a lot of girls around him. Xiaoyu hears this and thinks he's just another boring guy. Suddenly, Xiaoyu gets a cramp in her foot. She can't believe it since she did a good warm-up. She tries to ask for help but she's already sinking and starts kicking in the water. Her not-so-helpful friends just say she's doing great, cheering her on like she's diving or rowing too much, wondering if she might actually drown. But out of everyone watching, our protagonist is the only one who notices the danger. He jumps in quickly because it looks like Xiaoyu is drowning. Remember, he just got cheated on, so he's acting like a rocket in the water. He almost immediately reaches her and grabs her. Xiaoyu yells at him to let go and not touch her. He tells her to shut up and breathe, and not to move because he's taking her to the shore. Xiaoyu thinks he swims so fast that he's holding her with just one hand on his back. He blushes, thinking he's never been that close to a girl before. When they get to shore, Linshin tells her to be more careful next time, lifting his shirt on purpose because it's soaking wet and won't dry. Then, Xiaoyu's friends who didn't get close before ask if she's okay and say they were really scared. They also say that Linshin is super fast and even broke a new record. It was like watching a bullet. They have it on video and want to post it online, which is pretty cool. They ask if that guy's name is Linshin. Her friend says yes, that's the guy she called boring, but he seems like a good person and even saved her life. She says he's really quick and asks if he might be a good match for Xiaoyu. Then she notices Xiaoyu's face is really red, and it looks like she's impressed with Linshin. After that, the stalker gets upset when he realizes the girl has already fallen for our main character. The incident quickly goes viral online. The person who seems to be the student council president gets really angry and thinks to himself that he's going to take him down. The scene shifts to the next day at the school dance, which was organized by the student council. One guy says he wants to invite Luoyashi, but another tells him to forget it because she's clearly into Linshin. Suddenly, people start pointing because they notice Luoyashi and Lu Yicheng arriving together. They're confused about whether the two girls are friends or rivals, since they seem really close. Someone comments that it's just a girl thing and that guys wouldn't understand. Luoyashi tells her friend she looks beautiful tonight and says it's too bad Linshin doesn't seem to notice her. She's all dressed up but feels like it might not matter. Lu Yicheng thanks her and says she hopes she enjoys the night, because things might be different after tonight. Luoyashi looks at her and thinks she might be planning something, but decides to ignore it for now. She plans to get some steak for Linshin and eat with him when he arrives, and she's sure she'll get to dance with him. Lu Yicheng looks at her confidently and thinks that Luoyashi is always trying to act like a smart and kind girl. She wonders if Luoyashi really thinks she doesn't notice how she tries to win guys over with her charm. She laughs to herself, thinking that guys just follow their instincts anyway. But before anything else happens, Xiaoyu shows up. She's looking for Linshin, thinking about how she wants to thank him. She worries that he might get the wrong idea, but also hopes to ask for his number. Bibi blushes and thinks that without him, she would have been in big trouble. Lu Yicheng walks up to Xiaoyu, thinking she's just another girl trying to get close to him because he helped her. She introduces herself and says she's Linshin's girlfriend, then asks if Xiaoyu has heard of her. Xiaoyu looks surprised. Lu Yicheng keeps talking, saying how her boyfriend is super responsible and kind, which is why he helps people a lot. She shares that he followed her around for 3 years before she finally said yes to dating him. She laughs and says they're both happy now. Then she steps in a little closer and tells Xiaoyu there's no need to thank Linshin anymore. She ends by saying that she's got to hand it to this blonde girl. He tells her he's going to be really busy tonight because they have a date, and then asks her in a creepy way if she understood what he meant. Scared of this crazy girl, she hesitates, says she gets it, and runs off. Lu Yicheng, feeling confident, says they don't stand a chance against her. Her affection for Linshin increases by 1%. Meanwhile, our main character is just sitting there playing on his phone, wondering why he even came back. Then one of his roommates tells him the school dance is about to start and asks why he's not ready. Linshin didn't realize it was already time. He complains that he's supposed to be cleaning and curses the student council for always giving his class annoying tasks. He also brings up the president, saying he's the worst. His roommate suggests that maybe Linshin upset someone. Linshin asks him to explain everything. Later that night, we see him all dressed up and heading out. He's thinking that the student council president, Wei Shintan, is a total fake who uses his position to make life harder for people he doesn't like. Even Shino seems to have had a tough time because of him. Linshin says the guy is interesting and that he should meet him someday. Then, Linshin gets a message from the class rep saying that, since he saved someone, the student council president is going to give him an award at the dance. She tells him to hurry up because everyone's waiting. Linshin replies that he's on his way, wondering if this is really some kind of awards event. He thinks to himself that as long as nobody starts anything, he won't either. Tonight's going to be fun. As Linshin heads to the dance, someone is secretly watching him. It's the same guy from the pool, the stalker. He's thinking that he should have been the one to save Xiaoyu. He believes all the attention and praise should have gone to him, but Linshin stole it. He's holding a brick, clearly thinking of doing something crazy to take back his moment. But just as he makes a move, Linshin instinctively dodges and grabs him, throwing him to the ground. Linshin recognizes him and says he's pretty sure they're classmates. He asks seriously why he just tried to hurt him. The guy, now hurt and angry, accuses Linshin of stealing the spotlight and taking his crush, Xiaoyu, who never even noticed him. He says she doesn't even remember his name, yet she blushes when she sees Linshin. He starts ranting about how unfair it is, but Linshin calmly knocks him out with a kick and says, "Trash belongs in the trash can." The scene then switches to the dance. Luoyashi looks happy when she sees Linshin and says she's glad he finally made it. He replies that he heard there's going to be some sort of award ceremony, and while he's not totally sure what it's about, he's interested. He says he doesn't care much about the dance but came because she invited him. Luoyashi says that's fine, and they start dancing together. As they dance, she compliments him, saying he's a great dancer. Linshin thinks to himself that training his skills is definitely paying off. Everyone on the dance floor notices how good they look together, especially how smooth Linshin is. Then another girl walks over and calls Linshin handsome, asking him to dance with her. But Luoyashi steps in politely, saying sorry. She still wants to dance with Linshin a little longer, and asks the other girl to wait outside. The girl says she's out of breath and suggests taking a break. But while she steps away, a bunch of other girls quickly surround Linshin. They call out to him and compliment his dancing, all asking him to dance with them. The other guys at the party start whispering, saying they're jealous too. One of them mentions that Linshin just saved someone, which instantly made him popular. Someone else wonders if that guy is really Linshin, the same one who suddenly has all the girls around him. Just then, the student council president walks in and tells everyone not to question it. Linshin did save someone. He walks up to Linshin holding a drink and says that the university needs more students like him who can be positive examples for others. On behalf of the student council and the student body, he raises his glass and offers a toast. Linshin seems unsure at first. The president asks what's wrong, and someone in the crowd asks if he's really going to turn down a toast from the president. Linshin quickly apologizes and says he didn't mean to be rude. Then the president takes the drink and drinks it himself. A girl nearby is surprised and says, "Oh, so he drinks too." But Luoyashi looks concerned and asks if everything's really okay. The president smirks and tells Linshin he wants to talk about something related to the student council. He politely asks Linshin to follow him. Linshin agrees, and they both walk away. Once inside a private room, Linshin is surprised to see Xiaoyu lying on a couch. He thinks she looks like the girl from the pool earlier. She looks really flushed and seems like she has a fever. Suddenly, Linshin starts feeling dizzy too, and before long, he passes out right next to her. There's a hidden camera pointing at them the whole time. The president smirks and says it's perfect. The camera is working and everything is going according to plan. He locks the room and says out loud that this time, Linshin will finally be taken care of. Back at the party, people are starting to wonder why the award ceremony hasn't started yet. The president comes back and tells them not to worry, Linshin will be there soon and everything is ready. In his mind, he thinks that substance should have kicked in by now, and even someone super strong wouldn't be able to stay awake after that. Then, the event host announces that Linshin wanted to share his speech through a video, so everyone should look at the big screen. People turn to watch, and the whole room goes quiet. Luoyashi looks shocked and horrified. On the screen, a very embarrassing video starts to play, with weird sounds coming from the background. The entire room is stunned. Even the president acts surprised and asks what Linshin is doing, saying that this is a live broadcast, and jokingly adds that Linshin must really love being the center of attention. But people start saying there's no way Linshin could have done something like that. In the background, someone says it's disgusting, and another person suggests they should rush to the meeting room and get him out of there right away. The crowd starts to get worked up. One of the usual loud guys says he always knew Linshin was like this, that he came from a poor background, and after getting lucky by saving a pretty girl, he just got famous and started acting wild. Someone else adds that Linshin's starting to lose control and behave badly, and says they could tell just by looking at his face. These four guys keep spreading negativity, adding that the student council president is also disappointed in him. This riles everyone up even more, and now people are shouting that Linshin should be kicked out of Yenxian University. While all this chaos is happening, the student council president is quietly enjoying it all. He smiles and says to himself that this is real power, the power of the student council president. He says it feels good to crush someone like that. But then, Linshin suddenly walks into the room and casually asks if he missed something. This completely shocks the president, who looks panicked. Linshin scratches his head and says he just stepped out of the room for a bit. So why is everyone so worked up? He asks who they were planning to expel and why the president looks so freaked out. The people in the room are confused too. The president, looking nervous, says if Linshin is here, then who's in the meeting room? Linshin replies that he has no idea. Wasn't the president the one who organized all of this? The camera zooms in, and it turns out that the person in the video isn't Linshin at all. It's someone else wearing a wig and pretending to be him. Everyone realizes it's a mannequin with a pink wig. People are shocked, and then the guy in the room starts mumbling nonsense, saying things like how much he likes Xiaoyu and how she belongs to him now. Everyone starts yelling, asking who this person is. Someone quickly says they know him. His name is Jian, and he's been following Xiaoyu around for a while. They wonder how he even got in there. Then, Linshin remembers what happened earlier. Around 10 minutes ago, when he passed out, he actually woke up soon after. His system detected something strange, a kind of strong attraction-inducing effect, and his third-level passive ability, which helps detect substances, kicked in. The effect wore off, and he had 12 hours before the ability could be used again. He noticed the room had cameras and the door was locked, so he picked up Xiaoyu and forced the door open, saying it was no match for his strength. He noticed Xiaoyu was given something strong to keep her asleep, so he quietly placed her in the women's restroom, hoping that when Tang and his team would find her there. Then he went back to the place where he'd knocked out Jian earlier. He decided that this guy would be the perfect stand-in for the president's performance. Even though the guy was still unconscious, Linshin propped him up on the couch and said, "Alright, our actor is ready." He found a mannequin and a wig from the dressing room, set everything up, and thought to himself that the president had worked so hard to plan this whole show, so why not let it play out? Back in the present, Linshin stands beside the president and says, "That guy's seriously messed up to do something like that." Meanwhile, Jian is still babbling nonsense, thinking he's with Xiaoyu. The president is panicking and thinking, this can't be happening. Linshin even makes fun of the stalker, pretending to take off his clothes. The president, clearly losing it, yells that this can't be possible. He swears he saw Linshin fall on top of Xiaoyu. Then he quickly covers his mouth, realizing he just exposed the truth. Our main character takes this chance and asks the president if he wants to tell everyone the truth. Everyone in the room stays quiet, waiting to see what will happen next. The main character looks at him confidently and says, "Come on, let's tell everyone exactly what you saw when I supposedly landed on Xiaoyu." Then he smiles and says, "A few minutes ago, you couldn't stop talking, and now suddenly you've got nothing to say." Right then, someone storms into the room angrily, asking what's going on. The president seems happy to see him and says it's Professor Sun from the literature department, one of the oldest and strictest professors at the university. Professor Sun, looking upset, points at our main character and says he's not even a student leader, so how dare he question the student council president like that? The president smiles to himself, thinking the professor will put this troublemaker in his place. Our main character asks if that's all the professor has to say, just that he saw him fall on top of Xiaoyu? and now they're trying to punish him for that? But then the professor starts scolding him harshly, saying the president works hard, runs events, and takes care of things. He says people like our main character who just show up and cause drama are ruining the spirit of the university and should face discipline. The students in the audience start whispering to each other and say things like, he disrespected the rules, just a warning isn't enough, and he should be kicked out of school for what he did. Soon they start shouting for him to be expelled. While all this is going on, Luoyashi speaks up and defends him, saying, "Can't you all see this was clearly a setup by the president?" Meanwhile, the president walks up to our main character with a smug look and puts his hand on his shoulder. He quietly says he's already paid off Professor Sun, the student council, and even most of the students. He asks how Linshin plans to fight back now. Then, out loud, he suddenly yells, "Linshin is trying to escape. Disciplinary committee, catch him." But none of the guards move a muscle. The president confidently steps toward Linshin again, taunting him and saying that no matter what, he'll always find a reason to kick him out. But then Linshin grabs him by the face and says, "What's the rush? The best part is just about to start." Right then, Professor Sun yells, "He hit someone. Grab him," and calls the guards again. But our main character doesn't even flinch. Suddenly, someone else yells for everyone to stop. It's the principal, and he's walking in with one of Linshin's friends, who's now on his side. Professor Sun looks confused and asks why the principal is even here. The principal says if he had arrived even a little later, things would have gotten way out of hand. Professor Sun says that this student, Linshin, has damaged the school's reputation and that he should be expelled and sent to detention. But the principal doesn't agree. He pulls out a cane and says, "Damaging the school's reputation? What are you talking about? It's teachers who take bribes that are the real problem here." The president tries to shift the blame again, saying Linshin is the one at fault and Professor Sun is just helping. But Linshin's friend steps in and says the president's words are completely wrong, and then kicks Professor Sun in the face, knocking him down. As the professor kneels, he tries to save himself by saying, "I'm from the G family. My father donated so much money to this university." But the principal just tells him to shut up and smacks him again. While Fan stands next to our protagonist, he says that everything looks much better now that one of the university's top board members is from the Fan family. People around them are shocked and ask how Linshin could possibly know someone like that. The university director, standing next to Fan and Linshin, announces that Professor Sun's involvement in bribery has seriously damaged the university's reputation. So, the council has decided to remove both him and the student president from their positions. The director says it's great to have an outstanding student like Linshin at their school, and they're going to clean up everything and bring back a good learning environment. Meanwhile, the students who were supporting the president looked confused. They wonder if the president and Professor Sun were actually wrong all along and if they were tricked. Linshin then shows a video on the big screen. It reveals that, 40 minutes earlier, the student president had laughed about tricking a girl into drinking something suspicious, claiming that even if Linshin were expelled, no one would ever know who was really behind it. He even bragged that everyone in the school would be clueless. The students watching are shocked and angry. Some say they can't believe he was that kind of person. Others say they always had a bad feeling about him, and now they know they were right. One person says he stayed quiet all this time and took the blame even though he had no proof. Others say they want him out of the school, and some shout that he should face real consequences. The president, seeing he's lost everything, snaps and tries to go after Linshin, saying if he's going down, he'll take him with him. But Linshin easily stops him and walks off the stage. The crowd surrounds the president, yelling at him for pretending and putting on a fake show. They push him around, and he ends up in a really bad shape. Everyone agrees he doesn't deserve to be the student council president. Then someone tells the principal that they need a new president. The principal agrees and says that since Linshin stood up for justice and helped expose the truth, he should take the position. People cheer, amazed that he turned everything around so quickly. Linshin thanks everyone but says that without Shinhao's warning and Mr. Fun's help, things would have ended badly. He tells the principal that the student council needs a capable and experienced leader. Shinhao, who used to lead the council's organization department before being unfairly expelled, is the right person for the job. Linshin thinks being president is way too much responsibility and doesn't want the role. Everyone cheers, impressed by his humble attitude. Luoyashi smiles and says he's really handsome. Then, from the back, Louis Cheng laughs and says that only a guy like Linshin is good enough to be her boyfriend. The party keeps going, and our main character steps out, planning to check on Xiaoyu once things calm down. He heads to the bathroom and finds her still passed out on the toilet. He goes over to wake her, but she's totally out of it. Whatever those people gave her was really strong. Then it's revealed that the one behind all this was Louis Cheng. She laughs, grabs Linshin, and pushes him onto Xiaoyu. Louis Cheng mumbles that the dress is too big for her. Louis Cheng starts tearing it off like she's totally lost it. Louis Cheng says he's all hers, and Louis Cheng gets really clingy, caressing Xiaoyu and telling her to wake up and look closely, because Linshin belongs to her now. She She mocks Xiaoyu, saying she'll never have Linshin, and that it's silly to keep dreaming about him. Linshin picks her up, and she doesn't know what's going on. He holds her by the shoulders and pins her gently to the door. She gets nervous and tells him to wait, but our main character is still in the room, passed out. Lui Cheng thinks that if Linshin hasn't fully woken up yet, maybe it's just his instincts kicking in. She worries that if he keeps acting so intensely, he won't be able to stop himself. She tells him to wait, but it's already too late, and things start heating up in the bathroom, fulfilling a wild fantasy of hers. Disclaimer: this is purely a fictional story, made for entertainment only. Don't be influenced to hurt anyone's emotions, or don't do squeezing before marriage. If you still go ahead, it's completely your own responsibility. Just then, Linshin snaps out of it and looks around in shock. He sees Lui Cheng on the floor, looking way too pleased with himself. Lui Cheng says this can't be happening and realizes it was an aphrodisiac. He says the girl has lost it. He also mentions that he was lucky his passive ability had recharged just in time to avoid trouble. Suddenly, our main character grabs her and places her over Xiaoyu, saying he's going to teach her a lesson, with a playful scolding. He adds that if Xiaoyu were awake, she probably would have given her a serious piece of her mind. He says he can't take it anymore. Just then, his phone rings. He answers. The caller, in a calm voice, wishes Mr. Spender a good evening and mentions that he just saw phone bragging in the Prince's Millions group. The caller thinks Yunbo might be involved and asks why Mr. Spender didn't ask him for help. Linshin checks the group and sees that Phone posted a photo of the two of them, saying he's got the best connection with Mr. Spender and tell everyone else to be jealous. Jiang Xian also posts a photo with a peace sign, saying he has a good relationship too. The caller asks if Mr. Spender remembers the private yacht party happening tomorrow night. It's going to be a special event and wonders if he wants to come. Our main character says sure, he's been feeling off lately, and maybe some fun on the yacht will help. The caller is happy and says they'll be excited to have him join. Later that night, outside, our main character and his friends are celebrating. One friend says the drinks at the dance were boring and that it's better to grab something stronger outside. Another jokes that since he's the president, he's treating everyone. Nearby, close to another bathroom, everyone except our main character feels the need to pee and walks off. Linshin, thinking to himself, realizes that once your physical stats improve, it's hard to get drunk anymore. At that moment, they hear a girl shouting, telling someone to let her go. A few guys are bothering her, making comments and trying to grab her. She tells them to stop and says they can look but not touch. One of them mocks her, saying he likes her feisty attitude. Things get more intense as they try to hold her hands, and she yells that she can't handle it anymore. She insists that she's not that kind of person. It's starting to cross the line into something serious. Just then, our main character steps in and calmly says, if she already said no, then why are you still bothering her? Both the guys and the woman are surprised. The four guys surround him and ask if he really thinks he can act all bold by himself. One of them mocks him, saying he must think he's some kind of hero from a drama. But our main guy calmly says he's not here to fight, he just wants them to stop. They ignore him, calling him arrogant and rush at him all at once, saying this is the end for him. The worried girl tells him to be careful, but our protagonist smoothly dodges their attacks, causing two of the guys to accidentally hit each other. One of the bigger guys is shocked, but while he's distracted, our main guy grabs the other two and makes them bump heads too. They all end up dizzy. One of them scolds the protagonist, saying what he just did was too risky. Then suddenly, the system activates a new mission. It's a counterattack mission, triggered by the appearance of a high-value woman named Shen Aodong, age 24. Her profile pops up, and the protagonist is surprised that the mission actually started. He thinks she looks innocent, which is ironic since she works night shifts. It's time for him to move on. But before he leaves, he tells her that even though she's really pretty, she shouldn't be involved in that kind of work and should try to find something better. She thinks to herself, where did this guy even come from? He almost messed up her whole plan by trying to act like a hero. As one of the guys is still moving, she knocks him out with a kick, making him lose a tooth. She makes a call and says the suspect has been handled and to alert Unit 4 to start shutting down the network. The person on the other end responds, calling her Captain Shen, revealing she's actually an undercover agent. The next day, we changed scenes. Our main character is being taken by boat to a private ship. His coworker says goodbye, saying he's heading to another boat for business. The protagonist says okay. Inside, we see a luxurious party full of rich people, girls, music, and drinks. The protagonist walks in and says the vibe is great, and there are a lot of bikinis around. One of the waitresses is Aodong. Her undercover team contacts her, asking if the mission is ready. She replies that she has the target in sight. Aodong thinks this time the plan is foolproof and nothing like the chaos from last night should happen again. Just then, our protagonist walks up and asks if the drink is free because he's already thirsty. Then he recognizes her and walks away, realizing it's the same girl from last night. He asks her if it's really her. Nervously, she asks why he's here again. Linshin smiles and jokes if she's changed jobs. He says being a waitress seems like a better option with more future potential than what she was doing before. She just welcomes him to the party, thinking that as long as he doesn't interfere, everything should go smoothly. But just then, someone calls out to the waitress loudly. A flashy guy surrounded by 4 bodyguards and 2 women tells her to come over. She quickly walks to him and asks if he'd like some champagne. One of the girls laughs and says if she's really a waitress, she should know how to serve better. The man, Boss Jean, wants to do something different today. He says they're going to have fun with her. The people around laugh, saying Boss Jean hasn't changed. He throws money into the air and says they've been having a good time lately, and that the waitress is really attractive, so she should take the money and join them. One of his guys tells her she better give them good service. Aodong just lowers her eyes, thinking to herself that if she weren't undercover right now. But our main guy steps in again and tells the man, sorry, but there are no special services here. And by the way, you must be clueless, because what you're doing is totally against the rules. The man gets mad and calls him a damn waiter, asking how he dares to interfere. Our protagonist calmly replies, I'm not a waiter. The ship's owner invited me to hang out with one of the girls here. One of the girls standing next to the man gets up and says, you're dressed like a waiter, and you look like nobody. She adds that they've been to this party many times and have never seen him before, and now he suddenly wants to act like some kind of hero. She asks him where his invitation is. He says, I don't have an invite. The owner personally asked me to come. Why don't you ask him? The crowd starts whispering that it costs 100,000 just to get into this party, and this guy is claiming the owner brought him? Another person jokes that he must have sneaked in, either he's a random worker or a scammer. Some say they should just kick him out already. Then the guy says it doesn't matter who he is, today he should kneel down and say sorry, or else, before tossing him off the boat, they'll make him regret showing up. He's surrounded by bodyguards and other guests who say they'll teach these 2 a lesson about how the wealthy handle things. She's thinking that their main target hasn't made a move yet, and if they shut things down now, it'll be too early. Even though the guy seems confident and skilled, he's still outnumbered. Our protagonist just shrugs and asks if having money really means you can act however you want. Then he says he'll just call the ship owner. Everyone goes quiet for a moment, clearly surprised. But when he calls, it goes straight to voicemail. People start laughing again. He thinks to himself, the owner must be busy with other guests, probably doing business. The crowd keeps mocking him, saying he's just making stuff up. One guy says he actually got nervous for 3 seconds. One of the girls calls him poor and jokes that if he's so confident, why not just buy the whole ship? That way, everyone will have to treat him with respect. Linshin just smiles and says, that's a good idea. Then he tells a waitress to go bring the captain. But the other guy interrupts and says they don't need the owner. The captain should be able to handle sales too. He tells them to hurry and bring the captain because he wants to watch the show. When the captain shows up, he politely greets the man, who says, this guy wants to buy your ship, it's a big deal. Why are you not jumping at the chance? The captain asks if it's a joke, saying this ship is super expensive, even though he thinks it's too much for most people. He asks if the young man can really afford it. Without saying much, our protagonist pulls out a gold card and hands it over, saying, cut the talk. Just tell me the price. Everyone around them is stunned when they see the card. It's not just any card. It looks like a black card from the top bank, but even fancier. But the girl laughs and says, nice trick, but that card is probably fake. Aodong holds onto our main character and tells him to stop. He's causing too much trouble just for her, and he doesn't want her to get hurt over this. But Linshin just looks at her calmly and says not to worry. That actually makes her like him 5% more. Then the captain steps in with a smug tone and says, since you really want to buy this ship, the original price is 700 million, and there's also a 100 million fast processing fee. That brings the total to 800 million. All the paperwork is ready, you just need to sign and pay. Someone jokes that if that card actually works for 800 million, he'll jump into the sea and swim home. Another person tells Boss Jean to stop wasting time, and that the girl can do whatever she wants. The impatient captain then asks the main character if he's really going to swipe the card and sign, saying if he can't afford it, he should just get off the boat. Linshin replies, of course I'm not going to sign. The bald guy in the crowd laughs and says he knew it, and the people start calling him a liar. But then Linshin says, I'm not signing because she's going to sign, and pushes Aodong forward. Everyone gasps, totally shocked. Linshin says, I'll swipe the card, and she'll sign. This ship is now hers. Then he casually asks her name, and she replies, Shenodong. Linshin swipes his gold card and says, this is my first gift to Shenodong. The transaction goes through, 800 million paid in full, not just a deposit. The crowd can't believe it. They start asking who he really is, because someone with that kind of money can't be just a regular person. The captain bows and announces, Miss Aodong and Mr. Lin are now the new owners of this ship. All 100 crew members are here to serve them. Then Lin turns to the guy who caused all the trouble and says, as you can see, I already bought the ship. That means the waitress is mine now. The guy, looking embarrassed, agrees. The girls who were with him even switched sides. One says, "Not only is the waitress yours, now we belong to you too." Aodong is left wondering, who even is this guy? In the background, we see that the guy who was causing problems walks away with someone who looks like a tough guy. This new guy tells him he made a mistake. Lin isn't just anyone. He refers to him as Boss Han and says that the guy made himself look bad. He offers to handle the situation himself and says if Boss Han helps him out, he'll give him his entire business deal as a thank you. Boss Han, looking calm and confident, tells him not to worry, he'll handle it. He starts walking over to Lin, looking serious. When he reaches him, he calls him young master and introduces himself by saying, "My name's Han Biao, but people who know me call me Boss Han." Then he asks, "Young master, what's your name?" Our main character just says his name is Lin, but Aodong is shocked. She thinks Han might actually be the leader of the Black Tiger Group, known for smuggling and running 2 underground casinos. Lately, her department has been shutting down several of their hideouts. In fact, tonight's mission is all about catching him. Han says the vibe is pretty nice tonight and asks Lin if he wants to play a few games, pointing toward the casino area. But Lin says he's going to pass. He adds that gambling isn't exactly legal, so he'd rather not take part. Han jokes and says he can't believe someone who just spent hundreds of millions has never gambled before. He finds it hard to believe that spending 800 million wiped out all his funds. A girl nearby laughs and says Han is being too harsh. Mr. Lin may be low on cash, but he still owns the boat, so give him a break. Lin says that's not true at all. The money's there, he just chooses not to gamble. But Han cuts him off, saying if the money is really there, then maybe he just doesn't have the guts to risk it. Lin looks at him seriously. Then Jean speaks up, telling Han to forget it. Some people have lots of money, but they're scared to lose. Even if they lose just a little, like $200, they won't sleep at night. Jean says he'll play instead. Aodong quietly warns Lin not to fall for it. She's heard rumors that Han cheats at cards, and even someone with billions could end up losing everything. But instead of backing off, Lin hears the number 2 billion and turns to her, saying, "Wow, that's great." She's shocked and asks if he's serious. Lin casually raises his hand and calls out to Han. He suddenly thinks this might actually be fun. Aodong is annoyed, while the others smirk, thinking he's fallen right into their trap. Lin tells Aodong it's fine. He hasn't had much luck lately, not even in drawing cards. So she's going to be the one to play. He says it doesn't matter if she loses because he'll cover the cost, but if she wins, she keeps everything. Aodong is speechless. She tells him he's crazy and asks if he's even listening to her. She says if she plays against Han, she could lose a lot. But Lin's in his own world, thinking that if he gives her money to bet with, and she ends up losing 2 billion, that means Han will give him back 200 million in cash. That's way more valuable than giving random gifts to live stream hosts. At least this way, the money comes back to him. So the 4 of them sit at the table. Han says Baccarat might be too hard since Lin probably doesn't even understand the rules. To make it simple, he suggests they play blackjack. Lin says he's good with that. People around start whispering, saying Lin's in trouble. How can a waitress beat someone like Han at gambling? Meanwhile, Aodong thinks to herself that since this rich guy just gave her a boat, there's no way she can say no, especially if she wants to keep her identity hidden. The crowd murmurs that just having money doesn't mean much. It looks like everything Lin has is about to end up in Han's hands. They think Lin might be just another spoiled rich kid who's not too smart. Then the cards are dealt, and surprisingly, Lin wins the round. Han smiles and tells Lin he's lucky, asking if he wants to raise the bet. Lin says sure, go as high as you want, and throws a big stack of chips on the table. He shows the cards again, and boss Linshin wins the round. Han just says it's fine, he'll win the next one. He decides to bet 200 million next, then suddenly asks why the chips are in such small amounts. He tells them to give him chips worth 2 billion instead. The table manager agrees, but Aodong doesn't understand why he's still betting. People around get excited, wondering why he's risking such a huge amount. Someone even asks if his money has no limit. Another person claps and says, as expected from young Master Linshin. Han gets a little annoyed, but deep down, he thinks Lin must really be a rich kid who gets triggered easily. He believes that if he wins this 2 billion round, he can bounce back from his recent losses in the smuggling business. The game starts again. This time, Han keeps winning every round, 200 million, 500 million, even 1 billion, and Lin keeps losing. Han asks if Lin wants to keep going, but Aodong grabs Lin's shirt and pulls him away. People start whispering that the waitress is surprisingly bold. She pushes him up against a wall and asks if he's lost his mind. She says money isn't something you just throw away. If he keeps playing like this, thinking he can win back what he's lost, he's just being foolish. She tells him luck doesn't exist at the gaming table. Her affection level drops a bit. Our main guy guy, though, is just thinking it's the first time a pretty girl has scolded him like this, and he doesn't really mind. He tells her it's okay, and that if she loses, he won't blame her, so she shouldn't worry too much. He figures it's better to talk to her calmly so she doesn't freak out. After all, she can't understand that losing money is sometimes part of making money. She blushes and turns away, saying she's not that emotional, she just wanted to warn him there's no way to win. Inside, she's frustrated because she almost let her true feelings slip. But Linshin, staying optimistic, asks why it's impossible to win. He jokes that maybe they're swapping cards like in those movies where the cards magically change. She tells him not to be fooled by that. That kind of trick is actually pretty basic. She explains that at this table, the cards have sensors, and the whole game is controlled. Before a single card even leaves the dealer's hand, the system already knows which card is going where. Everything is tracked. There are Bluetooth earpieces that give secret tips on whether to raise or fold. Basically, there's no way to outsmart it. The only trick here is the insider info Han is getting from the dealer, and there's no real way to catch that. Aodong tells him again that there's no way to win, and asks if he finally understands. Linshin says yeah, gambling is really messed up, but then he says it's actually kind of simple once you know how things really work. Aodong has no clue what's going through his mind anymore. Lin walks back to the center of the room and says he's starting to wonder if the cards have been tampered with and wants to have them checked. Han says confidently that it's no problem. They can check, and everyone will see that Lin lost fair and square. The people watching start whispering again. Some wonder if he's finally panicking because it looks like he lost everything. Someone points out he's already spent over $1 billion and even lost his ship. He's probably broke now. The dealer tells Lin he can inspect whatever he wants. Lin says thanks and says he'll check the cards now. He presses down on the table a bit and then says it looks like there's no problem, and he's ready to play again. So the game continues, but honestly, the more they play, the less fun it seems. Even though the boss has already won a lot, people start calling him a coward because he only bets a few tens of millions each time. Someone comments that playing tens of millions isn't exactly cheap, while another says it depends on who you're playing against. The bald guy points out that Linshin always bets hundreds of millions, so compared to him, Han seems a bit stingy. Han gets pumped up and says he's going all in against Linshin, leaving a full billion on the table. But when he draws his cards, he notices something's off. The sensor isn't working anymore. He realizes something is wrong. Linshin casually asks what's going on because the game needs to keep moving. The dealer secretly tells Han over Bluetooth that the sensor isn't responding. Han is shocked and frustrated, thinking, how can this be happening right now? The cards are shown, and this time, Linshin wins. People around start whispering that Han is now stuck, and Linshin has finally pulled off a win. Han gets super upset and yells at Linshin, calling him names and saying it's unfair. Linshin calmly asks why he's so mad. He's been winning so many rounds, and now after just one loss, he's losing it? Han then accuses Linshin of cheating, saying that the girl dealer is working for him and that she fooled everyone. Some people in the crowd start to believe Han. One says cheating isn't allowed even if Lin owns the ship. Aodong gets frustrated and defends Lin, saying they didn't cheat and anyone can check the tracking system to confirm. Suddenly, Han slams a knife on the table and pulls out a weapon, pointing it at Lin. He says that according to the rules of their circle, a cheater has to pay a serious price and give up all his money. If he refuses, Han threatens to settle it with force. But Lin stays calm and says he's also curious. After all of Han's experience and hand speed, who would move faster, Han's weapon or Lin's own reflexes? Aodong begs him not to provoke Han, warning that things could get messy. Then, a loud sound is heard. When everyone looks, Han is already on the floor. People are shocked, asking what just happened. Aodong explains that he saw Lin swipe the chips out of Han's right hand, then immediately disarm him and hit him 3 times super fast. It all happened in a flash. Then Jean calls for security, demanding they arrest Lin for causing trouble. But to his surprise, the guards ignore him and grab Jean instead. Confused, Jean asks why. Lin casually reminds him, "Did you forget who owns this ship? Who do you think the guards are going to listen to?" Then he adds, "Also, weren't you the one caught cheating by hiding extra cards and kicking Han?" Everyone is surprised when they find out Han was actually cheating. Aodong walks up to our main character and says he's surprised. He didn't think he'd use a sneaky trick like that. He asks how he managed to win. Our main character smiles and says that when he was inspecting the table earlier, he secretly disabled the sensor, turning it into a game of pure luck. Then, when he was winning, he slipped in those 2 cards. She smiles back, says it's a bit sneaky, but her affection for him still goes up by 15%. Just then, the ship's owner rushes in, clearly alarmed, and asks what's going on. People whisper that the former tycoon of the ship is back. The bald guy tells him that someone just cheated against Lin and even pointed something at him. The owner quickly checks on Lin, asking if he's okay. Lin calmly says he's fine. Still looking a little panicked, the ship owner asks if he was hurt by accident or if anything else happened. People around them start realizing that this man is the famous Mr. Spender. In the background, Aodong makes a report saying that the main target has been caught and it's time to move in. Mr. Chuan Yuan says, "So this is the Mr. Spender we've heard so much about," and explains that he invited him personally tonight. Everyone gets excited and rushes over. The bald guy tells Mr. Spender how low-key he is and that they've known each other for a while. A few girls nearby ask Lin if any of his friends are single, clearly interested now that they know he's important. Just then, police officers arrive and tell everyone to stay where they are. They announce that they're arresting some smugglers and ask everyone to cooperate. One officer tells Aodong that Han and his men have been caught and are ready to be taken away. Aodong agrees, but wonders where the guy who helped catch Han. He says that person should get his money back. Meanwhile, our main character has already escaped on a boat. He sighs in relief, thinking that luckily he used the confusion to slip out through the window. If the police had caught him playing, it would have been bad news. The scene switches to the girls' dorm room. Luo Yashi is lying on the bed, wondering where Lin went and why he's not answering her messages. She says she wants to invite him over for dinner at her place the day after tomorrow, but then stops herself, saying it might sound too forward. She blames the accident the other day for throwing her off and says she'll need to find another chance. At that moment, Lui Cheng walks into the room, looking pretty upset. She sits down and says she's really annoyed. Luo Yashi laughs and asks what happened, joking that it looks like someone messed with her. Lui Cheng says it's all Lin's fault, that he seemed so nice and respectful before, but suddenly acted so boldly. And strangely, she liked that boldness. Luo Yashi is surprised and asks if that's true. Inside, she's a bit skeptical. Lui Cheng insists that he wasn't the one who tore her dress, that she did it herself. But when she stands up, a visible handprint is left on the dress, and it's clearly not from her. Luo Yashi gets worried and wonders if that mark really means what she thinks it means. She says, "This can't be." Lui Cheng asks why Luo Yashi is shaking and tells her to put on something warm so she doesn't catch a cold. Overwhelmed, Luo Yashi runs out of the room. Lui Cheng wonders if she's too late, thinking maybe Linshin already belongs to his first love. She says Linshin is actually really great, especially when he got a little rough with her at the end, and surprisingly, she liked it. Laughing to herself, she wonders when she can go back to being wild and free again. Meanwhile, outside the boys' dorm, Luo Yashi is staring at her phone, stressed that she hasn't gotten any replies to her messages or calls. She wonders if he's just sleeping. Even though Lui Cheng didn't seem like she was lying, if what she said is true, Luo Yashi feels like she really needs to act fast. A guy like Linshin, rich, handsome, fit, and still single, would obviously have a lot of girls chasing him. Determined, she tells herself she won't give up. As people walk by, they whisper to each other, wondering why this girl is standing there in such light clothes. One of them jokes that maybe she ran out after arguing with her boyfriend, while another just comments on how attractive she is. Time passes and it starts to get light outside. Our tired protagonist, after a long night full of games and tension, just wants to sleep. But then, in the distance, he sees someone familiar. He realizes it's Luo Yashi. People nearby start talking. One asks if that's really her, and another says yeah, he saw her waiting all night. Suddenly, Luo Yashi runs straight to Linshin and hugs him tightly, saying she's so glad he's finally back. A bit surprised, he asks if she really waited for him all night. She says it's okay, he's busy, so it's only right she waits. She tells him she understands everything. Confused, he asks what she means. She steps closer and says he's such a good person, and that she realizes how different she is from him. There are probably lots of girls better than her chasing him, but she's okay with that and wants to be more understanding. Just then, she starts to feel dizzy and nearly faints. Worried, Linshin picks her up and says he'll help her rest. He brings her to a bed and lays her down. She thanks him for taking care of her, and when he checks if she's awake, she holds his hand and says he's always so nice to her. Blushing, he says he was too busy last night for her to give him that massage she promised. In his thoughts, he finds it sweet that she waited for him all night and still wants to help him relax. He jokes to himself that you shouldn't waste what's right in front of you. He asks if she really knows how to give massages, and she says of course, he should just relax. She starts rubbing his back, which feels really good to him. She says she'll make him feel even better, and the massage gets even more relaxing. Linshin, clearly enjoying it, tells her he's going to buy her a house closer to campus, since where she lives is too far. But in his mind, he's also thinking about how this will help him financially in some way. Luo Yashi is thrilled, hugging him tightly and saying she can't believe it. She's so happy, she even says she loves him. Her affection level goes up by 4%, reaching 95% now. She tells him that from now on, she'll give him a massage every day. While still hugging Linshin, he says that sounds great, but he starts wondering what kind of massage this really is. Meanwhile, Luo Yashi secretly grabs her phone and texts Lui Cheng, asking what she should do. Linshin just told her he's going to buy her a house. Before this, he had already spent over 10 million just to buy her a handbag. Now a house? She's feeling overwhelmed and doesn't know if she should accept it right away or not. On the other end, Lui Cheng gets super excited. She can't believe Linshin is actually buying a house for Luoyashi and says she doesn't even deserve it. Then, trying to act calm, she texts back and says if he's offering, she should just take it. After all, Linshin has so much money he doesn't know what to do with it. He even spends on pets and gives to people in need without a second thought. But Luoyashi replies calmly. She says it feels strange because she's only been with Linshin for a few days, and he's already spent so much on her. She adds that she's never heard of him spending this kind of money on Lui Cheng before, maybe because Lui Cheng always acted too formal like a big sister. This makes Lui Cheng angry, but to keep her cool, she replies that money doesn't mean anything to her. What matters is the emotional connection she has with Linshin. She says Luoyashi doesn't understand that kind of bond. Still, Luoyashi stays cool, thinking to herself that when Linshin gives her the new house, she'll take a cute selfie with him on the big sofa and send it over, just to tease Lui Cheng a little more. Later, after the morning massage, Linshin says it feels nice to take a quick nap. When he checks his phone, he sees a bunch of messages. Luoyashi is asking where he is because she wants to talk. Lui Cheng sends him a photo and says her waist still hurts but she's okay, then asks when they can go for dinner. Jiang Xian also messaged him, calling him Mr. Spender, and saying she found a more stable professional team for development and wants to meet. Yu Xian says she ordered something with his teacher and found something interesting. And Cha Cha says she's done filming and wants to see him before she leaves. Surprised, Linshin realizes he's suddenly become really popular. He laughs and says, "Wow, what's going on with all these messages?" He remembers how he used to message girls and get ignored, but now it's the other way around. He jokes that keeping up with all these girls is actually kind of exhausting. How does he even have time to chat with everyone? Just then, he gets another message from someone named Mr. Che, who goes by the nickname I Only Sell Cars. Mr. Che says the car Linshin ordered has arrived and asks when he wants to pick it up. Linshin thinks to himself that he totally forgot about this with everything going on lately, and he hasn't saved enough for the car yet. Still, he replies with a thank you and says he'll come pick it up himself. He smiles, feeling pretty good, and decides to go check out the car since he's free this afternoon. Then we shift to the Yan'an Auto Show. The place is packed, and it looks like a lot of people have come to check out the event. He was quietly walking around, thinking that this is a pretty big car exhibition. He also thought the car owner must be a real trickster, first telling him to come pick up the car, and now showing it off like it's merchandise. There were lots of luxury cars here. He didn't even know it was his first time at a car show like this. He also noticed there were a lot of foreigners around. Some people were talking about the boss, Steven, showing them a man in a suit named Steven and a girl with purple hair named Che Mengyun. Nearby, another guy named Su Kuan was waiting. The guy recognized someone he'd seen before and asked the girl if she had a set so he could bring her some water. She quickly told him no. Meanwhile, the foreigner in the suit was talking, and everyone seemed to be talking about him with a lot of respect. The guy tried again, asking the girl if she was hungry and offering to bring her a snack, but she said she wasn't. The staff at the exhibition treated the foreigner with a lot of respect, offering him snacks and drinks. Our main guy took the chance to grab a drink too. He thought it was great. He hadn't expected the car show to have food and drinks. But even so, he felt a little uneasy. In the distance, some staff were handing out free snacks. Our guy got excited, calling it the free side, and seeing there was even dessert. They offered him a dessert that usually sells for $30, which he thought was amazing. He walked over, calling out to the girl to get him an ice cream. She just looked at him with a blank face, probably thinking, what kind of lazy person comes to a car showroom and asks for ice cream? Then she said they were out of ice cream. Our guy didn't catch the attitude and just sighed, saying it was good to get here early. At the same time, another guy came up to ask for ice cream, and surprisingly, he got served with lots of kindness. They even gave him instructions on how to eat the ice cream properly, which kind of annoyed our main guy. Linshin waited for a moment and saw 3 other girls arrive. One of them got excited and asked for an ice cream. The employee told her sorry. They were out of that kind too. The girls left surprised and disappointed, commenting that it was a shame. The employees watched them with a sly look. Then our main guy, annoyed, made a scene. He shouted that the girls were told there was no ice cream for them, but a foreigner just walked in and got some. He asked if ice cream was given out based on race. One of the girls asked if that really happened, and another pointed out that it was true. Look, those 2 foreigners got ice cream. Someone asked what was going on exactly. The employees looked trapped. One thought the guy was causing trouble trouble, and another just apologized again, saying there was a daily limit and only certain clients got the ice cream. Linshin asked if those certain clients meant people who weren't Chinese. He hadn't mentioned it before, but now it seemed important. He asked if they still had any ice cream left and to please give some. The employees said sorry again, it was the last one, and there was none left. Our guy said he didn't believe it and asked them to open the box so he could see. The man in the suit, Steven, asked someone in his display area about the commotion. The guy said it was just a few Chinese people causing trouble and that he'd handle it. He walked away, telling Che Mengyun he was worried about his brother's business being affected. He asked if that wasn't true and told her not to worry because he was there. Che Mengyun, the girl, said that the guy causing the fuss was so annoying. If it weren't for her brother's business ties, she really wouldn't want to deal with him. The guy walked up and asked our main character what the employees were talking about. They seemed to cheer up a bit and called him Manager Shu. Our main character asked if that was the person in charge, saying it was good because the two waitresses only gave ice cream to foreigners, but people from their own country couldn't get any. Then a rude guy came over and asked what the problem was, saying foreigners have money, and if he also had money and came to the car show just to eat and drink, why was he causing trouble? Linshin told him he was sorry to disappoint him but that he was actually here to pick up a car. The rude guy and the employees started laughing. Our main character asked what was so funny. The rude guy said it was ridiculous for him to pick up a car since he couldn't even afford one worth $6,000, and told him there were no cars under $1 million at the Yenzhang Auto Show. He asked if he understood. People nearby started asking what was going on. Someone said the guy seemed like a weirdo who came for free food and drinks and was making a scene. Another said to get him out of there. The rude guy asked why he was still there and called him thick-skinned. Our main character was distracted as he pulled something out and said he finally found it. It was a shiny black card Mr. Che gave him the other day. Everyone there looked shocked. They whispered that it was one of only 5 Fire Diamond VIP cards for the Yenzhang Auto Show. To get one, you have to spend over $10 million and have assets of at least $1 billion. Our main character looked confident and asked if they were finally going to be quiet and listen. The employees quickly apologized, saying they didn't know he was an important person. But he interrupted them, saying it wasn't just about him. They should apologize to all the Chinese people at the show. He said this all started because they were trying to please foreigners, and it wasn't about whether people could afford to buy a car or not. People started clapping and saying she was right. Some said they needed to hear that kind of honest talk. Our main character congratulated the girl and gave her a thumbs up, telling her she was pretty. In the background, the rude guy was annoyed. Just then, Che Mengyun showed up and hugged Linshin. Linshin looked surprised and asked who she was. Che Mengyun asked why Linshin hadn't told her that he was here. She said he was definitely an important guest and needed to be at position C for the ribbon cutting. Later, our main character shouted a question, and Che Mengyun said she forgot to introduce herself. She said she was Che Mengyun, Mr. Che's sister. She told him she'd heard a lot about him from her brother, and our main character thought she was really pretty, leaving him looking stunned. Now he had Che Mengyun's full attention. Sukuan thought who that guy was who showed up out of nowhere trying to steal his girl. Yun told Sukuan that those two guys were from her car sales company. Sukuan said he already knows how to handle this and doesn't need anyone telling him. He thought he was in trouble because of all the commotion. To avoid affecting his sales, he said he had no choice but to do one thing. He started yelling that those two people were just temporary workers. He was really angry and said that Steven's car sales company was firing both of them. Everyone around said that was better and wondered what those two had done. Che Mengyun then said it's just a firing. It can't be that simple. A nervous employee asked what he wanted. Che Mengyun told brother Linshin that if he wanted, he could have the security guards deal with them to get even. But our main character stayed calm and told them not to bother. Che Mengyun told the employees they were lucky Mr. Spender was generous enough to let them go. He shouted at them to get lost. They hesitated but said thanks and ran out to the street. One of them tripped, making the crowd laugh. Someone nearby asked, "Who is Mr. Spender? I've never heard of him." Another said it was the first time seeing Mr. Che's sister so close to a man. Someone else said you never know how active your goddess can be. In the distance, the annoyed guy remembered that it was the same person who humiliated him during a live broadcast and now was stealing from Yun. Some people told Miss Yun that this was Mr. Spender. Another said he's the boss who spent tens of millions of dollars on the live streaming platform. Someone else said, "That's Mr. Spender, I've heard a lot about him." The annoyed guy approached with a man in a suit and apologized to Steven, saying this situation could have been handled easily if they had known Mr. Spender was such a mysterious rich guy. He said Mr. Spender was popular lately, a bit arrogant, always getting into trouble, and probably a sociopath. He accused him of doing all this on purpose to hurt their car sales. Steven said he'd take care of it and came over asking if he was Mr. Spender. He said his name was Steven and that he heard Mr. Spender was very rich and spent a lot of money but thought it all seemed fake, like a Ponzi scheme. Our main character got confused and didn't know what a Ponzi scheme was, so Chae Mengyun explained to Linshin that it's a scam created by a foreigner to trick people into investing money. Our main character said, "So foreigners invented this?" Then Steven's assistant started yelling, saying, "The good thing about Ponzi schemes is scammers are very flashy. They hang out in high society and act generously to trick rich people into investing." He asked if that wasn't what Mr. Spender had been doing so far, and said stupid people believed him. He added that many people were looking for Mr. Spender to invest. Someone else said it was scary and that they almost fell for the trick. Another person said Mr. Spender was a liar. But Chae Mengyun defended him, telling Steven if he didn't have proof, he shouldn't be slandering brother Linshin. The egg mom asked him if he had proof that he wasn't lying. Our protagonist said yes, but he was so sleepy he needed a drink to cool off. Steven didn't get his calm attitude, so he turned his anger towards the three girls from before, accusing them of being his helpers and working together as a team. One girl called him a liar, and Steven warned her he'd call security if she didn't tell the truth. Our protagonist asked if his name was Steven, congratulating him for already getting angry, and said now he was ready to play. Chae Mengyun shouted at Steven, telling him that since he couldn't handle Linshin, he was just picking on other girls, which was really low. Steven just clapped and said he wasn't going anywhere, and if he wanted to prove something, this was easy. He said he had more money than our protagonist and would believe him, but if he lost, Steven would be called a liar all over the city. People around started talking about what was happening. They said Steven was one of the top 5 car dealers in Shanghai, and Yen Shang had come to promote his new car. Some said the winner was already decided. Another guy crossed his arms, saying this fake rich second generation couldn't be richer than Steven. Our protagonist laughed and said, if he loses, send a message to everyone in Yan'an that Steven is a parasite. He asked Steven if he still wanted to compete. Steven called him arrogant and promised to beat him badly. A random guy offered Steven a luxury car worth 10 million, but Steven didn't believe it and asked if he was serious. Steven asked our protagonist if he dared to follow through. Chae Mengyun got upset and said it wasn't fair since Steven owned the company and those were his cars. But Steven said the cars were paid for goods, so what was the problem? He started to complain, but our protagonist calmed Chae Mengyun down and pointed out that the 20 million supercar looked great and that it would be a gift for the three girls, one each. He comforted them for being slandered and said the payment was worth 60 million. People were surprised, and Ada said that was a huge amount. Another person said questioning Mr. S money was a joke and no one doubted Mr. Spender. The girls thanked him, saying the gift was way too expensive and they didn't know how to thank him. Our protagonist told them not to take it too seriously. It was just a competition because he couldn't lose to foreigners. Chae Mengyun said brother Linshin was so impressive. He knew he was extraordinary. Then the bidding started. The annoyed guy said that was expensive and wondered how many more cars he could buy by giving a 10,000 car to another guy who still wanted to continue. Our protagonist asked if that was all and gave a 25 million car. The guy gave another 15 million. Linshin countered with 30 million. The team gave another 16 million. Our protagonist asked again if that was all and added another 32 million. At that moment, Steven's assistant told him that all the cars valued over 10 million from his dealership had been given away, except the first 2 given to the helpers. The rest were handed out to passers-by. Steven was shocked and worried they had lost tens of millions. He couldn't believe it since they were always giving him cars worth 2 or 3 times what he paid, and that was already fully paid for. He asked if maybe our protagonist never ran out of money. Our protagonist saw that Steven was hesitating, so he called him Mr. Leach and asked why he stopped, if there were no cars in the garage or no money left on his card. That made Steven hurry over to a car, saying the earlier cars were just for fun. He admitted that the big boss had scammed a lot of money to be able to spend like that. Then, he proudly showed off a Lamborghini World Limited Edition LP74, worth over 40 million, saying that's something money alone can't buy. He asked what our protagonist was going to do about that. Even though he was hurting inside, our protagonist said, so that's how it is. Steven asked if he wanted to run now, saying if he couldn't get a limited edition like that, he'd lose. Chae Mengyun shouted at Steven not to push it, saying Linshin had already given more than him and he was changing the rules. Steven replied that it would have been better if Linshin had paid as much as him, but it didn't matter because he liked to play and pay more, too. Then he shouted that it was all just garbage. The crowd started saying Steven was just a scammer with lots of money and that the authorities should look into him. Someone said maybe he was missing money and joked that scammers couldn't get limited editions right away, though it didn't really make sense. Our protagonist walked over to a beautiful black sports car and asked if by limited edition, Steven meant that one. A girl was shocked because it was the Rolls-Royce concept car, the Phantom. Steven said confidently that the car was just for show and not for sale. Someone else said Steven had hit a wall and was just mocking our our protagonist. Then, suddenly, Mr. Che arrived like lightning, ready to put everyone in their place. He seemed really happy and called out to Mr. Spender, asking why he hadn't told him earlier that he was coming. Everyone noticed how respectful Mr. Che was to Mr. Spender and heard that the Rolls-Royce Phantom was actually Mr. Spender's car. Without his permission, Mr. Che had put it in the exhibition area to impress guests, hoping Mr. Spender wouldn't mind. He then asked Mr. Spender if he wanted to take it for a test drive. Seeing all this, Steven couldn't believe it. People were shocked that Mr. Che was there with Mr. Spender and that the car was really his. Our protagonist said he didn't want to take the test drive and that he fully trusted Mr. Spender. He told him to just swipe his card because he was going to give the car to Che Mengyun, making a successful payment of 80 million. Hearing that, Steven was even more shocked. People around said that compared to this, Steven's cars were nothing. 80 million was twice as expensive as Steven's limited edition. And the fact that it was being given away? If someone gave a car like that to them, they'd call that person their dad for life. Che Mengyun walked up and kissed our protagonist on the cheek. Mr. Che asked if Mr. Spender was serious about really giving the car to his sister. Che Mengyun looked at him with loving eyes and told Linshin how kind he was. Someone joked that ever since that girl showed up, she'd noticed a change in how much Linshin liked him. Our protagonist, a little sly, called Mr. Steven Mr. Leech and asked why he was just standing there instead of continuing to buy more. Steven, clearly upset, said he had already lost. Our protagonist smiled and said it was time to collect the bet. Steven admitted he was wrong. This guy wasn't some scammer. He was really rich. He'd spent that much money without even flinching. The power behind him was unbelievable, even scary, making Steven nervous. Steven said he made a big mistake doubting Mr. Spender's identity. He called him a ruthless capitalist who sees the Chinese people as easy targets to make money from, shamelessly taking their money. This made people angry, and some started insulting Steven, calling him an awful foreigner and demanding he give the money back. Someone else said Steven supported national production, while another yelled at him never to buy a car again. Our protagonist told Steven it was okay if he wanted to leave now, and Steven agreed. But then people started chasing him, shouting that he wouldn't get away so easily and that they wanted him to pay for the trouble he caused. Someone tried to catch Steven, but another person kicked him away, saying he was Steven's lackey. But people thanked Mr. Spender for helping them see the truth about these dishonest foreigners. A girl asked Mr. Spender if he needed help walking. Our protagonist got a call, and Che Mengyun turned away for a moment, thinking Linshin was so charming. This was only the first time they met, but he already wanted to do something about it. She looked at our protagonist with a flirty smile and said she wanted to ask him out, but then noticed he wasn't there anymore. Someone told her he had taken a call and ran off. Inside, she shouted that she missed a great chance and was really frustrated. She started hitting her brother, who asked why she was upset. The scene changed outside. Linshin had gone out to greet Jiang Xian and signaled Mr. Spender that she'd arrived. Mr. Spender told Jiang Xian he hadn't seen her for a few days and said she looked even more beautiful. She blushed and said she was serious but thought it was strange. She felt annoyed when other men called her beautiful, but when Mr. Spender praised her, it made her happy. Our protagonist apologized, saying the university required them to do an internship in their last year, so he needed her help to find a company. She said it wasn't a problem and joked that everyone thought he was so rich he didn't need to worry about credits. He said he understood and guessed she didn't want to take over the family business and wanted to do an internship and then start her own business. He pretended to agree, but in reality, he thought the main reason was that without the credits, she wouldn't graduate. They got in the car, and he told Mr. Spender he'd get her a director position with a monthly salary of 600,000 and 5 assistants. She said no, she didn't want that, wanted to keep a low profile, and was fine being a regular employee with a 5,000 monthly salary. He said that was fine and called her, as expected from Mr. Spender. We switched to the office scene in a building. The people working there are chatting, asking if they heard that one of the new hires today was personally hired by the president. While they gossip, they say it's important to build a good relationship because this person is going to do really well in the future. A girl, who seems to be the team leader, speaks up loudly. Yuwu says the supervisor will be here soon and tells everyone to get back to their desks. A girl tells her coworker that Yuwu is really attractive. Yuwu thinks they're just a bunch of clueless dreamers and says no one else matters when she's around. The supervisor arrives and asks everyone to pay attention. He introduces the new hires and asks them to introduce themselves first. A guy in a suit with a nice Rolex introduces himself as Su Wenmong. Then our humble protagonist says, "Hi everyone, I'm Linshin, a senior at Yenzhang University." Yuwu thinks Linshin looks like a poor student, while it's clear that Su Wenmong, with the expensive watch, is the president's pick. The supervisor looks at calling him son, and says he's the only transfer this month. Unfortunately, the company doesn't allow family members to work in the same department, so they have to keep a low profile. The workday starts. Yuwu walks over to our protagonist and calls him a rookie, telling him this is his first day task. Linshin says okay. Then the girl goes to Su Wenmong and tells him that's his task task for today, handing him a boring folder that makes noise. Linshin raises his hand and tells the team leader to wait because his task is actually much bigger than Su Wenmang's. She replies, with a bit of attitude, that she's the team leader and as a team member, he has to follow orders. If he has questions, he can ask, but if he's questioning her decisions, that's not going to work. Linshin doesn't show any suspicion and says it's fine, while thinking to himself that it's not easy to get a job. On the first day, they basically throw you a bone. The girl thinks Linshin doesn't even realize how poor he looks and doubts he'll ever get far. Yuwu goes to Su Wenmang and says he can ask her if he doesn't understand anything. He listens carefully and tells the team leader that Su Wenmang understands this part well and she even explains it to him. Time passes, and Linshin finishes his task. He tells the team leader he's done. She reviews his work and thinks the report is very well done. But then she looks at it suspiciously, goes to Su Wenmang, and calls him affectionately, saying she made these reports for him. He takes the reports to the supervisor for his signature. Su Wenmang the team leader, while Su Wenmang shamelessly takes credit for the work in front of Linshin. Linshin notices and directly asks him what he means by taking all the credit. Yuwu replies calmly that since he's still a university student who hasn't graduated, he should practice more because many people don't even get this chance. Linshin answers that he's pretty knowledgeable about CPU terminology and then asks Yuwu if she's not worried about getting noticed by the president. She says she's the only one who really believes she can see the president. Our protagonist leaves, telling her it's good and hopes she can always keep that rebellious attitude. At the end of the day, at the exit, we see Yuwu and Wenmang. He calls her the leader of the U team and says he counts on her because his transfer is ready. She tells him to call her Yuwu. He calls her that and asks if she wants to have dinner with him. She says she's fine, thinking this guy is reliable. He says he'll go get the car she needs. In the background, our proud guy is leaving work. He sees a girl and thinks it's bad luck that she's next to his powerful motorcycle. He walks up to her to excuse himself, but before he can say anything, she turns around and tells him she knew it. She says he only acted cold in front of everyone at the office to save face, but now he's going to talk to me when no one's around. No one is left except our protagonist, who looks surprised at this crazy woman. She keeps talking, saying he doesn't even notice the toad who wants to be with a swan. She admits he's kind of capable but points out he's still a university student, hasn't graduated yet, and has no money or background. She says there's no advantage for him in today's world. Our protagonist, a bit confused, tells her he thinks she's wrong. She keeps talking, saying she's trying to be the spare tire for him but feels sorry because she's not even good enough for that. Linshin finally yells at her to get out of the way because she's blocking his vehicle. He takes his powerful motorcycle to leave. At that moment, Wenmang arrives in a car, talking to Linshin and asking if he really travels on that ugly thing. Linshin confidently says that's fine, and hops on his powerful bike, not paying attention to the nonsense, and speeds off, accidentally knocking down the narcissistic girl who falls to the ground. Wenmang rushes to Yuwu, asking if she's okay. He says it's good he's jealous but that he takes it out on her, and he'll never let her go. She tells him he's an idiot and a pathetic man who can't have her. He tries to get upset but it's clear it's just annoying to worry about her, especially since she costs 120,000 Korean won. Meanwhile, our protagonist thinks he'll let those two go back and forth for a few days. The more arrogant they are, the harder their fall will be. The next day at the office, the team leader tells Linshin to buy coffee for everyone in the department right now. Linshin is surprised and asks why he has to. She says it's a tradition for new employees to buy coffee for their coworkers. Linshin points to Wenmang and asks why he hasn't bought any. The team leader says Wenmang will buy today and tomorrow, so what's the problem? Wenmang then says university students are university students. They've read books but don't know much about the real world. The team leader tells him to give Linshin a chance and asks if he wants to get along with his coworkers, something others can hear at their desks. Linshin asks if that's true and thinks those two get along well. Wenmang tells Linshin not to act weird around him because he has connections above him. Once Linshin's internship is over, it depends on Wenmang if he can stay or not. Linshin just picks his nose and thinks, so what? He knows once the internship ends, he'll have enough credits to graduate and isn't sure who would want to stay and work here. Wenmang says if it were his little brother, he'd find a way to keep him around. The girl tells him he's really nice and asks Linshin why he doesn't thank her. Our protagonist smiles darkly and says he thinks they should be the ones thanking him, something they just don't get. Linshin turns around and tells them he's worried that if this guy were his little brother, he might be in trouble, so it's better to forget that idea. The guy gets angry and asks what he just said, but our protagonist lets out a different kind of breath and says he's right. He is just a university student, no money. Still, he says he'll treat everyone to coffee once the paycheck comes. He adds that since the salary is in, this time the GM will be the first to get coffee. Wenmang is so rich that buying a few coffees for the whole company is nothing. He asks if it's really okay. Surprised, someone says there's maybe one person in the company who can actually afford that, our protagonist. He thanks them and says it's good because he's going to have a mocha. Wenmong gets annoyed because he realizes he's fallen into the guy's trap and is about to say something, but the team leader stops him by giving him a hug and saying thanks. Wenmong, feeling a bit proud, says he's lucky to have so many friends, unlike some people who are broke and don't know office manners. People around hear the noise and start thanking Wenmong. Another girl says the leader is right and apologizes for the background noise but notices it's starting to rain, so everyone should calm down. Wenmong smiles and thanks everyone, saying it's an honor to treat them all to coffee. Linshin just says it's great and tells him to pack up the coffee for next time. Then he looks at his boss, signaling that this guy is messing with him. The boss nods, telling him to stay calm. Then the supervisor asks everyone to pay attention because there's a big project coming up. The team leader says the supervisor is here and everyone should quiet down. The supervisor says he just accepted a project worth 80 million, but the client wants a plan in 3 days. If someone's plan is approved, they'll get a bonus of 800,000. He tells everyone to hurry, assign groups to work on the project, and be careful about who they pick. They need people who know how to work as a team. Everyone says, yes, sir, and the screen shows teams A, B, and C, but none of them include our protagonist. The others make fun of him because no one wants to team up with Linshin, but he calmly says he's fine and asks what the problem is. Wenmong just leaves, calling him arrogant, and says he'll see how long he can keep laughing. Time passes, and everyone is busy working. Our protagonist is eating well and even takes his time leaving, while the others seem to be struggling. 3 days later, our protagonist finishes his project, a business plan for the prosperous city center park. He thinks he's done everything and that his level 1 intelligence is enough to create a solid plan. The team leader notices he hasn't worked overtime in 3 days and asks Wenmong why he looks so relaxed when the meeting is in an hour. Wenmong says he looks like a loser and asks what the problem is. Our protagonist goes to the bathroom. The girl thinks he's just checking on something, but when she sees his computer, she asks what's going on. Wenmong asks what's up, and Estia says his plan is really professional. She points out that the product's positioning is spot on, the entry angle is perfect, and it's very original, better than any of the other 3 groups' plans. She asks if one person really did this in just 3 days. The person, looking a bit nervous, tells him that this can't be real. He must have paid someone to do it. He nervously says that's not the point, and the meeting is about to start, so she should let him give his report. Our protagonist comes back and asks the team leader what's going on. She says seriously that the report will start in less than half an hour. He's the first to head to the meeting room to clean up and get ready. She laughs quietly to herself and tells Linshin with a smile that they're definitely going to approve his plan. Cut to the meeting room. Wenmong is giving the presentation, explaining the whole project and his plan. He says this model can help promote new ways for people to spend, create new hotspots for consumption, and improve the area around it. Then he notices the next slide. The project is signed by Linshin. He panics, quickly changes the slide, and luckily no one seems to notice. He breathes a sigh of relief, thinking that was close. The businessman they're pitching to says the plan isn't bad at all. It's even better than other plans his employees have made and shows great potential. The supervisor thanks Mr. Shan and says he's glad he's happy with the plan. The team leader claps and says, wow, literature and arts, that's impressive. She calls him talented but shy. Another businessman says Linshin was one of the best students from the Me program and that the plan is so good there's no need for any changes or suggestions. The supervisor looks at his son with a proud smile and thinks, it worked. He congratulates him and tells the businessman that if that's the case, they can sign the contract right now. The businessman says that's no problem. The supervisor thinks this contract means he's definitely going to get promoted to director. Wenmong is thinking about the 800,000 bonus, planning to cash in his Rolex. The team leader jokingly says she'll split the bonus with Wenmin, 400,000 each, and she can't wait to buy a Chanel bag. Just then, someone interrupts the room. It's our protagonist. He says they have a lot of nerve stealing someone else's plan. Sudaji looks at his son, who signals to kick Linshin out quickly. Sudaji stands up, furious, and calls him rude for showing up late to such an important meeting and interrupting the contract signing. He tells him to leave and warns that if he thinks this will end here, he's wrong. After the contract is signed, they'll settle things with him. Our protagonist asks what he means, saying that if he hadn't been tricked into the meeting, he'd be the one signing the contract. He points at the team leader and Wenmin, asking if they dare admit they stole his plan. The supervisor, already annoyed, yells at the intern to shut up. The businessman asks what's going on, and the supervisor tells our protagonist that everyone knows the team leader's skills. If he dares to accuse his colleagues of stealing, he'll make him leave in minutes. Our protagonist goes straight up to Wenmong and asks why he won't open page 11 to show the final signature. The nervous guy asks why he should listen to him and open open that page. The team leader steps in and asks everyone to listen. She says it's true that during a meeting when they discussed the plan, Linshin accidentally said something helpful, wrote it down, and even marked his name on the plan. She's surprised he's still using that as proof his plan was stolen. The other coworkers start paying attention and join the conversation. One says Linshin hasn't been working on time for the past 3 days and never stays late. Another adds that if someone actually made such a great plan, no one would believe it. He's not just lazy, but trying to steal others' hard work. Linshin confidently replies that the team leader might be a little too excited, but he still has several versions of his first draft saved on his computer at his workstation. Now the team leader gets a bit nervous and stays quiet. Sudaji smiles at the situation, and the whole group starts to make a fuss over a lost watch. Sudaji points and asks if Linshin stole it. Linshin doesn't say anything but just looks at him like, "I've been right here the whole time. How could I steal it? Silly." Sudaji tells his son to go check Linshin's workstation. Wenmong says he'll do it and quickly returns with the watch, claiming he found it there and that Linshin really did take it. Our protagonist, with a serious and challenging look, asks if they're trying to distract from the real issue by blaming him, saying they're pretty good at that. Sudaji thinks it's a smart move. He secretly took off his watch while talking to Yuwu, then had Wenmong pretend to look for it at Linshin's desk. But even if he guessed it, what would it prove? Sudaji says the evidence is clear and can't be denied. Still, he says he's a decent person, and if Linshin just kneels and asks nicely, he won't call the police, but firing him is inevitable. Then some quick-to-judge coworkers start insulting our protagonist, telling the supervisor he shouldn't be lenient and should call the police. Others agree, saying it's terrible to have someone like that as a coworker and that you never know when someone might steal. Our protagonist glares at them grimly. Sudaji tells him that if he won't leave, it's fine. He'll call security to escort him out. Security moves to grab him, but just then someone shouts for them to stop. They freeze and see someone passing by, the president's secretary. Everyone respectfully makes way for her. The supervisor gets really alert, asking why she's here. He's even more shocked when he realizes the president is right behind her. Sudaji says, "Oh no, why didn't you tell her the president was coming so she could prepare?" The assistant calmly says the president can come whenever she wants. Sudaji apologizes and promises to watch his tone. Then the supervisor starts giving orders loudly, telling some to bring a chair and others to prepare some Westlake Long Jean tea. The businessman they were dealing with tries to introduce himself to the president, saying it's an honor to meet her, but she just passes by without stopping, leaving him feeling ignored. The assistant apologizes and explains the president is busy right now. Sudaji tells the president that everything is ready and asks her to sit down. He also mentions he just closed a big deal worth 80 million with Mr. Sean. Then Jiang Xian helps our protagonist sit down and tells him to relax and enjoy some tea. He does, leaving everyone else looking shocked and dumbfounded, like they can't believe what they're seeing. Linshin tells Jiang Xian the tea is too hot. She says sorry and quickly starts blowing on the tea to cool it down. Everyone watching suddenly reacts with surprise, confused by what just happened. One person asks what's going on. Wenmong asks if he's dreaming. Someone else wonders if he's dazzled. Another just can't believe what they just saw. While Jiang Xian smiles and asks our main character if the temperature is okay, Lin replies, "It's perfect, thank you." Then he asks, "What's going on?" Jiang says he can relax now. She's going to take care of the whole situation. She turns to her assistant and gives a signal. The assistant walks over to half-hair Fatty and calmly asks if he knows the mistake he made. Fatty starts getting nervous. He knows he's in trouble. Just then, one of the employees runs over to the secretary and says they found the documents. He tosses them at Kat, saying it's the original draft of the project that Linshin made. It was found right at his desk. He tells him to take a look himself. Fatty drops to his knees and admits that it's Linshin's plan that caused all this. The other employees start catching on. The secretary begins pointing fingers, accusing them of stealing ideas, teaming up with their juniors to push others out, and misusing their authority to promote Wenman, who wasn't even qualified. She says they were violating company rules and even brought Wenmong into the department secretly, who's been doing shady stuff behind everyone's back. People start whispering, shocked, asking if Director Shu really did all that. The secretary says that Shu messed with Mr. Spender, and now her luck's run out. That name gets Fatty's attention. He suddenly realizes, could it be that Mr. Spender? The same one who invested 500 million in the CEO's tech company and is now the biggest shareholder? Turns out, Mr. Spender was actually Linshin all along. The three troublemakers are shocked, speechless and panicking. One of them mutters that this can't be real. The secretary then announces that Fatty and Gold Digger are both fired immediately. Fatty starts yelling, no. Meanwhile, Wenmong snaps, blaming everything on the Gold Digger. He even starts throwing accusations at her, asking if she's secretly seeing his dad and going to a hotel with him. She yells back, asking what he's talking about and says he's the one in the wrong. She thought he had some real connections, but it turns out he's just the son of a lousy manager trying to act like a big shot. Things get heated. The ex-manager jumps in, accusing Lin of messing with his son. Wenmong fires back at his dad, saying, Mom works so hard at home, but you're over here doing all this at work? The dad tries to slap him, calling him a traitor. It becomes a full-blown mess in front of everyone. The assistant steps in, tells them all to quiet down, and calls security to escort them out. As they're being dragged out, they keep yelling and making a scene. Once they're gone, the other employees walk up to our main character and respectfully call him Mr. Spender. They apologize for misunderstanding him, saying that everything happened because of Shu's lies. Jiang Xian then asks if he's satisfied with how things turned out. He says it's alright, but the company really needs to do a better job hiring people and checking their backgrounds. She laughs and says she wanted him to be the director before, but he turned it down. He smiles and says he just prefers staying low-key. Jiang Xian turns to Linshin and asks if he remembers talking about finding a professional team. She says the investigation has made a lot of progress and wants to show him the results. He seems interested. Meanwhile, one coworker says she's surprised to see that the legendary tough boss actually has a sweet and gentle side. They all walk into Jiang Xian's office, and our main character comments on how luxurious it looks. She laughs and says she actually spends most of her time at her tech companies, so she hasn't used this office much. Jiang Xian focuses on her computer and tells him that what she's showing is her latest achievement. Our main character walks over and says he doesn't really understand it, but still, it looks impressive, especially since it's all just data and code. He compliments her and says she's done a great job. Then, without hesitation, he says he's going to invest another 500 million in her. He quickly pulls out his phone and transfers the money right away. This boosts her project's progress by 10%. Sitting at her desk, she thanks him and says she definitely won't let him down. But right at that moment, something unexpected happens. Jiang Xian suddenly falls, and Linshin quickly asks if she's okay. He notices she seems stuck and says he'll stay calm and talk to help keep things steady while thinking of what to do. Then, a vague memory starts to play in his mind, something confusing and odd, like a girl being stuck in a washing machine, calling for help. Linshin shakes his head, wondering why such strange things are popping into his head. He realizes this is serious and he needs to act quickly. Jiang Xian calls out for help, saying she can't move. Linshin says he'll try to help her up, but she tells him to stop. It hurts. He quickly apologizes. Outside the room, the secretary hears them and gets suspicious. She calls out, asking if everything is okay and if help is needed. Jiang Xian says no, everything's fine. She tells Lin that if people see her like this, everything she's worked hard to build could fall apart. He responds that being a director isn't easy. He suggests gently helping her move to the sofa and adjusting her position so she's not stuck anymore. She apologizes for the trouble. He carefully lifts her and asks if it hurts. She blushes and says no. He places her gently on the sofa and tells her to lie down and raise her waist a little so he can help support her. He asks her to be patient and says this is better than being stuck and unable to move. Outside the door, the assistant overhears and starts to misunderstand what's going on. How could such a smart and strong president be in this situation? Then he pauses and reminds himself that maybe he misunderstood. Lin takes the chair from Jiang Xian and says he finally managed to help her. She's clearly tired, and her dress is slightly torn. She thanks him. Lin points it out, and she says it's okay, she has a backup outfit and will go change. They walk into another room, and our main character is shocked to see that the office includes a luxury wardrobe. He thinks to himself that his imagination is limited by growing up poor. As they pass by, he sees a dress and comments that it looks nice. Jiang Xian notices him looking. He leaves the room to give her space to change, saying he'll wait. She says okay, but because of the lighting, she notices that his shadow is still visible through the door. When he realizes this, he jokes to himself that as a gentleman, maybe he should just grab a stool and take a look, then immediately scolds himself, thinking, what am I doing? She yells at him, and he gets flustered, saying he wasn't looking or doing anything wrong. While changing, Jiang Xian thanks him again, saying that her family never supported her decision to start a business. They all thought her tech company would fail, but he was the only one who believed in her, the only one willing to invest $1 billion without setting limits and letting her chase her dreams freely. She tells him that she promises never to let him lose money on his investments. But in his mind, our main character actually hopes she does lose money, because if she keeps making a profit, she won't need more investment. But if she loses, he'll have a reason to keep investing more. He tells her it's totally fine, that he's not worried about the money. If she really wants to repay him, she should just give it her all and help the business grow. At first, she doesn't get what he means, but then it clicks. What Linshin is trying to say is that he's not interested in saving money. He wants to pour more resources into research, especially for industrial chips. He wants China to develop its own tech and reduce its dependence on other countries. She used to think only only about money, but now she realizes Linshin is truly amazing. She sees him as a real leader. Her respect for him grows by 20%, bringing her total affection score up to 52. Linshin notices this sudden jump in her affection and thinks to himself that, give it your all, might just be the most romantic thing he's ever said. Then Jiang Xian comes out after changing, and our main character blushes. It's the same dress he had noticed earlier. She seems really happy to see his reaction. As they walk through the company halls, Jiang Xian tells her assistant to go prepare things at the hotel. The assistant agrees right away. Some nosy coworkers watch them walk by and start whispering. One asks the other if they saw the president and Linshin go into the office earlier, then come out wearing different clothes. Another one says it's the first time they've seen the executive director in such a stylish dress. Jiang Xian tells Linshin that after dinner, she's going to share some of her proudest accomplishments. He says that sounds great, and he'd also like to learn more. The scene changes to the two of them having dinner together. Jiang Xian tells him she saw his project plan and thinks it's incredible. She can't believe it's his first time doing this kind of work. Linshin humbly says that luckily, this project was actually pretty simple. That comment makes her affection for him jump another 15%, bringing the total to 77%. Later that night, Jiang Xian is talking to Yuxian and says she didn't expect Linshin to be so capable. He's calm, polite, and surprisingly talented. Yuxian then playfully asks if her cold and proud CEO's side is finally falling for him. Jiang Xian says she's not sure. Then Jiang Xian changes the topic and asks if Yuxian has a flight to Japan tomorrow. She wonders why she hasn't gone to sleep yet. Is it because she's excited about going with her high school classmate? Yuxian starts acting flustered, a little embarrassed, and says there's nothing going on between them, they're just classmates. Jiang Xian teases her, saying, then what's the point of having a classmate if he's not even helping you? She reminds her that she's basically committed to him now. Yuxian pouts and says she's not going to talk to her anymore and that she's going to bed. Jiang Xian laughs and says goodnight, then hangs up. Afterward, Yuxian quietly thinks to herself that she really wants to go overseas with Linshin. She's super excited, it feels like a real date. The scene shifts to a building in Japan. A large man named Kamita is talking to his assistant. The assistant tells him that the funds are ready. Kamita asks how much, and the assistant says it's enough for him to buy whatever he wants at the Hantan auction next week. Kamita says that's good, but then asks what's going on with that arrogant guy. He says that Chao Jun mentioned the person had already booked a flight. Kamita laughs and says that guy is bold, but it's fine, because if he dares to mess with the Kamita consortium, they'll just embarrass him at the auction. He shouts that this is his turf now and shows off how much power he holds, including access to shady people. We switched scenes 10 days later. On a plane, Yuxian checks her phone and sees a breaking news update. It says that 2 days before the auction officially opened, it had already become the biggest one in Japan in the past 4 years. The event draws collectors from all over the world. Our main character, sitting next to her, says he almost missed the flight but luckily grabbed an economy seat. He notices something's off and asks what's wrong. She says she's excited about seeing all the rare artifacts but also nervous. She heard that Chao Jun works for a powerful company called Poltron Seat, and he didn't seem to have good intentions. She's worried that if they lose the auction, things could go badly. But the protagonist stays calm and says confidently that it's okay. Even without that group, he'll do everything he can to win the artifacts for China. Just then, a noisy kid runs into the cabin shouting something about Ultraman attacking, waving his hands wildly. He sits in the seat behind Yuxian and starts kicking her chair. She turns around and kindly tells the kid it's not polite to do that. But the brat just blurts out something rude and totally inappropriate, saying weird stuff about her appearance. She's shocked and asks what he's even talking about. The kid throws a tantrum, smacks her phone out of her hand, and it falls on the floor. Linshin gets angry and starts scolding the boy, but Yuxian tells him to calm down, saying that kids don't always understand what they're doing. Linshin says that's nice of her, but if no one teaches them now, they'll become even worse later. Just then, the same kid runs by again, still shouting nonsense about Ultraman. He swings a toy past Yuxian, and it snags her skirt, tearing it and making part of it fall. She quickly covers herself, clearly embarrassed. Linshin stands up, angry, and calls out to the kid, but the boy immediately starts crying and yelling that he's in pain. At that moment, the kid's mom rushes in, calling out to her baby and asking what happened. The kid blames Yuxian and claims she was bothering him. The mom turns to Yuxian and accuses her of picking on a child. Linshin tries to explain that it was the kid who started the trouble, but Yuxian interrupts and calmly says it wasn't like that. She explains the truth. Her skirt got caught because the child was running around with a toy. The mom brushes it off and says, "So what if a child runs? Didn't you run around when you were a kid?" She then tells Yuxian that if she doesn't have kids, she shouldn't be judging. The conversation starts getting rude, and she throws in a sarcastic "blessed you" comment while looking her up and down. The kid even joins in, copying what his mom says. Yuxian, clearly flustered but standing her ground, replies firmly, "What's wrong with what I'm wearing? I can dress how I want. And if that's how you teach your child to behave in public, maybe you should rethink your approach." If Yuxian is saying she doesn't know how to raise a child and starts calling her a sellout. The little kid also chimes in, copying his mom, and says he's more well-behaved than her. Then he points out something about her clothes, saying they were pink. The mom quickly covers his eyes and says that these days, people who don't dress properly walk around with holes in their pants and skirts. Yuxian quickly tries to cover herself. With a smug look, the mom says her child's mental health is being harmed by people like her and calls her disrespectful. Poor Yuxian is left speechless and starts tearing up, clearly upset by how the situation is going. That's when our main character finally steps in. He says that now he understands why some people act so out of place. It's because of moms like her who let their kids run wild and create a scene. He says she's bringing shame to everyone from their country on an international flight. The angry woman shouts back, saying that barking like a dog won't scare her. She threatens to call the flight attendant and have him removed from the plane. But he replies calmly, saying that it's a good idea. He even suggests listing all the things her son did, like using his toy to mess with someone's clothes, causing her to fall, and then throwing a tantrum. He adds that maybe the kid should be taken to the police and made to take responsibility. The mom is stunned by how bold he is. Her son, the brat, begs her to do something, but she stays silent. Then our main character checks on Yuxian, asking if she's okay. She's still in shock and says he's amazing. He tells her that people like that only push around those who stay quiet. If you stand your ground, they can't do anything. Her affection toward him quietly goes up by 5%. The loud woman starts yelling again, calling everyone in economy class poor and says they're not that impressive. But the people around her start to react. One person asks if she's upset because she has to fly economy now. Another says flying first class doesn't make someone better. Someone else tells her she's just being ridiculous. She gets even more annoyed and yells that none of this is their business and accuses them of ganging up on her. Our main character politely asks the flight attendant to escort the woman back to her first class seat because she's disturbing everyone. Meanwhile, one of the flight attendants is checking her phone and silently thinking how annoying this drama is. She's also thinking about posting something online about a summer festival in the national games. Just then, another flight attendant joins her and comments on her makeup. She brushes it off, saying it's just a little. The second one asks what she's doing with the snacks. She says she's just serving water and that it's the other girl's turn now. The first flight attendant says that everything depends on who's skilled enough to get what they want. But a third attendant quickly reminds them to keep their voices down so the first-class passengers don't hear. She also mentions someone named Mr. Fei, a well-known second-generation rich guy from Yangjiang who sells airplanes. Turns out, he's traveling with the same group as our main character. She then comments that she heard Mr. Spender also went to Japan, and she's heading there too for a business trip. One of the flight attendants wonders if she'll run into Mr. Spender. Her coworker continues explaining that Mr. Spender is still close friends with President Spring, and that it's best not to get too involved with him. Then, they lift the curtain and sneak a peek. One points and says, "Look, even the captain left the cockpit just to come greet him." Another attendant tells a stewardess named Shen to quickly go take care of a first-class guest, asking her why she's still focused on the passengers in economy. Shen replies that there are first-class passengers back there too, then walks off annoyed while the others giggle. As she approaches, she puts on her friendliest smile and greets the guest, asking if she can help with anything. Yuxian calmly points to the rude woman and says that she's supposed to be in first class but came back here just to cause trouble and disturb the rest of the passengers. The male lead compliments, saying she handled that really well and learns fast. Many people in the comments supported her, but some still think the scruffy woman is the real star of the drama. Shouts out that the scruffy woman is actually the wife of President Yen Chan of the Union Group, asking the flight attendant whether she believes this high-profile woman or a random passenger. The flight attendant looks a bit unsure and tells the main characters that maybe there's been some misunderstanding. After all, the woman bought a first-class ticket to enjoy peace and quiet. It seems unlikely she'd come to economy class just to cause problems. The scruffy woman laughs. That's when Linshin speaks up, asking the attendant if she's implying that only economy passengers cause issues, and first-class passengers are always perfect. The flight attendant avoids answering directly and says that's not what she meant. At the same time, the female lead feels annoyed, wondering why their row is attracting so much attention and noise. She quietly asks why someone would even be flying economy if they didn't have enough points. The scruffy woman laughs again and says, "See? This is the difference between upper-class people and lower-class people. With the right connections, it's easy to blacklist someone from flying with Summer and Winter Airlines. Her kid also laughs and calls the male lead a dog man, saying it's a shame for him. The woman warns him not to even dream about flying with their airline again. But our protagonist stays calm and says he's not worried about it. Just then, Mr. Fei enters the scene and asks what's going on, why there's so much arguing, and where the flight attendants are. One of the blonde stewardesses apologizes to Mr. Fei, explaining that a passenger in economy class was causing some issues but that they're handling it now. She says sorry for disturbing his flight. The scruffy woman laughs again, then smugly turns to the male lead and says, "You're finished now." That's Mr. Fei, a well-known second-generation rich guy from Yan'an City. His family sells airplanes and knows all the top people in summer and winter. He flies often for business and has a lot of influence. "I'll have you blacklisted right now." She walks over to Mr. Fei and greets him, saying she's the wife of the God Look Group president and reminds him they met at a reception last week. Then, with a smirk, she points at the main character and Yuxian and says they're the ones who were causing trouble earlier, trying to make them look bad. Even though the scruffy woman keeps shouting, no one listens to her. Meanwhile, Mr. Fei looks closely at our main character, then suddenly gets excited. He hurries over and says, "So you're Mr. Spender. I can't believe I'm finally meeting you in person." Linshin is a bit confused because he doesn't recognize Mr. Fei. Mr. Fei tries to jog his memory by saying he's just a plain salesman from the Prince's Daughters group. Then, it clicks for Linshin, and he says he's the one who's honored. Mr. Fei laughs and says what a great coincidence this is, and thanks him for remembering. The kid and his mom are completely stunned. The boy yells at his mom, asking why that so-called big boss is being so friendly with the dog man. His mom immediately slaps him and tells him to keep quiet, saying Mr. Fei is not someone their family can afford to mess with. Then Mr. Fei turns to the flight attendant and says he wants Mr. Spender and the lady with him moved to first class, and to put it on his Premier Gold card. The attendant agrees right away. The rude woman and the stewardess are in total disbelief, but our main character politely thanks Mr. Fei, saying he was considering sitting in first class, but honestly, just seeing that woman's face puts him in a bad mood, so he'd rather stay in economy. Mr. Fei smiles and says that's no problem. He adds that the chairman of Summer and Winter Airlines is a personal friend, and he'll make sure that woman never flies with them again. He says that should be enough to calm things down. In the background, the rude woman tries to act innocent, claiming it's all a misunderstanding. Then, dramatically, she says she's dizzy and her heart hurts, begging Mr. Spender to show mercy. But the main character tells her to keep pretending, because everyone knows it was her son who started the trouble, and she let it happen. The mom and kid both start whining, saying he's just a child, and accusing the rich of picking on single moms and kids. Mr. Fei finally has enough. He shouts that she's the only one on the plane causing chaos and disturbing everyone's peace. He says that once the plane lands, she'll be dealt with by airport security. She begs him not to take it further, but all the passengers start clapping. Someone even says they found a video of a blonde flight attendant calling everyone idiots, and they plan to post it online to make sure she doesn't keep her job. Now both the woman and the flight attendant feel totally defeated. When they land at the Little Japan airport, we see security escorting the troublemaker and her kid off the plane. Meanwhile, Mr. Fei chats with our protagonist, asking if he came to Little Japan for business. The main character says he's here for the Hondo auction in 2 days. He plans to buy back all the Chinese cultural artifacts. Mr. Fei is impressed, calling him the pride of China and saying he's embarrassed to have even compared himself with him. Then he gets serious and warns Mr. Spender to be careful of a guy named Kamita, a sneaky businessman who's also after Chinese relics at the auction. Mr. Fei says no one's been able to beat him so far. Kamita has a bad habit of using money to overpower others and embarrass them publicly. Some say strange accidents have happened to his competitors afterward, nothing proven, but rumors say he has certain, trained professionals, helping him out. He warns that facing Kamita won't be easy. Yuxian nervously tells the main character it's no surprise Chao Jun led them here. Maybe she wanted him to get into trouble with Kamita. She says Chao Jun might have planned this from the start. She worries and asks why they don't just go back, but the main character clenches his fist coolly and says, "If I leave now, all those precious Chinese artifacts will fall into Kamita's hands. I'm not letting that happen." He adds with a smirk that he might even make some gold out of this by turning the auction around in his favor. Mr. Fei comments that Mr. Spender is really good looking. Yuxian is clearly impressed too. Her affection meter goes up to 15%. But from a distance, a girl with pink hair, her face hidden, watches them. She's the next person targeting Linshin and Yuxian. She confirms her target has been located. We flash back to a past conversation where Kamet tells her that, based on intel, Yuxian will appear at the airport with a rich Chinese guy. He reminds her of her mission, calling her his top dark Saito. She confidently replies that she knows what to do and won't go overboard. Just a little warning so the guy shows up to the auction alive and nervous. She even jokes about maybe switching sides and calling Mr. Spender her new master. Then she reports that she sees Yuxian standing next to her target, the rich rich Chinese guy, Linshin. At that moment, Linshin says he's feeling a bit thirsty and goes to grab a bottle of water. He asks Yuxian if she wants one too, but she says she's fine and will wait by the car. The shinobi thinks this is the perfect chance. She plans to lightly tap him with her ring, which has a special poison. It won't do anything serious, just cause some mild symptoms like vomiting or a bad stomach for a day. She calls it a welcome gift from her master. She moves in to strike, but right then, Linshin is distracted by the water machine. He's shocked, saying, "What? This tiny bottle costs 80 yuan? At home, this is just 2 yuan. He complains, wondering why things are so expensive in Japan. That delay catches the shinobi off guard, and she misses her moment to act. Then Linshin sees a water fountain nearby and gets excited. He runs over and happily drinks, saying it tastes great, and the best part is, it's free. The shinobi is stunned. Is this really the rich Chinese guy who bought a museum for 1 billion yuan? She thinks. She finds his behavior so odd, she decides to keep watching. Linshin returns to Yuxian, who tells him she let Mr. Fei's car leave first. She wanted to spend more time with Linshin and enjoy the moment. She blushes a bit, clearly enjoying being with him. Linshin smiles and says, "Alright, let's take a taxi." He asks a driver how much it costs to go to their destination. The driver replies, "The base fare is 152 yuan. Linshin shouts, "That's way too expensive." He grumbles about how pricey it is. He then spots the airport bus nearby and says it only costs 30 yuan. He suggests they take the bus instead. Yuxian laughs and agrees to follow his lead. They head toward the bus stop together. Linshin says he's not in a rush anyway and wants to enjoy the sights along the way. The shinobi, watching from behind, seriously starts to wonder, is this guy really rich? The scene shifts to the hotel lobby. The staff hands something to Linshin and tells Yuxian that his coupon only gives a 10 yuan discount. Linshin says it's all good. He's got another one they can use together. He tells Yuan that the first coupon wasn't wasted, and now they're saving another 30 yuan. Yuan just stares at him, while the pink-haired shinobi nearby thinks to herself that this guy is such a cheapskate. She remembers he promised kids a fun clown, but all they got was this penny pincher. There's no way this guy is a multimillionaire. He looks more like Yuan's assistant. She wonders where the real target, the rich Chinese man, is. Cut to Linshin's hotel room later that night, around 10 p.m. He's playing what looks like a fighting game on his phone and casually pulling off triple kills and more. Then someone knocks on the door. He glances over and sees the pink-haired girl greeting him, saying she's from room service and bringing him a midnight snack. He opens the door with a smile, saying he's starving, and invites her in. Though he's a little confused, he doesn't remember ordering anything. She serves the food, and he starts eating. But as soon as he takes a bite, the system alerts him that the food contains a tranquilizer. Luckily, his passive ability kicks in and cancels the effects. He keeps eating and stares at her, realizing the food was laced with a substance used by the military. It's obvious this was sent by Kamita. He decides to play along. He fakes feeling dizzy and the system suddenly pops up with a new notification. A beautiful woman has been detected and a counterattack mission has started. He didn't expect this girl to be the next target. She walks closer and gently brushes her hair back while asking where the rich guy named Linshin, the one with Yuxian at the auction, is. The system shows her favorability is at -30%. Linshin pretends the substance is affecting him and says he has a thing for older girls with strong personalities. The girl blushes a bit and thinks that the substance must be making him lose self-control and say whatever comes to mind, even embarrassing things. She quickly regains her composure, smiles, and asks if he really likes her that much. Then she tries again, asking where the tycoon is. Linshin, staying in character, pats her leg and says he's too hungry to think straight, but if she feeds him, he might remember. She agrees and lets him sit on her lap. He jokes that it's not his fault if she's spoiling him like this. She feeds him and playfully asks, "Is it tasty?" He nods and says it's really good. Then, pretending to remember, he tells her that the rich guy mentioned he wouldn't show up until the official opening of the auction, to make a grand entrance. Saito, the girl, says that sounds about right and matches what June told her about his personality. She starts acting more friendly and leans in closer to Linshin, saying it's time to play a new game, which makes him blush. But it doesn't last long. Suddenly, an alarm goes off and Linshin starts yelling. Saito calmly tells him it's too late now and says, "Sleep well." Linshin pretends to pass out and she puts his mask back on, saying he won't remember anything when he wakes up. After she leaves and shuts the door, Linshin snaps back to normal. He thinks to himself that she's definitely been professionally trained. Her leg strength was on another level. If he hadn't blocked her move using his level 3 strength arm, he probably would have been knocked out for real. As the scene opens, Linshin is thinking about how the auction hasn't even started yet and Kamita already wants to deal with him. It shows just how eager he is for this event. Now it's auction day. The venue is is packed with people. Some of them recognize President Kamida's daughter and greet her as she walks in with Chao Jun and Saito. Saito tells her teacher, Tato, that this guy is expected to show up today, so they could ambush him right at the entrance and finish things there. But the larger man says there's no need for that. He explains that in China, there's an old saying about a turtle hiding its head. It describes someone who doesn't dare to show their face, always hiding because they're scared. He says that just by hiding, their opponent is already showing weakness. Chao Jun says that if Linshin really shows up today, he won't make it out. Saito then adds that all Chinese people are the same, scared and useless, saying that Linshin's behavior yesterday was a perfect example. But suddenly, Saito notices something strange. There's a crowd forming in front of the venue. She wonders what's going on. That's when she sees Yu Xian, and next to her is Linshin. Chao Jun yells out in shock, asking, "What the heck?" That's Linshin. Lin turns around, looking calm and confident. Chao Jun says that if Saito hadn't shown up earlier, they might have been fooled. Saito is completely surprised too. She just realized that he's the real wealthy guy. Linshin walks up and says that the faces here are all familiar, except the short one in the middle. He guesses she might be Kamida's woman. Saito now thinks back and realizes she was tricked. Maybe the substance she used didn't work. She wonders if he figured out who she was from the start, and Kamita tells her she messed up. Chao Jun calls out Linshin, saying he's got some guts to show up, but that in front of President Kamita, he's nothing. Linshin replies sarcastically, asking how he could be so rude in front of Mr. Well, let's just say the insult didn't quite match his expression, making it look like the translator messed up on purpose. Linshin just says he's the junior here, so he'll politely let Mr. Kamita go first. Kamita, trying to play nice, welcomes Linshin as a young talent from China and says he hopes he won't be disappointed. Linshin replies that there's no need to worry, he plans to surprise him. Now inside the auction, a woman steps on stage to greet everyone. Before starting, she gives a quick introduction. She explains that the Hippodo auction is the biggest charity auction in the country, and it's recognized worldwide. 90% of the proceeds will go to the World Aid Union. She thanks all the prominent guests from around the world. She mentions Mr. Kenjin Kamita, chairman of Kamita Corp, Andy John from the J family, Ikoku from Louisiana, Vanguard Babak from the Middle East, and finally, Mr. Linshin from China. People in the crowd start whispering, asking, "Who's Linshin? Never heard of him." Some people behind the crowd whisper that the guy with Linshin's group probably isn't a real nobility. They think he's just new money trying to broaden his experience. Yu Xian feels bothered by this. He stands up, walks to the stage, and grabs the microphone. He starts by apologizing for taking up their time. Then he introduces himself as Linshin from China. He explains that since China is a country that values respect and tradition, he normally wouldn't make a big scene like this. But today, he wants to make some friendly connections. He says he came for Chinese antiques, so any Chinese relic he finds, he's going to get it, especially the latest item in the auction brochure, a cultural relic that was stolen and scattered overseas. Yu Xian looks at him with a lot of respect. Linshin continues, saying since this is a charity auction, they let him join the raffle with everyone else. No matter how much he wins, he promises to double that amount and donate it all to charity. Saito listens but looks pretty indifferent. Linshin then gives a friendly warning to everyone to be careful with their bids, or they might end up losing a lot. He asks the crowd to give him a chance, but some people don't react. Some folks comment that Linshin sounds pretty full of himself. Chao Jun says he doesn't even know what he's talking about. The women nearby keep chatting, and one of them says it's interesting that he actually promised to add money to the donation. Kamita looks confident and says it's just a bluff, calling Linshin a joke with nothing to worry about. One of Kamita's assistants tells him everything's set. The Jez group brought 5 billion, and the Triple S group from the far Middle East brought 4.8 and 4.5 billion, so the 8 billion fund they prepared can easily dominate the market. The assistant goes on to say this auction is part of Kamita's plan to revive the great heritage of the East. After the auction, it'll be in all the papers, and Kamita's project will take off. The stock prices for the Kamita group will soar, and Matsumoto, backed by Sabatu, will be able to become president. He says everything's perfect and, with confidence, jokes that on his way to the top, he's going to crush anyone in his way. The presenter announces the auction is officially starting. The first item is an incense burner from a certain period, starting at 8 million. A guy next to Kamita bids 30 million. They ask if anyone wants to go higher. Linshin is sitting with a book and asks Yu Xian if the statue of AR, which was exported to China during the Japanese Toku era and doesn't really fit with Chinese culture, can be sold here. Yu Xian says it's fine because back then, many countries made goods to export, so styles varied a bit. Then she blushes, feeling embarrassed, and apologizes, saying Linshin knows more about cultural relics than she does. Linshin smiles and says he likes how she gets involved when talking about antiques. He says serious people are the best. She's happy and agrees, which raises her affection for him by 5%. People around notice the good vibe between them. She calls him an ignorant patriot, playfully but with confidence. The auction of Chinese artifacts is up next, and she wonders how she's going to handle his straightforward approach. Right then, the presenter announces the second item, a blue and white peacock plate from China, starting at 10 million. Linshin raises his bid number, and everyone around is surprised. They all think, this arrogant kid is really starting to make a move. So, they decide to show him what they're made of. Linshin says he's offering 300 million, which shocks the others because they didn't expect such a big bid right away. They wonder why he's putting in so much all at once. Kamita asks what kind of price that is. Still confident and a bit cocky, says that the weak and nervous way others think is really sad. Someone asks Kamita if he wants to make a bid, and he replies that this porcelain plate is only worth about 180 million at most. If someone wants to lose money by buying it, that's up to them. The presenter then announces with authority that bid number 008 is 300 million for the blue and white peacock plate. Linshin stands up and tells Yuxian that the peacock plate matches her beauty and that he's giving it to her. People nearby comment that he's bidding 300 million just to give it to his girlfriend, wondering if it's really worth that much. Another person says it's just a piece of pottery, just a decorative item. Yuxian looks a little nervous but then happily thanks Linshin, saying she really likes it. Some people joke about hoping singles have mercy on them. The presenter announces the third item, an 8-foot Kuriko J from Japan's Kotoku period, starting at 8 million. Kamita quickly raises his hand to bid 20 million, but Linshin surprises everyone again by offering 500 million. Chao Jun, looking frustrated, asks if Linshin didn't say he'd only bid on Chinese relics. Kamita's assistant says Linshin did it on purpose just to annoy Kamita. Kamita is annoyed but thinks it's a childish way to provoke him and decides not to worry about it. The presenter announces that bid 008 is 500 million for the Kuriko J. Linshin turns to the competition and says this item is for Miss Iris Saito as a thank you for her massage service, which surprises the girl. Kamita angrily asks if Iris told Linshin her real secret name. She nervously denies it and says she must have used some secret technique to find out. She asks her teacher to trust her and says she'll reject Kuriko J. Kamita angrily asks why she'd reject it since it's a gift from Linshin. He orders her to accept it. Reluctantly, she agrees, which lowers her favorability toward Linshin by 10 points. Linshin thinks it's rare to find someone who takes money but loses favor for it. He also notices Kamita's mocking expression. Saito watches from a distance, looking pretty annoyed. She wonders what Linshin is doing, giving a gift for no reason, and now her teacher misunderstood him. Then Saito thinks this is the first time someone has given her a gift, so her affection for him increases by 5%. But then her mood swings, and she thinks he's unpleasant, dropping her affection by 3%. Linshin is surprised to see her affection go down again, then up by 1%, then down 1%, then up and down a bit more. Eventually, Linshin just accepts the confusing changes and wonders to himself what exactly is going on. Our main guy throws some words into the crowd, saying he's sorry because he expected the bidding to be more intense, but no one else made a move. He thanks everyone for being humble and says the next items aren't Chinese relics, so he's not interested. He also jokes that some people are just trying to provoke others, maybe even using Kamita. The presenter then announces bottles of hairspray from the Lean Kong era, starting at 5 million. Bidder 007 offers 8 million, number 015 offers 10 million, and on Kamita's side, they bid 80 million. The presenter says it's sold to bidder 001, who buys the hairspray for 80 million. The crowd applauds, praising Kamita for being brave. But Scruffy June warns Kamita not to get fooled by the flattery from the rich people around him, because they're all watching Linshin closely. They say Linshin managed to grab some relics before just by barely moving his pinky finger. They expect him to raise the price again, but Kamita quickly cuts him off with a slap and tells him to be quiet. June looks scared and apologizes for talking too much. Linshin takes it as a compliment and asks if everyone's watching him. He tells them not to worry because the next artifact is Chinese, and if they want to see a real show, they should wait. The next item is announced, a Chinese painting of mountains and rivers from the late Tang dynasty, starting at 80 million. Everyone raises their bids, 100 million, 200 million, 300 million. Kamita jumps in with 800 million. Our main guy yawns and jokes that the bids are so low he was already sleeping. Then he offers 2 billion. People are shocked, but Kamita quickly ups it to 2.5 billion, clearly upset. Chao Jun, looking a bit rough, tells Kamita he must have forgotten their plan to grab as many artifacts as possible this time, and questions if spending so much money is smart. Kamita snaps back, telling him to be quiet, saying if they give in every time, how will his family keep respect? Unbothered, our main guy raises his bid to 3 billion, saying it's fine if they want to play his game. Kamita, even angrier, raises it to 3.5 billion, but Linshin stays calm and goes up to 4 billion. People are amazed, saying the painting was only worth 200 million, and now the price is 20 times higher. Someone comments that it's just a waste of money and wonders why Kamita is being so reckless. People around Kamita Kamita try to convince him to stop bidding, but the big guy just smiles and lowers his number, signaling he's done following. With a smug smile, he tells everyone that the 4 billion painting belongs to Linshin. People start realizing that Kamita was pretending to be angry just to make Linshin spend more money. They say Linshin's funds can't last forever at this rate. Even though it seems easy to stop Linshin by just refusing to bid, whoever wants to keep raising the price needs strong nerves and deep pockets. That's why Kamita, who's truly impressive, is in this game. Linshin looks confident and tells Kamita that he really plans to keep playing this way. Kamita says thanks and points out that number 008 just spent 4 billion on the painting called 10,000 Miles of Mountains and Rivers. Then he quickly tells his assistant to borrow money from Shan Ar Shoy and Futo Shoy, using his real estate as collateral. He wants to borrow 10 billion. The assistant nervously asks why, and Kamita explains that the money left from the other auctions isn't enough to cover the painting. He talks about his plan, saying a high-profile guy like Linshin won't stop at anything. Kamita had said from the start that he wanted to collect all the Chinese artifacts here. The last piece, the Guanjin glass, is the key. If Linshin gets that, it could mess up the careful image he's built with all this spending. Kamita thinks Linshin can't handle losing at the end and will do anything to get that last piece. Getting Guanjin would give Kamita the power to control Linshin. His assistant agrees, saying the more money Linshin puts in early, the less likely he is to give up on the last Chinese artifact because his reputation is on the line. Kamita guesses that Linshin has backing from a rich patriotic group in China, which explains why he's so wealthy. Kamita sees this as a challenge he can only win. Chao Jun says he understands now. Meanwhile, Saito listens from afar and blushes a bit, thinking that Linshin might really be a representative of China, someone who looks relaxed but actually represents China's interests. This thought raises his interest by 5%, but then he pouts and looks away, thinking no matter who Linshin really is, if he's an enemy of Kamita, he'll be his enemy too. His feelings go up and down a few times, which the main guy notices again and wonders what she's thinking. Then they announce the 6th artifact, a Buddha head from China's Song dynasty, starting at 100 million. Linshin raises the bid to 500 million, and Kamita quickly counters with 1 billion. People comment that the bidding war is on again between Kamita and Linshin. Linshin then bids 10 billion, but Kamita says he's going to back off. Someone in the audience is surprised and says Kamita was smart to set a reserve price and then step back. Another person says if Linshin keeps following Kamita like this, he'll soon get overwhelmed by everyone else's bids. Linshin keeps buying a bunch of Chinese relics, spending a crazy 6.8 billion. Kamita, after buying lots of non-Chinese relics and borrowing money, still has 12.8 billion left. Then the presenter announces the final artifact, an enameled Guanyin from the Jiang dynasty, starting at 400 million. Kamita thinks this is it, the last Chinese artifact. He's ready and tells himself Linshin will regret this. The presenter officially opens the auction for the Guanyin, starting at 400 million. Linshin casually raises the bid to 1 billion and says after buying this last one, he's done and wants to go home. But Kamita says he'll offer 1.5 billion and adds that the fun is just getting started. Linshin seems interested. People say President Kamita finally made a move. A girl comments that the excitement has been building for a long time, and it really feels like a fight between dragons and tigers. The guys from China are in trouble. Linshin then tells Kamita he hopes he can stay calm because Kamita has been acting scared all along, and that fits his name perfectly. He asks if Kamita is afraid he won't be able to hold his head high in Japan if he loses now. Then Linshin raises his bid to 3 billion. Kamita tells him to keep talking but reminds him he's already spent 8.3 billion and it's unlikely Linshin has more money than him. Linshin raises the bid again to 4 billion and says, "So that's what you think?" Then the bidding back and forth continues. Linshin offers 5 billion, Kamita counters with 6 billion, Linshin goes to 7 billion. Kamita gets a bit nervous but confident and says 9 billion, but Linshin pushes it to 12 billion. The scruffy guy jumps in, offering 16 billion. At this huge scale, Yuxian tries to warn Linshin that it's too much money. Kamita's assistant tells him he only has 1.8 billion left, and it's really a lot. But Kamita, furious, yells that this is about his pride. He says a few billion more or less doesn't matter because he still owns a lot of property and shares. People watching are excited but also worried, wondering if this is like gods fighting. The presenter says if 16 billion is the final bid, they'll see if anyone offers more. Kamita tells the assistant not to worry about the properties and shares because they're the last things he owns, and if he really needs to, he can trade them for the artifact. Kamita looks nervous nervous but annoyed and says if they can beat Linshin, the rich Chinese backers behind him will find a way to buy the artifact, and Kamita won't have to pay a thing. He'll also get extra benefits from China and the other museums already involved. That's the real plan, he says, telling his assistant Ikeo Jun not to stress. Meanwhile, Saito asks Kamita what would happen if Linshin doesn't want the artifact. Kamita gets annoyed and asks if Saito is doubting him. He says Linshin will want it and will end up begging for it. Kamita mocks Linshin with anxiety. Then Linshin surprises everyone by saying, "Oops, I give up. I'm going to let brother Kamita have this treasure." The presenter announces the artifact sold for 16 billion to number 001, confirming it was sold to Mr. Kamita. He says this is a historic record in the auction world that probably won't be broken for the next 50 years. Everyone stands and applauds Kamita. His assistant tells him he's the winner. People congratulate Kamita and celebrate him, but Kamita wonders if he really won. Then Kamita and Linshin head off together. Kamita mocks Linshin, asking why he brought so little money if he wanted to buy all the Chinese artifacts. He says if Linshin didn't buy the most important one, the guanyin, how is he going to explain that to the rich people in China? He said, tell him his patriotism means nothing. Then he signaled to Saito, who brought him a short katana. Kamita told our main guy that, according to the samurai spirit of his small Japanese nation, since he's a failure, he should perform harakiri, basically, a ritual to take responsibility. He handed him the katana to carry out the punishment. Our protagonist raised the katana, while Kamita said it's typical for someone living a dishonorable life, and he probably wouldn't have the guts to do something so honorable. Then Kamita offered him a deal. He could ask the government to gather funds or whatever, but Kamita was ready to sell him the guanyin for 19 billion. People in the chat said Kamita did his job and didn't have to be ashamed. They asked what the protagonist thought about the offer, but he replied no, and that he planned to look at Kamita like a fool. June told him he was too arrogant, especially after losing money. He asked if he would keep pretending and not lower the price by even a little. Our protagonist stood up, fixed his tie, and told a woman she'd been really mean. She asked what he meant by that, and he explained that June had told him he wanted to buy back all the Chinese cultural relics. Chao Jun asked if he was afraid now, or if he might change his mind later. Our protagonist went to the sculpture and told Chao Jun to think carefully about what he'd said, saying it was a clue that the ancient Chinese exported cultural relics. Chao Jun got angry and shouted that he'd said he wanted to recover China's cultural relics, but it seemed Kamita understood everything. Kamita slapped Chao Jun hard, and Chao Jun ran off. When asked why, Kamita said Chao Jun was just someone wanting to recover relics Japan stole from China, and that the guanyin piece was something China exported to Japan long ago, so it didn't really mean much to him. Our protagonist said it still had value as a basic cultural relic, but those eyebrows and beards were in the Kanan Jin style, which hadn't been popular in China since the Tang dynasty. That's why it was made that way, for export. Linshin told Kamita that if he had accurate info, he wouldn't be in this mess now. He bought a relic worth maybe 400 million for 16 billion, lost a lot of money, and became famous worldwide, but unfortunately, he became famous as a joke. Linshin said if Kamita hadn't spent all that money on this treasure, maybe he couldn't really handle it. Kamita got furious and frustrated. His assistant ordered Chao Jun to be taken away while apologizing to Kamita. Then Yuan went up to our protagonist and said she was really scared, thinking he was about to take the guanyin from Kamita. She didn't realize right away that it was an exported relic. Our protagonist apologized and said that if you want to fool your enemies, you have to fool your own people first. People started gathering around the protagonist, introducing themselves as collectors or staff from various museums. One asked if he'd be staying in Japan a few more days. Another asked if he could be a tour guide. Someone asked Mr. Linshin if he was free that night. Meanwhile, people noticed Kamita's mocking expression. Some said after so many auctions, someone finally beat Kamita. Others said Kamita was still the favorite since he bought the guanyin for 16 billion. Someone bumped into Kamita, making him lose his balance and look shocked by how he was being treated. He seemed like he was about to have a stroke right there. Our protagonist stepped in and asked Kamita if he was okay and reminded him to take care of his health. Kamita looked at our protagonist with a lot of anger. While moving, he pulled out his phone and called all the samurai and ninjas of the Kamita family, telling them to act right away. He sent a group of professional fighters to take back all the cultural relics from Linshin, warning that he didn't want to see him again tomorrow. The scene then changed to the Chinese embassy in Japan. An agent from the embassy told Mr. Linshin that she understood everything clearly, that he had spent a lot of money to buy back the precious cultural relics China had lost. On behalf of the embassy, she sincerely thanked him. She also said she had heard about Kamita's sneaky tactics and promised they would do everything possible to keep him safe. Our protagonist thanked her but said there was one more thing he needed to do. He needed to borrow a car. She asked if he wanted to leave the embassy, and Yu Xian quickly told Linshin not to go, warning it was too dangerous outside. She feared something bad might happen, but our protagonist protagonist said he promised everything would be fine and asked her to trust what he was doing. She hesitated but finally agreed, even getting a bit emotional and saying he was the hope of this whole story. Down in the underground garage, our protagonist thought it was silly to try and hide since Kamita was mocking him. As he headed to the car, someone suddenly threw shurikens at him. He dodged them easily. The person throwing them was Saito, who stood in the distance with a serious and aggressive look. Our protagonist told Saito she showed up fast and asked why she wasn't wearing the necklace he gave her. She blushed, got nervous, and asked why she should wear it. Linshin said he thought it matched her eyes. She got serious again and said she didn't know why he wanted her to wear the necklace, but if he was trying to bribe her, it wouldn't work. Sato's ninjas only followed orders from their employers. Our protagonist said, so it's just a job relationship. Mandil jumped in and said he'd pay all the ninjas from the Saito family double what Kamita could offer. Saito said that was an insult to her family and asked if he thought they would just break their contract and rebel against their employer. Confidently, our protagonist said that if the employer broke the contract, it would automatically cancel. Saito told him to shut up and attacked him right away. He almost dodged her short katana attacks. Saito thought he didn't seem to know much about martial arts, but she was surprised that he could keep dodging her strikes. She threw a smoke bomb to disappear, but before our protagonist could react, she was suddenly on top of him and attacked. He barely managed to block her attack with both arms. Saito wondered if he was really that strong because it's usually harder for the person being attacked to resist like that. She squeezed him with her legs, thinking that with one quick move, she could finish him off. But our protagonist surprised her by biting her big leg. She quickly pulled away, shocked by the bite mark. She called him a troublemaker for using such a sneaky move. Linshin smiled and said she was a professional fighter, but he was just an ordinary person, and as long as it helps him win, biting is a good fighting technique too. He got confident and told her it was his turn. Then he quickly ran straight at her, which caught Saito off guard. She got a little nervous and scared, getting into a defensive stance, but it was too late. He trapped her and pushed her against the car. Linshin told her, "Now I've got you." She tried to strike him, but he blocked it. Then she surprised him by saying she still wanted to protect her twins. Right after that, Linshin headbutted her hard, making Saito drop her weapons and fall completely unconscious. Our protagonist thought, finally, I did it. With his level 3 skills, he could barely beat one ninja, so facing many samurai and ninjas would be impossible. He needed a smarter plan. After she passed out, he put her in the car and started taking away all her ninja gear. Then he found something hidden. He said it was truth serum tucked between her chest, joking that she was pretty secretive. He took one of the serum capsules, planning to give it to Saito so she would confess everything. Some time passed, and he told her to wake up and not sleep too long because he was in a hurry. She woke up confused but quickly realized she was tied up. Linshin told her he gave her the truth serum and said it was time for some questioning. Saito, worried about what might happen, admitted she failed but asked if he really planned to use truth serum because she was a pro and very well trained. She said she wouldn't be that easy to get info from. Linshin said it was okay and cut her ropes in one move. He said tying her up didn't make sense since he already took her weapons and she still had to face Kita. She asked if he was just going to let her go without asking anything. He said he had only one question: how to get her to stop chasing him without causing harm. That sounded pretty cool, but really he just didn't want to get hurt because if he got finished, he couldn't make money. Saito looked at him with hopeful eyes, blushed, and turned away, thinking he was actually pretty kind. She wondered if it was because he gave her that necklace that boosted her feelings a bit. Then, without much fuss, Linshin got in the car. She called out, asking if he was going to meet Kamita. Linshin said, "What else can I do? If I can't get answers from him, I'll ask the next person." She looked worried but told him the Kamita village was at 2-1 Home Higashidamachi. Linshin said not to worry, he was going to have a serious talk with Kamita and believed Kamita would agree to whatever he asked. He told Saito to find a safe place to hide. She watched him leave, amazed at how everything Linshin did was better than she expected. She hadn't seen anyone like him before and felt her feelings for him grow. Just then, a group of ninjas arrived to stop Saito. One reported to Kamita that the target had escaped and was heading to the embassy's east gate. They were sending someone to follow. They also said Saito failed her mission and might have revealed herself. Kamita angrily said to bring her back, words full of fear and frustration. We switch the scene to a girl on the island where Kamita is staying in a huge mansion. A guy on the radio says that he lost track of him, and he replies that they think he's heading somewhere specific, so they're planning to stop him on the way. But he actually went in a different direction because when they found his car, it wasn't there anymore. He gets frustrated and says it's ridiculous, then decides to go get the ninjas from the embassy, and finds all of them. He turns around, and we see Iris Saito tied up in a high-tech chair. Kamita is there, asking her where he is. Lin is missing, and Iris looks worn out. She says she doesn't know anything, really doesn't know. He took all her gear and never shared any plan. He calls her a liar and says she'll definitely face the consequences someday. Kamita picks up a remote for the chair and asks if she really thinks he'd believe her, and also if she thought he'd just let her go without anything happening. He activates the chair, and Iris screams in pain. It's clear she can't take it. Kamita watches her closely and says he has many ways to get answers, but he doesn't want to use them on her. He asks if she knows why, and says it's because he wants her body to stay untouched so he can sell her for a high price. He adds that he can't wait for Lin to show up. Iris, now really scared, says she doesn't want this. Suddenly, Kamita hears something and quickly turns around. On the radio, someone says there's an intruder, just one person, but they don't know how he got in. He's already taken out several guards using ninja tools. Kamita quickly tells Lin to turn on all the spotlights and send out the ninja squad. Then we switch scenes and see Lin, the main character, dodging attacks and disabling security cameras. A spotlight finds him, and someone says over the radio that the target has been spotted and can't get away. Just then, a group of ninjas rushes at Lin, who's ready with a katana. They throw different weapons at him, kunai, shurikens, but Lin moves with amazing speed, dodging them all. He escapes and jumps off a cliff into the water. The ninjas follow him and report to Kamita that the target jumped into the sea. Kamita laughs and says he really thinks he can escape like that? Those 6 ninjas are the best from the Saito family, and they're trained for underwater missions too. He says Lin is as good as gone. Underwater, the ninjas surround Lin, but he seems calm. We remember he had gained a special swimming ability earlier. One ninja makes the first move, but suddenly Lin disappears underwater. The ninja looks confused, and that's when Lin shows up behind him and finishes the fight in one move. He swims away with incredible skill. The other ninjas talk among themselves, saying he's swimming too fast and wondering if people can even move like that. Lin thinks to himself that while he may not beat them on land, in the water, their weapons are useless, and they're too slow. He can hold his breath for 10 minutes, so he can outlast them. But he also jokes to himself that the water in this small country isn't exactly clean and wonders if staying in it too long might cause him problems. So he decides to end this fast. He keeps swimming quickly, making sure the ninjas stay out of formation. One ninja can't hold his breath anymore and swims up to the surface. Lin follows and takes him down. The others are also reaching their limit and say they need to go up for air. Lin, now like a sea monster to them, chases them one by one. They start thinking he's not even human. He's been swimming at full speed for 3 minutes without needing to breathe. Back in the mansion, Kamita hears the noise stop and laughs, saying Lin probably thought he could handle things on his own. It's a shame she couldn't see his panicked face before he lost. Iris thinks about Lin, while Kamita pulls out a bottle with some kind of liquid. He tells her all the trouble has been taken care of and now it's her turn. She gets scared, but Kamita forces her to take the substance and, with a disgusting look, says that after having his fun, he's going to sell her to Tego. As for the Saito family, he says they won't care, he'll just tell them she failed the mission and was lost in the conflict. Tears falling, Iris thinks about Lin and says she truly believed he would be the one to change her fate. She prays silently, asking if miracles really exist, hoping one happens right now. Kamita, grinning, says there's no such thing as miracles in this world, but that he can send her to heaven himself. Just then, someone off-screen shouts that they'll stomp him into the ground, and that's when Kamita finally feels real fear. Just then, Lin shows up. He enters through the window like a total pro. Iris sees him and tears up with joy, asking herself if it's really him. Her emotional level rises even more. Lin, the main character, says sorry for being a little late and jokes that those ninjas were pretty annoying. Kamita starts to panic, shocked that this scruffy guy actually made it. He tries to call for help over the radio, but before he can do anything, Lin quickly throws a shuriken at him and follows it up with a solid kick, knocking him down. Lin tells him to be quiet and stop bothering everyone. Then he unties Iris. Kamita yells in disbelief, asking how she managed that, saying it's impossible and that Lin should clearly be gone by now. Lin casually says maybe he's just better at swimming. Then, he picks up Iris and asks if she wants to handle things herself. Kamita, now totally freaked out, begs for mercy, saying he was wrong and asking both Iris and Lin to forgive him. But Iris grabs the aphrodisiac Kamita tried to give her earlier and treats it like a joke, saying she's sorry but can't hold back anymore. It's now his turn to suffer. As they leave, Lin suggests they head somewhere safe, but Iris says to just keep going, she'll handle the rest. She puts her legs on his shoulders, and the scene fades out in a way that leaves things up to the viewer's imagination. We just know they escape on a pretty interesting boat ride. Disclaimer: this is purely a fictional story, made for entertainment only. Don't be influenced to hurt anyone's emotions or don't do squeezing before marriage. If you still go ahead, it's completely your own responsibility. As the sun rises, Lin reflects on how unexpected the whole night has been. Iris tells him that Kamita is done and that her mission is over, but now she has to return to the Saito family to face her next orders. Lin gently tells her she doesn't have to go back to that life. He says she's still young, and she doesn't have to keep living like this. She admits she's unsure, explaining that all the ninjas are orphans raised by the Saito family since childhood, trained with tough discipline to believe being a ninja is their only future. She tears up a little and says it's been like this her whole life, but she's tired. Then Lin hands her a VIP card and tells her that if she doesn't know what she wants to do next, she should take her time to find it. There are billions of options out there, and from now on, she should live for herself. Iris is deeply moved, breaks down crying, and thanks Lin with all her heart. The system then shows up with an update. Iris Sato's favorability has reached 90%, and the first stage of the counterattack is complete. Lin has spent 10 billion gold on her, and he receives a bonus of 150 million coins in his personal account. His reward includes a boost to all attributes, now at level 4, and he now gets to choose one of 3 new skills. Piano Mastery, level A. Flower Shaker Mastery, level D. Dance Club Mastery, level D. We switch scenes to the airport. Our main character is getting ready to leave. News breaks that Takedo Kamita, the president of Kamita Shosher, passed away yesterday at his villa. According to people close to the situation, things were so bad that even describing the scene would need to be toned down. Many of his bodyguards also didn't make it. Early reports say it was caused by a ninja group, possibly a rival one. Meanwhile, airport staff are helping move the cultural relics that our main character had just bought. A representative thanks him, saying it's good that Kamita is no longer around, and now he can return home safely. He also thanked him again for his help to China. Linshin, our main guy, thanks the embassy for protecting them, saying that Kamita's end was like justice being served. Linshin tells Yuxian that everything ended smoothly, but it's a shame his visit to Japan was a little too eventful. He didn't even have time to enjoy the hot springs. She replies that next time he can come back for a cultural exchange. He agrees, and as the plane takes off and fades into the sky, we see Iris Saito watching from afar. She looks emotional, thinking to herself that once she finishes some personal things, she'll go to China to find him. She says she's finally found something she wants to chase in life, something that feels like love. While Yuxian is helping move the boxes, he suddenly remembers something because the system pops up and warns him there's only 1 hour left to choose one of the 3 new skills. Linshin also realizes he almost forgot to pick a skill, since he was too focused on Iris earlier. He decides to go with Piano Mastery, and right away, he starts receiving musical knowledge. He's amazed by how much piano info just popped into his head. Then someone calls his name. It's Luoyashi, who's just arrived to pick him up. She playfully asks if he's surprised. In the background, we see Yuxian still busy with the packing. Luoyashi walks up and gives Linshin a kiss on the cheek, saying first she'll take him out for dinner, then show him the apartment she picked. It's 90 square meters and cost about 1.5 million yen. Linshin is totally shocked. He says if he's going to give her a house, it's going to be the best and most expensive one. 1.5 million isn't enough. Luoyashi is surprised by his reaction but also kind of touched. Her favorability score with him rises to 95%, and she jokes that she's curious to see what happens when it reaches 100%. Lin laughs and tells her to just forget about everything else and let's go. In the background, Yuxian hears everything. Then she turns around and asks Linshin where he's going. At that moment, he looked really nervous. He simply says, I'm going with a friend. Meanwhile, Luoyashi waves for the taxi she called earlier. Lin turns around, trying to point her out, but realizes she's already gone. The only reason this guy even exists is because of that angel-like girl. Someone nearby asks if his friend came to pick him up, saying they must be close. Then jokingly says, how dare you leave me like that? Our nervous main character tries to explain that's not what he meant, but gets cut off by a surprise kiss on the cheek. She thanks him for all the hard work he did in Japan. Blushing, she tells him that he took a big risk. Even though she's clearly flustered, she confidently says she'll handle moving the cultural items herself. Lin blushes and wonders to himself, does a kiss on the cheek count as an indirect kiss? Luoyashi signals him to get into the car again, right in front of Yuxian. Lin starts panicking a little, wondering if he's risking everything here. Next, we're at a dinner spot with Lin and Luoyashi. She tells him this area is part of the luxury property zone. Lin asks how they ended up here. She says she just asked a friend for a recommendation. While they're there, one of the rich guys in the area gets on the phone and asks if the most expensive villa in Bahia Lu, Dragon Villa No. 1, is available for Mr. Spender. Luoyashi overhears and says she can't believe it, since she heard even the cheapest house here starts at 100 million. An employee walks over, greets them politely, and asks how they can help. Luoyashi says they want to see Dragon Villa No. 1. The staff member smiles but internally thinks they're probably influencers just here to film content. They're kind of annoying. She says she'll get another colleague to assist them and that they can view the presentation while they wait. As the staff member walks away, Luoyashi tells Lin that Dragon Villa No. 1 costs 300 million. She asks if that's too expensive. Lin says no, it's his first house and he wants to make sure everything is perfect. He wants to give her the best. This makes Luoyashi super emotional. She's nearly in tears because of how thoughtful he is. Her favorability rating with him goes up by another 3%. She gives him a hug. Meanwhile, our protagonist is feeling super lucky and kind of proud of himself, thinking, wow, I'm amazing. Just then, a flashy guy arrives with a stylish girl in blue. The guy tells the girl he's going to show her just how fancy Dragon Villa number 1 is. She's clearly impressed. He says if the place meets his expectations, he might buy it right away. He then spots Lin and walks over, calling him little brother, and asking if he's also here to buy a villa. Lin calmly says yes. The guy looks pleased. Luoyashi looks around and says, oh my gosh, check out this balcony and pool. It's pricey, but really beautiful. The flashy guy says, what a coincidence. So, you're also here for Dragon Villa number 1. His date laughs confidently. Lin replies, yeah, same villa. Looks like we're both after it. But Luoyashi jumps in and tells the guy and his date, sorry, but we've already decided to buy Dragon Villa number 1. Maybe you can check out Villa number 2 or 3 instead. The flashy guy looks at Lin and says, wait, you're that young and already a millionaire? No wonder we need to treat you with respect. He turns to the girl with him and asks what she thinks. The girl confidently says that, yeah, they'd also love to buy the villa, but since they're friends, they'll just let it go this time. Lin then steps aside and asks the staff where the bathroom is. The staff member points to the right. In the bathroom, Lin is washing his hands when that same flashy guy walks in and stands next to him. He casually asks Lin if he's really in a tricky situation and then jokes about whether the girl Lin came with his way out of his league. Lin gets a bit serious and asks what he means. The guy smirks and says Lin is clearly pretending to be rich and asks how long he thinks he can keep up the act. He tells Lin to take a good look. He himself has been pretending to be rich too and says, aren't I doing a great job? He pulls out some flashy car keys, and Lin asks if those are for a luxury car. The guy laughs and says, nah man, these are just lighters, props. I use them depending on the person I'm trying to impress. That girl outside? She only noticed me after I flashed my Lamborghini key. He keeps going, saying, you can't dress like that and expect people to think you're rich. Real rich guys wear rich guy clothes. You look like a total rookie. He brags that he also faked being interested in buying the villa just to impress the girl, and when she saw Lin also wanted to buy it, she rushed to tag along. He explains that it's all about creating the image of someone who's got money and connections. He tells Lin that he still has a lot to learn and then tries to sell him a 30-day intensive course on how to act rich for only $998. He says with this course, Lin could easily attract ladies or rich women and that they can team up later. While the flashy guy keeps talking, Lin looks overwhelmed. Meanwhile, back outside, the girl in blue is eyeing Luoyashi. She says, your Hermes bag is a really good copy. Luoyashi gives her a sharp look and replies that she bought it at an actual Hermes store. But the girl laughs and says, sister, don't take it the wrong way. I'm not your enemy. We actually have the same goal. You're just a bit too young to understand. Yashi looks confused and asks, what goal? The girl replies, to look like someone from high society, so you can attract rich guys. Isn't that obvious? Yashi asks her, wait, are you doing that too? The girl says she thought it was obvious. You're in a great position to land that guy. Look, Mr. Jian bought me this real Chanel bag for $120,000. She then adds, but your boyfriend? He's not actually rich. His clothes don't match his story, and he doesn't act the part either. I can't believe you picked someone like him. But don't worry, I'll help you expose who he really is. Then you can move on. Luoyashi, clearly caught off guard, thanks her. Because she's concerned but also sees how kind Lin is, the girl in blue takes Luoyashi's hands and calls her sister, saying she's being way too stubborn. She says that one day, she'll take her to join a social circle full of celebrities in China, where they buy luxury bags, sip tea at fancy places, and take photos. She promises that in just a week, Luoyashi could easily fit in with the upper class. But Luoyashi says she still likes Lin more. Even though she turns away looking a little down, she calls out to Lin and tells him she really loves the number 1 Dragon Villa. Hearing this, Lin tells the employee he wants to buy Dragon Villa number 1 and asks him to begin the paperwork. The employee looks surprised and asks if he doesn't want to check the place out first. But Lin insists, and the employee quickly gets started. All of this makes the flashy guy nervous. He still thinks Lin might be faking it and tells his little bro not to worry, he'll help him get out of this situation. At the same time, the girl in blue says she'll help Luoyashi expose Lin if he's a fake. But, plot twist, the payment goes through. Lin just spent $300 million. He then tells the manager to put the property under Luoyashi's name. She's totally shocked, thinking, wait, this is real? I now own a $300 million villa? Meanwhile, the employee who earlier ignored them now walks over politely and tells the two, the flashy guy and the girl in blue, that he'll take them to see Dragon Villa #1. They're left speechless and embarrassed, realizing they totally misjudged the situation. Scene changes to inside the villa. The manager hands the keys to Lin and says, "Congratulations, this is yours now." Lin thanks him and opens the door, only to see a security guard yelling and saying no one's allowed inside Dragon Villa #1. But just in time, one of Lin's wealthy friends shows up, tells off the guard, and says, "Good thing I arrived. I knew something like this might happen." After settling the issue, he wishes Lin and Luo Yashi a happy life in their new home. Inside, the place is massive. There are housekeepers, butlers, a giant swimming pool, a private gym, and even a spa area. Lin is in awe, saying the bathroom is so big that 10 people could bathe in it at once, and it even has a sauna. While he's talking, Luo Yashi blushes. Suddenly, the bathroom door opens. She's standing there soaked. She says she accidentally triggered the switch and got wet. Lin looks away quickly and tells her to take a warm bath so she doesn't catch a cold. He says he'll go get her a change of clothes, but she gently asks him not to leave because the house is so big, it makes her feel a little uneasy being alone. So, they both stay to take a bath. Nothing is said here that we can narrate clearly. During this private moment, Lin kisses her. Luo Yashi looks straight into his eyes and confesses that she truly loves him. Disclaimer: this is purely a fictional story, made for entertainment only. Don't be influenced to hurt anyone's emotions or don't do squeezing before marriage. If you still go ahead, it's completely your own responsibility. The system immediately announces, affection level increased by 2%. It congratulates Lin for making major progress and says he has achieved the first milestone in their relationship. From now on, Luo Yashi is fully loyal and will never betray him. Plus, Lin gets a cashback reward of 30 million and an increase in all his stats. He's even allowed to pick a new skill that's at least level B. As Lin reflects on his success, he gets a confidence boost and feels more determined than ever to keep moving forward. Even though she knows Lin might be involved with other girls too, Luo Yashi still wants to say yes to being with him. She wonders if she'll get jealous or if he'll lose interest in her. But Lin just says he's busy right now and will pick his new skill later when he has time. But then, Luo Yashi surprises him by suddenly jumping on him, and we skip to the next morning. The next day, we see Lui Cheng waking up with a big yawn. She notices Luo Yashi walk in, looking totally worn out and shaky. She jokes that Luo must have used up all her strength. Curious, Lui Cheng asks where she was last night. Luo Yashi, still tired, says she's completely exhausted and tells her to just check her social media. When Lu looks at the post, she sees a bunch of cute pictures with captions like, "Love is in my heart, the sun is shining on my face, and everything is perfect when he's by my side." Lu looks at it in shock and asks, "Wait, did you and Lin?" Luo Yashi flops down on the bed laughing and says, "Who else in this world would I ever like besides Lin?" She even casually mentions that Lin bought her the villa, and now it's her home. Lui Cheng looks suspicious and warns her not to fall too deep because Lin might just be having fun. But Luo Yashi calmly replies that her feelings for Lin are real, and she doesn't care if there are other girls, because she knows Lin will always come back to her. This totally throws Luo off, and she wonders if Luo is being serious. But Luo, already getting cozy in bed again, says, "No more talking, Lin totally wore me out last night." Then she chuckles and tells her friend to let her rest. Lui Cheng starts getting anxious, thinking that Luo's way too overconfident. In her mind, she thinks that things didn't go as planned last time, but next time, she's sure Lin will notice her and see that she's different from all the other girls. A few days later, Lin is still sleeping when his phone starts blowing up with notifications. He groans, wondering what's going on so early in the morning. When he checks his phone, he sees a ton of birthday messages. Luo Yashi texted, "Good morning, love, it's your birthday today. Want to go out for dinner and a movie?" Lui Cheng also messaged, "Happy birthday. I really wanted to say it in person. I'm at the Inshu Bridge at school. Can we meet?" Then, there's a group chat from the prince's heirs, all wishing him a happy birthday too. Even Jiang Xian messaged, "Happy birthday, Lin. Thankfully, Fen reminded me of the group. Since I'm one of your main shareholders, it only makes sense I take you out for lunch." Our protagonist looks at his phone and realizes that it's his birthday. He had totally forgotten. He thinks back and realizes no girl has ever celebrated his birthday before. Feeling a bit emotional, he starts replying to all the messages, thanking everyone and saying he really appreciates it. But he tells them he already made plans with his dorm friends to celebrate, and maybe they can do something another time. He stays pretty chill about it, even as he puts his phone down and mumbles that handling this many girls in one day is just way too much. Picking his nose, he jokes that he's no expert at time management. "Lin, what are you even doing?" he says to himself. Just then, his friends show up, calling him bro. They remind him that it's his birthday and say they're treating him to a fancy dinner tonight. He casually replies, "Alright then, thanks, but he gets the feeling they're planning something. The three of them smile at each other in a way that makes him suspicious. He's surprised they picked such an expensive restaurant. He remembers he ate there once with Jiang Xian. They told him to meet on the 3rd floor, so he goes up and takes a quick selfie in front of the entrance to show them he's there. In the background of the photo, there are 2 young women talking. He sends the selfie in the group chat and asks if they've arrived. Suddenly, one of the girls in a blue dress turns around, sees him, and looks angry. She walks up to him and accuses him of secretly filming her, demanding he delete the photo right away and leave. Our protagonist looks confused and tries to explain that he didn't take any photos of her. But the girl keeps going, saying that's what guys always say when they get caught. She threatens to count to 3 and call the police if he doesn't delete it. People around them start watching. She poses confidently and says she knows she's beautiful, so guys like him always try to sneak pictures of her. Trying to stay calm, our protagonist tells her to stop making a scene. He shows her his phone and proves that he only took a picture of himself to send to his friends. Everyone can see it's just a regular selfie. One of the other girls nearby starts laughing, and soon the whole group of people starts chuckling. The girl in blue is shocked and embarrassed. Just then, Luo Yashi arrives, walks up to Lin, and grabs his arm. He's surprised to see her and asks if it's really her. She smiles and says she didn't expect to run into him like this. They walk away together, and the girl in blue is left behind, clearly upset. People around her start whispering. One person says, "Wow, his girlfriend is really pretty." Another adds, "No way he would take a picture of anyone else." A third person laughs, saying, "Sometimes good looks bring unnecessary drama." Hearing all this, the girl in blue gets even more annoyed. In her mind, she tells herself that she's way better looking than that so-called influencer. She mutters that Lin must be blind for not taking a picture of her. Meanwhile, Lin asks Luo Yashi why she came and where their friends are. Luo Yashi replies that since it's his birthday, she wanted to spend it with him, so she asked their friends to help her out. They sit down, and Lin starts thinking to himself that now he understands why his friends were okay with such a fancy restaurant. It's because of Luo Yashi. She mentions that as soon as she told them, they immediately agreed, which just shows how good of friends they are. Lin imagines them joking like parents, saying, "Son, this is as far as we can help you. Tonight, you're on your own." Luo Yashi smiles and says, "Happy birthday," while handing him a gift. Lin thanks her, but thinks to himself that as long as the night doesn't turn into some chaotic situation, everything should be fine. Just then, someone calls out his name. It's Louis Cheng, also wishing him a happy birthday. Lin is surprised to see that Louis Cheng has shown up too. Luo Yashi leans closer to Lin and quietly asks why she's here. Louis Cheng sits on the other side of the table and gives Lin a gift, saying it's a designer belt from Iris Kane, one she feels really suits his style. Now Lin is feeling overwhelmed. This is exactly what he didn't want. Luo Yashi looks at the gift and asks if it's the belt that only costs 50,000 yuan, saying that's kind of a cheap gift, especially since she gave Lin an Omega watch worth 200,000 yuan. Louis Cheng confidently replies that although the belt is less expensive, it's all the money she had. She says that Lin has given her so many gifts in the past, and she just wanted to give something meaningful back. Lin quickly gets a little frustrated and tells her to return it. He doesn't want her gift. Yi Cheng is clearly flustered, but deep down she's touched. She blushes and thinks to herself that she only wanted to return the belt after realizing Lin might not want her spending all her money on him. But when he told her to give it back, she saw it as a sign that Lin still cares about her. Her affection for him rises even more. Now it's at 94%. At this point, the narrator jokes that this girl is the real wild card of the story, totally unpredictable. And with that, chapter 46 ends. Chapter 46.5 begins with a short break in the story. Cha-Cha appears on screen, greeting everyone and welcoming them to her live stream. Viewers flood the chat, calling her beautiful and saying she's ranked 88th in popularity on the platform. Cha-Cha stands in front of a table filled with products and proudly introduces a shampoo and haircare set from a brand called Feng Face. She says the original price was 42 yuan, but today there's a special deal, just 38 yuan. She invites everyone to type, "I want this," in the chat if they're interested. Some people comment that they want it, but others start criticizing. One says it would be better if she just washed her hair live, and another complains that the brand is too old-fashioned. Off camera, a producer holds up a sign telling Cha-Cha that sales are expected to be low, but a surprise guest will be appearing. Cha-Cha keeps the energy up and says if people aren't excited about the product, maybe her next surprise will help. She points to someone off camera and announces the arrival of a special guest, Mr. Spender, a well-known figure with money but a humble vibe. Mr. Spender greets everyone warmly. Cha-Cha asks if someone like him, known for spending big, can give the audience some extra deals. People in the chat get hyped, asking if it's really him. He says no problem. Mr. Spender picks up the product and explains that Feng Face is a trusted, long-standing national brand. The price of 38 yuan is already low and worth it, but he wants to help even more. He declares that he'll personally cover 10 yuan, dropping the price to 28 yuan, and if 100 units are sold within 10 minutes, Cha-Cha joins in to help keep the energy up. Suddenly, she surprises everyone by loudly joining Mr. Spender. The host says that for every 10 minutes Mr. Spender keeps buying, Cha-Cha will keep performing. The countdown begins, Mr. Spender counts down from 3, Cha-Cha from 2, and then together they say, "Let's go." Sales start shooting up 50, 150, 280, 340, all the way to 500 units sold. Cha-Cha watches in amazement. Mr. Spender turns to Cha-Cha and says the viewers are incredible. Then he says it's time for him to show off a bit. Cha-Cha asks if she should ride a bike for everyone. People in the chat joke around, asking how long it's been since she biked and that they're ready for something new. Viewers support her idea. Cha-Cha seems unsure, but Mr. Spender tells everyone not to worry. He says this live room is all about giving back to the audience, and riding a bike is a bit outdated, so they'll add a fun twist. He asks Cha-Cha to pose like she's biking. Cha-Cha gets into position and asks if she's doing it right. Mr. Spender says yes, and then tells everyone to get ready for a surprise. Suddenly, thanks to some visual effects, Cha-Cha is seen wearing new workout clothes, riding a gym bike. People in the chat react excitedly. One says Mr. Spender is always impressive, another jokes that Cha-Cha looks perfect in the outfit, and someone else says Mr. Spender really knows how to create viral moments. Mr. Spender starts recording from an angle clearly meant for attention-grabbing content. He tells the director to adjust the camera. Cha-Cha seems confused and a little worried when she sees the camera focusing inappropriately. She asks Mr. Spender not to let the stream get taken down. Mr. Spender replies that it's fine, he'll move to the front to fix the issue. He says it's okay and reminds everyone to keep things respectful. On the public screen, messages start pouring in saying, "Dress normally, no weird behavior." The viewers start calling out anyone being inappropriate in the chat, using silly nicknames like beggar pig and rascal, saying things like dress properly and Mr. Spender always wins. At that moment, the live room shoots up to number 4 on the platform's popularity ranking. Meanwhile, in another studio, a girl named Kyo greets her fans and welcomes them warmly. She asks what they're shopping for today. People in the chat respond enthusiastically, saying things like, "If I'm getting married, I want a wife like Kyo, and, of course I'm buying big foreign brands." Kyo smiles and says she's doing her best to help everyone get better prices. She tells everyone to open their wallets and buy as much as they want. People in the chat say they're buying 5 items, others say they want to join her VIP fan club, and one person even says they're buying 50 just to get her private chat account. Kyo shares the link for casual shoes but wonders why more people haven't joined yet. They've only sold a dozen so far. Just then, her studio assistant comes over and tells her that Cha-Cha's live room suddenly went viral, and tons of viewers are heading over there instead. She's shocked and wonders what's going on. Meanwhile, in another live chat room, a guy is saying how important the Double 11 shopping festival is. He introduces himself as the spokesperson for fruit producers, saying they have thousands of tons of high-quality kiwis. His team avoids middlemen and ships fresh fruit by air straight from the farms to buyers. But people in the chat aren't really interested in shopping. They're talking about something totally different. His viewer numbers start to drop. He then notices and says that about 30% of the fans have already left. Another person also wonders what's going on. Then the streamer who was number 1 on the popularity list goes live. He greets the audience, saying, "Good afternoon, ladies. Welcome to my live stream for the Double 11 shopping festival." His fans cheer him on, saying they love him more and more. It's clear his stream is aimed at a female audience. He says today's lineup includes great products from big-name brands. Then he shows a lipstick set from a luxury national brand called HOS, saying it's a perfect pick for spring, summer, fall, and winter. He starts applying the lipstick live, calling it Princess Wet Mud color. The chat reacts, some say the shade looks great on him, others joke about wanting to be princesses of wet mud too. Some are clearly confused. He starts a countdown and shares the product link, thinking he'll easily sell 1 million units. But suddenly, his viewer numbers drop too. A staff member rushes in and tells him that 80% of the audience left, and they all went to Cha-Cha's live stream. His mood changes instantly. He asks if a small-time streamer selling cheap stuff really pulled away all his viewers. The staff confirms it and mentions that Cha-Cha had a guest named Mr. Spender who gave huge discounts. Even his loyal fans went over there. He asks what they should do now since their sales goal might not be met. Then he quietly suggests maybe they should report Cha-Cha's stream for inappropriate products. Back in Cha-Cha's stream, the chat is mixed. Some people say the products look sketchy and recommend reporting the room. Others say they've bought more items and ask if Cha-Cha is ready for her next segment. Some want to see her ride the bike again. Cha-Cha notices the reports coming in and says the platform's moderator gave them one final warning. If it happens again, the stream could get shut down. She quietly worries, thinking this could happen to her channel too if people think it's inappropriate. Meanwhile, Mr. Spender is thinking to himself in the background. The chat gets more chaotic. Some viewers complain that 10 minutes isn't enough to see everything he can do. One viewer threatens to report the stream again, but others jump in to defend it. One even says, "You're trying to report your own family member. Just leave already." Another tells Cha-Cha to hurry up and perform, saying they already bought a bunch of stuff. But Cha-Cha looks overwhelmed. She apologizes and says she's really sorry, unsure of what to say next. But Mr. Spender asks her to wait. He then speaks directly to the live stream audience, sharing a clear message. He says he's not sure what the person who reported them was trying to do, but honestly, why should he care? He says they're just showing youthful energy and healthy vibes, and there's nothing wrong with that. The chat immediately starts supporting him. Some viewers say Mr. Spender is always right, others say he's amazing, and some even say he's a real voice of the people. Then, the director tells Mr. Spender that the owner of the coconut platform just called. He liked what Mr. Spender said and wanted to support him in a real way. Mr. Spender raises his hand excitedly and says it's great, they're going to show their stream on the big screen, directly featured by Coconut. The audience cheers, saying Mr. Spender always comes out on top. They also say it's good to support local, homegrown products and call it a strong collaboration. Meanwhile, in the other stream, someone tells the other host that reporting Mr. Spender won't work because now even the Coconut Company is backing him. In fact, his sales have skyrocketed. Analysts say Cha-Cha's stream has reached around 2.33 million in sales. The other host gets frustrated and says his co-host will return soon. Then, turning to someone beside him, he angrily says they should leave and challenges Mr. Spender to a live PK, a kind of stream competition. Back on Cha-Cha's stream, she and Mr. Spender see a system notification. It's a PK challenge from that same person. Cha-Cha looks nervous and asks what's going on, and wonders why the top 3 streamers would want to challenge her. But Mr. Spender is calm and confident. He says it's obvious, they're afraid of losing their spotlight. He smiles and accepts the challenge but says all 3 of them should come together at once. Cha-Cha gets nervous, almost fainting, and asks Mr. Spender what he's doing. They started live streaming. Number 1 streamer said the rich guy was really brave for taking on 3 people at once, even if he was the one setting the rules. Number 1 streamer added. Lin said they should let everyone use their own skills to catch up with him, and that's how the challenge began. Everyone started selling their products, but even so, Cha-Cha still came in first place. Number 1 streamer stopped the stream and started yelling that he would find some tough people to handle the situation. Soon, people began posting negative comments, saying Lin's products weren't good, and others started to believe it. Cha-Cha got worried, but Lin told him not to stress, he'd take care of it. Lin made some calls and said they should reach out to their bosses because he wanted to make some deals. Kyo wasn't doing well either. Someone mentioned that the rich guy had already made a few smart deals. The second influencer was also told that national brands were showing up on his stream, and over 70% of their income was coming from Lin. Half of the fans had already moved over to Lin. People messaged number 1 streamer saying his lipstick was too expensive. He got upset and said it wasn't expensive, they were just being cheap. The second influencer started getting messages too, saying he wasn't a real farmer and that his fruits weren't good. Kyo tried to calm everyone down, but then her beauty filter stopped working. Lin shared the news, and then Jiang Xian and Yu Xian suddenly showed up. Jiang Xian said she gave the task to her tech team and got info about the companies. Yu Xian said the first thing she did was report the scam to the police, and then the police catch the scammers with the help of the evidence. After that, Cha-Cha ends up winning the PK event. Then Lin talks to the whole audience and says, all their products had sold out. Lin thanked everyone for the support and promised rewards. Then he asked Luo Yashi to show off her product, and she was happy to help. Lin said it was time for the girls to sing a song for everyone. And that's where episode 46 ends. Now switching back to the main story, Lin is really gaining momentum after getting tough with Louis Cheng. He's confused though, why is this woman's favorability toward him going up even though she rejected his gift? Is she acting strange? Suddenly, Louis Cheng hugs our main character tightly. It's a bit unexpected. She tells Lin that she likes him more and more. Luo Yashi, clearly upset, tells her to let him go. Back in the dining room, things are getting a bit chaotic and people are starting to notice the scene. This makes the main character a little nervous. Louis Cheng, still cheerful, tells Lin he doesn't have to say anything. She already understands how he feels. She then hands him a gift. Then she brings up something from before, the bunny costume, and that totally catches our main guy off guard. He blushes and gets super alert. Luo Yashi scolds Louis Cheng, asking how she could be so careless. But Louis Cheng calmly says says that when you truly like someone, it's natural to do things like this. It seems like she really loved this gift more than the one before. The girl in the blue dress, sitting nearby, notices what's going on and thinks, wow, this is intense. She's speechless as she watches two pretty girls sitting so close to him. It's pretty obvious that the girls are jealous and low-key fighting over him. They can't believe that this guy somehow has both of them wrapped around his finger. Like, how is that even possible? Luo Yashi, clearly annoyed, stands up and tells Lui Cheng, let's go to the bathroom. Lui Cheng frowns and replies, sure, I remember. Meanwhile, the girl in the blue dress sees this as a good chance and follows them. Cut to the girl's bathroom. Yashi tells Lui Cheng that Lin's attitude makes it obvious, and if she doesn't back off, there's no point in dragging this out. But Lui Cheng confidently asks if she didn't notice Lin's reactions, that maybe he just needs a little space for now. Suddenly, the girl in the blue dress bursts in and shouts for them to stop fighting. She stands between them and says loudly, come on, let's be real, this guy is clearly not worth it. He's broke and a total loser. Luo Yashi asks who this girl is. Still worked up, the girl says, he's not good enough for you too. You're both amazing girls. There are tons of great guys out there waiting to date you. Why are you even wasting time fighting over someone like that? She says she honestly just wants to help them and encourages them to look out for each other instead. But the other two ignore her and keep arguing about Lin. They walk closer, matching each other's energy. Lui Cheng says, I remember someone saying they wouldn't get jealous, even if there was another girl involved. So why are you changing your tune now? Luo Yashi confidently replies, if Lin likes someone else, fine. But if that person is super annoying, then yeah, I'll say something. The blue dress girl is left confused and totally ignored. Feeling overwhelmed, she walks away and thinks that if they can't stop clashing whenever they're around each other, there's no point. She decides to leave. But just then, someone calls out his name. You're as handsome as the day we last met, she says. He turns around, and yep, here's the reason all this chaos started. The men are speechless, stunned by the sudden appearance. The main character, looking a little nervous, says he was supposed to have dinner with his roommates. He didn't expect them to ditch him, but now he's kind of happy they did. With a soft look, she says, my family's also eating here. Maybe it's fate. She gently takes his hand and tells him that all the prep for his cultural relics exhibit is complete. The solo show is in 2 days, and promotions are already running. He says, that's awesome. Right then, they head down in the elevator holding hands. The girl in the blue dress notices them. It's like a surprise crossover moment. Back upstairs, women watching all of this goes into total meltdown. She holds his head and yells, what is going on? This girl is even prettier than the last two. Why are all these amazing girls around this one guy? He's just some random dude. I need to expose him. Meanwhile, our main character casually asks Yu Xian if she was having dinner with her family, and why she came down. She says she came to pick up a friend. He curiously asks, a guy or a girl? Smiling, she replies, a girl. We've been friends for years. That's all. Right then, Jiang Xian enters the scene and happily waves. She walks over and greets Yu Xian's parents with a warm smile, calling them Uncle Xian and Aunt Jia. Xian's mom compliments her, saying she's such a sweet girl, and even came to pick him up herself. Yu Xian turns to Lin and tries to introduce him to Jiang Xian, saying that he's the one she's been talking about this whole time. But she suddenly notices, wait, where did that guy go? He's totally disappeared. Turns out, the guy had already slipped away. He realizes that someone is secretly recording him and mocking him. She's annoyed, thinking this guy has already exposed himself, but at least she managed to snap pictures of everyone. Still, he's overwhelmed and mutters to himself, man, the world really is too small. Yu Xian and Jiang Xian are actually on good terms. They're close, but nothing has been officially confirmed between them, so there's no real drama. Still, thought they'd end up fighting like Lui Cheng and Luo Yashi did when they ran into each other earlier. Feeling awkward, he decides to find a quiet spot to hide. That's when spots a guy playing the piano and thinks, what are the chances? Quick reminder, our main character recently picked up piano skills. So he walks up to the guy and casually says, hey buddy, time for your shift change. The manager told me to come take over. The pianist looks confused and asks, what shift changes? But our protagonist keeps up the act and confidently says, oh right, I forgot my outfit. Can I borrow your suit for now? I'll return it later. Promise. The guy's a little thrown off but eventually agrees, saying, well, the director said if they don't pay me today, they'll pay me tomorrow anyway. He thanks him and leaves. Now wearing the suit, our guy thinks no one will recognize him, and he can just blend in and play for fun. He smiles to himself, thinking he's pretty clever for pulling this off. He sits down and starts playing the piano, quickly getting into the rhythm. The music flows beautifully, and people nearby start turning their heads toward the sound. He closes his eyes, letting the melody carry him, playing from the heart. heart. Even the girl in the blue dress takes out her phone and starts recording him, thinking, this is kind of unusual. Yu Xian and Jiang Xian are also drawn to the music. They wonder, is this the melody from Golden? Our main character is completely in the zone, unaware of how much attention he's getting. People are quietly enjoying the song, mesmerized by the peaceful tune. One girl even says it reminds her of some of the best memories she had with her boyfriend. Another person asks, what kind of music is this? It sounds amazing. Meanwhile, in the background, our chaotic duo, Lu Yicheng and Luo Yashi, have arrived too. The crossover moment is real. They both recognize the music and Luo Yashi says, wait, that's Lin. Lu Yicheng and Yashi both feel something in their hearts too. This song is so beautiful. Lin really knows how to play the piano. And right in the middle of all this, our main character shines like sunlight. His glow seems to reach everyone, Yu Xian, Jiang Xian, Luo Yashi, Lu Yicheng, all of them. People start imagining sweet scenes with him. One imagines hugging him in a peaceful garden. Another imagines walking down the aisle with him in a wedding scene. Luo Yashi suddenly can't picture her life without him. Even Lu Yicheng is lost in thought, still wondering about the whole bun incident. No one knows what's the right move anymore. And through all of it, our main character just keeps playing, calm, peaceful, and totally in his element. Luo Yashi says she feels lucky to have him. Lu Yicheng says she really misses him, that she loves him a lot and only wants to be with him. Yu Xian adds that he's like a treasure chest, always full of surprises. Jiang Xian says he's rich, good-looking, low-key, and responsible. She thinks he's such an amazing guy that she feels like she doesn't deserve him. And yeah, even though this is all a fictional story, but I have to admit, I actually felt a little jealous today, because I also want to get married. And yes, let me remind you, don't do this before marriage. It's just a story, not real life. If you really want something, get married and be happy. So all the girls' affection toward him goes up. Yu Xian's favorability jumps by 20%, putting her at 74%. She's hard to win over. Jiang Xian's goes up by 10%, now at 87%. Lu Yicheng's rises by 5%, bringing her to 99%. Meanwhile, our main character snaps out of her daze and starts panicking, thinking, what is happening right now? The crowd starts cheering and clapping for him. One girl walks up and says he's incredible, that his music made her cry. Another girl, who's supposedly a level 9 piano player, says she's shocked and wants to know how he got so good. Someone else says, wow, and straight up tells him she wants to marry him. She's never heard piano music so beautiful. Our main guy realizes, oh no? I accidentally called too much attention to myself. He just wanted to stay low-key, but now he's wondering how to handle this. It's clear that he's been exposed, and all because of that piano performance. His popularity is through the roof. Even Lu Yicheng is now just 1% away from fully falling for him. He doesn't know if all this is a good thing or a bad thing. Suddenly, a group of men in suits show up, asking the crowd to clear the way. A handsome blonde guy in a purple suit steps forward. People whisper that he's the most famous piano master in Chongli. He takes off his glasses and says the person who just played Golden Harmony is a real talent. He offers to bring him onto his team and promises to make him a star within a year. But, just like that, our guy is gone again. He quietly slips away. The blonde master is left wondering where he went. Meanwhile, our main guy is feeling lucky. He thinks it was great timing that the piano teacher showed up and took the spotlight, giving him a chance to disappear. He thanks that random piano master in his head. We then see the girl in the blue dress crying. Yep, she's fallen for him too. She's totally smitten with this prince of piano and wonders when she'll ever see him again. Our guy walks away, feeling pretty good, until suddenly someone yells, watch out. He turns and nearly gets hit by a girl on a motorcycle. The crash sends both of them to the ground. He gets up quickly and rushes over to check on her. Turns out, she's the same police officer he met on the boat. She's dazed from the fall but recognizes him right away. She asks if it's really him. Then he asks if she's okay. She says her leg is stuck and asks him to help lift the motorcycle. She starts to explain how to lift it properly. Turn the handlebars, hold it close to your body, then lift from the back. But before she finishes, he lifts the bike with one hand like it's nothing. She's shocked. How did you do that? That bike weighs 170 kilograms. He just shrugs and says with a smile, maybe I'm just stronger than I look. As they laugh together, Sua notices that she has some scratches and points out that she's a bit hurt, but she calmly says it's fine. She often gets small injuries like this. She even had a fracture once, all because of her job. Our main guy still doesn't know what her job actually is. She says working part-time while trying to live a normal life isn't easy. Then she mentions she wanted to thank him properly for what he did on the cruise, but hasn't had the chance to talk to him since. She also tries to return the cruise ticket he gave her, but before she can finish, he runs off. As he's running, he shouts after him that he can just donate the money to kids in the mountains or to people in need. and says not to thank. He's a good guy. She can't figure out why he reacted that way, and honestly, neither can I. Meanwhile, our main guy is thinking about how hard she must have worked, so much that she got injured. He feels a little guilty and wonders if he's been too cold to someone who's been through so much. Still, he shakes it off and says to himself, let's just move on. But her words keep echoing in his head. He starts wondering what the meaning of his current, level 5 power really is. He decides to go to the gym tomorrow and check it out. The next day at the gym, our guy walks in and sees it's already packed with people working out. He's surprised so many people are exercising this early and thinks it looks exhausting. As he turns around, heading toward a machine, someone nearby notices him looking at a girl and comes over. The guy asks if he finds her pretty and says confidently that he can help him talk to her. Our main guy is a bit confused but just laughs and says, don't worry, man. It's not like I'm gonna go ask for her number right now. The muscular guy puts his hand on his shoulder and poses, saying that girls like her don't go for weak guys. He says everyone should be like him. But then he adds, good news, I'm Wei Long, the gold medal trainer here. I can set up a special program just for you and help you build muscle in 3 months. It only costs 8,000 yen. Our guy politely says, no thanks, I'm good. But the trainer keeps pushing, offering 2 free trial classes first. He says, you can try it and decide after that. But our guy declines again and says he's just here to try out the machines. The trainer seems a little annoyed but says, fine, I won't bother you. I've got classes anyway. If you change your mind, just let me know. But in his head, he's clearly bitter, thinking our main guy is just broke and weak. Meanwhile, our guy walks up to a machine, unsure how to use it. He sees a white-haired girl nearby and politely asks if he can interrupt for a second to ask how the machine works. The girl, without much emotion, explains that it's a leg press machine. She says, you sit here, push this part forward, and control the weight from both sides. He thanks her, and as expected, the system activates a counterattack mission, because it's detected a new target, a pretty girl. The girl's name is Luo Bing. Her favorability towards him starts at 0%. Our guy is impressed the system picked up on her, even with her wearing a cap and mask. He wonders if the system can actually see through disguises. The system replies that as long as she's nearby, it can also detect whether someone has had plastic surgery, which surprises him even more. Then, without hesitation, our guy says he'll start with the max weight, something that catches Luobing's attention. She turns away, disappointed, thinking, yup, another rookie. He clearly doesn't know how heavy 600 kilograms is. What she doesn't realize, though, is that our guy is handling the max weight with no problem at all. She walks into another room and greets the trainer with a good morning. He tells her they're going to start with a warm-up. As she takes off her hat and mask, the trainer is surprised. He thinks she's really pretty and wonders if she might be a celebrity since she always hides her face. She starts doing her exercises, but the trainer makes a comment about her form and tells her to bend down lower. It seems like he's just enjoying the view more than helping. He also tells her to pull her hoodie back and asks if she feels her muscles heating up. Honestly, the only one feeling anything here is probably him. He keeps saying she should relax, and offers to help with her posture, which makes her uncomfortable. At that point, she speaks up and says loudly that his behavior is too much. The trainer, acting innocent, asks what she means and claims he's just trying to help her warm up. She tells him clearly that if the training is going to be like this, she doesn't want to continue. She politely asks for a different routine because she's not comfortable with physical contact. The trainer says okay and agrees to change her workout plan, but in his mind, he thinks he'll just make it tougher on her instead. So, he switches to an intense routine, fast stretches, push-ups, jumping jacks, lunges, and more. He keeps shouting at her not to stop, pushing her through non-stop sets. She gets really tired and finally asks if the workout is too much, suggesting they take it a bit slower. But the trainer insists that since she paid for his class, he has to make sure it's worth it, otherwise, she's just wasting her money, and his reputation as a top trainer could be affected. He keeps going, saying fitness is all about pushing limits and if she can't handle it, how can he train her? Even though she's exhausted, she stays determined and says they'll continue. Meanwhile, Luo Bing, who's been watching him from the side, thinks it's all a bit too much. She remembers how hard he's been working, hiding from her old company for 2 years, finally landing a role in a Netflix show. She knows she has to be in great shape for it. The trainer, though, is starting to get tired himself. He thinks even he wouldn't normally do this kind of extreme training. He secretly hopes she'll give up and go back to the earlier, less intense plan. But she keeps pushing herself, even as she's clearly struggling, sweating heavily, and almost out of energy. Finally, she collapses. The trainer tries to wake her up, asking if she's okay. At the same time, our main guy, who's been watching through the glass, realizes she's the girl from his recent mission. He quickly runs in and asks what's going on. The trainer gets upset and says this is a private training room and tells him to leave. Lin also comes in with Luobing and questions the point of a private room if someone ends up fainting in it. The trainer insists on giving her CPR, but our main guy steps in, clearly angry. He points out that her heart rate is still high and she's breathing, so why would CPR be necessary? He asks the trainer trainer, do you even have basic common sense? The coach tells everyone to stay quiet, even though people outside are watching. The girl starts shaking, and it's clear that something's wrong. The trainer nervously says not to worry, but it's obvious he's confused and unsure how this could happen just from a workout. A girl outside yells for someone to call an ambulance. Our main character, along with Luo Bing, steps in and thinks to himself that an ambulance would take at least 15 minutes. He's worried it might be too late. He tells the system he wants to help, and the system replies that since he has reached 100% on his counterattack mission, he can now select a skill between level S and level C. It asks if he wants to browse the skill library, but he's too anxious for that. He just tells it to give him a skill that can help save her right now. The system chooses traditional Chinese medicine mastery for him. He suddenly feels a sharp pain in his head as the knowledge is downloaded into his brain. Then his eyes light up. He can now see all her energy points and blood flow clearly. He quickly figures out that her energy is off balance and her body isn't getting enough support. Without wasting time, he starts pressing different acupuncture points on her body. People around start asking what he's doing. One person says it looks like he's doing something with acupuncture to help her. Another girl asks if that even works. He looks too young to know what he's doing. But just then, the girl wakes up. The trainer is shocked. Lin quickly helps her sit up against the wall, saying she shouldn't be lying down in her condition. They help her out of the room. Someone in the crowd praises our main character, saying it's amazing that someone so young could do that. Another person says he felt helpless watching her faint and can't believe someone actually helped. Someone else says if he keeps doing things like this, he'll end up on the news. Our protagonist thanks them but calmly asks everyone not to crowd around her. She needs to rest in a cool, airy place. He helps her sit somewhere safe. Luo Bing asks if he was the one who saved her. When he nods, she thanks him, and her favorability towards him increases by 15%. He explains that her fast heart rate is what caused her to pass out. He asks if she did any intense training before this. She says yes. The trainer insisted that kind of exercise was necessary. That's when Lin looks at the trainer and says, as a professional, he should know how much training a person can handle based on their fitness level. He asks whether he made her do that workout intentionally or if it was just carelessness. People nearby start whispering, asking how someone who supposedly won a gold medal could make such a mistake. Lin adds, saying, if he doesn't even know basic first aid, how can he be a trainer? The trainer, clearly frustrated, starts blaming our main character. He walks over and questions him, asking who he even is, saying he's just a random guy pretending to be a doctor and claiming the girl only woke up by chance. He tries to discredit him by saying he just got lucky, but Luo Bing steps in and calmly pushes the trainer aside. She tells our protagonist not to waste his time arguing with people like that. Then she walks straight to the front desk and asks to cancel her membership and get a refund. Together, they turn around and prepare to leave the gym. But the coach stops them and says, hold on. Do you really think you can just leave after damaging my reputation without making things right? The coach says that this challenge is the only way to settle things, and if Lin refuses, he'll never step into this gym again. Lin accepts, saying, great, you just signed up to embarrass yourself in public. The crowd is hyped as both of them step into the ring. Some of the coach's supporters start mocking the protagonist, saying stuff like, that little guy really wants trouble. Doesn't he know Wei Long isn't just any fitness coach? Someone explains that Wei Long used to be a champion. He won 3 back-to-back underground boxing tournaments in Yanxiang City. Even though he quit underground boxing, he's been training non-stop for the past 2 years. And all his moves are powerful and precise. The coach asks if our protagonist is going to use gloves or any boxing gear, but Lin says confidently, no need. I'm not used to that stuff. Spectators whisper that this guy is done for. Wei Long starts moving around, throwing strong punches. Our protagonist dodges them, thinking he's fast, but his punches are wide and easy to read. Thanks to his level C agility, he's able to avoid them. He even blocks a heavy punch, realizing that Wei Long is no ordinary coach. Wei Long smirks and says goodbye, then suddenly attacks with a flurry of punches. The crowd thinks it's over. Lin yells, no, but our protagonist isn't hurt. He blocked all the punches with the back of his hands. Wei Long is stunned. How is that possible, he thinks. Lin smiles and says, thanks for the boxing lesson, it helped a lot. Then, without warning, he counters with a combo of punches that land cleanly, even knocking out one of Wei Long's teeth. The coach falls flat onto the canvas. Lin stands as the winner. The crowd can't believe it. The people who support Lin cheer and say, he actually won. Luo Bing is also shocked but quickly grabs Lin's hand and says she needs to talk. She pulls him aside and explains that she has a favor to ask, something that might not be fair, but she hopes he'll understand. She hands him 60,000 yuan, saying it's a reward and a bravery bonus. She tells him that because of her job, she's very careful about her public image and doesn't want what happened at the gym to go viral. She says nervously, I know it's not a huge amount, but it's all my savings. I just hope you can keep this to yourself. She explains that she's about to start filming a major online movie in a week, and any surprise news could hurt her career. She hopes Lin is kind enough to accept the money and keep quiet, but deep down, she's scared he might refuse and go to the media instead. To her relief, Lin smiles and says, "Don't worry, I won't say a thing." Then he accepts the money, promising to keep her secret safe. The amount he received was 60,000 yuan. The system reacts like, "Wait, what? I thought you were going to refuse the money and tell her not to worry about it." But Lin accepts it calmly. The system thanks him again, increasing her favorability score by another 5%. The scene changes to Cha-Cha in her studio, wrapping up a live stream. She thanks everyone for their support and says she loves them all. After ending the stream, she sighs and stares at her phone, looking a little down. She thinks to herself, Lin didn't show up today either. It's okay even if he doesn't bring me gifts, I'd be happy just to see him say hi. Blushing a little, she thinks, when a businessman invests, there should be returns, right? But Lin spent so much money on me and never expected anything in return. Then she throws a mini tantrum, thinking, no way. He should be the one chasing me. Men are my ATMs, I'm not going to be the one running after them. Suddenly, she gets a call from Lin. She goes a little over the top and tells him she's coming to his place again next week. She says she'll be shooting a short video at the Yanjiang City Film and Television Base and asks if he'll come see her. 1 week later, our protagonist shows up just as she asked. When she sees him, she runs up calling his name and asks if he missed her. Lin smiles and replies, "Of course I did. Seeing you feels just like seeing money." Cha-Cha was really happy to see him and gave him a special pass, saying that with this, he could move freely around the film and TV base. Someone then called out to Cha-Cha, telling her that filming was about to begin. She turned around and said she was coming. She looked excited. It was clearly something she enjoyed. We then saw Cha-Cha acting in a first-person series, telling the main character to get up, calling him lazy, and saying her channel could get taken down. She was filming some pretty bold scenes in that first-person style. The director wrapped up the scene and told her to go change outfits. As her team was doing her makeup, she felt confident. She thought about how her series shot in first person was really popular, with over 1 million likes. Everything felt dreamy to her, except for one thing. When our main character saw the scene, his face looked uninterested. He didn't say anything, just gave her a blank expression and walked away. Cha-Cha started to wonder if maybe she was being too bold. She felt like even though she looked attractive, maybe he didn't like how she acted so publicly, and maybe that's why he was upset. She really wanted to be someone special to him, and that thought frustrated her. Still, her favorability with him went up by 3%, and now it's at 88%. But the main guy wasn't thinking about any of that. He just felt kind of bored and figured he wouldn't be able to earn much money there. But this film and TV base was huge and fun. It even felt like time travel. Just then, someone from a film set shouted at him, calling out to the guy in the shirt and asking him to come over. They needed someone to act as a stand-in. The person offered 100 yuan for the day. Our guy hesitated, a little nervous. But then the man raised the offer to 250 yuan and even added lunch. That kind of job offer was rare for him, so he agreed, thinking, why not? Free lunch and a bit of acting experience. As he walked through the area, he saw actors in costume, and it felt like they were really about to start a big scene, just like one of his favorite movies. But suddenly, someone screamed, saying they were hurt. A crowd started gathering, and he saw what was going on too. He quickly said someone should call an ambulance. It turned out there was a small accident. Someone got poked by a tiny thorn from a wooden prop sword. The sword was made quickly because the real iron sword was too heavy. It wasn't anything serious, but it still caused a lot of commotion. The guy who got poked was in pain and wanted the whole thing to be over with. Then the man who hired our main guy called him over to change clothes, reminding him to follow the rules and not say anything unnecessary. He also said he'd need to sign a confidentiality agreement later. At that moment, our main guy realized something. One of the actresses he saw was her. She didn't want to be recognized, probably because she didn't want to show up in the news for something like this. So he decided to act like he didn't know her. She, on the other hand, felt relieved that he was the right person for the job, which let her focus on filming. She thought about the guy who gave her the contract, remembering how he said he saw something in her and believed she was brave. He promised to take care of the paperwork so she could focus on acting. This movie was a big chance for her to make a comeback. The male lead was a very popular star, though known to be hard to work with and not great at acting. She just hoped that wouldn't affect the overall quality. When the male lead finished getting ready and walked out, everyone noticed how handsome he was. People even said he looked like he could be a main character himself, just as good looking as top influencers, maybe even more. The boss didn't seem too happy about that, but filming continued, and the main guy started handling all the action scenes really well. The director shouted, "Cut," and was happy that they got the whole scene done in one take. A crew member walked over with someone else and said there was no need to dub the sound of the shovel hitting, then asked if he had practiced before. The director looked at at the guy who hired our main character and said, "Not bad. He's got talent. The action looks solid." He also mentioned that he had another action film coming up and needed a stunt double, asking if this guy could be considered to show his face in that too. But he reminded him that the competition is tough, and if he wants to be in front of the camera, he'll need to work even harder. The guy then turned to our protagonist and told him to thank the director. He added that this movie pays 500 yuan a day for stand-ins and mentioned that before finding him, he had to choose from only one option, so they were lucky to find someone like him. Director thought to himself that not only had he used his medical knowledge to help earlier, but he was also now being seen as a skilled action performer. That really impressed him. Meanwhile, the film's progress, which had slowed down, was now back on track thanks to Lin, which caused the affection level from the crew to go up another 8%. As the filming continued, Fan, the famous actor, left the set to go meet his fans. Outside, the crowd was super excited, cheering loudly and shouting, "We love you, brother Fan." Another fan called out, surprised to see him in person. The girls in the crowd screamed his name, "He's so good looking, I totally love him." Fan winked at them and told them to behave. The fans kept cheering, saying things like they'd spent 10,000 yuan just to be there and it was totally worth it. One girl proudly said she was a top fan and had earned a few special privileges. She told the others to take more photos and make edits. She also reminded everyone that when Fan's new song drops, buy 10 copies of the album, and keep supporting the products he promotes, so he could keep rising in his career. Another fan responded, saying not to worry, she already bought the album using her entire salary this month and even borrowed a few thousand more. Someone else reminded everyone that Fan's birthday was coming up, and they needed to prepare a gift. A girl holding a notebook said the top 2 fan groups should donate at least $1 million together, and she would handle the shopping. Someone else shouted that make sure Fan has the best birthday possible. Another girl added, if other celebs can have grand birthdays, our Fan should too. We can't let him be left out. Then the scene changed back to filming. The director called out that in this shot, the male lead was coming back from overseas to see his fiancée and would be leaving again soon. It was a farewell scene where both characters didn't want to say goodbye. They quickly adjusted the lighting and began shooting the scene titled Act 33D, Through the Looking Glass. Filming starts, and we see Luo Bing begin her scene. The lighting is just right, matching the emotions she's showing. She walks up to Fave and says she thought she'd never see him again, but the guy just stands there stiffly, looking kind of bored, which throws Luo Bing off. Lin watches and thinks to herself, wow, she's really good at acting, especially considering the other actor is basically a wooden dummy. Meanwhile, the crowd of fans starts cheering. One fan shouts that Fan's eyes are so expressive that even the other actress in the scene looked really emotional and cried. They're all amazed, wondering how Luo Bing's performance only seems visible to fans. Fan continues acting, saying he hasn't seen her in a month and that he's been worried. But then the director suddenly yells, "Cut," and storms over to the set, clearly frustrated. He asks Luo Bing why her expression fell apart mid-scene. She quickly apologizes, saying she messed up her line and thought he'd stop the scene. The director interrupts, saying, "Am I the director, or are you?" He points out that he's the one who decides when to call cut. He mutters that he only puts up with this because she's sponsored by someone, but that's not how things should work. The director then turns to Fan and explains the meaning of a line in the script, that it's supposed to show someone who's not anxious but looks tired and worn out. Fan groans and says the line makes no sense. He complains that he doesn't like acting in historical dramas because the dialogue is full of weird words that are hard to remember. He asks, what does haggard even mean? The director nervously explains that it means someone who's worried or tired and it shows on their face. But Fan scoffs, saying, isn't that just being ugly? What's the point of using a word like that? He even questions the screenwriter's ability and says maybe they shouldn't be writing at all. The fans watching are clearly upset. Some of the girls shout that the writer isn't good enough to write for their beloved Fan. They can't handle hearing their idol talk like this. Trying to calm things down, the director quietly tells Fan to just read lines 1 through 7, and they'll record it that way. Fan casually reminds everyone that the next scene is a hug between him and Luo Bing, asking if that's still happening. He turns around with a smug grin while Luo Bing forces a laugh. Everyone's rushing to shoot line 8, even though it didn't go well earlier. Someone jokes that the stand-in actor might split his tangerine, basically saying the scene could get messed up again. They start filming Act 33, Through the Mirror again. This time, Luo Bing gave a great performance. She asks Fan why he's leaving so soon, and even cries a little, saying she doesn't want him to go. But Fan isn't paying much attention to the emotion of the scene, he's just focused on himself. Then he steps forward and tries to reach for her hand in the scene, but it makes Luo Bing uncomfortable. She quickly pulls away from him. The director immediately yells, cut, and walks over angrily, asking Luo Bing what she's doing and if her hand is cramping. Nervously, she apologizes and asks if they can do another take. But the director, already irritated, tells her not to cause any more trouble since sense he's not in a good mood. Fan's fans also start commenting. One says, "Wow, our boss is working so hard, he's sweating." Another adds that acting isn't easy for him, and it's clear they've had to redo the scene over and over because of Luo Bing. Some fans start to question why Luo Bing, who hadn't been active in the industry for a while, suddenly landed the female lead role. They wonder if there's some kind of behind-the-scenes arrangement going on. One even says this could spread online and damage Fan's image. One of the fans screams excitedly, saying, "Yes, yes," over and over, confirming that they're all going to support their favorite brother Fan. Meanwhile, Lin, watching the scene, quietly says he thought Luo Bing was a successful actress, so he should be rich. He didn't expect her to be dealing with so many struggles. Now, it looks like there's a lot going on behind the scenes. Back on set, Fan complains, saying he used to think Luo Bing was super dedicated, but now she keeps avoiding him even during simple scenes. He's frustrated with how long it takes to get in costume and says it's annoying and not worth doing again. He adds that she's acting like a beginner. Luo Bing walks up to Fan and tells him, "It's my fault. It's just that the job is tough, and the lines are hard to remember and the costumes are uncomfortable for me, but that's just part of filming." So, she asks Fan to continue, but Fan keeps staring at Luo Bing instead of focusing. Luo Bing responds calmly, saying that his fans support him quietly behind the scenes and that giving his best performance is the best way he can show love to them. Confident and maybe a little full of himself, Fan agrees, saying he has tens of millions of fans who all worry about him. He says they even get concerned if he looks too tired and tells him to rest. Then he asks Luo Bing how many fans she has for all her hard work, leaving her a little speechless. Out of nowhere, Fan yells that he's not going to continue. He says to let his stunt double do the rest. He's skilled enough anyway. He asks the director if that's okay. The director is confused by the sudden shift and doesn't quite know how to respond. Just then, the director tells Fan not to be ridiculous and to just focus, but Fan's manager steps in and asks the director to stop bothering him, saying Fan needs rest. The director, clearly frustrated, snaps at the situation while Luo Bing watches with growing concern. She starts to think the project might fall apart, but our real main character jumps in, full of confidence. He steps up and says he's ready to take the lead male role and he's going in right now. The director angrily yells, asking what any of this has to do with him. He tells him to get lost and calls him a random guy off the street. Fan and his manager both look annoyed at the interruption. The man who originally hired Lin tries to calm things down and tells him not to cause trouble, but our bold protagonist asks if Fan isn't the one who has the final say on set. After all, Fan just said he should play the main role. Maybe the director didn't hear that clearly? The director, now even more upset, asks again where this guy even came from and tells him to leave immediately. Luo Bing watches, looking concerned. Fan smirks and confirms it. He says that yes, he did say the protagonist could take his role. The director turns to Fan and asks if that's really allowed. Lin then steps forward and asks the director to hand over the script. He'll memorize all the lines. That makes Fan burst into laughter. He can't believe what he's hearing. He laughs nonstop and sarcastically asks if this guy really thinks he's the lead now. He says, "You're really planning to film right in front of me? Just wait and see." Later, the director, now sitting down looking stressed, talks to Fan and says, "This movie costs a lot of money. If the investors find out we're handing the lead role to someone random, it's going to be hard to explain." But Fan brushes it off and says, "Who said anything about wasting the movie?" He asks the director if he thinks he's clueless, and reminds him to keep an eye on the fans. They're the real audience. "Director, look at Fan's fans. You can clearly see how upset they are, like, really angry." The fans quickly start filming Luo Bing and begin complaining loudly. One of them says, "This trash dares to act proud in front of our boss?" Another says, "I'm taking a photo of her face and posting it in the fan group. Let's make sure she gets what's coming to her." Someone else adds, "We'll make sure everyone knows. Let's flood her with prank calls and splash paint on her door." The director sees all this and is clearly disturbed. Meanwhile, Fan seems relaxed, knowing his loyal fans are handling things for him. Off camera, the lead girl meets with Lin. She gives him the script, saying it also includes the male lead's lines and asks him to understand the mood of the scene. Lin thanks her. The director is surprised and asks if she really gave the script to a stunt actor. Laughing, someone mocks her and says, "You're just an extra with barely any lines. You've been out of the industry for 2 years. Don't get too confident just because you've been cast alongside Fan." Was she really frozen by her agency for 2 years? But then they read the script and realize it's incredibly detailed. It highlights how deeply she understands the characters, the emotions, and how to say each line. It becomes clear, she might be the only one who truly wants this movie to succeed. He steps forward confidently and tells the director, "Let's shoot this next scene." The director, annoyed, reminds everyone that he's still the one who says, "Cut, camera, and action." Then, the filming starts. In the scene, our male lead begins acting with Luo Bing. He says, "The other day, I went to the temple of the goddess of mercy to get you a peace charm. The sun's going down, it's time for me to leave." Luo Bing is surprised. He actually remembered the lines? He keeps acting, replying, "I'm afraid of the evening." He continues with, "But I'm not going to lose myself just because it's getting dark." As the scene builds, he moves in, hugs her, gently touches her hair, and says, "People with heartache remember others with heartache. How many people have lost weight this spring because of sadness?" Luobing's eyes start to tear up, and just as she tries to speak, he gently kisses her. It's an emotional and beautiful moment, and totally unexpected. The fans watching are stunned. "Wow, he's so charming," someone says. Even the assistant director turns to the script and asks, "Wait, was there a kiss scene?" Someone else replies, surprised, "No, but the emotion felt so real, it just worked." Everyone realizes, it was a smart move. Behind the scenes, fans start comparing his performance to Yi-Fan's, and some even say, Yi-Fan's acting can't compete. A girl tells them to stop making rude comments, which annoys Yi-Fan a little. He claps slowly, saying, "Wow, great job memorizing those lines." Then he stands up and accuses the actor of using filming as an excuse to steal the spotlight and get close to the actress. He adds, "There was no kiss in the script. The only one taking advantage here is you selfish guy." Our clueless main character scratches his head and says, "What if we try the scene again, just without the kiss?" Yi-Fan gets annoyed and asks, "Do you seriously not understand basic communication?" Meanwhile, Luo Bing is blushing hard, thinking to herself, "I got so into the scene, and now another random guy just kissed me like it was nothing, and I kinda liked it." Luo Bing excitedly walks up to our main guy and says, "That last scene was amazing. Thank you so much for filming with me. I feel like I understand the character on a whole new level now." Lin responds with a smile, saying, "Honestly, it was the first time I actually enjoyed acting." She asks, "Wait, weren't you supposed to be a professional?" They both laugh, leaving Yi-Fan in the dust. Meanwhile, Luo Bing's liking for our lead increases by 12%. Yi-Fan, clearly irritated and upset, yells at Luo Bing, "So you're saying you felt nothing when acting with me? Are you seriously praising a stand-in just to make me look bad?" He shouts again, "What's that supposed to mean?" Luo Bing, flustered and nervous, quickly says she misunderstood, that she didn't mean it that way. But Yi-Fan gets angrier and yells, "This substitute needs to leave." Then he turns to the director and demands to replace the lead actor. Ling is shocked. She can't believe what she just heard. She lowers her head and says softly, "No, I didn't mean it like that. I'm really sorry." Yi-Fan's manager comments sarcastically, "Wow, she apologized so fast. Maybe she upsets people often, and they're just tired of hearing it." Then the director joins in, saying rudely, "Not surprised she was frozen by her company for 2 years. Maybe she should stop filming and go back until she learns how to behave." Scared and stressed, Luo Bing says no. She signed a contract and they can't just replace her. But the director cuts her off, shouting, "I have the final say here. I can change anyone I want." He explains her contract. If the movie Through the Looking Glass earns over 300 million yuan, she'll get top resources and major opportunities. If it doesn't meet that goal, she'll be tied to the company for life, with no time limit. If she breaks the contract in any way, she'll owe 100 million yuan as a penalty. Everyone is shocked. Who would sign something like that? The director yells again, "That's right, 100 million penalty, locked in for life. Take your time and think about that." Overwhelmed, Lin faints. Lin runs to catch her and warns everyone to be careful. He looks around seriously and says, "It's true, bad money pushes out good money." People nearby start laughing at him. "Good money? Please, broke people are just dumb. You think your acting is good just because she complimented you?" Another voice cuts in, saying, "You're just a nobody stand-in." Yi-Fan's manager says, "Do you even know how this industry works? You need big money to survive here." Someone adds, "That reminds me of when I first started out. Good times, but now? You've got no money, and you're gonna stay a background extra forever." The director looks confused and says, "Hold on, something big is coming." Some of the fangirls start freaking out, saying, "What's wrong with this world? How can anyone insult our idol like that? Isn't there any law left? Call the police and get him arrested." The pink-haired girl confidently says, "Yes, this counts as a crime. We're still going to the police to report him. He's going to jail for this." But our main guy stays calm and confident. He says, "All right, I'm done pretending. Time to lay my cards on the table." For the first time, he announces that he's not just some random background actor. He's not short on money either, and he's ready to pay Luo Bing's penalty fee himself. Everyone starts laughing out loud. The director chuckles, saying, "A side actor claiming he can pay 100 million? Seriously? They call for the assistant director to bring over the card reader as a joke, but the main guy doesn't even flinch. He pulls out his actual card and swipes it, and the 100 million payment goes through. Suddenly, the whole room goes silent. He calmly says, "No matter how many times I hear that sound, it's always satisfying." Then, half-jokingly, he recites a line like it's a poem. When the dogs keep barking at the shore, just one clap shuts them up. Everyone looks stunned. He turns to Luo Bing and asks if she's okay. She nods and sheds a few quiet tears. The director steps in and says he just called Mr. J and that from now on, Luo Bing has nothing to do with Emperor Entertainment. Lin asks, "What's going on?" The director continues, saying that no other entertainment company will want to work with Luo Bing now. Fan, still trying to look confident, lets out a forced laugh and says, "Oh, I see what happened. She got lucky and hooked up with a rich guy who paid 100 million to save her career. Guess she won't need to try hard anymore." Fans start yelling again. The pink-haired girl says, "Yep, just like that. These people are everywhere." Another one says, "Doesn't matter how rich they are, they can't fake being pure." One girl gets defensive, saying, "Don't insult our idol. Fan is a hardworking, clean guy." Someone else adds, "Let's post about this online. Say Luo Bing broke her contract and ran off with a rich man." Hearing all this, Lin starts crying and repeats, "No, this isn't right. I swear they'll all pay for this." Our main guy gives them a cold look and, speaking through a secure group chat, thanks the anonymous fans for reminding him of something that people like them will never understand. He records a voice message for a private group called The Prince's Daughters, asking them to dig into Fan's past and see what kind of person he really is. He says he doesn't mind spending money if it means getting real proof. The girls around him start wondering what he's doing. Someone says, "He's rich, he probably has a lot of powerful connections." Another girl insists, "It won't matter. Fan is so clean, they won't find anything bad about him." But the pink-haired girl is starting to look nervous. Meanwhile, the main guy checks his phone again. In the Prince's Daughters group, someone shares that they found Mr. Spender, the CEO of Kianchin Film and TV Company. He knows Fan has a lot of fans and attention around him, and rumors are spreading fast. He could easily tell Mr. Spender what's going on, but if he needs solid proof to actually bring Fan down, it'll take more effort. So the protagonist casually asks how big of a problem it would be. Implies that Fan is the head of the culture department at Transmedia, and taking action against him is like threatening the company's main person. It would cost a lot of money. But our guy confidently says, "I'll pay whatever it takes, and then double it. I just want help clearing up the reputation of an actress from line 18. Impressed, says, "As expected from you, Mr. Spender," and immediately agrees to handle it. He even sends a thumbs up emoji. Meanwhile, the fans around sit back like nothing's happening. Some of the girls whisper and wonder if this is all real. Luo Bing quietly thanks him for covering the penalty. She says he didn't have to do that for her and that she'll find a way to repay him. Just then, all the girls' phones start blowing up with thousands of notifications. Our confident main character smiles, already knowing what's going on. He says everything is in place. The breaking news says, Fan falsely accused Luo Bing of being financially supported by someone. On top of that, a past scandal was uncovered, one that's not suitable to explain here, but you get the idea. It also includes actual proof of the accusations. Fan, his manager, and even the director look completely shocked and speechless. Someone shouts, "No way. This can't be true. It has to be fake." Another person comments on a tattoo on the pink-haired girl's neck, saying it matches one scene in the photo. She quickly covers it, but people shout, "It's really you." Someone asks, what right did she even have to insult others when she's like this? The fans start turning on her, saying things like, "We're going to expose her." She begs them to stop, but before anything else can happen, a message pops up showing that someone took a photo of her and posted it online with the title, Fan's fan caught in messy scandal. The post starts trending immediately. They all wonder who posted it. Then someone points at a quiet girl holding her phone. They realize the angle of the picture matches where she was sitting. Her profile even has the Fan sign. She's a fan of Fan who sneaked in just to dig up dirt on Fan. Her sisters yell, "Don't let her go," but she quickly defends herself, saying, "Wait, I actually found something even juicier." She says that the pink-haired girl had secretly taken most of the donation money that fans gave. She reveals that all the donations, whether for Fan, for charity projects, or other campaigns, were actually kept by this girl. Everyone reacts with shock and anger. They turn on the pink-haired girl fast. Trying to save herself, she says, "That's nonsense. Besides, celebrities don't even open those gifts, they just throw them aside." But no one's buying it. People start shouting that she should return all the money. Off to the side, someone comments, "Wow, these people are exposing themselves. It's more entertaining than a movie." Meanwhile, the shady boss tries to sneak away. He thinks about escaping to another city by plane. But just as he steps out, surprise, the police are already waiting for him. They calmly ask him to come with them to the office. They also bring along the manager and the woman who was involved. Fan tries to defend himself, saying, "The videos are fake. I was framed. It's some face swap scam. I'm innocent." The director and production crew are totally frustrated. Their main actor is gone. How are they supposed to keep filming? Meanwhile, our protagonist stands there, calm and collected, remembering he just made one simple phone call, and the so-called popular star was taken down like it was nothing. Our main guy casually reminds her not to forget the double payment, and also the food. "Don't leave anything out," he says. Lin gently holds Luo Bing by the shoulder and tells her that the show is over and everyone has already left. Luo Bing, looking kind of lost, says, "It's all over, even the soup is gone." You can tell this girl is pretty hooked on drama. Then she drops to her knees and asks, "Do you realize what's happening? If someone with dreams and passion like him breaks his contract, then filming can't go on. Isn't that unfair?" But she suddenly gets an idea. She says she wants to start her own film and television company and invest her own money. She asks, "What if I build my own team to make a movie?" Words felt full of hope, like a strong wind blew away all the sadness. She stops crying. As they leave the set, our main guy walks next to her. Luo Bing asks if he's really planning to invest in her to make a company and film a movie, saying she's just one person. He interrupts, telling her to believe in herself, that her vision is solid and she has real potential. She suddenly remembers something he said earlier, "Good money pushes out bad money." That line makes her blush and surprise flash across her face. She says she gets it now and asks if he's some kind of mysterious expert in the entertainment world and whether he plans to change the whole industry. He thinks to himself, "Wow, she's got a big imagination." But then he seriously says, "It's time for China's entertainment industry to take the next big step." Excited and grateful, she thanks him and says this will be the best movie ever. She promises to pay back the 100 million as soon as she can. Lin replies that he'll first transfer 500 million, and he's ready to give her as much funding as she needs for her company. Surprised, she admits she still doesn't know his name. He says, "Just call me Lin." Luo Bing calls him by his name and says they should add each other on WeChat. Someone jokingly says, "Just like WhatsApp, huh?" And he nods. Then in the distance, they see Cha-Cha leaving the set. Shocked, they realize it's her. Lin waves and says, "Hey Cha-Cha, what a coincidence. Done filming your video?" Cha-Cha looks at Lin and asks, "Who's this pretty young woman? Is she a friend of yours?" Luo Bing introduces herself and says hello. She explains that she and Lin just met. Cha-Cha clings to Lin, teasing him, saying, "Wow, you must be really something. You've only known each other for an hour and you already bought her a 30 million sports car?" Our main guy rolls his eyes and thinks, "Who asked you?" but doesn't say anything. Luo Bing doesn't mind any of it. She tells him she'll draft the contract and start planning the 500 million investment right away. Cha-Cha hears this and is shocked. "Wait, 500 million, she thinks. How long have she and Lin even known each other? They all start wondering why Lin is investing 500 million. Cha-Cha seems a bit nervous and asks, "What's the rush? It's already past 5. Why don't we all go have dinner together?" Our main guy says sure, he'll treat everyone. Cha-Cha, however, smiles confidently and says there's nothing wrong with it. She asks if it's not normal to have dinner with an investor, or if maybe Chilling has a problem with it. Body language clearly shows she's unsure, but eventually she agrees and says no several times, trying to play it cool. So, they all decide to head to dinner together. Cha-Cha crosses her arms and looks at the girl, wondering if this is really about an investment, or if it's a trap. She thinks to herself, is this one of those sweet-talking types who's just after Lin's money? Well, she'll have to get past me first. The scene shifts to a restaurant. Luo Bing starts chatting at the table, saying she was feeling really down earlier, but luckily met Lin. Meanwhile, Cha-Cha looks up Luo Bing's name online because it sounds familiar. Turns out, she's an actress from Line 18, and her name is trending right now. Cha-Cha reads more and finds out that Luo Bing graduated from Tianjin Drama Academy. Because of her great looks and acting skills, a bunch of entertainment companies wanted to sign her right after she graduated. Her family is well off, but she wanted to build her own name, so she signed with Emperor Entertainment in Jiang City, far from home. She's got beauty, brains, and a degree, and now she's trending too. It looks like she's on her way to stardom. Cha-Cha sighs, feeling a little down. She thinks, I'm just a barely known presenter. Then something else catches her attention, a trending video showing Luo Bing and Lin having lunch together. She's shocked. What? How did this even happen so fast? She gets really stressed. How did this woman go from just meeting him to being in a romantic scene with him, she thinks. Cha-Cha convinces herself that this wasn't just luck. This girl must have known for a while that Lin is actually Mr. Spender. And today, she played her cards right to get him to help and spend money on her. There's no way this is a coincidence, she thinks. Feeling more panicked, Cha-Cha realizes, if this keeps up, someone's going to steal Lin away from me. Scene shifts again. They finished eating and said goodbye to Luo Bing. Our main guy also tries to leave, but Cha-Cha stops him, bringing up something about some payment she still owes him. She suddenly decides to be bold. She thinks, if I like him, I need to show it. She doesn't hesitate. Our main guy doesn't seem to mind either. She smiles and tells him she's been waiting for this moment. Then she says she's booked a room so they can start a live stream. Lin, confused, asks how they can live stream while paying back money. But Cha-Cha replies, this has to be done live. She tells Lin to sit down, and then sets up her phone on a tripod. She gets on the bed and starts the live stream. Cha-Cha says, good evening, everyone, and greets her fans. People in the chat start commenting things like, she's finally here, or, my queen Cha-Cha has arrived. One fan jokes that he saved a whole week's salary just to spend it on Cha-Cha. Another says not to waste it like that. Someone else asks if she's in a hotel room. Another explains that Cha-Cha is in Chongqing to record a short video called The Boyfriend's Perspective. They ask, didn't you know she had to stay in a hotel for that? Cha-Cha tells Lin that she has something really important to say. She explains that even though they haven't known each other for long, she never expected to like him this much. She used to not believe in love, but recently she realized her heart has been full of it for a while. Our main guy starts wondering, wait, is she really confessing to me right now? Cha-Cha says it feels a little awkward to say all this. She jokes that it's a good thing humans don't have tails, otherwise, she wouldn't be able to stop wagging hers every time she's around him. Our protagonist thinks to himself, kind of surprised, like, wow, this is totally something she would say. He leans in and quietly asks her if she's not worried about confessing her love live on stream in front of her fans. She just puts a finger to her lips and signals him to stay quiet. Meanwhile, viewers in the chat start reacting. One asks, wait, who's confessing to Cha-Cha? Another guesses, it's that guy, he's her secret boyfriend. Some fans joke around saying things like, okay fine, I won't tell anyone. It'll just be our secret, and others comment that this must be part of her new series, The Boyfriend's Perspective. Some viewers say they're ready to donate their whole paycheck to support this romance. The chat goes wild. People applaud and joke that tonight's episode is just too much. Cha-Cha then looks at the camera and says, this is my first kiss. The viewers think the kiss is just for the show, but in reality, she kisses our main guy. Lin kisses her back. Cha-Cha sweetly asks what he wants from her now. The main guy blurts out that he wants to see her in stockings. She playfully teases, asking, you're really into that, huh? The fans cheer again. Then, in a cheeky moment, she stretches out her leg and lightly taps Lin's leg under the table. But really, it turns out she's just nudging a bottle on the floor, and the fans start joking in the comments, saying, that's not a bottle. Our main guy is clearly flustered, thinking, she's really good at this. How could anyone resist? He gets excited and moves closer to Cha-Cha, who tells him not to leave tonight. That little moment boosts her popularity by 5%. Suddenly, a system message appears on screen, saying her favorability rating has hit 92. It confirms she's completed the first part of her big comeback plan. He spent 332 million gold, and as a reward, 10%, which is 33.2 million yen, gets transferred to his personal account. He also gets a stat boost. All his attributes increase by 1, now reaching level 6. He's given the choice to unlock a new special skill between driving, badminton, or tailoring. But our main guy? He's not thinking about skills right now. He just wants a snack. Disclaimer, this is purely a fictional story, made for entertainment only. Don't be influenced to hurt anyone's emotions or don't do squeezing before marriage. If you still go ahead, it's completely your own responsibility. The scene cuts to Lin sleeping peacefully after what seems to have been an intense bonding moment with Cha-Cha. He's woken up by a crunching sound. It's Cha-Cha, who's also awake and happily munching on a snack. He asks what she's doing. She explains that she was eating, but some of the cream filling from her snack spilled onto the blanket, and she was just trying to clean it up. Lin tells him to take a look at himself. He's a grown man but still eats like a little kid. She says she wants to help him, but just as she's about to say more, a phone notification goes off. He checks his phone and sees a message saying that Mr. Spender's car, the one he gave to Mengyun, is ready, and Mengyun wants to drive it for a while. They ask Lin what he thinks about that, and even mention that Mengyun misses him. At the same time, Luo Yashi also texts Lin. She says she's planning to move out of her rental today and wants to shift everything to her new home. She asks if he can help. Lin replies and asks if she has a lot of stuff, saying he'll call a moving company for her. But Luo Yashi responds in a flirty way, saying she also has some underwear she wants to try on for him. If he doesn't like it, she won't wear it anymore. That totally throws him off. He's surprised but also can't stop imagining it. He thinks, okay, even if it's just for this, helping her move is totally worth it. So he tells him that he needs the car and to please take him to building 18 in Namen Town. Oh, and don't forget to fill up the gas tank. tank. The system jokes in his head that even though it's a free car pickup, it still costs gas, calling him a stingy guy for hesitating. Before leaving, Lin says goodbye to the maid, and she sends him off with a flying kiss. She tells him she'll see him after filming. Meanwhile, Cha-Cha, who's watching all this, smiles and thinks their relationship is really strong now. She even reflects on how amazing last night was. The scene shifts to building 18. Luo Yashi asks Lin if it's okay to start. She only has 2 suitcases. Just then, her doorbell rings. She's confused, wondering who it could be. When she opens the door, she's surprised to see her mom and uncle standing there. Her mom says they came to visit. Luo Yashi, shocked, asks, "Mom? Uncle, what are you doing here?" Her mom then looks at Lin and asks, "Who's this guy standing next to you?" Luo Yashi tries to keep it together and says, "That's Lin." Then she whispers, asking her mom why she showed up without saying anything. Was she planning something today? Lin politely says he's just there to help Luo Yashi with her move. But her mom frowns and starts thinking to herself, she might have guessed right. Her daughter's boyfriend might actually be a small-town guy. Now we get a quick flashback from a few days ago. Luo Yashi had shouted at her mom that she didn't want to go on another blind date. She told her mom that she already liked someone. Her mom asked what she meant and where this guy was from. Is he from the city? Or from some small town? Luo Yashi snapped back, neither. He's from Huanyang. Her mom looked shocked and asked, "Wait, Huanyang? Isn't that the countryside area next to Yan'an City? Have you completely lost it? You like a small-town guy?" Then the system chimes in and informs us that Luo Yashi's affection level has hit 100%. Her relationship with the main character has now officially changed. According to the system, this means she's now fully loyal to him. Luo Yashi gets annoyed and shouts that she has the right to like whoever she wants. The system also notes that from now on, she'll see everything from his perspective, and she'll give her all for him, even when she's upset. Luo Yashi's mom starts getting upset, saying she worked so hard to raise her daughter. She asks Lin if he even realizes how much money she spent on her college education. She says she wants her daughter to marry into a wealthy family so she can live a comfortable life. But Luo Yashi, not really bothered, turns around and says she doesn't need her mom's approval. She loves Lin, and that's all that matters. She adds that he's doing well now and won't let her go through any hardship, and that her mom just doesn't understand what love is. Her mom only sees money. Shocked and angry, her mom asks if she really believes that someone from a small village can have any money at all. But Luo Yashi stands firm and says she loves everything about him. Even if he doesn't have a penny, she'll still love him her whole life. Then her mom demands that she break up with him immediately. She shouts, asking if Luo Yashi is really going to ignore her. But before she can say more, the memory ends and we jump back to the present. Now, the whole family is sitting together with Lin. Her mom points at him and asks, "Are you Luo Yashi's boyfriend?" Then, without waiting for an answer, she tells him to leave her daughter immediately. But Lin calmly says, "I'm not her boyfriend." That just makes her mom even more angry. She turns to her daughter and yells, "So this is the guy you picked? You can't even admit it?" Luo Yashi then holds on to Lin and says, "When did I ever say he was my boyfriend? I'm not even good enough for him." Her mom is on the verge of losing it, totally confused by what she's hearing. Her mom asks if she's lost her mind. With her grades, she could get any rich guy. How could she fall for someone from the countryside? She grabs Luo Yashi by the arm, but Luo Yashi pulls away and tells her to stop. Her uncle steps in and tells her mom to calm down and ask questions before jumping to conclusions. But her mom snaps back, saying, "What else is there to ask?" Then the uncle walks up, looks at Lin, and casually says that he seems like a good-looking guy. He jokes that he's pretty attractive, and it's not surprising Luo Yashi likes him. After all, what girl doesn't like a handsome guy? But then he adds that everything should be done the right way and asks if Lin would mind answering a few questions so they can get to know him. Lin says he's okay with that. The uncle then asks what his parents do. Lin replies that they have regular jobs. When asked if he himself has a job right now, he says no, not yet. Then he's asked if he has a stable income, and again, he says no. So the uncle says, "Well, then I guess your parents must have bought you a house and a car, right?" But Lin says no, they didn't. The mom instantly snaps, saying, "So basically, you've got nothing?" The uncle then says, "Yup, this guy has nothing, no job, no house, no car. He's like a pig sitting in a puddle." His wife tries to get him to stop, but the mom loses her patience and tells Lin to stay away from her daughter or she'll stop supporting Luo Yashi financially. Luo Yashi says she doesn't care and that her mom is being unfair. The mom angrily asks if she's doing this just to upset her. Meanwhile, Luo Yashi's aunt tries to calm her down, reminding her that the girl is still young. But then the uncle jumps back in and says that he doesn't blame her for falling in love. He says their cousin Ruorua is only 2 years older than Luo Yashi, but she's already way more mature. The aunt tells her husband to stay out of it, but he snaps, saying when men talk, women should stay quiet. He then continues talking to Luo Yashi, saying she doesn't realize it yet, but her cousin Ruorua's boyfriend is the only son of Mr. Sher from the Fong Corporation, a very successful guy. They had only met a few times, but Ruorua already liked him. They've only been dating for 2 weeks, and he's already sent so many things to her place, like a fridge, air conditioner, dishwasher, and more. The family starts asking if Luo Yashi's boyfriend hasn't sent anything at all. Someone jokes that filling the house with things like an AC, a dishwasher, a washing machine, and a water heater is a great way to make it feel like home. But Luo Yashi gets annoyed and snaps back, saying they already have all that stuff, so why buy more? She also says what she cares about is Lin's personality, not whether he's rich or not. Her mom doesn't seem convinced, but Luo Yashi points out that it's clear she only came today to try and pressure her into leaving Lin. Then she turns to her uncle, asking if he just came here to brag. She even wonders if her cousin Ruorua and her boyfriend are going to show up too. Just then, the uncle's phone rings. He says it's probably Ruorua calling him to pick her up. He makes a sarcastic comment about how hard it is to find their small, old rental home, then picks up and asks Ruorua where she is, and if she brought lots of gifts. Suddenly, someone else answers the phone in a rough voice, asking if he's Ruorua's dad. The caller says his daughter is with them and demands that he bring 1 million yuan to the base of Jamming Mountain within 1 hour, or else they'll hurt her. Everyone in the room is shocked. The uncle thinks it's a scam call and tells them not to try to fool him. But then they hear Ruorua's voice on the phone, asking her dad to hurry and bring the money. That's when the uncle realizes the situation might actually be real. The person on the other end of the call dares them to keep doubting it, saying he can make her scream again to prove it. Ruorua then cries out for her mom and dad to come save her, saying they don't have much time. Luo Yashi's mom starts panicking, saying they should call the police right away. But the aunt says no, they can't call the police or the people holding Ruorua might get aggressive. The uncle asks what they're supposed to do now, saying they don't even have 1 million yuan. It's all their life savings. His wife asks if the money is really more important than their daughter's safety. She's desperate, trying to understand why this is even happening. She asks, wasn't Ruorua supposed to be with the CEO's son from the Feng company? How did this happen? Our main character quietly comments that maybe they never even met the CEO's son. But the uncle angrily cuts him off, saying they'd never met him because he was probably too rich and hard to reach. They start wondering what to do next and think they should contact the Feng company, hoping they might have some answers or even help with the money. But the aunt says they couldn't trace the phone call, and now it seems like they're on their own. She asks what they can do if they have to pay this amount themselves. Crying, the wife says that their daughter matters more than anything and asks how her husband can still hesitate. The uncle looks away, clearly torn. He seems to think that if they manage to save Ruorua, maybe she'll still be able to marry into that wealthy family, and everything will be worth it in the end. Meanwhile, our main character remembers that during the phone call, he heard motorcycle noises and wind. He starts wondering, why would someone hold a person outside like that, with background noise and such a calm voice? It doesn't really feel like a real kidnapping. Luo Yashi then walks up to Lin and says she's really sorry about everything that happened today. She tells him she'll make it up to him later. Lin replies that it's fine and says he'll just come back another day to help with her move. Bai Jia, her aunt, is worried they might not make it and asks if he could just drive them, saying they'd even pay him more. Our main guy senses some tension. Luo Yashi's uncle jumps in, saying, if he's really Luo Yashi's boyfriend, what's the big deal in helping out a little without asking for money? But the aunt scolds him and says there's no time to argue. She's scared something bad might happen. Luo Yashi tells her aunt she understands she's scared, but paying a ransom is risky, and Lin shouldn't be dragged into it. She believes the best way to handle this is to call the police. The aunt, shaking and crying, says if anything happens to her daughter, she'll never forgive them. She only has one daughter, and she's a good and obedient girl. Then he turns to Lin and asks if he's really a man. If he doesn't want to drive, then at least lend them his car. But Lin calmly says he's sorry. He can't do that. He really can't afford to lose his car. Frustrated, the uncle grabs his wife and walks away, saying, forget it. If he doesn't want to lend it, whatever. It's not like I care about his cheap car. They decide to just take a taxi. But when they get downstairs, he asks why there are no taxis around. His wife says it's peak hours, so it's hard to find one right now. The uncle thinks out loud, wondering if they could just borrow Lin's car again, but jokes that the guy's probably too stingy, saying, his car must be his life. Then they notice a cool sports car parked nearby and start admiring it. Someone says if they could use that, they'd definitely get to the bank fast. They all agree. Whoever owns that car must be super rich. Luo Yashi's mom remembers seeing it earlier and says it's a limited edition. It's the kind of car someone would dream of owning for life. Just then, Lin casually shows up and unlocks the car. Everyone freezes. Luo Yashi's mom and uncle are stunned, realizing this might actually be his car. Nervously, the mom walks up and asks Lin if it really belongs to him. He calmly says a friend let him borrow it for 2 days. When she tries to ask more, she's left speechless, thinking this car must be worth tens of millions. What kind of friend would lend something like that? Now even more curious, she grabs her daughter and asks, is your your boyfriend secretly rich or something? But Luo Yashi stays cool and says Lin just doesn't like showing off. He's very low-key. Her mom then asks where she's moving to. Luo Yashi replies calmly, to Dragon Village number 1 in Dajin. That shocks her mom. She blurts out, isn't that the super mansion worth over 300 million yuan? The uncle jumps in too, saying there's no way anyone could rent a place like that, and asks if they really bought it. Luo Yashi casually asks, what are you even thinking? That's when her mom and the others start realizing they might have judged Lin too quickly. They're now thinking, wait a second, this guy can afford a mansion and drive a luxury car, and we treated him like that? The richer someone is, the more careful you have to be, right? So they all rush over to Lin to apologize. Even her mom calls him Mr. Lin, and asks him not to take it personally. One of them says, why would you be mad? The uncle, who now seems a little embarrassed, says, we said some things we shouldn't have. We're really sorry. It wasn't on purpose. Luo Yashi's mom adds, we're old now. We just weren't seeing things clearly. Meanwhile, the aunt is thinking about something else. She nervously walks over to Lin, gets down on her knees, and with tears in her eyes, begs him to take her to rescue Ruorua. She says she's willing to pay anything. None of the apps are working, and she can't even call a taxi. She's scared that if they wait too long, something might happen to Ruorua. Lin nods and says, alright, I'll take you. Just then, Luo Yashi steps in, worried. She tells him, this could be too risky. What if it's dangerous? But Lin gently pats her on the head and tells her not to worry. He'll be careful and to just wait for him at home. He still believes the kidnapping might not be real and is curious to see how it all plays out. He tells the aunt to hop in and fasten her seatbelt. Meanwhile, the rest of the family rushes over, still apologizing. Luo Yashi's mom thanks him again and calls him a kind person. The uncle asks if he's accepted their apology. But before anyone can say more, Lin hits the gas and drives off. They call after him, shouting, please wait, Mr. Lin. We're truly sorry. Now in traffic, the aunt is stressed out. She asks, why are there so many cars? Can we still make it? Lin calmly tells her not to worry, he's got other ways. In his mind, he activates a special driving skill using his system. He tells the GPS to find a route with the least traffic even if it takes a few detours. The GPS responds with a new plan, estimated arrival time, 2 hours. The aunt panics. 2 hours? But he reassures her, don't worry, we'll get there on time. Then, like a pro, he speeds up, swerving perfectly through traffic, every move smooth and precise. They're moving so fast, the aunt nearly loses her balance and has to hold on tightly. Lin asks, should I slow down? But she says, no, please go faster. We can't let anything happen to Ruorua. With her shouting and him focused, they race toward their destination. Cut to the mountain where the ransom is supposed to happen. They arrive 5 minutes earlier than expected. Lin calmly gets out, but the aunt is still out of breath from the intense ride. After collecting herself, she calls out, Ruorua, where are you? Don't be scared. Mom's here to bring you home. Lin notices someone approaching. It's Ruorua, arriving on a motorcycle. He's surprised she got there so quickly and thanks her. Her mom is completely shocked, unsure of what just happened. She asks, is that really Ruorua? And is this Mr. Sure, the guy you left with? She starts to wonder if maybe Ruorua doesn't even recognize her boyfriend anymore because she remembers him looking very different. Still confused, her mom says the guy in the photo looks nothing like this. She asks Ruorua if she's okay and says maybe she jumped the gun by assuming it was a kidnapping. Ruorua just casually hands her a peanut and grabs the suitcase her mom had, yes, the one carrying 1,000,000 yen, and walks off with her boyfriend. Ruorua asks him if that much money is enough. He's all smiles, saying he can use it to make even more and promises he'll multiply it with interest. Ruorua's mom is completely lost. She asks, what's going on? Why are you dressed like that? Are they threatening you or something? But Ruorua tells her not to worry. Now that her mom's here, no one's going to mess with her. Then the boyfriend speaks up, saying Ruorua didn't lie. His family really does own a business, and if she stays with him, she'll never go hungry. They can even enjoy life together like it's a movie. Ruorua confidently adds that she hopes her mom finally gets it now, that she's been lying from the start. Her mom drops to her knees in shock, tears streaming down her face. She cries and asks, how could you turn out like this? We worked so hard to raise you right. Ruorua doesn't seem too bothered, tries to comfort her mom, saying maybe she should call home since everyone must be waiting. Then Ruorua points at Lin and asks who he is. Lin says calmly, I'm just a friend of Luo Yashi. Ruorua smirks and says, so this is the guy my dad wants me to embarrass? Just then, a notification from Lin's system pops up. His new mission is to start a counterattack. The system even hints that Ruorua, the confident girl, has become interested in him, and her current favorability rating is 10%. Lin thinks, if I can win over Yashi, maybe I can handle this girl too. But then another character shows up, a red-haired guy looking annoyed. He asks, how long are we going to drag this out? Either give me the money or let's race. He's introduced as the young master of the Cheyenne group and clearly ready to stir things up. He mocks the group, asking if they're ready to lose. Ruorua is frustrated and wonders why everything has to turn into drama. Her boyfriend steps forward and tells the red-haired guy that this time, he's confident he'll win. He even shares his strategy: avoid him on the curves and pass him on the straights. His bike, he claims, is better. The referee signals the start of the race, and both riders get ready. Ruorua's boyfriend is full of confidence, saying, "Watch this, I'll beat you easily." But the moment the race starts, it ends just as fast. Kai Xian, the red-haired guy, wins. Ruorua's boyfriend is stunned. "How could I lose?" he mutters. Ruorua tries to comfort him, saying it's just a small loss and next time will be better. But Kai points at Ruorua and says, "You think a few $100,000 is enough to buy me off?" Then he laughs and says, "I'll accept the bet, Ruorua's mine now." He even jokes that he heard her boyfriend never touched her, so maybe it's time to find out. Ruorua is caught off guard and stumbles. Kai keeps mocking them, asking if her boyfriend realizes he just lost her in a bet. The crowd is stunned. Even the throws away his lollipop in disbelief. The boyfriend is left speechless. Ruorua's mom looks horrified. Meanwhile, Lin is just watching it all unfold. Kai tells him he doesn't understand how this world works and that from now on, the rules have changed. If he doesn't follow them, he'll be crossing a line he doesn't even understand. Ruorua, clearly upset and furious, walks up to the guy she used to call her boyfriend and asks if he really bet on her without even asking her first. She says he's lost his mind, but with a crazy look in his eyes, he tells her he didn't just bet her, he sold her. Then he smugly adds that this time, Kai Xian is also betting on his own girlfriend, but complains that it's unfair since his girlfriend is way more attractive than Ruorua. He even complains that she never let him get close to her, and sarcastically asks if she really thinks she's worth that much. Ruorua, now beyond angry, tries to hit him, but Kai stops her. He tells her not to hit anyone, grabs her arm, and tells her to get on the motorcycle and call him master. Ruorua, clearly scared, says she doesn't want to. Her mom steps in, shouting for him to let go of her daughter. She warns him he's breaking the law and says she'll call the police. But Kai just laughs and says that this lady clearly doesn't understand the situation. He then turns to Ruorua and tells her to decide, does she want to call the police? Ruorua stays silent, saying nothing. Her mom, more worried than ever, demands that they let her daughter go. But then Kai suddenly slaps Ruorua's mom. The onlookers are shocked that he just hit her. Kai, completely unfazed, looks at Ruorua's mom and says she actually looks pretty too. Then he wonders out loud why they can't both be his models. Ruorua angrily tells him not to touch her mom again. Her mom notices that Ruorua still cares, even if she's not showing it fully. Kai smirks and says he likes that energy. He demands they both call him master. At this point, our main character finally speaks up, asking why everyone's been silent for so long. He apologizes for the interruption and says that while, yes, technically Ruorua lost the bet, if Kai wants to take both Ruorua and her mom as part of the prize, then he has to play by fair rules. He offers to compete too. Kai laughs and asks, "Who even are you? And do you even have enough money to bet?" The protagonist replies calmly, saying Kai can name the price, he's ready to bet high or low, whatever works. Kai looks over and points to the fancy car parked behind the protagonist, asking if that's his. The protagonist says, "Yes, and I'll bet that car along with 200 million yuan. He pulls out his card, placing the bet with confidence. He asks Kai if he's got enough to match it. Kai, intrigued, says it's getting interesting. He agrees to the bet. He'll put up 100 million yuan plus Ruorua and her mom. Ruorua's ex-boyfriend, with a crazy expression, suddenly throws his girlfriend into the mix too and says he's joining the bet as well. Lin says it's fine, but asks what exactly he's betting. The guy proudly says he's putting up 40% of the shares from Fan Company, which his father gave him a while back. He claims the company is easily worth 100 million yen. Kai laughs and mocks him, saying he already lost everything and now he's desperate enough to gamble with company shares. But the guy just says he's been unlucky recently and blames it all on Ruorua, saying she never brought him any money. He's confident he'll win this time. Ruorua, angry, yells at her that she's done with him. Meanwhile, her mom turns to Lin and says he doesn't have to go through with this. If he loses, he'll lose a huge amount of money. But Lin, staying calm, tells her not to assume he'll lose. He asks, "What if I actually win?" He then starts thinking about the rewards: 40% of the Fang Company's shares, 100 million yen, and a big favor owed by a young rich guy. That's a massive win. Kai's girlfriend is also wondering what's really going on. Then, the referee, who turns out to be Kai's girlfriend, explains the race course. They'll go all the way up the mountain and then back down. It's not about how you ride, it's about who finishes first. Ruorua's mom quietly says thanks, while Ruorua wonders why Lin seems so confident. He's driving a luxury car and casually betting 100 million yen. She's now questioning if he's really the poor boyfriend her dad mentioned. Lin then looks at her and asks if it's okay for him to borrow her motorcycle for the race. She asks if he even knows how to ride it and warns him about Kai. He once won a spot in a national championship, and there were rumors that other riders might have been taken out because of him. This is an unofficial mountain race, so she says it's okay if he wants to quit. But Lin gives her a thumbs up and says not to worry, his little sister is known as the pro of racing. Before the race starts, Kai mocks him, saying that if he's scared, he can still back out. Lin just tells him to be a man and not back down later. Kai thinks to himself that this time, he's definitely going to win. Meanwhile, the crowd laughs and says Lin is doomed. The countdown begins, 3, 2, 1, and the race starts. The three racers shoot off the starting line. The scrappy guy Keoka takes the early lead on his green motorcycle. Our main character, Lin, starts off in last place. He hits the gas and speeds up quickly. Ruorua warns him there's a tight curve up ahead, and her mom looks nervous. But Lin stays cool, he's got experience and even a system helping him. Leaning perfectly into the curve, he accelerates smoothly and closes the gap between himself and the others. One of the racers on the yellow motorcycle yells at him to get lost and even tries to throw a potato at him. Yes, a potato. But Lin pulls a wheelie, dodges it easily, and Ruorua shouts, "That was awesome." Lin finally moves up into second place. Kai realizes he's been caught, but acts like it doesn't matter. He says he'll handle it at the next curve. Lin starts thinking that Kai might try to block him, but he's ready to pull out his magic tricks to deal with it. Suddenly, Lin pulls off an insane downhill maneuver, almost defying the laws of physics. It looks impossible, and the crowd watching is completely shocked. Lin laughs and tells them to stop staring and pay attention to the road. The other racers almost crash headfirst into a wall. Kai manages to avoid it, but the guy on the yellow motorcycle isn't so lucky. He goes flying off the track. Lin is now in first place, and it looks like nothing can stop him. Kai, now furious, thinks he can't let this happen. He hits the nitro boost on his bike and speeds up fast. As he closes in, he says he doesn't just want Lin to lose, he wants him completely out of the race. Kai tries to hit Lin's back tire to throw him off balance. Ruorua screams in fear, but Lin pulls off an insane move, spinning around 180 or maybe even 360 degrees, and somehow turns his tire into a ramp. Kai's bike hits it and he flies off like a rocket. While he's midair, Lin finishes his spin perfectly and lands back on the road. The camera shows Kai flying through the air, screaming. Meanwhile, Lin casually reminds everyone that there are thousands of roads in life, and the most important thing is safety. Reckless driving only ends up hurting loved ones. The referee declares the race is over and announces Lin as the winner. The crowd cheers. Some girls clap and shout bravo, while a few guys say there's no way they could ever do something like that. One guy even calls Lin the pro of motorcycles. Ruorua stares at him and blushes, saying how handsome he looks. Her affection for him instantly jumps up by 50%. After the underground race ends, an ambulance arrives to take the two injured riders. Lin runs over to the doctor, clearly worried, and asks how they're doing and if they're in danger. Ruorua doesn't understand why he seems so concerned. The doctor asks if Lin is a relative or friend. He says they were actually lucky. Despite how bad the crash looked, they only suffered fractures and a mild concussion. Still, they'll need more tests and treatment. Lin sighs in relief and says that's good to hear. He then walks over to Kai and tells him to just sign the papers and leave. Kai looks scared and calls him a monster, but Lin calmly says he should accept defeat. That's the right thing to do in situations like this. After Kai signs the contract, Lin walks away satisfied. He adds that they should report the illegal racing, reckless driving, and intentional harm to the traffic police and learn something from it. Everything is now official and in writing. In the background, Ruorua is still yelling and kicking around, shouting that she's going to destroy both those guys for what they did. The doctors shout that the patients are in serious condition and need to be rushed to the emergency room. Ruorua, though, just shrugs it off like she doesn't really care. Lin was thinking that Ruorua was actually pretty good at what she did. Just then, Ruorua's mom walked up and called him Mr. Lin. She thanked him a lot and said their family could never repay his kindness. But of course, there were ways to return the favor. Ruorua, blushing, quickly said not to worry. They weren't asking for anything. No matter what he needed, she and her mom would do their best to help. But Lin, despite being a little flirty by nature, didn't take advantage of the moment. He just smiled and said it was all good. He already got what he wanted, a bank card with 100 million, 40% of the fan company shares, and even a bag with $1 million cash from earlier. He casually handed the bag back to them, saying it was theirs anyway and not to waste time over small stuff. He said he had to leave and told them to catch a taxi instead of walking back. This gentlemanly gesture made him seem even cooler, and Ruorua's feelings for him went up by another 20%. Ruorua's mom watched him leave and said Lin was really different. She asked her daughter what she thought, and Ruorua replied that she'd already made up her mind. Looks like Ruorua wasn't the only one whose affection level went up. Ruorua confidently said she was going to chase after him, which surprised her mom, who asked, "Wait, isn't he Luoyashi's boyfriend?" But Ruorua said she didn't care. Cut to the next scene. They're at Snack Street near the university. Lin and his friends are hanging out, enjoying street food. One of them tells the vendor he wants 3 sausages, another asks for 3 chicken strips. Lin orders a sausage wrapped in an egg omelette, saying he'll get noodles later because he plans to relax at the internet cafe. While they're chatting, someone is spying on Lin. That person suddenly rushes at him from behind. But Lin reacts fast. He shifts to the side and dodges the move, giving Ruorua time to eat her sausage peacefully. Ruorua waves and says hi. Lin is surprised and asks what she's doing there. Meanwhile, his friends are stunned by how pretty she is. They wonder if she came all this way just to see him. Ruorua walks up and playfully tells Lin to guess. She asks if he's going to the internet cafe and says she wants to come along. His friends immediately get jealous and start complaining about how another pretty girl is visiting Lin again. One of them says, "Why does he get all the luck?" But Lin firmly says, "No way. Women just slow down the grind." His friends are shocked that he turned her down so quickly. Ruorua just laughs it off. Right then, another girl shows up from behind. She looks annoyed and asks Ruorua who she thinks she is. How could she just show up and eat Lin's food? She pushes against Ruorua using her assets, trying to make her back off. But Ruorua grabs her arm and stops her. The other girl, Lu Yicheng, is shocked and yells, demanding to know who Ruorua is and how she dares to challenge her. She says back in the day, everyone in her group used to call her Teacher P, short for blonde. But Ruorua's not backing down. She grabs Lu Yicheng by the hair and the two of them tumble to the ground, locked in a messy scuffle. Lu Yicheng angrily tells Ruorua to let go or she'll hurt her, but Ruorua warns her right back to stop or she'll twist her arm. The two of them are rolling around, and while Lin's friends are clearly enjoying the scene, Lin himself is totally embarrassed. He knows he has to stop them. Using his skills in traditional Chinese medicine, he walks up calmly and presses a few key pressure points. Both Ruorua and Lu Yicheng freeze and fall to the side, completely immobilized. Then Lin sighs and asks if they can stop fighting already. He turns to Lu Yicheng and asks if she's secretly been following him again. Lu Yicheng asks Lin if he really dislikes that girl so much, saying she could help get rid of her right now so she won't bother him again. But Ruorua jumps in and playfully asks if Lu Yicheng is his ex-girlfriend. Then Lu Yicheng snaps back, asking what's wrong with her and saying she's way better than someone like Ruorua. She adds that if Lin ever had a girlfriend like Ruorua, he should have broken up with her immediately. Lu Yicheng starts yelling that Ruorua is just some wannabe troublemaker, pretending to be a student. She says Lin wouldn't like someone like her and tells Ruorua to leave. But Ruorua fires back, saying she's not pretending. She really is a student at Yan'an University. This surprises everyone. She casually asks what's so shocking, adding that she just doesn't go to class often. Some of the guys who have a crush on her start reacting. One says she's totally his type, another wonders if she's secretly into Lin, and another says she seems a bit bold but very attractive. Ruorua winks at Lin and says she goes to Yan'an University too, and that seeing him there motivated her to show up more. Lin sighs to himself, thinking, well, at least it's useful for making money. He still isn't sure where things stand between him and Luoyashi. Just then, his phone rings. It's Yuxian calling. She asks if he's already there. Lin asks where she means. She reminds him about the museum exhibition happening today and asks if he forgot. Lin suddenly remembers. He had promised to go to the opening of the cultural relics exhibit. He quickly plays it cool and says of course he didn't forget, that he's already changed and is heading over now. Yuxian is relieved and says it's great because he's the main shareholder. If he didn't show up, she wouldn't know what to do. Lin apologizes to his friends and tells them something came up and he has to leave for a bit. He says they can still head to the internet cafe and enjoy the night on their own. One of them jokes that he better not come asking for their help later. As Lin walks over to grab a bike, he wonders why he doesn't just use it more often. Ruorua shows up beside him and asks where he's going. She offers to drive him on her motorbike, but he politely declines, saying he can manage on his own. Then Ruorua cleverly brings up the acupuncture moves he did earlier, asking when he'll teach her. Just then, Lu Yicheng yells at him to let her go, clearly annoyed. Lin gets frustrated too. She's so loud that he feels like his head is spinning. He tells her to calm down and says he can teach her, but only if she catches up on all the school subjects she's behind in and passes the level 1 Mandarin test and gets her foreign language certificate. Ruorua pouts, clearly not happy with the deal, and chases after him, asking if he can at least make the requirements a little easier. People nearby watch the whole thing and joke that they wish a beautiful girl would chase them too. Meanwhile, Lu Yicheng watches from a distance, clenching her fist in frustration, thinking, she could have been mine, and I let her go. what an idiot. The scene shifts to the Yan'an Museum. A big crowd has gathered for the Cultural Relics exhibition. Everyone's excited, and a few people start talking to Yuxian. One person says she's a young and promising director. A girl comments that the museum has really improved under her leadership. Someone else says they envy Director Xia for having such an amazing daughter. Just then, a man walks up to Yuxian and says his last name is Yang. Someone invited Yuxian to dinner, but she politely said she had already eaten and was on a diet, so she couldn't accept. But the enthusiastic lady didn't give up and said it was fine. They'd made a reservation at a 3-star restaurant, and someone as elegant as Director Xia deserved only the best. Meanwhile, our main character finally spots her. One guy nearby, clearly clueless, thinks he should act quickly before someone else wins her over. Our charming main character shows up next to Yuxian and greets her. She's happy to see him and asks what he's holding. He says it's a sausage from a barbecue stand near the university. She seems curious and asks for a bite. That same clueless guy laughs and says it's ridiculous. How could someone like Lin treat a wealthy girl like Yuxian to something that costs just 2 yuan? He thinks Lin must be out of his mind. But Yuxian surprises everyone by saying she's never tried it before and always wanted to. She takes a bite, and with a happy smile says it's really good. Lin nods and says it's one of his go-to spots, and that the stinky tofu place next door is great too. He asks if she'd like to try it next time, which throws off the person watching nearby. He can't believe this is happening. Then Yuxian takes Lin by the hand and says she's seen enough here and suggests they head to the Treasure Appraisal Society in the museum's West Hall. Lin asks what that is. Yuxian explains that the Treasure Appraisal Society is something her dad used to organize twice a month. People would bring antiques or old items to get them evaluated for a fee. It's really popular among local collectors. Inside the museum, a guy wearing a US-style cap is live streaming the event. He's munching on donuts and tells his viewers he's there at the Yan'an Museum to get something appraised. He jokes about the place looking run down and says even though he's never been to a museum in the US, he's sure they're way bigger than this one. People in his live stream chat say hi, ask how he's doing, and he tells them he's planning to have his baby item appraised today so he can sell it and save enough to go to the US, where his American buddy Sam has already lined up a job for him. Soon, they call number 174, and the guy with the cap walks past Lin and Yuxian, saying it's his turn. Yuxian turns to Lin and says the place seems lively. He agrees. Just then, someone comes up to Yuxian and compliments her on her earlier presentation called The National Treasure Returns Home, saying it was really well done. He asks where her father, Mr. Xia, is. She thanks the man, Professor Kong, and says her dad will be arriving soon. He gives her a thumbs up and says she's an impressive daughter and that Mr. Xia clearly did a great job raising her. Yuxian blushes a little and asks him to stop with all the compliments. Professor Kong says he just wants to thank her for being a permanent member of the Appraisal Society. Meanwhile, the guy with the cap is still live streaming and gets annoyed. He complains that no one is helping him, even though his number was called. He says he's been waiting for a long time and that his live stream viewers are watching too. He asks how they can run things like this. That's when Yuxian kindly steps in and apologizes, saying the main professor is away for a few minutes. She offers to help if he doesn't want to wait. The guy, a bit skeptical, asks if she's really qualified to do it because she doesn't look like an expert. Yuxian smiles and says he can give her a shot. He pulls out an old, worn-out pipe and says it once belonged to the smoking president of the United States. Yuxian takes a look at it. Yuxian looks at the item and immediately recognizes it. People in the live stream chat start commenting that she's really pretty and say they'd love to go there too. Someone asks if she's really that young and already an appraiser. Yuxian replies calmly, saying unfortunately, it's not a cultural relic, it's just a regular handmade item. The guy gets upset. He slams the item in his hand and says loudly, "What are you talking about? This was a gift from my American friend. There's no way it's fake." He asks if she even understands how sincere and wealthy his friend is. But Yuxian shows him a label that says, "Made in Hua," and asks if he's seen that foreign phrase. He replies, acting confident, that he doesn't know exactly what it means, but guesses it's something like freedom, since the US stands for freedom. He asks what's wrong with that. Yuxian tells him straight up that it means, made in China. The guy refuses to believe it, saying there's no way that's true. People in the chat start laughing, making fun of the situation. But he doesn't give up. He pulls out another item and says he's going to test her skills. He wants her to identify the origin of a porcelain piece, how old it is, and if she gets it right, he won't say anything else. He insists that the pipe from his American friend must be authentic. But before Yuxian can finish her analysis, she already notices something off. The color of the glaze looks too fresh and modern, so she calmly says that this one is also most likely a replica. The man loses it again, calling her clueless and saying she can't possibly be an expert. He starts getting rude, but Yuxian stands her ground and tells him to watch his words, otherwise, she'll ask security to remove him. He says, "What? Call security? I paid 500 yuan for this appraisal. If anything, I'll call the police." Right then, the senior appraiser comes back and asks what's going on. Yuxian explains that the man brought in a fake porcelain piece. The guy quickly quickly turns to his audience and starts ranting that she's not even a real professional. He brags that he's a big live streamer with 30,000 followers and asks if she knows who she's dealing with. The older appraiser steps in and tells Yuxian she did a good job, but when it comes to treasure appraisal, she still has a way to go compared to her father. He explains that a good treasure appraiser doesn't just know objects, they know how to read people too. He adds that while this item doesn't have any obvious flaws, there's also no real proof it's fake. He says, just give him a certificate, which surprises Yuxian. She asks, wait, are you being serious? The appraiser smiles and explains that back in the day, he and her father had to work together, using strategy and flexibility to build their reputation and keep things running smoothly. The guy with the item, now acting all smug, says, see, I told you it was real, and awkwardly apologizes. Some people in the live stream started commenting that the porcelain, which was claimed to be worth millions, might actually be fake. They wonder if that girl really knows how to recognize cultural artifacts. Meanwhile, the appraiser tells Yuxian that he's doing all this for her. He says, if she wants to run the museum properly, she needs to understand how important it is. This place is the result of her family's hard work over many years. He adds that the porcelain seller, Cecil, was about to sell the item to her, and the museum too was on the edge of being sold. Just then, our main character Lin walks in and casually asks what all the fuss is about. He steps forward and says, let me see who's trying to pressure our appraiser. Yuxian feels reassured and calls him by name with a calm smile. The angry guy asks who Lin is. Someone else answers, saying Lin is an expert, like, an expert. Another person agrees, saying that even though he looks young, he's incredibly skilled at identifying antiques. Apparently, he even met with Lao Xia earlier and learned that Lin is now the sole shareholder of the Yan'an Museum, and he's rumored to have endless financial backing. So the nationalist guy, looking shocked, asks, seriously? Then let's see what you think of this porcelain. He holds it up and asks, which dynasty is this from? Lin replies, it's from the Song dynasty. The nationalist argues back, saying, you mean Shang dynasty, right? Then asks, isn't that worth more? Lin doesn't answer directly. Instead, he asks, did you buy this item or was it passed down? The guy says proudly, it's been passed down for generations in my family, from my grandfather's grandfather. Someone in the background makes a joke about that, and the live stream chat finds it hilarious. People start laughing, saying the whole scene is way too funny. The nationalist gets annoyed and says Lin is just joking around. But Lin calmly responds, if I seem like the bad guy, then why were you tricked into buying a fake? He asks how much it cost and says maybe this guy should open his eyes and take a closer look. The man insists the item is real and says he bought it from a well-known collector named Master Fan Go. He even has a certificate of authenticity. Lin then questions him again, asking if this was really passed down from his grandfather, because if it was, why would it come with a certificate? He tells him that bringing a fake item and trying to get it appraised just to boost its value doesn't work here. The man, clearly irritated, calls him names and threatens him, saying he won't back down. Just then, another guy nearby tries to calm him down. He quietly tells Lin that some nationalist types go around getting cultural relics appraised just to raise their price. The more certificates they collect, the more they can sell it for. He adds that Master Fan Go is a well-known collector in Yan'an and that they're probably here today to stir up trouble. But Lin doesn't back off. He says he doesn't care who they are. If they bring in fake antiques just to scam people or inflate prices, they're not welcome here. The nationalist guy turns to his followers and complains loudly, saying this is what the Yan'an appraisal team has become, and that it's sad for Chinese collectors. Meanwhile, the chat doesn't seem to care. They're off topic, talking about how they like donuts or wondering if American donuts turn into cream puffs or not. Lin finally says, alright, I'm done talking. If you want a refund for your appraisal, I'll give it to you. Just take your fake item and fake certificate and next time, try finding a real expert so you don't waste your money. Just then, someone speaks up and says, wait, it's an elderly man, known as a longtime collector of antiques. He says he's over 60 years old and has always respected history and craftsmanship. He thinks the young man calling the relics fake is basically disrespecting everything he stands for. He adds that if a certified expert had said this, maybe he'd take it seriously. But since it came from someone without even an appraisal license, it just feels like a slap in the face. The nationalist jumps in and yells, see? He doesn't even have a certificate. He's just pretending to be an expert. Then a woman steps up and says that the porcelain piece they're talking about was officially appraised and purchased from Mr. Fan Go, a well-known antique dealer. She's sure it's authentic and still holds a lot of value. The whole mood in the room gets tense. Some people even seem upset that Lin and his team are questioning these items. One nervous guy leans over to Lin and warns him, you better back off. Fan Go isn't someone you want to mess with. The older collector tries to calm everyone down. He says, let's stay reasonable. I understand the young man is just interested in treasure appraisal. If he made a mistake, that's okay. But Director Xia and the appraiser should apologize to the owner of the item and help him get an official certificate. Yuxian looks over at Lin, worried about how he'll respond. Old man continues, saying, let's treat this as a turning point. But Lin Lin doesn't seem convinced. He quietly asks if he heard that right. People were comparing the lady's blue and white porcelain with actual cultural treasures. He then asks the lady if he can take a closer look. She says, "Go ahead, but be careful. If you break it, you won't be able to afford the cost." Lin carefully examines the porcelain and starts to smile. Old man Fango looks nervous, wondering what Lin is about to say. Then Lin calmly says, "This is fake." The woman gets mad and yells, "You're the fake. Do you have any proof? I spent all my money on this. Its value has doubled since I bought it. People are begging me to sell it." She compares it to a rare, collectible item. Fango tries to brush it off, saying, "Young people are always competitive. They just don't like to admit they're wrong." Yu Xian then asks everyone, if anyone else bought relics from Mr. Fango, please bring them forward. The nationalist mocks them, saying, "You're still trying? Just give up already." More people step forward with their items, vases from the Ming dynasty, boxes from the Yana dynasty, and so on. Yu Xian gets more anxious. She knows that although the relics look authentic, there's no clear evidence they're fake. But if she's wrong, it could damage everything. As the last porcelain piece is shown, Fango pressures her, saying, "Well, are you going to admit your mistake or keep wasting my time? There's no shame in being wrong." But Lin finally speaks up. He says, "Yes, they're all fake. But these are the work of a master forger. The craftsmanship is honestly impressive." Right then, people start making fun of Lin. They joke that what he said is basically the same as saying nothing at all. Some even ask if he's lost his mind. Since the whole thing is being live-streamed, the nationalist laughs and says Lin is going to be the biggest joke of the year. Meanwhile, Yu Xian decides to admit he was wrong and apologizes. But old man says that the young guy caused such a huge scene over something small. Now, a simple apology isn't enough. Yu Xian asks, "What do you mean?" Peter explains, he said all the relics are fake, so now he needs to show evidence. If he can't, everyone he insulted deserves an explanation. People around them start agreeing, saying, "Yeah, if he can't prove it, then he should buy the items at double their price." Another person jokes, "Well, if he's willing to buy at double the price, I don't care if mine are fake or not." The old man speaks up, saying he doesn't expect anything, but being treated this way in the Yenjiang Museum feels really disappointing. He even reminds director Xia that she once said she wanted to buy some of his collection for the museum. If she still wants them, he'll happily forget what happened today. As for Lin, he says, if he kneels down and sincerely apologizes, just 3 respectful bows, we can call it even. Yu Xian quickly steps in and says, "That's too much, Mr. Fan Go." But her boss stays calm and says, "It's okay. If I have the proof, I'll show it." Then let's talk about prices. He turns to Fango and asks, "How much would you pay if I prove they're fake?" The old man is caught off guard and asks, "Wait, why are you negotiating? Are you saying you do have proof?" Lin responds, "No, you misunderstood. You think I'm desperate to prove something? That's just setting a trap. If someone pushes too hard, it starts to look suspicious." Fango gets nervous because Lin isn't reacting the way he expected. He tries to turn the tables, saying that if Lin wants to make a bet, then he needs to come up with real terms. Otherwise, why should he accept it? The nationalist shouts angrily, "This guy. He still hasn't shown proof, but acts like he's won." Lin calmly says, "Actually, I do have proof. Want to see it?" Everyone is shocked, and people in the crowd start whispering, "Let's go. Make the bet." The old man says, "Wow, I haven't seen someone this bold in years." He agrees to bet half of his personal collection, something everyone knows is nearly as valuable as a full museum. Fango adds, "My collection is worth at least 1 billion yuan. That's enough to buy the entire Changpura Museum." He then says they'll begin right away. He mentions that while carbon-14 testing is accurate, it takes too long. So instead, they'll do something faster. He asks someone to bring him a hammer. People are confused. What's he going to do with a hammer? Someone says maybe he's going to check the inside of the artifacts. Another person jokes, is he really buying into those rumors about secret stamps used by master forgers? Others laugh and say, let him smash them. If he's wrong, he's got to pay double anyway. Fango hasn't reacted yet, but someone reminds everyone that it's usually him who sets the market value for these antiques. Finally, he says, alright, I'll use this hammer to break any relics I believe are fake. If I'm wrong, I'll pay double for the damage. But if I'm right, you'll see the truth. Worried, Yu Xian tries to say but Lin says, not to stress. Deep down, she thinks Lin is really incredible. No matter what kind of situation he faces, he always stays calm. It feels like nothing in the world can stop him. Her admiration for him keeps growing. Her favorability toward him just jumped by 82%. Lin then declares he's ready to begin. One of the women nearby wonders if he's really going through with it or if he's just being overly confident. An older man comments comments that while Lin might have some skills, they're not much. He says Lin plans to look at the cross-section of the relics to prove they're fake. If they were poorly made copies, that might work, but, unfortunately, the man admits that he made these fakes himself, so there's no way any flaws will be found. He thinks to himself that although he's known as a big-time collector, that's just his cover. In reality, he's one of the top forgery experts in the entire antique world. His skills are so polished that even certified appraisers can't tell his work is fake. And now, this kid is trying to expose him? Ridiculous. Still, like most master forgers, he always leaves a small mark on each piece, kind of like a signature, out of pride. But these marks are tiny, barely the size of a fly, and only he knows where they are. Trying to find them with a hammer? That gives Lin barely a 5% chance of success, so he's not worried at all. Then Lin starts smashing the relics. One breaks, and everyone cheers. The nationalist laughs and says he paid 3 million for that porcelain. It's crazy that Lin actually destroyed it. The nationalist walks up to check if anything useful can still be read from the broken piece. A woman nearby says probably not. Another adds that Master Fan Go must be right, and that the guy smashing these antiques is just wasting money, especially when his daughter's medical bills are already so high. Fan Go picks up one of the broken pieces and says, "Look, the color of the cross-section is white and grayish, with a dull yellow tint. And with this thickness, it's definitely authentic." The crowd agrees, saying, "Just as expected, Master Fan Go is never wrong." A woman asks if the relic isn't worth a few million, suggesting it could easily sell for 100 million. Fan Go just laughs, knowing the crowd is buying into it. Meanwhile, Lin keeps going, smashing a $13 million relic, then another worth 25 million. The crowd cheers him on, thinking he's doubling down and doing it fearlessly. But behind the scenes, Fan Go is almost laughing to himself. He thinks Lin is blindly destroying everything without purpose, not realizing that the real proof lies in one final piece, the one with the mark of Tang Songhai. Fan Go moves in, casually asking Lin how it's going. Just then, Fan Go tosses a shard to distract him and quickly grabs the final marked piece. Now holding all the broken pieces, Fan Go smiles. In his mind, this is checkmate. He's collected every bit of evidence he needs, and victory is finally within reach. Fan Go's assistant walks over and asks, "Well, have you seen enough? Where's your proof?" Lin calmly says, "Honestly, the craftsmanship is excellent. There are no clear flaws, not even in the cross-sections. Whoever made these was clearly a master." Fan Go laughs and says, "So, you're saying there's no proof?" That's when Peter jumps in and says, "Well then, he lost. Time to pay up. That porcelain alone is worth more than 100 million. He owes double." The woman adds, "And don't forget, my blue and white porcelain from the Qing dynasty is worth 120 million. Now everyone starts shouting, demanding that Lin pay for their relics too. Lin walks up to Fan Go and asks if these fake relics are really worth that much. Yu Xian is confused. She has no idea what Lin is trying to do. But Fan Go confidently says yes, that's the correct price. Suddenly, some broken pieces are thrown out, and marks on them start to appear. Fan Go is stunned. He doesn't understand what just happened. People in the crowd get nervous. These marks might actually be proof. Yu Xian stands silently, watching everything unfold. Then the main character steps forward and says, "Here's your proof," while casually tossing the marked fragments into the air. Everyone gasps. They can't believe it. They notice the fragments of Song dynasty porcelain have seal markings, and another piece from the Qing dynasty shows similar signs. Peter blurts out that it's impossible, leaving everyone shocked. Panicked, Peter runs over to Fan Go, who's visibly shaking. His legs are trembling as he quietly asks when and how this all happened. Lin asks if he's sweating too much and jokes that the pieces aren't in his pockets, so there's no point looking anymore. He says that the old man's reaction speed is slower than a sloth. The older man, now anxious, asks what Lin is doing. Lin replies that while these cultural relics look real, they're way too perfectly preserved. Even national museums don't have relics in such perfect condition. He says it's not that the forger didn't know what he was doing, it's that he was too full of himself. The forger thought no one would ever catch on, and that kind of arrogance shows in his work. Lin says all the pieces probably came from the same person. People in the crowd are starting to realize they've been scammed. One guy with a shocked expression tries to deny it, saying Lin's not talking about him. Then he suddenly says, "Even if you're right, how did you know about the marks?" Lin calmly says he didn't know anything for sure. He was just breaking the pieces to watch how the guy would react. And sure enough, he panicked and started grabbing all the fragments. Lin says it's the first time he's seen someone literally collect evidence against themselves. The man is speechless. Lin smiles and says, "It's only a few 100 million, right? So now they want to ruin me for that?" He says the appraiser only called the relics real because he was clearly scared. Yu Xian lights up with joy. She calls out Lin's name, thinking how amazing he is. Her admiration goes up another 3%. Then the crowd turns on the old man. People start demanding that he pay up, saying they spent money they needed for things like medical bills. One guy says that if he doesn't pay the 100 million he owes, he shouldn't expect peace. Lin steps in, saying not to rush things, there's still a lot he needs to answer for. In the middle of all this, Yuxian suddenly hugs Lin from behind. With tears in her eyes and her face slightly red, she tells him he really scared her and asks him not to do that again. Her affection for him goes up by another 5%. At that moment, the system notification appears. It says that Yuxian's favorability has hit 90, and the first stage of the counterattack mission is complete. It shows that 6.8 billion gold was spent, and 10%, which is 680 million yuan, has been refunded to his personal account. No inflation here. All his attributes are now level S, and he can pick one of 3 special skills. Skill C, Study Mastery. Skill SS, Geomechanics. Skill B, Horse Riding. Lin is amazed. He says, wow, 680 million? That's insane. He thinks that's enough money to never work again. This might just be his dream life. Yuxian wipes her tears and tells him it's okay now, but they need to go. There's still important stuff to take care of. The scene shifts to Fan goes home. Lin jokes that he's now the #1 collector in town. He says there are so many great treasures here, and based on their deal, he gets to keep half. The old man tries to plead, saying he spent his whole life collecting these. But Lin cuts him off with a cold look and says, what did you just say? You're already kneeling, right? The man quickly backtracks. Lin is then told to start picking the relics he wants, and they all realize, there are some really good ones here. He happily comments that the cultural relic turned out to be the real deal. He turns to Lin and says, come have some tea with me later. Later, Lin is sitting in a small outdoor pavilion, quietly looking at his phone. He's reading the news. Apparently, the broker Wang Hong, that nationalist guy, was caught by immigration and is now being held in an American prison. Hearing this, Lin repeats, an American prison, huh? Then jokes, well, I heard the food and culture there are pretty decent. Hope he enjoys it. But then he starts wondering where Yuxian is. She hasn't shown up yet. He thinks maybe tea time really is that serious for her. Just then, he hears the sound of footsteps approaching, and when he looks up, he's completely stunned. Yuxian looks absolutely beautiful. She had dressed up and came straight to meet him. As she walks over, he's speechless. Yuxian smiles and asks him if he knows the origin of the incense burner nearby. Lin, still a little dazed, responds with a random question about how slim her waist looks. She just laughs and says no, she actually bought the incense burner back when she was in high school. It's a bit small for her now, so it was tough to bring it out. Lin guesses that maybe it's a modern piece from the FW collection. He says that since it's not that old, it might be considered a third-level cultural relic. Yuxian nods but says this particular burner has a special story. About 180 years ago, during a foreign invasion, a young officer from the Shufeng military academy named Zhu Fen rescued Chen Yu, the daughter of a wealthy businessman. The two of them fell in love at first sight, but Chen Yu's father didn't approve of Zhu Fen. He said that only if Zhu Fen became a general could he marry his daughter. Before leaving for the battlefield, Zhu Fen gave this incense burner to Chen Yu as a symbol of his love. It ended up taking him 10 years, but Zhu Fen finally returned as a general and married her. Yuxian says this incense burner became a symbol of their love and was passed down through generations, until it was lost during the war. She says she loved that story as a child and never imagined she'd actually find the real incense burner one day. She tells Lin that the words engraved on the burner are, a long love never forgotten. Zhu Fen had carved those words himself with a knife. Lin smiles and says, that's a really touching story. Also, the tea is really nice. As they sit in the cozy pavilion, Lin gently wraps his arm around Yuxian. She looks truly happy sharing this peaceful moment with him. Lin compliments her and says she looks beautiful tonight, and then, suddenly, Yuxian leans in and steals a quick kiss. Lin is surprised at first, but he smiles and kisses her back. In that moment, it's clear, they both have feelings for each other. Suddenly, Yuxian's dress rips all the way down to her waist. Embarrassed and flustered, she wants to run and says, how could this happen? But our protagonist, being a true gentleman, quickly covers her with his shirt and gently lifts her in his arms. Yuxian is surprised but blushing. She says it's okay and lets him carry her to the changing room. That's how this sweet afternoon came to a close. 2 days later, our protagonist arrives in a luxury sports car with Luoyashi. They've come to officially move into Dragon Village #1. Luoyashi tells Lin to let the staff take care of his luggage and go ahead and enter first. But Lin, not used to having others carry his stuff, insists on handling it himself. As they walk away, one of the workers thinks to himself how lucky and enviable Lin is, young, wealthy, and always surrounded by beautiful women. Just then, Someone calls out to him playfully, "Hey handsome." It's Louis Cheng again, who offers to help with the luggage. When asked who she is, she confidently says she's the new maid. Looks off calmly, thinking to himself how easy that was. Meanwhile, two of the workers laugh quietly, saying rich folks really know how to live, especially with how pretty their maids are. Inside, Luo Yashi walks with Lin and happily shows him the garden. She tells him the gardener has already planted all the flowers he asked for, lilacs, hydrangeas, and many others. As they reach the house, the maids greet them respectfully, welcoming Mr. Lin and Miss Luo Yashi. Lin thinks to himself, so this is the life of the rich, the food is cooked for you, the house is cleaned, clothes are washed, you don't even have to work. Every day can just be fun and relaxing. This really is the dream. And of course, he thinks, what's luxury without a beautiful girl by your side? He looks at Luo Yashi and says she's taken really good care of him, then offers to gift her another car. Luo Yashi tells him he's already given her a lot, but Lin laughs and says, come on, I'll even give you a few $100 million if that's what makes you smile. Meanwhile, someone is spying on them. Louis Cheng, the jealous one, hides nearby, annoyed. She thinks to herself, she really thinks she's winning, huh? I'll let her feel happy for a little while, but at dinner, I'll be the one smiling. Later in the evening, as it starts to get dark, the maids compliment Luo Yashi, saying Lin is very lucky to have such a thoughtful girlfriend. She even cooks for him herself. Smiling, Luo Yashi says she just enjoys seeing him eat food made with her own hands, and dinner is ready now. Suddenly, the disguised woman approaches, wearing a face mask so she won't be recognized. She offers to help serve the food. Luo Yashi asks if she's new and why she's wearing a mask. The woman says she just has a slight cold, nothing serious. Luo Yashi says her voice sounds really cute and asks how old she is. The woman replies that she just turned 18, which leaves Luo Yashi a bit surprised, but she turns away and tells her to take the dishes up to the master bedroom on the second floor. As she carries the food, the disguised woman quietly pulls something from her pocket and sprinkles it over the dishes, thinking, alright, it's done. Just wait and see. She grins to herself and thinks, tonight, once they're relaxed, I'll finally have my moment with Lin. I'll give him the kind of happiness he's never had before. After all, men are pretty easy to please when the timing is right. As she wakes up, Louis Cheng thinks to herself that once he sees her again, he'll definitely accept her. She might be a little over the top, but she's hopeful. But as she walks downstairs, she overhears people asking if anyone has seen a suspicious woman. The guards are looking around, blaming each other for letting someone in without checking their identity. They're told to keep searching, which instantly makes Louis Cheng nervous. Thinking she's been found out, she quickly runs through the hallway, trying to find a place to hide. She's frustrated that all the doors are locked and realizes the only open room is the master bedroom. She slips in and hides under the bed. A moment later, Lin walks in with Luo Yashi, and she tells him to try the food while it's still hot. Louis Cheng, still under the bed, realizes it's them. Luo Yashi playfully says they should eat on the bed. From her hiding spot, Louis Cheng thinks this is the perfect moment. Once Lin eats the food she tampered with, he should get drowsy. While they're eating, Luo Yashi happily tells Lin that she personally caught the fish they're having. He says it tastes really tender and thanks her by saying he'll give her a sausage in return. Laughing, she replies that it's really sweet and jokes back, "Are you sure your sausage is ready?" He responds playfully, saying that whatever she serves him is always sweet. Louis Cheng, hiding below, gets flustered and confused by what they're saying. She starts to worry, why haven't they gotten sleepy yet? Could the special mix not be working? Just then, a maid walks in and tells Luo Yashi that the security team didn't catch the fake maid, but they found a suspicious bag she left behind. Yashi tells the maid to inform the team not to let this happen again. Louis Cheng, still hiding, realizes it's her bag and starts to panic. When Luo Yashi opens the bag, she pulls out a bunny costume and asks Lin if it's what she thinks it is. He nods, and they both realize that Louis Cheng must have sneaked into the villa wearing this. Yashi gets serious, saying she thought Louis Cheng was planning something weird. She considers calling the authorities, but ultimately decides to drop it. Then she turns to Lin and says she's prepared something special for him. Curious, he asks what it is. She lights a scented candle and tells him it's for relaxation. It's aromatherapy and smells really nice. After that, she starts changing clothes, which Louis Cheng watches in shock from under the bed. Yashi picks up the bunny costume, the same one Louis Cheng brought, and jokes that they'll be using it after all. Louis Cheng is stunned that her plan completely backfired. Yashi cheerfully says it'll be fun and they should enjoy themselves. Lin compliments how soft the costume feels, especially the fluffy tail. Meanwhile, under the bed, Louis Cheng is frustrated, upset, and uncomfortable. She mutters to herself that she was supposed to be the one in that role tonight. As she scratches the floor in frustration, she She thinks, why did it turn out like this? Later that night, things quiet down. Louis Cheng remains under the bed, exhausted and agitated, wondering how long she's been hiding there. Louis Cheng quickly tries to leave, thinking she needs to hurry. But before she can, Luo Yashi suddenly steps in front of her, stopping her like it was nothing. Louis Cheng complains, asking what's going on. Luo Yashi asks if she really thought she could just run away, that it wouldn't be that easy. This makes Louis Cheng frustrated, and Luo Yashi calmly tells her not to make too much noise, or she might wake up Lin and get the police involved. Louis Cheng asks her when she figured it out. Luo Yashi says it was the moment she claimed to be 18 years old. Those words were too suspicious, especially since Lin was already excited by then. That's when Luo Yashi decided to set a small trap, and sure enough, Louis Cheng walked right into it. She then teasingly asks how it felt to hear them having their romantic moment earlier. Getting angry, Louis Cheng jumps at her, but Luo Yashi calmly pulls out her phone, saying maybe it's time to call security. That stops Louis Cheng instantly. She panics, grabs her bag, and runs straight to the window. Without thinking, she jumps out, landing roughly after bouncing off some tree branches, still hitting the ground hard. From above, Luo Yashi casually comments, "That looked painful." Lin, half awake, asks what's going on. Yashi replies, "Nothing, just some annoying mosquitoes, go back to sleep," and cuddles closer to him. Meanwhile, Louis Cheng runs off, upset and desperate. She thinks things didn't go as planned at all and now she looks like a mess. She wonders if she's really no match for Yashi. But then she checks her bag and finds something unexpected. It's Lin's clothes. Actually, it turns out to be his underwear. Blushing hard, Louis Cheng embarrassingly holds it, her imagination running wild. She sighs, thinking she really can't give up on him. Feeling fired up again, she happily walks away, saying she's ready to try harder to win him back. Her internal system says her affection level has increased by 0.5%, now reaching 99.5%. Back in bed, Lin half wakes up, confused. He wonders what's going on and why his affection meter increased again, and why it suddenly has decimals. The scene shifts to 1 week later at a school sports event at Yan'an University. All the students are standing in line. One of the student leaders gives a welcome speech, saying it's an honor to speak on behalf of the student union. He shares that this event is about unity, hard work, and friendly competition. He encourages everyone to learn from each other and grow together. The crowd cheers, and now it's time for the entrance show from the kata department. Everyone watches as the department proudly makes their entrance. At the sports event, the history department is holding up a big sign, and a girl is in charge of carrying it. One guy watching says the girl is really pretty and asks if anyone knows her name. Another guy says he doesn't, but jokes that even though she's cute, she still doesn't compare to Louis Cheng or Luo Yashi from the literature department. Just then, the literature department arrives, marching together, and the crowd starts cheering loudly, saying how beautiful they are. One guy even jokes that he's already thinking of naming his future son after Luo Yashi. Someone else laughs and tells him to wake up. He's clearly dreaming. The guy says, "My bad," just as a group of girls suddenly shout out excitedly toward Lin. Lin humbly waves and smiles at them. In another part of the field, 3 guys with dyed blonde hair are chatting. One of them asks if Lin saved a girl last month. Is that why he's so popular now? The other shrugs and says he doesn't know. But the third one, walking ahead, says it doesn't matter, it's just a few girls. These 3 are from the physical education department, and a group of excited girls nearby scream out the name Peng Han, calling him hot and saying he's their future husband. Peng Han smiles and says that the attention today is all on him. The cheering is so loud that Lin covers his ears, asking what's going on. His friend with glasses asks who the crowd is cheering for. Someone explains that it's Peng Han, the rising star of the athletics department. They say that when he was in top shape, he could run 100 meters in just 10.25 seconds, and the school is training him to become a national athlete. Lin asks how he knows all this. His friend jokes that if he had to race against him, he wouldn't even know how many meters he'd fall behind. He doesn't stand a chance. Lin laughs, pats him on the back, and says he should just try his best. He'll be cheering for him. Time passes, and the race is about to begin. Athletes are stretching and getting ready. Meanwhile, the cameraman in charge of filming the race is arguing on the phone. He's distracted and apologizing, saying it's his fault for messing up. As he keeps talking, he hands his camera to Lin and tells him to hold it for a second. The person on the phone suddenly starts shouting, "Don't go, baby," and promises to fix things in a minute, but the camera guy runs off. Lin is left holding the camera, totally confused by what just happened. Then, someone announces that the 100-meter sprint is about to start. The runners are called to the track. Lin realizes the cameraman probably isn't coming back, so he decides to help by taking pictures himself. He figures this is a good chance to snap a cool photo of his friend running. He gets into position and calls out to his friend to look his way. His friend just yells, "Get lost," from the track. One of the blonde boys then notices Lin filming filming and mocks him, saying he's wasting time recording unimportant people and asks if he even knows who the real star is. One of the girls from earlier joins in, saying that obviously, the main star is Peng Han. She warns Lin that if Peng Han's good looks aren't captured during the finish line, it'll be his fault. She suggests they all just use their phones to record instead. Another girl chimes in saying they don't even have their phones, which annoys one of the blonde guys. He starts getting frustrated, but Peng Han calms him down and says there's no need to worry about someone who won't even be close in the race. He then changes the topic, telling them that there are 3 new fans in the stands who look really cute, and they all have boyfriends. He jokes that this could be the most exciting love drama ever. Back at the race, the announcer calls all the contestants back to their tracks. Everyone gets into position. The starting shot is fired, and the race begins. Peng Han bursts ahead of the others, running faster than anyone else. The girls in the crowd cheer loudly, shouting that he's so fast, so handsome, and that they have to keep cheering for him. One of the guys watching comments that those strong legs are something else. He can't keep up anymore. Meanwhile, Peng Han is running and feeling great. He thinks maybe he can finish in under 10.20 seconds. He imagines his new album and handsome face appearing on the big screen, winning him tons of new fans. But in the background, our main character, all happy and clueless, is also running on the same track shouting, "Let's go." Shockingly, he actually runs past Peng Han, surprising everyone. Even Peng Han glances over and realizes that he's been left behind, and not just by a little. The crowd is confused. Some ask if they saw that right. Wasn't that photographer standing at the same starting line as Peng Han? How did he run that fast? They all watch in disbelief as our main guy runs smoothly while still holding a camera. Peng Han is stunned, wondering how this random guy is faster than him, especially while wearing leather shoes and carrying a 10-kilo camera setup. The announcer declares the winner of the 100-meter race, Peng Han, with a time of 10.55 seconds, officially the champion. But he doesn't look happy at all. Deep down, he knows it doesn't feel like a real win. Commentators even start talking about how strange it was. Peng Han had a perfect start and was doing great for the first 50 meters, but then something happened, and he totally lost his pace. This ends up being his worst performance yet. Meanwhile, our main character, not even tired, casually tells his friend, "I got some great photos. Aren't you gonna thank me?" His friend tells him to give it a rest and let people breathe first. Peng Han drops to his knees in disbelief, asking himself how this is even possible. People aren't stupid, they saw it too. One girl says she definitely saw it. Lin really outran Peng Han. Just then, Lin's friend yells at him to hurry up and keep filming, reminding him the 400-meter race is about to start. He needs to record that too. Lin, still confused, is pushed toward the track with the camera. Frustrated but not wanting to argue, Lin gets back to work, now filming the 400-meter champion, yet another guy who also won the 100 meters. Lin grumbles to himself while recording, thinking that these guys always show off. As for that last word he keeps muttering, it's just something silly he says when he's annoyed. No big deal. Our main character thinks to himself that covering the whole athletics competition is actually super tiring. He plans to ask the photographer to treat him to a meal later as thanks for helping out. Meanwhile, the trio of loud blonde guys go to the referee and say they want to report someone for cheating. The referee, annoyed, asks if they're serious. He tells them the school has proper testing tools and that anyone caught breaking the rules will be punished, no exceptions. The blonde guys point at Lin and say, "It's that photographer." But the referee just looks at them like they're wasting his time and says, "If you've got nothing better to do, go eat some plums or something." The guys are left speechless, totally embarrassed like they just got publicly roasted. Peng Han and his friends are completely worn out, disappointed that no one believed their complaint. Frustrated, they say they'll go find the 3 girls they saw earlier to cheer themselves up. But turns out, those girls are now cheering for Lin. The blonde girl says Lin is seriously amazing. The blue-haired girl adds that he's been running all over, 100m, 400m, everywhere, and still doing great. She says he's definitely hiding his talent. The girl with short brown hair wonders why he doesn't officially compete, because if he did, he'd probably win every event. Just then, Peng Han walks over with his crew, acting all cool. He tells the girls the game's over, and they can go now. One of the girls replies, "Sorry, maybe next time. But you already have a girlfriend, remember?" Peng Han asks why they didn't say anything before the game ended. The girls simply say it's because Lin is still filming, and they want to stay and watch. Another girl adds that he might even show up for the high jump or long jump next. The blue-haired girl tells them not to get in the way and to watch Lin closely. That totally crushes the blonde trio. They fall to the ground, frustrated, yelling out that they hate Lin. Then we switch scenes. The 50-meter girls swimming competition is about to begin. The announcer calls for all swimmers to take their positions. We see that Lu Yicheng and Luo Yashi are participating. Right away, the guys in the crowd start going crazy over how beautiful they are. One says Lu Yicheng looks amazing, another says Luo Yashi is super attractive, and one even jokes that he needs to run to the bathroom because she's just too much. Luo Yashi tells Lu Yicheng that she actually came to compete, and remembers that the last time she visited her house, she seemed like a great dancer too. Lu Yicheng laughs and says that Lin likes girls who are independent and good at a lot of things. She says she wants to improve herself all around. Luo Yashi responds by saying sometimes she feels like she used up all her good luck just to meet Lin, and that for people without that kind of luck, you can't force some things to happen. She asks if Lu Yicheng understands. Lu Yicheng agrees and says, "That's true. But you know what they say, if you keep trying, eventually things will work out." Luo Yashi teases her back and tells her to keep trying, and not to lose to her in the swim race. Then, looking a bit flustered but happy, she says that ever since she's been practicing at the villa pool every day, her stamina has improved a lot. Lu Yicheng laughs and challenges her, asking if she wants to bet on it. She says, whoever wins this race gets to partner with Lin in the two-legged race. But Yashi knows she can't just make a bet without a real reason. She tells Lu Yicheng that even if she won, Lin probably wouldn't agree to partner up anyway. Right then, someone suddenly shouts to get their attention. It's Harley Quinn, well, a girl dressed like her, showing up in style. She says it doesn't matter if Lin likes someone or not. If you lose, you don't even deserve to show up on the field. Whether someone's better or not depends on what they can do, not just who they like. She says she feels kind of bad for both of them and adds, since I'm here now, you two should probably back out before things get embarrassing. She even gives herself a 10 out of 10. Luo Yashi is totally surprised and asks, wait, is that my cousin Ruorua? What is she even doing here? Lu Yicheng is also confused and asks if she's really her cousin. The guys watching get even more hyped. They start yelling things like, who is that girl? And, she's just as pretty as Lu Yicheng and Luo Yashi. Some even say she looks a little wild, but they still love it. Right before the race starts, Yashi tells Ruorua that this is a personal matter between her and Lu Yicheng, and it'd be better if she didn't get involved. But Ruorua isn't backing off. She says, what are you talking about? You think I'm just gonna listen to you? I'm here to go after the guy I like. Lu Yicheng cuts in and says, you're really the last person who should be talking about this. The race begins, and Luo Yashi bursts forward like a rocket, shouting back at Ruorua, fine, go ahead and try. Lin's not gonna like you anyway. Ruorua replies confidently that she'll win him over in her own way. Lu Yicheng can't help but laugh, even though they're swimming. She says, don't get too full of yourself, okay? Meanwhile, Lin and his friends are walking nearby. One of them asks if this is a swimming competition. Suddenly, another guy rushes in and pushes past them, saying, move aside. Lu Yicheng and Luo Yashi are racing. Inside, one of the guys with glasses hears that and asks, wait, for real? I gotta see this. His friends tell him to hurry up, and they try to drag Lin along too. But Lin tells them to forget it. Deep down, he's thinking that Lu Yicheng and Luo Yashi always seem to have drama when they're together, so he'd rather stay out of it. Just then, one of the usual troublemakers runs past and shoves a girl carrying a bucket and broom out of the way, calling her slow. She loses her balance and falls hard to the ground. Instead of helping, the guy walks off, but her friends rush over to check on her. One of them, the guy with glasses, notices she's not moving and calls her name a few times. She doesn't respond, and now everyone's worried. Lin quickly steps in and checks her pulse. Based on what he's learned, he says her blood flow isn't normal. It might be a sudden health issue. He calmly performs first aid by pressing on a few key spots to help her recover. Right after that, he shouts for someone to call an ambulance. One of the friends says, got it, and starts making the call. A small crowd begins to gather as people ask what's going on. A few seconds later, the girl finally wakes up. The guy with glasses shouts, she's awake. That was fast. Someone nearby says it might have just been low blood sugar. Then, looking at Lin, they ask, wait, since when do you know how to do first aid? One of Lin's friends says he wants to learn first aid too. Then he jokes, is it just because you want to impress girls when they faint? But Lin says no, it's not about that. He explains that the girl's heart problem is actually really serious. He only helped her recover for now, but it's just temporary. She really needs to get to the hospital as soon as possible. Everyone gets a little nervous because they don't fully understand how serious it is. We then switch scenes to Tianu Hospital. The doctor asks Lin if he's a relative of the girl since someone needs to sign the paperwork. Lin tries to explain that they're not related. Just then, a worried woman rushes in. She looks at Lin and pauses, clearly thinking she's seen him before. She says, wait a minute, I know you from somewhere. Then it hits her. She remembers Lin from a previous treasure appraisal event, where she had asked about a treatment for her daughter. She excitedly calls out her daughter's name, Chen Yuan, and checks on her. When she realizes who Lin is, she bows and thanks him, calling him master. She says she owes him a lot and insists he come to her house for dinner so she can properly thank him. Lin politely declines, saying it's not necessary. The doctor takes the the chance to ask the woman if she's really the girl's mother. She says yes and signs the paperwork. Then the doctor explains that the girl's heart condition is very rare and can't be treated with regular medical equipment, not in China at least. He says they need a high-end device called the GJC 8888 from a company overseas. But first, the family needs to pay a deposit of 15 million yuan. The mother is shocked. Why is it so expensive? She asks, almost panicking. At this point, Lin quietly starts to walk away. In his thoughts, he wonders about the treatment. He knows that device is used for something called cardiac synchronization therapy, which is quite advanced. But before he gets far, he stops and turns back to listen. The mother desperately explains that her family's entire savings are only 10 million yuan. The doctor bluntly replies, then what kind of illness can you treat without enough money? The 15 million is just a deposit. The full treatment will cost at least 30 million. Lin can't stay quiet anymore. He speaks up and tells the doctor that the therapy being suggested is actually for cardiomyopathy and ischemic heart problems. But in this girl's case, it's different. Her condition was caused by cold energy blocking the flow of her heart. So instead of machines, the treatment should be focused on warming her up and energizing her heart naturally. The doctor gives Lin an arrogant look and asks, and who are you supposed to be? The woman, possibly future mother-in-law, turns to Lin and asks, do you really understand this stuff? Lin calmly asks her, does your daughter often feel chest pain or pressure, back pain, shortness of breath, or feel like she can't lie down? The woman quickly says yes and asks how Lin knew all of that. Lin turns to the doctor and says the diagnosis was wrong and calls him arrogant and careless. The doctor gets angry and yells, who even is this guy? How dare he question me? Do you even know who I am? Lin calmly replies, asking if he's the kind of doctor who only cares about money. The doctor snaps back, calling him names and saying that when he was already a doctor, Lin was still in diapers. He threatens to call security if Lin doesn't leave. The woman, possibly Chen Yuan's mom, tries to calm the doctor down. She says Lin is a respected master and that her daughter does show the exact symptoms he mentioned. Suddenly, they're interrupted by a cry of pain. Chen Yuan clutches her chest, clearly in discomfort. Her mom quickly turns to the doctor and begs him to help. But the doctor, annoyed, says, didn't you just say that guy's a master? Why don't you ask him to help instead? The mother, confused, says she didn't mean it like that. The doctor smirks and tells her to go ask Lin for help since she praised him so much. Lin just gives a little smile and says, this is ridiculous. The doctor gives him an annoyed look. Lin stands firm and says, doctors are supposed to be kind, but all I see here is someone using a patient's crisis to talk about money. People nearby start whispering about it, which upsets the doctor even more. He yells that Lin is just stirring up trouble. But Lin stays calm and says he doesn't have time to argue. He just wants to save the girl. He turns to the nurses and asks if anyone has silver acupuncture needles. The doctor laughs mockingly and says, what, are you really going to treat her with a tiny needle? You think traditional medicine can fix something that needs top-level medical machines? Fine, let's see what kind of skills this so-called master has. Then he sarcastically asks if anyone is really going to hand over tools to someone like Lin. He warns them, if something goes wrong, anyone who helps him will be responsible too. But someone suddenly steps forward and says, Mr. Lin, I have the silver needles. The doctor quickly turns around, shocked to see who it is. It's a familiar and elegant woman, Luo Yashi's aunt. Lin recognizes her and quietly says to himself, this system really activates at the weirdest times. The woman smiles and asks if he really practices traditional medicine. She says she has no solid proof, but something tells her she can trust him. She says she's willing to take full responsibility for whatever happens. Basically, she's putting her faith in him completely. Lin thanks her and says, alright then, let's start the treatment. As they prepare, nurses start talking in the halls, saying someone is actually challenging Dr. Lu's medical skills inside the hospital. Another nurse replies, yeah, I heard it's a young guy holding silver needles. Meanwhile, a red-haired girl hears the chatter and asks, what's going on? One nurse says, it's some kind of medical disagreement. Someone is arguing with Dr. Lu. The redhead heads over to check it out. Turns out, she's actually an undercover agent, the same girl Lin thought was just a sweet person before. He just hadn't realized it until now. Back in the room, Dr. Lu tells Lin that maybe all the doctors should step out so he can do his job properly. But Lin replies, no need. If you want to take credit, go ahead. The doctor starts yelling again. Meanwhile, the redhead recognizes Lin and says, ugh, it's him again. I can't stand that channel. Our main character then begins using some traditional Chinese techniques and gently inserts acupuncture needles into the girl. A nurse nearby says people shouldn't judge him by how young he looks, and another doctor admits his movements seem very skilled, though he claims the points he's using are pretty standard. But another doctor disagrees, saying the technique is different, even if the points are common, the way he's using them is special. The doctor then talks to Dr. Ma, who's known as one of the top Chinese medicine experts in the hospital, asking if he's really impressed by a young guy like this. Dr. Ma nervously admits the method is quite unusual and suddenly realizes, it looks like the legendary flying dragon tiger technique, which was thought to be lost. Everyone nearby is confused and surprised, wondering if this method is really that powerful. Another doctor shouts that this is the Long John Ho technique, an ancient style of acupuncture that was lost over time, with only a partial version remaining today. While Lin works, there's even a slight vibration in his wrist, something that changes the effect of the treatment, even if the acupuncture points are the same. That surprises the other doctors. Dr. Ma starts wondering if Lin might come from a famous family of traditional medicine experts. After placing all the needles, Lin finishes, clearly tired. Everyone waits to see if it worked. The girl looks much more relaxed. Luo Yashi's aunt checks her pulse and says her heartbeat is back to normal and her blood pressure has come down. Lin calmly says that with weekly acupuncture sessions, she'll fully recover in about a month. He also plans to prescribe some medicine she'll take for 50 days. The girl's mother is overwhelmed with gratitude and drops to her knees, saying there's no way she can repay him. She even offers to give him all the money she has, 10 million. But Lin refuses and says he didn't help her for the money. The doctor, feeling embarrassed and frustrated, starts complaining again. He claims it only looks good on the outside and there could be hidden side effects. He then accuses Lin of practicing medicine without a license and says he's already called the police, warning that he could be in serious trouble. But Lin crosses his arms and says if that's how it is, then he'll also report the doctor. Maybe the hospital is involved in using fake, high-tech equipment to overcharge patients. The doctor says confidently, "Go ahead and report me." In his mind, though, he thinks everyone here is clueless about how powerful the hospital is. One of the nurses whispers, "Wait, is that really Dr. Lu?" Another doctor says maybe Lin just got lucky. But someone else replies that a lot of patients have paid a lot for treatments that didn't help. Someone tries to shut that down, telling them not to talk too much. Meanwhile, the undercover agent realizes this hospital is hiding a lot, which is why she came disguised. But now, with Lin stepping in, more secrets are starting to come out. She quietly contacts her team to take the next steps. The girl's mother tells Lin not to worry. She calls him Dr. Lin and promises they'll support him. Luo Yashi's aunt says the police will handle things fairly and reassures him. At the same time, the redhead is also talking on the phone, asking someone if that's the same nice guy from before. Lin walks over and cheerfully greets her, saying, "What a coincidence." She gets nervous. He jokes, asking if she switched jobs again, from waitress to nurse. He says being a nurse is a great job and it spreads kindness, adding that caring women are always good. The girl, thinking he's completely misunderstood everything, plays along and smiles awkwardly, saying thanks, while thinking to herself how clueless he is. Lin then asks if she's looking for a new job because of money troubles. He says she doesn't need to feel embarrassed. He thinks she's just a kind-hearted person. But she gets annoyed and grabs his shirt, telling him to stop talking. Just then, the police arrive and ask who made the call. They say they'll take both sides to the station for statements and ask everyone to cooperate. The doctor agrees right away. Worried, Luo Yashi's aunt calls out to Lin. The doctor, on the other hand, thinks this won't affect him and that the police won't understand what's really going on. Bai Jie tells Lin not to worry, no matter what it costs, she'll help him out of this. Lin gives her a puzzled look. She blushes and nervously says she knows he's rich and probably doesn't need her help, then asks what she should do. Lin smiles calmly and says it's fine, he did the right thing, and the police will see that. He thanks her and walks away. She stands there, watching him leave, stunned. She had wanted to invite him to dinner, but for some reason, she couldn't say it out loud. She tells herself, next time, I'll say it. At the police station, we see this dude locked in a room yelling, like, where are they? Why isn't anyone taking my statement? Hurry up, I'm here to report something. Then he's like, if y'all don't move faster, I'm getting a lawyer. He's stressed, totally confused why he's even there, wondering why he's the only one they brought in and no one else. Then a cop shows up and tells him to answer the phone. The captain wants to talk. He picks up and says, what's going on? Shen Aodong tells him they need his help. He's confused, like, help with what? Then he starts thinking, wait, that voice sounds familiar. She tells him something's wrong at Tampo Hospital. Apparently, there's some shady stuff going on, a conspiracy involving big companies and weird unknown forces. Turns out, one of the companies is linked to him, and he unknowingly owns 40% of it. Cut to the headquarters of Fei Gang. Some guy's bragging about his recent car bet, calling it his trophy. Then another guy brings up Shen, who owns 15% of the company. He looks super young, and someone asks if that's even legal. Next up is Shan Shu. He owns 25%, and someone jokes about whether his fancy vase is legal. He just says he likes gambling, even if it's not exactly allowed. Then they talk about Andon, who has 20%. Someone asks if this guy named Lin is actually gonna gonna show up. Andon says, yeah, I called him. He's on his way. Apparently, Lin is just a regular college student who somehow ended up with 40% of the company. He thinks it's a normal business and came to split the money. Everyone starts laughing, like, this kid really thought he made it. They joke about how Lau, the guy who used to have the biggest share, ended up handing over 40% to his clueless son. Now Lau has nothing. Andon says higher-ups should make Lau take the fall for all this, and that the Shin family's not getting out of it either. Then someone's like, yo bro, don't scare the new shareholder too much, he might actually pee his pants. Right then, Lin walks in like, who peed their pants, and greets everyone. He heard about the shareholders meeting and brought a coconut as a gift. Everyone's just staring at him. Andon says, right on time. Then a guy walks up with a contract and says, please sign this. Lin looks at it and asks, wait, are you asking me to give up my shares just like that? Suddenly, they lock the door behind him. The guy with the contract says, if you don't sign, you're not leaving. The whole room's filled with smug faces, like they've done this before. But Lin just casually picks his nose and says, so what if I don't sign? What are you gonna do? The guy snaps and yells, if you won't drink the wine, you'll be forced to swallow it. He tries to punch him, but Lin blocks it with zero effort. He squeezes the guy's hand, and the dude freaks out from the pain, like, yo, what's happening? The other guys just stare, looking kind of shocked, but one of them calls him an idiot and tells the rest, go finish him off, just don't mess with his right hand. Then our guy sighs and thinks, man, I was just here to help the cops and get some evidence from Fei Gang. But clearly, it's not that simple. Right then, he chucks a coconut at one guy's chest, and boom, knocks him down. The other dude who was acting all confident suddenly doesn't look so sure anymore. The rest of the thugs rush him, but every swing they take just makes things worse for them. Lin lands a clean punch to one guy's stomach and dodges a huge blade coming at him from behind. It clips his cheek a bit, just a scratch, but still, it finally landed a hit. He thinks, man, if the system gave me sword skills or something, I wouldn't be in this mess. Guess I wanted it all. Then he grabs one guy and straight up slams him into the others like a bowling ball, knocking them over like pins. The business guys start freaking out like, wait, what just happened? Lin walks over and asks, aren't you the last ones left? He grabs one dude and holds him up like he's a leg prop or something. The guys just stare as the one in the middle says, he's just a petty thief. I've been a boss for 30 years. You think I'm scared of him? Then, the suit guy rushes at Lin with another coconut, yelling like he's in battle mode. But as he gets close, he suddenly changes tone and says, Mr. Lin, thank you so much for coming. That coconut, it's my welcome gift for you. Another guy turns to the others and says, wow, this dude's emotional intelligence is on another level. Now all three start getting nervous, rubbing their hands and smiling awkwardly. Andon agrees and nods fast. Lin, now totally chill, hands each of them a contract and says, you guys know what to do, right? All three reply at once, yep, got it. Someone comments, man, this shareholders meeting went perfect. The others are just standing there speechless as Lin, now owning 100% of the shares, casually says, meeting's over. One of them tries to act smart, asking, you think Fei Gang is just some regular small business? You don't get it. You can't control this. Fei Gang? That's just a side company. The real one is in Myanmar. The supply chain behind it is huge. The guy yells back, you have no idea how powerful the people backing it really are. But Lin just thinks, Myanmar, tropical weather, exotic vibes, sounds like I gotta go there to get the real evidence. Then he laughs to himself and says, whatever. The police better cover my travel costs. And hey, if not, I'll just budget a bit. Maybe even make some side cash with some tropical beauty ideas. He tells the guys lying on the floor, I've got a lot going on, so you all can run the company for me while I'm gone. The guys were shocked by the offer. They shouted that there's no way they'd betray their boss. We're loyal, they said. You think we'd switch sides just like that? One of them said, I even blocked a weapon for my boss. You think that's just something people say? But Lin just smiled and said, the job's 5 hours a day, double vacation days, full holidays off, no transfers, and I'm doubling your salary. Right after that, the three of them dropped to their knees. One said, you're the new boss now. Another said he'd take a hit for him. The third one said he'd work hard and never slack. Some business guys in the back were like, these dudes really sold out fast. Another one said, yeah, their jobs totally depend on him now. They start hyping him up, fanning him like he's royalty. Lin just casually picks his nose, enjoying the attention, and thinks, once I collect all the evidence, we'll move on to the next step. Then the scene cuts to Myanmar. Lin just landed and looks excited. He says, time to enjoy an exotic new experience. At the airport, a worker tells him the entry form costs 40 yuan. Another guy asks for a tip. Even the passport stamp guy says, no tip, no stamp. Lin's like, man, everything's overpriced here. It's not much money, but it's still annoying. So, he calls for a ride, and a fancy car shows up, super luxe. Inside is a girl with silver hair and stylish clothes, wearing a mask. Lin groans and thinks, great, he's probably gonna charge me 50 yuan for the ride, even though the foreigner next to me paid only 25 for the same distance. The driver says, that's just how it is here in Myanmar. Same price for everyone. Lin replies, yeah right, people here are just trying to scam tourists. That catches the girl's attention. The driver says, if you don't pay the 50, you can't leave. Lin says, you're just using fake nationalism to overcharge Chinese visitors. I'm only paying 25, take it or leave it. Then the girl speaks up and tells the driver, let him go. He calls her Miss Wei and tries to explain, but she cuts him off and says, this is a goodwill gesture, so maybe you can reincarnate faster. The driver quickly replies, yes, Miss Wei, and backs off. Right then, Lin's system activates a new mission, counterattack mode triggered. A beautiful woman has appeared, name, Wei Schumann. Current favorability, 0%. Lin realizes this is his new target. The driver called her Miss Wei, and she's dressed like she's headed to a funeral. Her tone serious, too. Time to test out his double S rank geomancy skill. He looks at her and thinks, judging by her face, someone close to her just passed. And today, she's gonna lose money. The system is strong, that's why it's ranked double S. Lin wonders, is it really just a coincidence she's here? But if this works out, the more she loses, the happier he'll be to spend. And the best place to test that theory? A shop where they sell mysterious stones. Lin says buying jade here feels like buying veggies, even though these stones aren't just rocks. Some have valuable minerals inside. Miss Wei walks up to a vendor and says, hey boss, check this stone out. The seller tells her she's got a good eye, that the stone's from the Mona mine, and it's one of their best. Miss Wei notices the small green patch inside looks good, but she's not totally sure. She doesn't have much money right now, so she's trying to pick something that's actually worth it. The vendor tells her the green goes deep, at least halfway through the stone. He says it's easily worth hundreds of millions. Her friend tells her, just say a price. Miss Wei says she could maybe do 80 million. The seller flips out like, what? The base price is 100 million. But then he says since she's pretty, he'll give it to her for 80. He makes a weird face and tries to act like a big deal. But Miss Wei's bodyguard grabs his arm and asks if he seriously just tried to touch her. The guy yells that it hurts and begs him to let go. Miss Wei says not to break his arm yet. He still needs to lift stones for her. The dude snaps and says he knows she's Chanu's wife, the boss of Fei Gang. No wonder she acts so bold, he says. Too bad Chanu didn't go down earlier. Then he starts talking trash, saying Chanu's losing power and asking if she's only here because she's broke now. Miss Wei answers by slapping him hard across the face. The impact knocks him back into the stone display. The jade stone drops and breaks. He shouts that she did it on purpose, accusing her of smashing his expensive stone because she can't afford it. He starts yelling about how Chanu is broke and she's faking confidence when she can't even pay 100 million. Miss Wei thinks to herself, if I wasn't trying to raise money, I wouldn't have to deal with this. Just then, Lin jumps in and says, you want 100 million? Cool, no problem. He pulls out his card and says, that's like 350,000 yuan, let's swipe. The angry guy turns to him and asks, who even are you? Are you from Taiwan? Lin replies, when I walk, I don't change my name. When I sit, I don't change my last name. I'm Chinese. The crowd starts getting heated. Some call him a Chinese pig and tell him to leave. From now on, anything bought by Chinese customers costs double. You want this stone? Pay 200 million. Lin frowns, then laughs. He originally just wanted to help his counterattack target, but now he doesn't care how much it costs, the money's worth spending. He says, forget the price. Let's go bigger. Miss Wei, confused, asks who he even is. She reminds him of the rules. Chinese buyers don't get special treatment here. He shouldn't get involved. But Lin turns to the vendor and says, I'll take it. Actually, give me all your stones. That stuns everyone, even Miss Wei blushes a little. Wait, do you want me to pay double for everything? Then he smiles and says, cool, let's do it. The vendor shouts, you heard him. Bring out all the stones. His assistant runs to get them, saying, yes, boss. The vendor laughs to himself, thinking Lin is just another sucker. He believes this guy's like a fat pig sent here to be taken down. He thinks he's lucky today. These stones look valuable on the outside, but they're actually junk. Experts already checked them out. It's all fake hype. If they were really good, he would have kept them for himself. He figures Lin's just another fool and can't wait to see the look on his face later. But what he doesn't know is, Lin's no fool. Our guy activates his treasure checking skill and starts looking through the rocks. He notices one doesn't float in water, another has a sandy surface, probably has spring band coloring. Sitting on the floor, he carefully picks out 8 pieces. His appraisal skill can only see the surface though, so it's hard to know what's deep inside or if there are cracks. But that's when geomancy kicks in, the perfect backup skill. Lin uses it calmly, scanning the stones. It tells him which ones are trash and which ones are straight up jackpots. He even finds one that's basically the holy grail. The seller, trying to stay stay cool, watches him nervously. Lin picks out 5 final stones and says, "These are the ones I'm cutting." The vendor says, "No problem, but you gotta pay first." That's 700 million coins, around 2.3 million yen. People in the crowd start whispering. One says, "Chinese guys always act like experts but fall for this junk." Another laughs, "He just bought a bunch of trash stones." Someone else says, "Look at his flashy outfit, he probably spent everything he had on this." Lin turns around and says, "If you're all that curious, let's open them up." Watch closely. The workers start cutting the stones. One guy at the stand says it's just a waste of time. Others start throwing shade at Chinese buyers, saying they don't know what they're doing. But then, the guy cutting the stone freezes. The boss asks, "What's wrong?" The worker says, "These are all insanely high quality." The vendor's eyes nearly pop out of his head. They pulled out 2 J-grade purples, 2 ice greens, and 1 imperial green. Miss Wei and her companion are stunned. Suddenly, buyers rush over. One man says, "I'll give you 2 million for that jade." Another says, 3 million for the purple. Someone else says, "Let me take that ice green for 4 million. Then another offers 6 million for the imperial green. Right when things are getting wild, a guy in a fancy suit steps up and says, "I'm taking everything. I'll pay 75 million yen. But Lin smiles and says, "Everyone's offering big, but I've already decided. I'm giving everything to this beautiful woman I just met." The crowd gasps. Over 70 million yen in jade, for free? Miss Wei is completely stunned. She has no idea why he's doing this. People nearby start gossiping, saying Lin probably just wants to get in good with the higher-ups at Fei Gang. Some say he's playing the long game, trying to reel in a big opportunity. Miss Wei looks at him and says, "I don't know why you helped me, but I really needed it, so I'll accept." She takes off her necklace and hands it to him, saying, "This jade token is my promise to you. From now on, if you run into trouble in Myanmar, just show this. Someone will always step up to help you. Think of it as a gift. I'll pay you back double someday." Lin takes the necklace, and Miss Wei walks away, saying, "We won't meet again." But her favorability score jumps by 10%. Lin notices she smells nice and seems soft-hearted under that cool exterior. Later, Lin walks through the city. He spots a tall building through binoculars and thinks, that's the headquarters of Fei Gang, tonight's big event. From what he's learned, the Fei Gang group secretly controls 4 major markets. Fei Gang is just one piece of the puzzle. Fei Gang manages a jade quarry controlled by veterans, an organ processing facility, a huge real estate operation, and an overseas human trafficking network. He thinks the leadership includes a boss and several high-level military vets. Things used to seem like they were being cleaned up, but now they're making tons of cash through shady stuff. Then we flash back a few days. Lin is talking to some police officers who ask, "Are you really heading to Myanmar to join the Fei Gang's meeting?" They say he's helped a ton already, gathering info and evidence on the Fei Gang. Lin replies, "Even as a rookie, I've always hated scams. And this is my chance to do something real." One officer tears up and says, "That's the spirit. We need more passionate young people like you." Another officer adds, "But remember, your safety comes first. If things go bad, drop the mission." Even halfway through, Lin tells them not to worry. His goal is to finish the mission in a few days and maybe find some adventure on the way. While walking around later, he sees a girl climbing a terrace railing to take a selfie. Just as her foot slips, Lin jumps forward and catches her. He asks, "You okay? Did you hurt anything?" She replies, "I'm fine. That scared the life out of me. Thank goodness you were here." Lin can't help but notice. Dang, she's stacked. He thinks, are all Myanmar girls built like this? The girl smiles and says, "I'm a Mang. What's your name?" He says, "Call me Lin." She grabs his hand and says, "If you're new here, you have to check this out." She drags him to a big festival. Turns out, it's the Water Splash Festival. She throws a bucket of water at him and laughs. At this festival, if you don't start throwing water first, you become the main target. Our guy laughs while sneakily grabbing someone else's water bucket and splashing the girl. She doesn't mind and even throws some water back at him. They're both having fun, but with all that water, her clothes start to turn kinda see-through. So let's just move on. Suddenly, another dude grabs a hose and sprays her right on the back. She screams, totally caught off guard. Lin almost gets hit too, but dodges it just in time and ends up splashing her again. He can't stop laughing. Later that evening, they're walking through a quiet neighborhood. The girl complains, "You're still laughing? I got soaked and you didn't even protect me." Lin replies, "Didn't you say earlier that those who don't strike first become the target?" She laughs and asks, "So, did you have fun today?" He says, "Yeah, I really did." She thanks him for coming to the festival, but then he asks, "Hey, this alley looks sketchy. Where are we going?" She just tells him to relax and be happy. Right then, a shady van pulls up behind them. Lin instantly senses something's off. Turns out, she set him up. A group of armed guys gets out. One of them praises the girl, saying she did well. But she changes her tone, saying, "I'm just doing my job. He's all yours now." She grabs Lin and calls him little brother, asking if he's disappointed that their bond was fake and now his life's on the line. But Lin stays calm calm and says, honestly, I expected something like this. Traveling to Myanmar comes with risks. Still, it's sad to see someone as beautiful as you doing this kind of work. Then the girl smirks and says if he gives her 100 million yen, she'll let him enjoy her before it's all over. Another guy gets annoyed and tells her to shut it. The boss won't be happy if he finds out she messed with the money and made her own moves. So they zip tie Lin's hands. One of the men with a weapon tells her she's being smart for once. She replies, I mean, come on. You don't exactly act brave when someone's pointing a weapon at you. Meanwhile, Lin's thinking, yup, just like I heard, Myanmar is full of traps. And this one played out exactly as expected. There's still time before the shareholders meeting, so he figures he might as well enjoy the ride. They toss him in the van and drive to some shady-looking spot. When they arrive, one guy tells Lin to get out. Then he sees two familiar faces. One of them is the stone seller from earlier. The guy smiles and tells the boss, see, told you I'd deliver. The other man asks, is this the kid who ruined your stand? He looks weak. The stone guy laughs and says, he's all yours now. Let's see how tough he acts. Then he turns to his boss, Dao Tua, and asks for a knife. Dao Tua replies, what's the rush? We're not done yet. We squeeze every last coin out of him first. Lin's mind races. Based on what he knows from Fei Gang's files, this Dao Tua guy is one of the veterans running Fei Gang's dark side, especially the one behind the illegal organ business. He didn't expect to run into this guy here. Then the stone guy leans in and says, do you even know what happens when you mess with me? You're about to have the worst day of your life. So yeah, turns out our guy's not the only one who got tricked like this. We see a whole setup, a full-on kidnapping operation. Some of the thugs are yelling, men go left, women to the right. And yeah, this place is clearly part of an illegal trafficking ring. One of the girls turns to Lin and asks, so, how do you feel now? Scared out of your mind? She tells him to hand over his bank card password and start calling his friends and family for money. The stone guy jumps in too, saying maybe they'll go easy on him, but only if he cooperates. But Lin? He just laughs. Another guy asks, why are you laughing right now? Lin says, because I just had a great idea. He starts thinking, it'd be too easy to just hand these guys over to the police right away. Flashback, earlier, the police gave him a special tracker disguised as a metal button. It blocks signals so no one detects it. But when he's in real danger, it can break the seal and send his exact location instantly for a rescue. Still, Lin doesn't plan to call for help just yet. Why not rough them up first, then call the cops? He's taken into another room by one of the thugs. The boss is there, saying, cut the small talk. Just finish him and toss him. Meanwhile, a woman in the back grabs a metal shovel and heats it in a fire. A guy with a weapon laughs and says, let's see how long he can last. The girl who tricked Lin walks up and asks again, so, what's the password to your card? Lin replies, sure, I'll tell you. Just come closer. Another thug warns him not to play games or she'll burn him right on the forehead. He aims the weapon at him, saying, don't try anything. But Lin? He's thinking he just needs her to get within 3 seconds, then boom. Right at that moment, his jade necklace, the one Miss Wei gave him, slips off during the struggle and hits the floor. The girl's eyes go wide. What's this doing on you? She asks, totally thrown off. He freaks out, throws the other guy aside, and yells, this jade token, there's only one person who could have given this. Then the door suddenly swings open. It's Miss Wei, elegant, calm, and powerful. She walks in and asks, who dared to mess with one of mine? She walks straight to Lin and stands beside him. Are you hurt? She asks. Lin can't believe she actually showed up. He's a little annoyed though, since he was just about to make his move. He breaks out of his cuffs and says, kinda bad timing. I was just about to handle it. Miss Wei laughs and says, oh? Did I ruin your plans? Lin replies, nah, these guys are nothing but trash. She thinks, wow, this guy really has guts. Her opinion of him ticks up just a bit. Then Dao Tua mutters that the jade necklace was actually a gift from her sister-in-law. No wonder Lin's so bold. The stone guy loses it. So you're the one behind all this? Just doing this to mess with me? He tells Dao Tua not to hold back anymore. That's when things get real tense. Guys on both sides raise their weapons, and another thug yells, yo, watch how you talk to the boss's wife. The whole room freezes. One wrong move, and this could turn into a full-blown showdown. Miss Wei suddenly shouted, telling everyone to put down their weapons. She asked one of the guys if he'd forgotten the gang rules that Brother Chanu had set. The stone guy said he'd give her a little respect, since the real drama was just about to begin. He called her sister-in-law, and said he hoped she'd always stay that way, kinda hinting at something shady. Then Miss Wei grabbed Lin's hand and said they were leaving. On the way out, whispered to Lin to try and sneak out later on his own. Lin asked, are you sure that's okay? Miss Wei got into her car, wondering how this whole situation would turn out. She quietly spoke to her late husband, Chanu, saying he left everything behind too easily. But deep down, she had expected all this chaos when she became his wife. Worst case? Everyone loses, she thought. Right then, Lin casually got in the car too. She turned and asked, why are you here? Are you trying to get yourself hurt? Lin said, where Where else am I gonna find a ride in the middle of nowhere? She replied, don't get the wrong idea. I only helped you because you helped me at the jade market. Saving you now? Just repaying a favor. But where I'm headed next is even more dangerous, so maybe get out while you still can. But Lin stayed calm. Even if you kick me out now, you think Dao Tuo and the others will just let me walk free? Might as well stick with you. I'll take my chances. The driver started the car. Miss Wei just sighed and said, good luck, I guess. Cut to the Fei Gang headquarters. Everyone had gathered for the big meeting. One bald guy asked, what's going on with the Fei Gang? Haven't been able to reach them. Someone else replied, that's Godin, from the quarry side. They probably forgot about the meeting. A scruffy guy with glasses said it didn't matter. They build stuff overseas. If it doesn't work out, they'll just replace them. Then someone else brought up real estate control and said, let's send a message. If they don't show up today, they're done. Dao Tuo from the organ trafficking side brushed it off, saying it wasn't worth worrying about. Today's spotlight belongs to someone else, he said, nodding toward Miss Wei, the widow of the former gang leader, Chanu. Lin, quietly observing, thought, looks like all the main players are here. The real show's about to start. Miss Wei stood up and said, everyone's here, so let's begin. She explained that this annual meeting, normally led by her late husband, would now be different. 5 days ago, he died in a bombing on a private cruise ship, so today's meeting would be about the power struggle. Let's be real, she said. You all want my husband's spot. One of the veterans laughed and said he liked how blunt she was. We're all sad about Chanu, he added, but the gang can't go leaderless. For the sake of stability, we've got to choose someone new today. He suggested one of the other gang veterans should step up, since the three of them helped build Fei Gang from the start. But Miss Wei wasn't buying it. Oh really? So just because my husband's gone, it should be you three? The same three who just happened to know his crew's schedule? The same ones who could have placed explosives without raising suspicion? Sounds way too convenient. The room went quiet. The three veterans just stared at her. Dao Tuo finally spoke up. Once I become the new boss, I promise I'll put all of Fei Gang's power behind finding the real person who hurt your husband. Everyone in the room laughed, but our protagonist stayed quiet, thinking to himself, wait, is this Chanu guy their leader? He's already gone. Originally, he planned to catch this mysterious gang boss and turn him over to the cops. But things didn't exactly go as planned, so now he's just watching how everything plays out. Miss Wei stood up and shouted, have you all forgotten? When Brother Chanu started the Fei Gang, he built it from nothing. We all went through tough times together. Some of our people were hurt, some got caught, others lost everything. She continued, saying times had changed. We can't just keep taking things by force. We need to protect our business and go legit. That was Chanu's final wish before he passed. He wanted the Fei Gang to follow the right path. He died because of it, and I'm going to make that happen, and find out who really took him out. The crowd started cheering. We support you, sister-in-law, they said. You're right. The old days of conflict are over. Lin thought, dang, she's got a strong presence. But then the scruffy guy with glasses shouted, that's a lie. Fei Gang's been tough for years, and now you want to change everything just because you say so? The bald guy jumped in. You were married to Chanu for less than a year and now you think you know what he wanted? Maybe you pushed him into this clean business idea. Sounds really suspicious. Maybe you're the one who wanted to take over. Miss Wei slammed the table and told him to repeat that if he dared. Dao said he heard she went to the jade market today to gamble with stones. What? You broke something? He asked. All of us are just trying to make a living. You think we can survive off gambling skills alone? The scruffy guy added, typical woman. Does she think she can lead the Fei Gang? No way. Whoever becomes boss, we're not following her. Then, out of nowhere, a weapon went off. A bodyguard got hit and Miss Wei got splashed by the aftermath. The scruffy guy shouted, see? Even your people dare point weapons at me. The bald guy stepped up and said, no need to dig around for answers. You're already surrounded. And let's be real, you're gorgeous, it's a shame you're a widow. Why not marry me instead and forget the past? Fine, I admit it. Miss Wei shouted, I knew it. All three of you were behind what happened to Chanu. You think I don't know where the money went? You bought explosives. They're all over this building. You've got 10 seconds. Walk away from Fei Gang or I press this button. Everyone started panicking. What's going on? No way, I'm not ready to go yet. This woman is insane. Thinking, if she blows this place up, it'll save the cops a ton of work. Then he seriously considered jumping out the window. Maybe I could survive a 5th floor fall with my strength stats. The bald guy shouted, fine, go ahead and do it. He was clearly testing her. Miss Wei looked calm, but then, her own men turned on her. One of them said, sorry, sister-in-law, but Big Bro Gotan gave us more money. The bald guy smirked and said, see? I told my guys to pull the fuses. Those explosives? Useless. You really think you can be the boss without money? Miss Wei slammed the desk in frustration. Her plan had failed. The traitors had been plotting all along, even before Chanu was gone. The bald guy stood up and said, sure, Chanu might have been the boss, but I'm the real leader now. And if you follow me, you'll all be rolling in cash and meat. He bragged that his rough stone business made over 870 million, about 3 billion yen a year. What more do you need to be a gang leader? Dao nodded and said, of course I support you. It's just a shame Miss Wei's so good looking. I wanted a turn too. Then the bald guy laughed and said, that's easy to handle. Let Miss Wei entertain him. They all laughed and started teasing Dao, asking how long he'd had a thing for her. Dao replied, since the day she married Chanu. They kept going, saying Chanu couldn't even control her, that she probably wasn't even into him, and maybe never was. Miss Wei clenched her fists in anger, hurt and frustrated. She felt helpless. But our guy, Lin, stepped up and whispered, don't give up yet, just play along. Then he stepped forward and boldly said, I want to be Fei Gang's new leader too. The bald guy snapped, who the hell are you? Dao chimed in, he's just one of Wei's new guys. Super arrogant. The bald guy said, this kid's so full of himself. Let's get rid of him. But Lin cut him off and asked, do I look like Miss Wei's bodyguard to you? He pulled out a contract and flashed it in front of them. Everyone froze. The scruffy guy with glasses leaned in and said, wait, is this real? Is he actually a shareholder of Fei Gang? Miss Wei looked just as surprised. What is this? The scruffy guy said, even if it's a copy, this contract's legit. Dao narrowed his eyes. Don't think you can fool us with this stunt. Even if you are a Fei Gang shareholder, you're still not fit to lead this gang. Fei Gang's a foreign business, not even enough to cover your meal bills. Go back to China. You don't belong here. He added, and if you don't leave, we'll break your legs. But Lin kept calm and asked, so all I need to do is make more money to become the leader? Then he looked at the crowd and said, all right, then back to my sister-in-law. That caught Miss Wei completely off guard. She had no idea what Lin was up to. The bald guy went red with rage and yelled, what are you even saying? Lin said, if you care about making money and taking care of your brothers, then the smart move is backing us. These guys? They're just noise. I've got what it takes to lead everyone to real success. The bald guy and the others burst into laughter. You think you're better than us? One said. You're just some loudmouth. Dao stepped up and said, then let me show you something real. My organ farm business brings in 1.8 billion yuan a year. Now open your eyes and look properly. One of the scruffy guys with glasses said his real estate business made 2.5 billion yuan a year. Then Kalban, the all-credit guy, claimed his 4 casinos pulled in over 3 billion yuan a year, making him the biggest earner out of everyone. Miss Wei started to panic. Fei Gang's yearly income barely reached a few hundred million. She thought it was game over. The scruffy guy yelled for his crew to take her down, but just then, Lin stepped up. He called over the finance guy and asked him to swipe his gold card. A second later, more than 5 billion yuan was transferred on the spot. He turned to the others and said, this is for my sister-in-law, and all of you get a share. Everyone went silent. The traders were shocked, and Miss Wei couldn't believe what she just heard. Someone asked, wait, did he just say 5 billion yuan? Like, for real? Another dude scratched his head. I'm not great at math. How much does that mean for each of us? One guy quickly did the math and said, there's around 3,000 brothers in the Fei Gang. That's over 1.4 million yuan each. Another guy gasped, bro, I wouldn't make that much in a lifetime working as a small-time gang member. Lin stepped in and said, if I've got billions, I can definitely share some. You saw those guys flexing earlier, right? But what do they really offer? Then he asked the crew, what if you followed your sister-in-law instead? You'd be eating steak wrapped in gold foil. You'd be living large. No more hiding, no more jail time, no more people getting hurt. Just clean money, high pay, and a chill life. The room got real quiet. Then someone said, no matter what side I was on before, my sister-in-law is my sister-in-law. Another guy added, I'll follow her till the end. Miss Wei stood there stunned. The bald guy and his crew started freaking out. Things weren't going how they planned at all. Everyone now looked at Miss Wei like she was some kind of hero. She realized Lin flipped the whole situation with just a few words. She couldn't figure out who he really was. Meanwhile, Lin thought to himself, gang members are still gang members. Loyalty only lasts as long as the cash flows. With money, I can make them dance like kids. Dao Tua tried to act calm and said, you're good at this, sister-in-law. No wonder Chanu listened to you. You must have predicted Lin would show up years ago. She replied, don't say nonsense. But Dao snapped and said, only strength matters now, and sent his guys in to start a fight. Right then, Lin shouted, all right brothers, time to go home. Boss Chanu has a bounty out, 100 million yen for each of those 3 traders. Miss Wei froze and muttered, wait, I didn't say that. But it was too late. The guys shouted, for Boss Chanu, my blood's boiling. I'm taking one down no matter what. Then chaos broke out as they all rushed in, turning on each other. Lin quickly warned Miss Wei to stay alert and then picked her up to get her out of harm's way. Miss Wei, still totally chill, didn't realize she was next in line. Lin caught her just in time, keeping her from getting hurt. He said, "Right now, I don't care what happens to me, but you've gotta stay safe." Then, the bald guy jumped on a table and shouted, calling them names and saying it was over for them. But our guy was ready. He used some old-school Chinese street tricks and threw coins straight at him. They hit hard, even pierced his hand, making him scream and drop his weapon. Lin snatched the weapon midair and aimed it right back. He didn't waste time. The bald guy immediately regretted everything. Lin smoothly reloaded. That cool move bumped Wei Shumen's favorability up by 20%. The other henchman panicked and tried to run. Lin spotted it and called out, "You really think you're gonna escape?" He dashed after them, clearing the way like he was in a video game. He finally caught up to them on the stairs. One of the guys raised his weapon, but before he could do anything shady, a woman stabbed him out of nowhere. Lin had no idea what just happened. That same woman turned and stabbed another one of the guys. The man shouted, "What's wrong with you?" Lin quickly yelled, "Stop, don't finish them." She paused and looked at him, then kneeled and handed over the knife, saying, "I belong to you. If you hate me, you can finish me off. Do whatever you want." She was clearly unhinged. She added, "Please don't hate me for lying. I'm thankful you're here. I want to follow you, be your most loyal servant. You're just too good looking." Lin thought, what the heck is up with this girl? She's on a whole different level. He told her to calm down and put everything on hold. There were more important things to handle right now. Just then, the police burst in, yelling for everyone to open the doors. One officer pointed out the crazy woman and Dao Tua, saying they were from the Fei gang. They ordered their team to find the undercover agent and protect him. The team confirmed and moved fast. Aodong thought, I shouldn't have taken this risky mission. I just hope Lin stays safe. That boosted her affection by 10%. Lin grabbed Miss Wei and told her, there's a huge police force downstairs and the door's locked. Head for the roof. Get on the chopper and escape. She asked how that was even possible, but he said, we'll buy you time. You just go. All the subordinates spoke up too, swearing they'd protect their sister-in-law at all costs. She didn't understand why he'd sacrifice himself like that, which increased her trust in him even more, now at 41%. Still, Lin thought to himself, I'm sorry, guys, but none of you are clean. If you broke the law, you gotta face the consequences. He knew they'd have to stay and deal with the police. Lin was just thinking ahead. If something slipped through the cracks and Wei Shumen was in danger, he had already given her 5 billion. And if he did end up in jail, he was already figuring out how to keep making money behind bars. Just then, Wei Shumen grabbed Lin by the shirt and held on tight. He was like, what the heck? Cut to the outside, a helicopter hovered over the area. Inside, Wei Shumen apologized, saying she couldn't let her savior stay behind. She stared out the window with a bittersweet look, thinking how the entire base was now destroyed. But compared to blowing it up herself, this wasn't too bad. Then she turned to Lin and asked what she really wanted to know. Why did you help me? Who are you? Lin just smiled and said, that stuff doesn't matter. He thought to himself, if she finds out I'm an undercover cop, she might freak out and jump out of the helicopter herself. But Wei Shumen leaned closer and asked again, are you sure it's not important? Then she dropped a bomb. Do you know why I married Chanu? It's because I like strong, ambitious, crazy men. That's the kind of guy I was meant to be with. Too bad we didn't meet sooner. She looked away and said once they got off this helicopter, they'd probably never see each other again. Suddenly, boom, projectiles hit the chopper. Everything started shaking. What's going on? Someone shouted. The helicopter started losing control, spinning and dipping into the trees. The crash left them stranded in the middle of nowhere. Backtrack a bit. A few hours earlier, while Wei Shumen and Lin were having their moment, one of the bad guys from earlier popped out and started firing like a maniac, screaming that he was taking them all down with him. Just in time, that redhead undercover agent shot him down. But the damage was already done. The tail rotor was broken, and the pilot got hit too. Wei Shumen couldn't believe it. What now? She asked. Lin stayed focused, alert. She clung to his arm and said, well, since we might not make it out of this, there's one thing I want to do. Before he could respond, she leaned in and kissed him. He froze. Seriously? A kiss now? In the middle of a crash? The helicopter kept falling. Wei Shumen said, not the worst way to go out? That surprise smooch boosted her favorability by another 10%. Now she was at 51%. Then Lin picked her up and said, hold on tight. We're jumping. Her eyes went wide. Wait, what? You can't just jump out of a helicopter. That's like, super high. He replied, relax. We're less than 30 meters up. A small note popped up. Reminder, if a normal person falls into water wrong from 18 meters or more, it can be deadly. She kept screaming, it doesn't matter if it's less than 30 meters. But Lin didn't care. Without hesitation, he jumped, and they both slammed into the water below. We switch scenes. Lin is carrying Wei Shumen out of the water. She barely opens her eyes. He tells her they made it. She slowly wakes up and asks, wait, we're not dead? Lin says they got lucky, adding that they happened to land near a deserted island. Though in his head, He's thinking it's thanks to his pro-level fitness and swimming skills. They both look up and see the helicopter wreck caught in the trees. It's burning. Later, Lin checks things out and says, the pilot didn't make it, radio's fried, and all we've got is a flare gun, a bandage, one knife, and a single bottle of water. They've got no food and no signal. He figures they might be stuck here a while. Wei Shuman checks the map and says, based on the flight path, we're on an isolated island up northwest. Fishing boats pass by sometimes, though. Then she says they should make a signal on the beach. While talking, Lin notices she's not looking well. He checks her pulse and realizes her heartbeat is weak, probably from the cold and shock. Basically, she's sick. He decides the first step is to build a fire. But Wei Shuman suddenly grabs his shirt and pulls him in. He asks, what now? I was just going to get firewood and food. Instead, she gives him another surprise kiss and smiles, saying, now this is Lin. He asks, is this how a sister-in-law shows she cares? She replies, if we're gonna die here, why worry about all these rules? If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. Then she says, from now on, I just want to be your wife. Her affection score jumps up by 20%, now sitting at 71%. Lin hugs her and says, wow, sister-in-law really is wild. But if you want to be my wife, you gotta rest up first. She's flushed, but she nods and says, okay, just don't take too long. Out in the forest, Lin starts gathering supplies. He notices the tracker is toast from seawater, but he's hopeful that the police will search in the direction of the crash. He sees some bamboo and figures it's perfect for building a bed. While bending down, he says, good thing I've watched tons of survival videos. Meanwhile, a giant python silently slithers behind him. Back at the beach, Wei Shuman sips some water and complains that it's way too hot. She knows she can't just sit around. Time is money, so she grabs a stick and limps toward the shore. She draws a big SOS sign in the sand, hoping someone sees it. Then she heads to the ocean, looking at her dirty clothes and decides to wash them. But just as she does, a giant wave crashes in and snatches her clothes away, leaving her with nothing but seaweed. She screams, my clothes, thinking she'll have to use coconut leaves as a temporary outfit, even though that sounds super uncomfortable. At that exact moment, Lin shows up and casually says, there you are. Wait, are you taking a shower? She yells nervously, telling him she accidentally lost her clothes while washing them and begs him not to look. But Lin, playing it cool, says, didn't you just say you wanted to be my wife? Why so shy now? He notices everything she's gathered and asks if she found all that by herself. Aren't you supposed to have a fever? He says. She smiles and says she grew up by the sea. Poor kids grow up fast, she adds. Then Lin pauses, realizing maybe she also comes from a similar background. She asks why it took so long to get firewood. Lin casually replies, the python was huge. Dragging it back was a whole mission. She stares in shock at the giant snake. Wait, what? You handled that thing? He laughs and says, yeah, dragging it here was the hard part, though dragging what I've got is no easier. She goes red. Wait, what do you mean by that? Ignoring the moment, he uses a knife to cut the snake's skin and quickly makes her some clothes out of it. He hands it over and says, I even cleaned it. Give it a try. She puts it on and is surprised it fits perfectly. Actually, this looks really good, she says. Lin tells her, these big snakes can even swallow an adult whole. She's shocked again and says, that's crazy. Her affection meter jumps up another 10%. Then he adds, tonight's dinner, python meat and seafood. Later that night, under the stars, Wei Shuman sits with him and says she's really curious about him. She asks how he just popped out of nowhere, took over Fei Gang, and pulled off all those crazy moves without breaking a sweat. She says, you didn't even seem to care that Fei Gang might fall apart. What kind of person are you really? Lin shrugs. Just a regular rich guy doing his thing. She leans in and says, even if you don't say it, I know strong guys like you love keeping that mysterious vibe. Honestly, I like that. Right then, it starts raining. She gasps, oh no, the fire went out. Lin says, it's a tropical island. Rain is expected. Since they'd already eaten, they lie down on the bamboo bed they built. But she starts shivering and says, I'm freezing. Lin replies, I'm actually kinda warm. She pulls him close and says, then warm me up. He tries to stop her and reminds her she's still sick. She cuts him off, saying, no talking, just keep me warm. You know what happens next, fade to black. Disclaimer, this is purely a fictional story, made for entertainment only. Don't be influenced to hurt anyone's emotions or don't do squeezing before marriage. If you still go ahead, it's completely your own responsibility. 3 days later, on a boat nearby, one of the crew shouts to the captain, Captain, there's a distress signal coming from that island. One of the guys on the boat says, let's go, we gotta rescue them fast. They've probably been starving for days. But as they pull up, they're stunned when Lin walks up like nothing even happened. Thanks a lot for the help, he said, totally calm. Everyone just stares, confused. Like, how does someone stuck on a deserted island for days look this chill? Our protagonist thinks, good thing I've got competition-level stamina, or else there's no way he could have kept up with Wei Shuman, who, apparently, had been touch-starved for a whole year. Her affection level jumps by another 20%, reaching 91%. A system message pops up saying, you've completed stage 1 of the counterattack. You spent 5 billion yuan on Wei Shuman. You're now getting 10% back. 500 million yuan has been transferred to your personal account. All attributes +1. Current level, 8 across the board. Choose one new skill. A. Cooking mastery. B. Dancing mastery. C. Jump rope mastery. Scene shifts to Tianpu Hospital. A patient thanks Dr. Lu again and again, saying he's amazing. But in his head, the doctor's thinking, these fools. I'm making bank. Then suddenly, the police burst in. One officer holds out a warrant and says, we've got reports from the public. After checking your records, we found that Director Lu and other doctors exaggerated patients' conditions to get more money. He continues, they also forced treatments, colluded with the Fei gang, and got involved in shady human smuggling. The hospital is officially shut down. Dr. Lu starts freaking out, yelling, is this because of that guy who did acupuncture last week? The scene flashes back to a week ago. Miss Luobing's assistant tells her someone named Mr. Shan wants to talk business. She agrees to meet him on set. He shows up, and when she walks in, he's instantly thinking, wow, she's soft and cute. He looks around the studio and comments, so this is where you're filming, huh? Not exactly a big budget production. He glances across at another set and says, that one's way more advanced. In his head, he's thinking this team is just riding the wave of controversy to score money off a low-budget flick. This setup is so basic, he says. And he says the production budget was 2 million yuan, and yeah, it's been tough earning money. She gets irritated. Just get to the point, she says. He finally says, alright, I'll invest 8 million yuan into your film as promo money. Let's be real, marketing matters more than the movie now. With my help, it's guaranteed to blow up. Trying to act chill, he adds, no need to get emotional or anything. We'll split the profit 70 to 30, with you getting 30%. But if you want a better deal, I'm open. Business is business. She keeps a calm face and replies, thanks, but I'll pass. My series cost 50 million. The guy freaks out and says, how's that even possible? Luobing tells her assistant, Shaolin, fire him. She calmly says to Mr. Shan, please leave. But he snaps, what do you mean leave? A small company can't possibly spend that much on a production. You're obviously just hiking up the price. Then the assistant steps in and says, actually, you're mistaken. This entire studio is rented by our company. Every single set here belongs to us. So if you don't leave now, you're basically trespassing on private property. He goes silent. Meanwhile, we see Luobing texting Lin. She says some final adjustments will be done by tomorrow and asks if he's coming. But he sends back a picture and says, I'm heading to Myanmar. Might be a few days before I'm back. She replies, no way. He thinks to himself, she's a movie star. Of course she wants to travel the world. He probably doesn't have time to mess with a small production like this. Then she gets another message from Carolyn reminding her not to skimp on the promo and distribution budget. She even says, I'm transferring more funds so you've got plenty to work with. You still have over 300 million left. Lin jumps in and says, it's fine. Don't always try to save money. Spend 200 million on promotion, then announce the sequel. Production for that should start with at least 100 million. If you need more, just ask. She doesn't even know how to respond. Lin texts her again, just be good. I can't keep chatting. I'm boarding the plane. Blushing, she thinks, wow, he really trusts me. I can't let him down. I have to make this movie perfect. Time passes, and she keeps updating him on the film's progress. At one point, she sends him a cute photo of herself in a schoolgirl outfit. Lin replies, looks great. She sends a crying emoji and says, ugh, I just realized it's out of focus, and I didn't notice what's in the background. Lin texts back, don't worry, I didn't see anything. She also tells him about the argument she had with that producer guy. Her assistant calls out, Miss Luobing. She turns and asks, what is it? Her assistant jokes, you've been super distracted lately, got a boyfriend or something. Luobing just laughs and says no. Then she asks why she was called. The assistant says, the last 2 scenes are done. Time to wrap it up. We see the team setting up equipment and preparing to shoot. She thinks, once this is all finished, I'll be able to repay Lin. He put his faith in me. I've polished this script for ages. I can't let it fail now. Time flies, and now it's just 5 days before the movie premiere. On TV, we see a host greet the audience on the final episode of Endless Entertainment, featuring the rising star Luobing. She introduces herself with a smile. The host says, you've gotten even more beautiful lately. Girls who work hard really shine. She talks about how Luobing exposed Gue fans' shady actions and broke free from an unfair contract. Now the internet calls her a strong woman who stands up for herself. Luobing just laughs and says, netizens are too kind. I'm just like everyone else, an ordinary person chasing her dreams. And honestly, I got a lot of help from some amazing people. The host asks, is it true that a bunch of companies are offering you contracts now? She nods and says, yeah, but I've started my own film and TV company. It's not huge, but I'm giving it my all to make great content and give back to the fans who support me. Then she turns to the camera and says, my web series The Unbeatable XO will be online soon. I hope everyone watches. Meanwhile, in a dark room, someone watches her on TV and crushes a bottle in anger. It's a bald man, clearly furious. That girl was supposed to be mine, he yells. He kicks one of the women near him and shouts. Then some rich guy swoops in and saves her. Another woman nearby says, Mr. Yen, please don't be upset. You still got 100 million in damages. He scoffs, that girl's not worth that kind of money. She must have hooked up with some rich guy behind the scenes. He yanks on a chain attached to the woman next to him and says to his assistant, use that 100 million. I don't care who he is, if someone gets in my way, I'll use cash to crush him. His assistant nods and says, yes, sir. We jump to 2 days earlier, in the film's editing room. Luo Bing checks the final cut and thinks, tomorrow's the release. Everything looks perfect. Just then, her assistant rushed in, panicked, shouting, Miss Luo Bing, look at the news. The screen flashes with a smear campaign, full of false accusations. The headlines say Luo Bing used dirty tricks to push out other actresses and force newcomers to follow shady rules. It claims she left her old company, Kato Entertainment, because she got a new wealthy backer. They even show interviews with supposed victims. One girl says, we were in the same class. I was actually better than her, but she used her family's influence to mess with me. Another says, she made us run errands like we were her staff. Nobody could speak up because of her background. People in the comments start trashing Luo Bing, saying things like, she's fake, and she pretends to be all pure, but who knows what she's really done behind the scenes. Another girl said Luo Bing once made her run across town to get ice cream, which caused her to miss an important audition. Later, she found out Luo Bing did it on purpose just to steal the role. And to keep the truth from coming out, she spread bad rumors about her and ruined her reputation. People online started posting comments like, how can someone with that kind of history star in an inspiring movie? Someone else quoted a famous saying, you don't get to talk about independence when someone else is funding your life. Seeing all this, Luo Bing was shocked. She asked, how did this happen? Her assistant, shaking, said, even Ying spoke out. Then the screen cut to a clip of a purple-haired actress saying, I can confirm what Xiaoshi and Xiaoti said. Just imagine how hard it's been for us. In the comments, people were loving the drama. Some said they always thought Luo Bing was fake. Others said her fall from fame was super fast. One post even called her the most manipulative woman in the industry. Another guy said, we all had dreams, but some people were pushed out of the game by dirty tactics. I don't even know how they survived, except for the fact that they probably had strong backers. The assistant said, even Ying, China's top actress and entertainment person of the year in 2020, liked the video. Why would someone like her get involved unless it was real? Luo Bing replied, it must have been Mr. Yen. When Ying first started out, he gave her the resources to blow up. He probably arranged all this. Then she turned to her assistant and said, Shaolin, hire the best PR team. I don't care what it costs. But when the assistant called, she was shocked. They're charging 20 million, she said. That's the cheapest option. The PR team got on the line and said, this scandal is huge. Tons of top celebs have already taken sides. We'll do what we can, but there's no way to erase this with just money. Luo Bing, stressed out, said, okay, do your best. She thought about reaching out to Lin but quickly shook her head. No, she thought, what would I even say? Ask for more help? I can't drag him into this. Suddenly her phone rang. It was someone from L Platform. They told her the movie had to be taken down. And since the contract clearly said that any cancellation caused by her would count as her fault, she now owed a 1 million yuan penalty. Her assistant told her, both Fuji Video and Oilbot just pulled the plug. Not only is your movie cancelled, but you also owe damages, and they're not cheap. Luo Bing collapsed to the floor. Her assistant tried to help, calling her name over and over. Meanwhile, the PR team told her they'd done all they could. We're sorry, they said. It looks like someone paid a ton of money to flood the internet with fake comments. We can't fight it anymore. Her assistant added, half the team already quit. After paying off all the platforms, we're flat broke. Then came a knock on the door. It was Mr. Yan's assistant. She said, Miss Luo Bing, we know you're in there. You're out of money, your reputation's ruined, and the world's turned its back on you. But Mr. Yan is willing to forgive everything. He's offering you a spot in worse entertainment. He'll even line up new roles for you. She walked out quietly. Of course I'm nothing now, she said, and I know exactly what Mr. Yan wants from me. As she left, Luo Bing opened her phone and looked at a photo, it was a picture of her kiss with Lin. She thought, if I really can't escape this life, then at least I want to give my heart to the one person who truly cares about me. We switch scenes to the airport. Lin is in a great mood, happily singing to himself. He says goodbye to all his problems and hello to happiness. He's finally back home and feeling really good. He jokes about how everyone once threw a bun at him, and Wei Shuman asks if he wasn't supposed to go hide out in the Philippines for a while. Lin says yeah, that was the plan, since people are still looking for him. He just wants to lay low until things calm down. Then she casually asks Lin if he wants to join her in the Philippines. Lin replies that Wei Shuman must have forgotten. Nobody's looking for him in China anyway. Wei Shuman laughs and says it's crazy, but he's actually the kind of man she likes, then tells him to keep talking. Anyway, we skip to the present, at the airport exit. Lin is thinking to herself about how she once gave Wei Shuman 200 million yen, hoping that it would keep her safe from getting into trouble in the Philippines. Just then, he gets a call from Luo Bing. He answers and says her timing is perfect. He just got back to China. Luo Bing apologizes for bothering him and asks if he can come over to her place because she has something really important to tell him. Lin is surprised but says, of course, I'll come right away. Now we move from the theater to an apartment building. Lin is walking through the hallways, heading toward room 306 on the 3rd floor, where he thinks Luo Bing is staying. As he walks, he notices a shadow following him. Suddenly, there's a flash, and someone tries to run. Lin realizes someone's trying to escape and immediately starts chasing him at full speed. The person dodges everything in his path and reaches the elevator. Just before the doors close, he smirks at Lin and tells him to back off. Right after that, the guy sees a hand force the elevator doors open. Lin, frustrated, says, "Didn't you see what just happened?" The person replies nervously, "No, I wasn't paying attention." Lin then grabs the guy and says they're going to have a talk. Out in the 3rd floor hallway, Lin starts questioning him. Turns out, the guy is a paparazzi who came specifically to spy on Luo Bing's financial partner. Lin asks if it's true that this person hasn't been seen in 2 days. Someone mentions that the paparazzi was so scared, he ran around without pants. They ask him if he knows about the recent big incident, and he says he just had a gut feeling that something major was going on, so he came to investigate. After that, Lin arrives at the apartment. When the door opens, he's surprised to see Luo Bing in a super revealing outfit. Honestly, anyone would be surprised. She tells Lin that he trusted her and even invested a lot of money in her, but she ended up letting him down. She says she doesn't know how she'll ever pay him back, and now she has nothing left, just herself. So, she awkwardly asks if he's willing to accept that kind of repayment. Lin is clearly flustered and thinks, oh man, this outfit is way too much, and he starts blushing. In his head, he reminds himself that he's a serious guy, basically like a military commander, but he's terrible at handling emotional stuff like this. Just then, the paparazzi from before peeks in again and says something about Luo Bing having secret deals going on. Embarrassed, Luo Bing quickly covers himself up. To stop him from seeing anything else, Lin pokes the guy's eyes. Later, when things calm down, they all sit and talk. The photographer tells Lin that even though he's young, he's actually the financial backer of Luo Bing. But he works at a regular investment company, and apparently, the entire house collapse situation was planned by a man named Mr. Yen Jianzeng. Lin tells the guy that he's said enough already. The paparazzi admits he's pretty well known, then asks if he can speak honestly, because after this, he probably won't be welcome in the industry anymore. He says his whole report might offend one of the top entertainment company bosses, but he sees this as a great opportunity. He's been sitting on some sensitive info for years, afraid to share it because of how powerful Mr. Yen is in the industry. But now, he finally sees a chance to use it. He tells Lin that he has some serious dirt on Yen Jianzeng. He's had it for years. It's a big deal. But he warns Lin that once it's exposed, they'll need to destroy all the files, because Yen Jianzeng's temper isn't something even the rich can handle easily. In his mind, the paparazzi is also thinking, let's see if this guy is really as fearless as he acts. He goes on to say that the materials are super valuable, not something you can just buy for 10 or 20 million. He adds that once this goes public, even the major platforms will be under pressure, and Lin will have to spend more money to handle the fallout. But he figures that's not a problem for Lin, since he can take a share of the spotlight and profits. The paparazzi then asks if Lin is seriously going to buy it. Lin doesn't even hesitate. He just says to pack up all the files related to those two people and name his price. Then, without blinking, Lin transfers 60 million yuan. The paparazzi are shocked. He says, wait, that was 60 million? Just like that? He was expecting Lin to offer something in the hundreds of millions. He's a little disappointed. Lin says the info is good to go, and tells him to organize people to spread the word. He wants some influencers to help create buzz. The more, the better. He also tells the girl that they'll shoot another promo video for Luo Bing, no matter the cost, and they'll get the top media outlets involved. Luo Bing realizes what he's trying to do and gets really worried. She tells Lin she has no money left. Because of this whole mess, all the money was used to pay back platforms and staff. Lin looks at her seriously seriously and says, "Wait, what?" Luo Bing hesitates, looking like she's about to apologize. But Lin suddenly laughs and says, "You're amazing." He tells her it's incredible that she managed to spend over 300 million in just 2 days. He pats her on the back and says, "Not bad at all. We need talents like you." The paparazzi standing there are speechless. Then Lin says he'll invest a full $1 billion. They'll renegotiate with platforms, bring in new employees, and hire the best PR people. He tells her not to worry about saving money. He wants to go all out and deal a major blow to the competition. The paparazzi, still shocked, asks, "$1 billion? Is it really worth that much?" But Lin firmly says yes, it is. Then he laughs and says, "But who's talking about money? I'm talking about chasing a dream." His passion and energy create a strong impression, and just hearing Lin's name makes the impact even greater, boosting their popularity by over 30%. Luo Bing's public image now has 82% favorability. The paparazzi excitedly tells Mr. Lin that he's the best at this kind of thing and to leave everything to him. He promises to take care of it properly. Then he asks Lin if he still wants to distance himself from all this, but Lin laughs and says, "Compared to Yan Jianzing, that guy isn't even qualified to shine my shoes. I'm not afraid of him at all." The paparazzi runs off, saying results will be ready by tonight. Not long after, the story exploded on social media. People are shocked, saying something big just happened. A user posts a huge reveal, saying there's been a major twist. It turns out that according to new info, the real person in charge isn't Luo Bing, it's someone named Ying. We also see that the actress who previously tried to defame Luo Bing got involved with a shady-looking bald guy. Now people are wondering, is this really Ying? And right after that, we get a glimpse of a man people suspect might be Mr. Yen, the rumored big boss behind Emperor Entertainment. Someone recognizes the voice and realizes it's definitely Yan Jianzing. A girl turns to him and says, "Mr. Yen, I've given you everything, I just don't want you to lie to me. I want the first and second female lead roles in Xiao Kaiosen." As she turns around, everyone is stunned. One person says, "That really is Ying." Another can't believe it. The bald man says casually, "Fine, when the time comes, I'll let the 2 female leads wear red, and she'll be the only one in white." People start wondering, isn't that the same movie where Shimo made her debut 10 years ago? Others whisper that maybe she used underhanded tricks to climb to the top. Some even question if that's the same company where Luo Bing used to be signed, Worst Entertainment. Suddenly, things start making sense. It turns out that Yan Jianzing had asked Ying to present fake evidence to frame Luo Bing. The paparazzi also posts an update. He says that 2 level 18 actresses and a rich man spent the night together at a hotel and didn't leave until the next day. Turns out, those 2 women also appeared in the earlier interview and lied on camera. People online begin suspecting that they too were hired by Mr. Yen. One person comments that when one of them was acting, her face looked stiff, but now it makes sense. She was helping someone wealthy frame someone else. Someone else jokes that their acting was too good to be real, saying they don't even seem like real actresses. Another person angrily says they should be blacklisted. Someone else points out the girl with purple hair, Ying, and says she should be banned too. We then see the 2 girls panicking and asking each other for help. They beg Sister Ying, saying, "Please help us. You told us that if we cooperated and acted well, we'd get good roles, but you never said it would lead to this." Nearby, people yell at them to get lost, saying that Ying can't even save herself, so why should she care about anyone else? Saying they spent over 200 million yuan to hire online defenders and even used AI to clean up comments, but public opinion is still out of control. Their PR team found out the other side spent at least 500 million to dominate the conversation. Not only that, but they also have advanced tech and even hackers. Many of their fake accounts and strategies were completely wiped out. The girl is stunned. She asks, Who is this other side? Realizing things are getting worse, she tells everyone to leave and give her space. Then she makes a call to the man nicknamed Fat Pig. When he picks up, she quickly says, "Mr. Yen, we've tried everything, but it's not working. Please, help me." But he just calmly asks, "Help you with what?" She's shocked. "What do you mean? We're in this together. If I go down, you'll be affected too." He replies, "You must be confused. I'm not a celebrity. I'm not worried about my reputation. Have you ever seen a rich man lose everything just because he was connected to a few actresses?" At that moment, things take a dark turn. We see that his apartment is a total mess, and he's been rough with others. There are signs that the girl and her assistant have already been badly treated. This man takes out his anger on those he can control, but soon, it might be Lin's turn to face him. Finally, talking about Luo Bing, he says he underestimated her financial backer. If anyone tries to go against him, Yan Jianzing will make sure that person's whole family regrets it. He says messing with Luo Bing will seriously backfire. After that bald guy's outburst, Luo Bing was finally able to release his movie without any problems. It got a rating above 8. In the comments, people gave it 3 stars and shared positive thoughts. One person said the movie wasn't over-promoted, didn't rely on big-name actors, and felt really genuine. Another said it was honestly great, and the female lead's growth growth didn't depend on the male lead at all. Someone else praised Luobing's acting, saying she deserves the Best Actress award and that the film might even outshine the usual trending stars. Luobing's assistant was super excited and mentioned that the box office hit 100 million in just a few days. It's expected to reach 1.5 billion, and after subtracting all the platform and actor costs, they're looking at a net profit of 300 million. Luobing said that's amazing, but his assistant noticed she didn't seem too thrilled and asked why. Blushing, Luobing said she had a friend, a really nice guy who helped her a lot, and she wanted to thank him properly, but didn't know how. The assistant, already knowing who she meant, asked if he was really that helpful. Luobing replied that he was, so much so that money couldn't measure it, and simple gifts or meals just wouldn't be enough to show her gratitude. The assistant smiled and said, in that case, just think about what he likes the most and go with that. A thoughtful gift means more than something expensive. Luobing kept thinking about that, what he likes the most, and remembered how she almost offered him a bun before. She covered her face in embarrassment, feeling like she might have been too forward. Now she wondered if he saw her in the wrong way. She said to herself that she had to change that impression. Later, at her apartment, Luobing texted Lin, telling him the movie was a big success and that they could split the profits. She asked if he could come over and maybe help pick the next script. Lin replied, congratulated her, and said he'd be there soon. Behind the door, he was smiling to himself, thinking how surprised he was that he'd actually get part of the profits. It was the first time someone he helped gave something back, not the system, but real money. Plus, there was a beautiful woman waiting to have dinner with him. He even joked in his head, wondering if she'd ask, wanna eat dinner first, or me? When he got there, Luobing opened the door, fully dressed in layers of coats, and invited him in. Lin was left standing there, totally surprised, with a blank look on his face. Luobing tells him to go ahead and sit down, that the food will be ready soon, and points out there are also some fruits. She asks what kind of fruits he likes. Our main character asks if she's cold, wondering why she's wearing so many layers. Trying to play it off, she smiles and says it's just a chilly day, but it's obvious she's sweating. He walks over and touches her forehead, asking if she might have a cold. She gets super nervous, and between the stress and embarrassment, she suddenly collapses. He checks her pulse and thinks she might have a heat stroke since she has a fever and is sweating too much. He decides he needs to help cool her down right away. He starts using a wet cloth to gently cool her. Eventually, she wakes up on the couch, now wearing a different outfit, and seems a bit confused. He's in the kitchen getting food ready and tells her she fainted from heat stroke, so he helped cool her down and change her clothes. She gets super embarrassed and quietly asks herself if he really helped change her, then starts freaking out a bit inside. Lin asks why she wore so many clothes if she was going to overheat like that. In a quiet voice, she admits that before, she was dressed kind of boldly and worried he might think she was too casual. So this time, she covered up too much, not realizing it would lead to this. He hands her a plate of food and says he totally gets it. Anyone would have been overwhelmed in that situation and just tried their best. He tells her that he thinks she's actually really strong. That calms her down, and she blushes. Her feelings for him grow even more, and her affection score for him hits 85. They stay sitting close for a while, and she thinks to herself that she's really glad she met Lin. In the next scene, we see our main character in a taxi. The driver tells him they've arrived, so he gets out and looks up at a tall building, thinking it looks impressive. He checks his messages with Jiang Xian and says he's glad public opinion around the Luobing situation has totally turned around. He thanks Jiang Xian for the help and says their hacker made a big difference with less effort. Jiang Xian replies, saying he's shopping nearby and shares his location. It's the Yanjiang Science and Tech Museum. He also sends over a file with product details. Our main character walks into the building, impressed by all the new technology. He sees all sorts of high-tech displays in the air while people are posting updates and learning more about the event. He's amazed that tech has advanced this far. He then goes to check out the product Jiang mentioned but is confused because the whole file is in a foreign language. He reads something about a fabulous level 1 wafer clean filtration unit, but still doesn't get what it really is. Just then, he hears someone yelling nearby. He turns around and sees a guy kicking another man, yelling at him to get out. The scene gets tense. The man being yelled at falls to the ground, and a young girl runs to him, calling him Dad. A man in a suit demands that the rough guy honor his agreement now that the products are ready to ship, but the guy tries to negotiate a 50% deal instead and claims the product isn't up to standard. The man argues back, saying everything is clearly fine. Suddenly, he clutches his chest in pain. His daughter, visibly upset, tells him not to get too worked up and says that his heart isn't doing well. The scruffy guy tells her to stop pretending and says acting all pitiful won't help. He says he doesn't have time to waste on her, and if she's not going to agree, then there's nothing more to talk about. As he starts to leave, the girl confidently calls out to him, saying he's actually the one who broke the contract first. but he brushes it off and says his little sister also knows about the contract, that this is a grown-up business, and tells her to stay out of it. Still, she stands her ground and explains that according to the contract, the filter must block 99.99% of particles from 0.1 to 12 micrometers. Her dad's factory made a filter that met those exact standards. It could filter particles as small as 0.1 microns with 99.99% accuracy. She asks him why he thinks they didn't meet the requirements and says he should buy the 2,000 units at the agreed price. But the arrogant guy smirks and tells the little sister that even if she's right, it doesn't matter. No other company wants those filters, so only he can sell them. He says if he sells them at a 50% discount, he can still recover some of their losses. If they don't sell, they'll lose hundreds of millions. Frustrated, she asks why he's trying to back out of the deal. She wonders if Americans even care about keeping their word. She keeps pushing him with that patriotic spirit, even though it starts raining. The scruffy guy coldly says that people with yellow skin are treated as third-class citizens, so they have no place talking about honor or contracts. He says he has pale skin and doesn't complain. The girl's dad quietly admits that he never thought this order, which he hoped would save the factory, would actually be the final blow for their family. He apologizes to his daughter, but she shouts, "Dad, you didn't do anything wrong." She says the economy was bad, and he only took the order to keep the factory alive. It's not his fault. She says she never imagined they'd be treated so badly and insists the foreign businessman is the one at fault. The scruffy guy laughs and says it's ridiculous to think the whole world is wrong and they're right. He mocks them, saying Americans can't be wrong. He tells her to remember this truth and then asks if they can finally make the deal. Just then, he suddenly feels chilly and wonders why it got so cold. A mysterious voice behind them says something like, "Bring that attitude over here, Kiko." The scene changes to a high-tech cleanroom area at a silicon tech company. It's a next-gen cleanroom with over 98% efficiency and better pricing than the previous version. We see a man in a suit arguing with another person, saying it'll cost 300 million for technical support. At that moment, Jiang Xian walks up and introduces herself. She says she's Jiang Xian from a Chinese tech company and wants to buy their cleanroom system. But the guy replies that their White Wings product starts at 3 billion for just 1 square foot. He also says they've stopped providing maintenance and supplies, so her request doesn't count. Shocked, she asks how he can charge her 3 billion when she just heard him offer it to the Japanese for only 300 million. He responds that she said it herself, that offer was for the Japanese, and she's from China. She asks if this is really how he does business. But he and his buddies laugh and say doing business with important people is one thing, but dealing with people like her is just charity. Another person agrees with Mr. Addison, saying he's right and that's exactly what it means. Someone else comments that Chinese people always seem unsure about their place in the world. While everyone is laughing and making fun of her, Jiang Xian crosses her arms and firmly asks why Addison is still the head of a well-known tech company in the US. She says putting personal feelings above business makes people question Addison's background, education, and abilities. This upsets Addison, and he starts shouting, asking what kind of strength they think they have. He says they might have the technology, but she doesn't, and that is what they call strength? Then, a Japanese man asks in a condescending tone how people with lower IQs can still expect the same rights. Another person adds that a woman shouldn't try to learn business from men, saying she won't be able to handle it and tells a man to come talk instead. Feeling uneasy, Jiang Xian yells, asking how their way of doing business is any different from barbarians. But another man angrily tells her that she's already caused enough problems and says he's embarrassed because of her. Jiang Xian recognizes him and wonders if he's really Uncle Fan. He yells at her to come back and asks how many times her father has told her not to start a business as a woman, that she never listens. But she shouts back, saying that this American is clearly targeting the Chinese and raising prices just because of her nationality. The man responds, saying it's all her fault for even trying to talk business with foreigners and questions if a woman can really handle all this. He says it's shameful that everything is now going to foreign countries. The other guys keep laughing, mocking her, saying that this Chinese woman finally knows something. Jiang Xian feels nothing but anger and frustration. She yells, asking how they can laugh at her country like this, and says she's even helping them teach a lesson. But the rude man tells her there's nothing else she can do except get upset, and claims China isn't as advanced as the US in terms of money or technology. He asks how much they've invested, maybe 300,000 or even 500 million, and what have they even developed. He says if the project fails, she'll just bring her whole family down with her. But Jiang Xian shouts back, saying he doesn't understand anything, and they can fight back. The group starts mocking her again, saying she's just a clueless Chinese woman trying to challenge Mr. Addison, and asking if she even knows who he is. He runs one of the biggest tech companies in the US, with tons of products and over 2,000 invention patents. Another person asks, what can your country even compare to? Then that rude guy tries to grab Jiang Xian by force, while they all keep laughing, saying she has no money or tech. But suddenly, a mysterious drone flies in and smacks the jacket of the old guy, making him look super embarrassed. It's like he just got hit with something random. Jiang Xian sees that the drone is being controlled by Lin and wonders if he really is the main guy here. Lin says this drone from that small Japanese country is really low quality and asks if they even realize how dangerous it is. What if it had hit someone? Luckily, it only hit a piece of trash. Our main character hears someone say that China doesn't have money or technology. He speaks up and asks if he really just heard that. The rude guy from before says yes and asks if he has anything to say about it. With confidence, our main character says he's here to clear up their confusion and let them know the truth. Even with limited funds, even as a small company, and even while being blocked or restricted, they were still able to develop a top-tier filtration unit. He snaps his fingers, giving a signal, and someone presents a prototype of the filter right there in the air. The others stare in shock. We also see that the girl from earlier, the daughter of that man, is now working with Lin. Surprised, one of the Japanese men asks if she's really the one who developed it, and turns to Mr. Addison for confirmation. But Addison doesn't say anything, so he asks again, and Addison looks annoyed. He finally says that this data matches the filtration unit designed by his own company for clean rooms. Someone else quickly notices that many of the data points are identical, including details from Silicon Capital technology that were never made public. Furious, another man accuses Lin of stealing the research results and threatens to take it to an international commercial court. But then someone points out that no theft happened in the US, so how could they claim anything was stolen? Then, the man with heart problems, the one from before, steps in. He says he's willing to testify that hundreds of his factory workers spent 5 long months developing the filtration unit completely on their own. He says the evidence is clear, and if anyone wants to sue, they're welcome to try. They're not afraid, because they stand behind the originality of their work. We then see that the angry man has a red handprint on his face, clearly from a strong slap. Apparently, someone had knocked him out behind the scenes, and their chance to secure the filtration unit deal had already failed. Still stunned, he angrily mutters that the whole thing is garbage. The others can't believe what just happened. It becomes clear that Silicon Capital Technology's so-called self-developed products were actually bought from small Chinese companies. These large companies use price pressure and legal loopholes to force smaller firms to sell their tech, then they file for patents and claim the innovations as their own. It's a trick that's used over and over again. One person starts yelling at them, calling their actions shameful and dishonest. But the guy trying to make the deal steps in again, asking if the contract is still valid and if they can move forward with the purchase. Mr. Addison says he will buy the full order at the original contract price. If he's serious, he says he's not going to sell now. The other man calls him crazy and says, "Who else would buy this stuff? No country would want your product." But our main character calmly replies that it's already been taken care of. The angry guy can't believe it. He says the contract was only worth 1 million, so if someone else offered more, he'd double it, 2 million. He asks, "Don't you want to make more money?" Our main character tells him that someone already paid 4 million to buy the product. The angry guy is stunned and grabs his head in disbelief. Confidently, Lin asks, "What now? You're supposed to be a famous American company, but you don't have the money or the technology to compete with us." The man starts shaking and asks, "Who even are you?" He says he's been to every major science and tech expo and never heard of him. That's when it's revealed, this is the technology company founded by Miss Chan. From now on, the whole world is going to remember that name. People start cheering for her. They thank him and say they're proud of China today. One person says, "What a relief." Another comments, "This is great. We didn't have much money, we started late, and we got stuck, but even then, we made it through." Someone else jokes, "I thought my collar was messed up, but turns out I was just wearing my sweater backwards, but who cares about that?" Another person thinks for a moment and then says, "Actually, the real thieves here are them. They've been taking other people's work, registering it as their own, and using it to file fake patents. That's their whole trick." Then Lin hands a card to the main inventor, saying, "This has 5 billion on it. 4 billion is for Jiang Xian from the tech company to buy 2,000 of their products. The other 1 billion is an investment for future long-term cooperation with their company." The inventor is clearly impressed with our main character. "Thank you so much for your generosity. We're happy to offer you our newest, cutting-edge tech." Everyone seems really pleased, especially his daughter. Lin also tells him, "We'll provide 2,000 units of the filter. We don't need any more than that. The rest will be sold within our national market. After all, we're just one tech company. It's thousands of Chinese tech companies working together that are keeping China ahead globally. And of course, we won't raise the price 10 times. But since the supply is limited, those who truly want it will have to act fast." Meanwhile, Addison's people overhear everything without being noticed. The people who seemed like his colleagues suddenly changed their attitude. They rush over to Mr. Lin and start trying to win him over. One says, "I'm from a small country, please, give us a chance. Another says, Mr. Lin, please look over here. I'm the president of Kimby Kong. We really need just one more clean room. Someone even calls him Dad to try and get his attention. Others are surprised, like, wow, did he really just call him Dad? Everything starts turning chaotic. Mr. Lin says, enough with the crowding, and stop calling me Dad. One of the Japanese reps tries to explain, I had no choice but to support Addison. Please try to understand. Another person jumps in, same here. Then, Lin looks at Jiang Xian, who had been pushed earlier, and asks if she's okay. She blushes and says yes. Taking advantage of the moment, she nudges him a little more, which makes him blush too. Her affection towards him rises by more than 5%. At this point, Jiang Xian's favorability rating reaches 92%. The system notifies him that he has completed the first phase of his comeback. He spent over 6 billion gold coins helping Jiang Xian. As a reward, he gets 10% back. That's 600 million, which is now in his personal account. All his attributes go up by 1, bringing each of them to level 9. Then the system asks him to choose one of 3 bonus skills within a time limit. The options are S-rank skill, Go proficiency, which turns out to be the board game Go, S-rank skill, math proficiency, which he finds boring, and B-rank skill, manipulation mastery, which finally catches his interest. He laughs and says, oh, now we're talking, when he realizes Go is just a strategy board game. He jokes that he once wanted to learn it but never had the time, but the system misunderstands and automatically picks Go proficiency as his skill. Meanwhile, the World Science and Tech Expo announces they'll fully investigate the situation. They'll also disqualify the company involved in the incident. We then see Expo staff escorting out that arrogant guy. He walks away angrily, saying no one there has the authority to stop him and they'll meet again someday. He replies, asking how much that guy already took and says he's not done with him yet. Elsewhere, we see Jiang Xian's relative, the one who got hit on the head by the drone, rubbing his head, wondering why it hurts. He suddenly realizes that the last thing he saw was a silicon technology robot. As he looks around, he notices everyone's gone, and Jiang Xian is missing too. Then he spots her, and is completely shocked. She's hugging someone. He whispers, is that really Jiang Xian? The same girl who's always focused on business and microchips. He secretly takes a photo and sends it to her father. Her dad looks at the picture and gets upset, asking, who is this guy? He looks like some broke college student. He then calls for one of his staff, Lao Chen, and tells him, my daughter's getting out of control. She's not just working on microchips now, she's even dating someone. Go check that guy out. Lao Chen agrees and heads off. Meanwhile, another man in a white suit with blonde hair is watching all this. He talks to Jiang Xian's dad and says, Uncle Jiang, wishing you a successful partnership. Jiang Xian's dad responds by calling him Mr. Meow and asks him to handle it right away. Mr. Meow says this isn't their first collaboration. He knows the family well. He also says their family is very committed to arranging marriages and that Jiang Xian is quite picky, so ordinary girls don't catch his eye. But Jiang Xian actually seems to like him. Her dad thinks Mr. Meow is a bit of a flirt, but he also admits it might be time for his daughter to settle down. Since both families are financially strong, a partnership makes sense. Then Mr. Meow asks the guy nearby if he agrees with this idea. But just then, the assistant runs in, calling out for the boss. Jiang Xian's dad gets annoyed, asking why he interrupted, especially during an important discussion. The assistant insists, please take a look at this, it's information about that guy. Mr. Meow asks what's going on. Jiang Xian's dad reads it, looks serious, and tells Mr. Meow they'll talk another time. He walks off, leaving Mr. Meow standing there confused and a bit frustrated, knocking on the door and calling, Uncle Jian. Suddenly, Jiang Xian's dad switches gears and says loudly, my daughter is free to love whoever she wants. I'll support her completely. That same relative, who got hit earlier, tries to speak again, but someone yells at him to mind his own business. He's left standing there confused, thinking to himself, wait, that guy is the legendary Mr. Spender? Then he sighs and adds, I want to be like Mr. Spender too. How did my amazing daughter get involved with someone like him? What most people don't know is that for a long time now, she's actually been working on another project too, one that even that chip company Mr. Spender invested in has now stabilized. He tells Oka not to be his assistant anymore and asks him to bring out that special wine he's been saving for 30 years, saying he wants to treat Mr. Spender. Lao Chen says it's no problem. While Jiang Xian and our main guy are walking around, she tells him they've arrived at the experience center. He's surprised and a little confused about what it is, until he realizes it's some kind of 3D projection. Jiang Xian explains that it's more advanced than that. This tech was developed by a group of the country's top tech companies and is called Intelligent Virtual Reality Projection. It's private and it combines 3D projection, VR interaction, vision, and artificial intelligence. He tells the system he wants to feel sunlight and a breeze, and it actually makes it happen. Lin is amazed. Jiang Xian goes on to explain that normal 3D projection can only show pre-made stuff, but this new system can instantly create scenes based on what the user wants. You can even interact with it. The only issue right now is that the chip's processing power is still a bit weak. But once China's chip technology gets better, this system will be way ahead of others worldwide. Our guy is still in awe when Jiang Xian, who's blushing, turns to him and tells him to try this private version on her phone. She says they're about to do a romantic scene. Suddenly, a wedding scene is projected, with guests, a priest, and everything. Our guy is shocked, saying wow, even the clothes are projected perfectly. Jiang Xian gets a little flustered seeing herself in a wedding dress, but our main guy just laughs and enjoys the moment. He jokes that he expected flowers in the sky, cherry blossoms, or maybe a starry night. Jiang Xian, still blushing, says she didn't think the AI would go this far. Then the virtual priest asks her if she's ready to say yes, in sickness and health, rich or poor, and if she'll always love the groom. She's speechless. The crowd starts cheering, telling her to say yes. But before she can respond, Lin is already saying, wow, I had no idea AI could pull this off. That's amazing. Jiang Xian, clearly overwhelmed, blurts out something. Our guy asks what she said, but before he can figure it out, she suddenly jumps forward and steals a kiss. He kisses her back. Jiang Xian starts blushing hard and keeps repeating Lin's name. Then she suddenly realizes what she's doing and quickly apologizes to him. But Lin tells her it's okay and jokes that he didn't expect to see this side of her. Meanwhile, the virtual reality system finishes loading, and something new starts playing. It's a scene of the newlyweds going to their room, or as the narrator jokingly calls it, the bun chamber. They're teleported into a cozy room with a soft-looking bed. Jiang Xian's clothes even change automatically. She's super confused and nervous, and tells Lin she can't deal with this. Then she panics and runs away, apologizing as she leaves, saying she really wasn't ready. As she runs, she thinks to herself how embarrassing it all is. She sighs and the scene shifts to her family home. The butlers welcome her and ask if she's okay, but she runs past them nervously, looking like a peanut bouncing into her room. She throws herself on the bed and starts freaking out, wondering how things escalated so fast. She can't believe she actually kissed him and calls herself bold for doing that. Lying on her bed, she kicks off her shoes and keeps saying how everything went out of control. While checking her phone, she repeats, no, 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 and texts her friend Yu Xian, telling her that ever since she fell for that guy, she hasn't felt like herself. She asks what she should do. Yu Xian asks what happened, and Jiang Xian tells her she kissed him. Yu Xian congratulates her, but Jiang Xian says something else also happened, and now she's feeling even more embarrassed. Yu Xian says she totally gets it, because she's also done some bold stuff in front of her crush. Jiang Xian is surprised and tells her she's now really curious about what kind of person her friend's boyfriend is. Yu Xian says she's curious too, especially about who could win over her super serious CEO heart. Then the scene changes to the boys' college dorm. There are candy skewers everywhere. One guy with glasses, who's the main character's friend, tells the others they're eating too many sweets again. Another guy says he's been eating them for 3 days and is already tired. One more tells him to stop nagging and just eat. Lin says nothing, and the guy with glasses finally snaps and asks how Lin can eat so many of them alone. The light-haired guy says there's a reason. Her name is Shua. He explains that Shua is a first-year student at Yangyang University who works part-time. After school, she sets up a small stand to earn a little extra money. He remembers the first time he saw her. She greeted him with a soft smile and asked what flavor he wanted. At that moment, he was already imagining baby names, ideally twins, a boy and a girl. Since then, he's gone every day to buy candy and chat with her. He even got her number and found out her dad had recently gotten injured, and she's been under a lot of pressure to help support her family. The other guys ignore him while he's telling the story, and one of them puts on headphones and jokes, asking if she already has grandkids. Our boy Lin says, oh, that's good, she's a strong girl. But the other guy tells him to listen carefully. He's not planning to help her with anything. We switch to a new scene outside, where a shady-looking guy is hanging around with some others. The people running the nearby stalls start looking uneasy and a bit scared. Turns out, they're the same street stalls where that girl works. She's smiling and handing strawberries to her customers, saying, here are your strawberries. But then that sketchy guy walks up to her and says something like, hey, business seems to be going well. He calls her pretty, and makes an inappropriate comment, knocking over one of her customers in the process, which causes the whole setup to collapse. Even though the girl is nervous, she keeps a smile on and says, speaking of first love, I've got some bittersweet espino no candy canes here. Want to try one? But the guy, clearly not a nice person, grabs her by the arm and tells her to feed him directly. She pulls her hand away and tells him to let go. He says it's no surprise her business is doing so well, in a sarcastic tone. Trembling, she asks what he's trying to do. He calls her babe and says she's been out here for 3 days, so isn't it time she starts doing her real job? Then he says he'll pay her 2,000 chons as a kind of street fee. Scared, she asks why she's being charged at all. One of the guys responds, "You opened a stall without greeting Big Brother first, where's the respect?" Another one mocks her, saying she has no sense at all. Getting more nervous, she says with a shaky voice that she doesn't know any Big Brother, and she's just trying to make a simple, legal living. She says they don't have the right to demand any kind of health fee, but one of them yells, "This street belongs to our gang, Dason. You think the law applies here?" Another guy laughs and mocks her for even mentioning legality. Then a guy who seems like the leader walks up and says, "What's legal supposed to mean?" He tells her, "Our boss is the law," and starts yelling at her, asking if she heard him. She lowers her head and says she doesn't have much money. She just opened the stall to make a bit of money for daily expenses. Suddenly, the rude guy grabs some dirt off the ground and throws it at her food, saying that if she doesn't pay, he'll add extra ingredients every day. The girl starts crying over her ruined sweets and asks how he could do this. People passing by comment that this is just bullying, and that it's going too far. One of them even says this group is backed by some powerful people. Just then, a guy wearing glasses steps in and asks what's going on. The girl calls him Zhou Tong, and yells that they're bullying her and taking her things in broad daylight. The rude guy grabs the guy with glasses like he's nothing and asks, "Who the heck are you?" Getting ready to pick a fight. One of the guys jokes, saying, "Wow, look at him, trying to be a hero and save the girl. That's bold." The girl is worried but stays firm. Zhou Tong tells them to let him go. She also shouts that if they don't stop, she's going to call the police. The main guy from the group laughs and asks, "Really? Call the police for what? No one's hurt, we're just grabbing his shirt." Another one mocks them, saying, "What, you're going to run to the hospital now and try to get compensation like all those college kids do?" Another guy adds, "Sure, let's all head to the police station and make a statement. We've got nothing but time." But she's got school and a job, right? Looks like she's the one who's busy. Zhou Tong collapses to the ground. The girl is still being threatened. Someone warns her that if she actually calls the police, they're going to keep messing with her. She starts crying, shaking, not knowing what to do. Zhou Tong is clearly frustrated. A few people in the crowd start shouting that this is awful, but someone holds Zhou Tong back, telling him not to act rashly, because picking a fight with these guys might backfire. The rude guy gets louder, saying, "What are you going to do, huh? Come on, if you're mad, throw a punch." He calls the students weaklings, and says society has already crushed them. "What do you even have?" he yells. "Just 2,000 yuan a month? That's nothing. You can't even cover your food. I'm being generous here." He pushes people around and shouts insults, acting like a bully, but he doesn't know what's coming. Around the corner, Lin shows up, casually eating tofu and saying how good it tastes. The rude guy tells him to get lost and tries to push him, but he can't even move him. Lin looks at him and says, "Can't you see I'm eating? What's wrong with you?" Then he asks, "Are you alright?" The rude guy tries to act tough again and tells him to leave before things get worse. But before he can say anything else, Lin notices his breath smells awful and tells him straight up, "Whoa, what is that smell?" Right then, the rude guy tries to insult him. One solid hit straight to the face. The guy can't even react in time. The gang is stunned. One of them asks if their leader is okay. He tries to play it off, saying it didn't hurt, but then admits he got hit in the face with something that felt like a sandbag. Another one comments that it looks like he might need medical help. Meanwhile, one of Lin's friends is recording everything. He tells him not to worry, it's all in high definition, so there's plenty of proof. The rude guy is totally confused, asking, "What just happened?" People in the crowd start pointing. They say someone else is arriving. It's Shinhao, the president of the student union. A girl points out that the person on the ground is Lin. Then Lin smirks and says he's not afraid to speak up. He was just here with a bottle of rare liquor worth 2 million yuan. He even has the receipt. He says, but now it's all spilled, ruined, because of them. He adds that this kind of damage could get someone in serious trouble for years. Still trying to act tough, the rude guy pretends not to care and grumbles, "Whatever, don't mess with this guy." The kids say, "Let's go," and push the others aside, asking what everyone's staring at. But the other students surround them and say, "We get it now. This is how the game's played," and they all decide to try it too. One guy, kinda mocking, asks what they're doing and what they're even trying to accomplish. Suddenly, a guy throws himself to the ground and starts yelling, asking why he got pushed. The one being blamed gets annoyed and says, "When did I even push you?" That's right, there's something even more intense than real-life conflict. Online drama. Someone shouts, "Look over there. A student from Yongyang just got picked on in front of the school. It's like laws don't even matter anymore." Another one says, "Even bystanders are getting dragged into it." Someone holding a phone says, "Come on, look at the camera so you can cry even even louder. But the guy being recorded gets frustrated and slaps the phone out of their hand. Then the person on the ground grabs their wrist and starts yelling that it's hurt. Another person runs up saying, "Oh no, isn't that the newest phone she just bought yesterday? That thing costs like 20,000 yen. It's probably broken. And now there's medical bills, loss of work, emotional distress." The guy yelling starts going off, saying he's tired of this and asks if they think someone like him can't snap too. He lifts his hand, ready to act, but a girl shouts, "Wait, everyone's gonna see this," and starts streaming the situation live. She says she's used to seeing intense moments play out and asks how people can even tell who's the good guy and who's not. Then she stands behind the camera and says, "There's a lot happening here. I don't even fully get it myself, but let's take a look." People start commenting, asking what's going on. Turns out, there are three guys surrounded by a crowd. Viewers say these three are known troublemakers. They take people's money and mess with them. Someone says, "How is this happening in broad daylight?" Everyone agrees they should call the police station in Chiang. Students say they've had enough of this group and it's time someone stood up to them. Soon, the post will go viral. It's shared all over, and now tons of people show up and surround the three guys. One of them yells, "Get out of the way. What don't you get?" But then everyone pulls out their phones to record and asks, "Do you really want to mess with college students?" They say, "Do you even realize how powerful students can be when they come together? They can change their lives, fix the workplace, and make a better society. You messed with the wrong crowd." One of the students says, "If we don't get justice today, we're not leaving." The lead troublemaker gets fired up and tells his crew to get ready. They pull out some small weapons and he pulls on some gloves with metal tips. The students look a little nervous. But just then, the university director shows up with security. He says loudly, "Who's trying to mess with my students?" The guys ask, "Wait, is that the Yang director?" The director says, "I don't care who you are or who you report to. Yenchang University is here to teach and guide people. This is a legit university funded by the government, not a place for shady fees or control. Starting today, nobody can set up stands around the school without a proper permit from us." He adds, "And for anything illegal you've done, go explain it to the police." Then the guards step forward and say, "Let's get these three guys out of here." While some people were telling them to leave and not come back, another person shouted that this was school property and they should at least show some respect. But then a girl stood up and told her classmate not to worry, saying that all the students would stand together and protect her. She said that as long as those gang members kept showing up, they would keep standing up to them. The girl thanked everyone, but then our main character's friend asked the director if he could apply for a license for a small stand. He said it was for Xiao Zhan because she really needed it. The director saw Lin nearby and said he understood the situation. He explained that anyone could apply for a permit if they followed the proper steps, and that the school also offered business guidance. Plus, students who were starting something new and had family difficulties could also apply for some financial help or subsidies. Everyone was excited and said it was amazing. They even complimented the director, calling him handsome. But secretly, the director had his own thoughts. He believed this way of handling things would keep Lin's group happy and wondered if he was right. That's how influence works. The girl who needed help was super thankful and said that if it wasn't for everyone's support, she wouldn't have been able to start her little business. She felt a little awkward expressing her gratitude, but to show her thanks, she decided to treat everyone to free candy skewers. One girl thanked her and told her she was really pretty. Another said her food stand looked amazing and would probably do great. While the main character and his friends watched, Zhou Tong said he'd help prepare the syrup. The girl thanked him, and he nervously said it was nothing. Then the main character said he also wanted to help and that he knew a bit about cooking. He held some flowers and explained that they were osmanthus. He said it was the season when osmanthus trees bloom and they smell really sweet. He was going to use paper towels to dry them off after washing, then cook them in the syrup. While the syrup was boiling, he explained that the rest of the osmanthus flowers were being lightly fried. The girl said it smelled amazing, and people around also said it had a really nice fragrance. Then the main character explained that after a quick layer of syrup, the flowers were fried and coated again to make sweet candied skewers. He said they were ready, and everyone could have one for free, but if they liked it, they were welcome to donate something. People started laughing and saying they'd definitely take one. Others said they wanted one too, it smelled so good. Some even said they'd never had anything like this before. The girl tried it and was blown away. She said it was unbelievably tasty and told everyone to eat more. Others tried it too and said it was absolutely delicious. With such positive reactions, more and more people wanted to try. Someone offered to pay for more, another said they wanted 3 more skewers, and one person even said they'd pay 30 chances to buy 2 big bunches of candied strawberries. Another person tells the crowd not to push because he hasn't gotten a chance to try it all day. Just then, a girl in a suit steps forward and says she's going to pay 100 yuan for one. She shows her phone screen, clearly proving that the payment went through. The smiling vendor tells her that the first one is actually free and that he'll refund the money, but the girl says it's okay. She grabs a skewer, and the moment she's about to eat it, bam, she has the same reaction as everyone else. She starts shouting, "Long live the Mantus," long live the moss. She can't believe how tasty the candied treat is. The coating is even, crisp, not sticky, just perfect. She says it takes serious skill to get the heat control just right. Curious, she asks the vendor if she made them herself, surprised that someone so young could pull this off. But the girl says no, it wasn't her. Someone else taught her, but sadly, that person already left. Someone nearby says they saw him heading in a certain direction. She thanks him and hands over a card, asking him to contact her if he sees that person again. As she walks away, we see the card says, Michelin, yes, that world-famous food review group. Determined, she says that if she finds that guy, it could really mean something big. We cut to a warehouse, where a man in a suit is scolding some guys, calling them useless. He says they didn't collect the money like they were told, and on top of that, they caused trouble. He warns them that from now on, they'll be risking everything. One guy apologizes, calling him Uncle Run, and says it won't happen again. The boss says this time, he covered for them and fixed things quickly, but next time, they won't be so lucky. The guy thanks him and says he actually has a plan. He says, give me a second, I'll bring 10 of my buddies. When the girl closes her food stand, we'll talk to her and make her cooperate. He adds that this will also be a warning to all the other vendors, basically, a way to keep control of the street. As for the college kids who tried to protect her, he calls them weak and says they'll soon learn what happens when they get involved. Just then, someone jumps in. He says, this isn't looking good. As a villain, you guys really don't hold back. The boss responds, asking what's going on. Lin tells them he's here to clean up the streets. One of the guys points to Lin, saying it was his fault the students got involved in the first place. The boss says Lin is overestimating himself. There are more than 20 of them here, and there's no way he's getting out. But Lin cracks his knuckles and says, perfect. I've been waiting to let off some steam. The guys get nervous and shout at each other to catch him. Doesn't matter if it's easy or tough, they just want to stop him. But our main character easily knocks them down one by one like it's nothing. With every hit, he leaves them totally stunned, and their weapons drop to the ground like they were never holding them in the first place. They're left totally defeated, no hope in sight. One of them tries to talk, calling him a hero, or rather, a good man. He admits he didn't know our guy was such a skilled fighter and says they messed with the wrong person. Then the guy offers to make it right, first saying he'll give him 50,000, then raising it to 100,000. He promises they'll disappear and never cause trouble again, asking if that sounds good. He even says they're just a small group without any powerful backers, and it would be awesome if they could all work together peacefully to make money and grow. But our main character isn't buying it. He calmly says there's something they need to understand. Not all money is meant to be earned, and not all of it should be spent. He says if this world was one where people could use money to control others, scare people, or take advantage of women, then he'd stand against that kind of behavior. That's why he's here, to stop it. Then he lands a powerful hit on the guy, knocking him out completely. Later that night, the police showed up. One officer says they couldn't find the person who made the call. All they found was a group of suspects and some stolen goods. It turns out one of the suspects is Kai, the head of the municipal management office, who had been secretly using the warehouse as a hideout and hiding some confiscated stuff there. Now the police have it all. Then we see a female officer with red hair asking a colleague if she can add something extra to the report. Suddenly, she gets a call. She's a little overwhelmed, but she answers. It's someone reporting a case at the Yangyang warehouse. She immediately thinks it sounds like Lin's voice, the mysterious city vigilante. Ever since he safely escaped from Myanmar, she's always wanted to thank him personally. This moment makes her admire him even more. A few days later, the scene shifts to G Paradise, a fun amusement park. At the entrance, an announcement is made. Guests with tickets should go to the left, and those with free coupons should head to the right. An employee greets 5 guests with a warm smile and hopes they'll have a great time. Our main character's friends say the place is really crowded and full of energy. One of them shares that she got 5 free coupons and jokes that she must have hit a lucky streak. The school president says this is just the start of the event, and the promotion was huge. There was even a lottery for free tickets. He jokes that maybe all his life's luck was used up just to meet such a great girl like Schwa. As they enter, they're amazed by how big the place is. A giant teddy bear greets them at the entrance. Sheeny, the blonde friend, points out a popular snack stand and says it must be really tasty because of the crowd. He asks Lin to get in line and buy some while they grab other snacks. He agrees without fuss. While he's waiting in line, he notices Luo Yasi helping a little girl, showing her how to hold her balloon tight so it doesn't float away again. The girl thanks her, but when she turns around, she realizes it's Lin. She says, "What a coincidence," but then adds, "Actually, it's not even a coincidence anymore." Turns out, Louis Cheng was also live streaming there. He comments that the weather is nice and calls the place a mix of Shin and paradise. But then the girl notices the camera is actually filming someone behind her, and she starts to wonder if it's really Lin, because all these coincidences are starting to feel a little too planned. At that moment, Harley Quinn bumps into Lin while enjoying a snack. She spills it and complains that she almost bit her tongue. She looks at Lin and asks if he's here to hang out too. Another coincidence. Then all three of them realize they've used the same trick and start playfully holding each other's heads. Our main character blushes and asks how they pulled that off. Luo Yashi says she sent a red envelope with 100 yen to Zhou Tong, his friend with glasses, to get help. She says bumping into someone like this feels kind of romantic. Louis Cheng says he gave his friend Wuxia 200 yen to find out where Lin would be today, and then asks Lin if she thinks she looks pretty. Meanwhile, Harley Quinn laughs and says he didn't spend a single penny, he just blocked Shenhao and used that to guess where he'd be. The three so-called traitor friends greet Lin and jokingly ask her to thank her parents for raising such a thoughtful person. He thinks to herself that they're all such fakers. Luo Yashi reminds Harley Quinn that even if he's 2 years older, there are still certain rules when it comes to relationships, and he should leave before Lin gets mad. Harley Quinn claps back, asking who she thinks she is. His mom said she's not even Lin's girlfriend. Suddenly, Louis Cheng hugs Lin's arm and says that arguing is just another way of showing care, and getting scolded is like being loved. She asks if they've ever had that kind of unforgettable feeling. Lin thinks she's totally lost it. Louis Cheng then says that guys get bored of sweet and polite girls too easily, they want someone exciting. He asks if they can be that. And as for Harley Quinn, he says she shouldn't even have come, because guys only flirt with her for fun. Harley Quinn tells him to get lost and calls him out, saying he's just like Luo Yashi, both would go after any rich guy. But she, on the other hand, says once she picks someone, she sticks with them. Then she turns to Lin and asks if they're getting on the roller coaster. But Luo Yashi interrupts and starts yelling at Louis Cheng, saying she really needs glasses. How can she not see that Lin is clearly uncomfortable? A crowd starts gathering, curious about what's happening. Someone says that 3 pretty girls are fighting over one guy. Another person jokes that the guy must be some sort of charm magnet. One girl says it's so unfair, and another just sighs, saying it's chaos. Then, the guy notices a sign for something called Killer Rapids, the most thrilling ride in the park. There's a note saying it's a bit intense and not for everyone, and that you have to sign a waiver before going on. He rushes over, signs it, and runs inside, shouting at the girls to stop chasing him. The 3 girls rush up too, ready to join in. But the staff member stops them, saying they need to sign the waiver first. Without hesitation, all 3 of them say they'll sign it. It's just a form after all. They even end up stepping all over the poor guy at the entrance, who's honestly just thrilled about the whole thing. He says, so this is what it feels like to be stepped on by beautiful girls. Lin laughs to himself, thinking there's no way the others can follow him now, and finally feels a bit relaxed. But just then, the 3 girls suddenly jump into the same boat as him like it's no big deal. He's shocked and asks if they're not scared, since the ride is about to start. Luo Yashi says she's not afraid, but her shaky voice says otherwise. Louis Cheng admits she's scared too and says they can't let this girl win. Ruo, on the other hand, plays it cool and tells Lin that he knows she likes exciting stuff, and that's why he picked this ride just for her. Then she asks him if that's true. Lin says no, but her affection meter still goes up by 3%, hitting 73%. Lin's surprised. He totally forgot that Ruo's actually really brave. Louis Cheng and Luo Yashi both notice that Ruo isn't scared at all, and she's clearly getting closer to Lin, leaving them behind. He starts a countdown, 3, 2, 1. When the countdown ends, Lin shouts, "Let's go," and Ruo yells in excitement. The ride kicks off at full speed, and it's way wilder than expected. The boat hits hard, throwing Louis Cheng and Luo Yashi into each other until they end up holding on tightly. Louis Cheng screams that she doesn't want anything bad to happen, and Luo Yashi yells that she's terrified. Meanwhile, Ruo is just laughing at them like it's the most fun ever. Louis Cheng grabs onto Lin's leg and begs Lin to help her, clearly panicking. This annoys Ruo, who unbuckles her seatbelt and says that Louis Cheng is just pretending to be weak to win over guys, using cheap tricks to get attention. Lin warns Ruo that it's dangerous, but she says she's not scared. Just then, the boat drops down a waterfall, and Ruo goes flying. As she falls, she screams in panic. Lin quickly unbuckles too, lifts his arms, and tries to catch her to soften the landing. When Ruo hits the water, she freaks out, kicking around and yelling that she can't swim and thinks she's done for. But soon she realizes the water isn't deep at all and calms down. She looks at Lin with a surprised face, realizing she's safe. Lin's relieved too. Ruo excitedly tells him he just saved her, and her affection score goes up by 2%. Without a care in the world, she happily kisses him, while Luo Yashi and Louis Cheng angrily pull her back and ask what she's doing. Meanwhile, a group of guys watching nearby can't believe their eyes. One yells, "That guy is so lucky." Another says, "They're all so pretty, I can't handle it," then runs off shouting at them to stop making things so crazy and to quit following him. But the girls keep chasing Lin, still calling his name. While trying to get away, Lin spots a haunted house. He notices a sign that says Harry Potter. Wait, what? It's a haunted attraction that's supposed to be super realistic. There's even a warning: people with heart conditions or mental health issues should not enter. The company says they're not responsible for anything that happens. Lin grins, thinking this place is perfect. Let's see if the girls follow him here too. 5 minutes later, the group is inside. Lin asks why they aren't scared. Louis Cheng lingers in the back, and Luo Yashi holds on to him, saying of course she's scared, but he's the one who brought them here. Ruo looks super freaked out and begs them not to leave her because ghosts scare her the most. Lin starts to regret it, realizing this haunted house is more of a couple's experience. Louis Cheng is mad at herself for hesitating earlier. Because of that, the other two girls took her chance. Suddenly, a ghost jumps out and scares her, making her scream and fall. But then she sees the person's shoes and realizes it's just a human. She stands up and confidently tells the guy she'll pay 5,000 yuan to borrow his costume and also has a quick question for him. Meanwhile, the others continue deeper into the haunted house. At one point, someone grabs Luo Yashi's ankle and she screams that something just pulled her. Then later, someone covers Ruo's mouth to stop her from yelling, and that's when things really start getting intense. Our main character turns around, surprised, thinking that, somehow, the haunted house actually helped him out with this problem. He figures that anyone who falls into the trap will probably be sent straight to the end of the attraction. That seems to be the trick. Finally, he feels like he can just enjoy the haunted house. As he enters a room, Lin notices a couch and a TV that's already on. He thinks the setup looks really well done. In the scene playing, it looks like Sadako is about to appear. Then, just like in the original movie, a girl slowly starts to crawl out of the screen. Lin can't believe it. She's really coming out. He watches closely and quietly says that she actually has a nice figure. Lin greets her casually. Suddenly, she grabs him from behind, surprising him. He turns and asks where she's touching him, clearly confused. She doesn't say anything, just pushes him onto the couch and starts lifting her dress while blushing. He's overwhelmed and jokingly asks if Sadako was always like this, and whether the movie he saw was the cut version, because now he's not even scared anymore. But before she can continue, two other ghosts appear from behind. It's Ruo and Luo Yashi, also dressed up. Ruo holds her in place, and Luo Yashi jokingly asks if the lady wants an injection. Meanwhile, Lin looks at the other girls and thinks the costumes and effects are top-notch. But soon, Louis Cheng realizes what's happening and shouts in shock. Luo Yashi tells him that the ghost, who pretended to be Sadako, was just trying to set up a moment to be alone with him. Turns out, it was all a plan to create a romantic opportunity. The other staff members had helped make it happen, and that's how they got the fake ghost out of the picture. While this is happening, Ruo is still holding on to Louis Cheng. Luo Yashi keeps shouting that this is how Louis Cheng treats people, by doing whatever she wants. But Louis Cheng doesn't care and stays close to Lin, telling Lin that she really loves him, has no bad intentions, and just wants to hug him and breathe in his scent. That's all it takes to make her happy. Her affection score goes up by 0.1%. Just then, a strange girl suddenly runs into the room, screaming. A large man, shaped kind of like a puffy Michelin mascot, is chasing her with a weird expression. He awkwardly apologizes to the nurse girl and asks her not to run away. He says she shouldn't be scared and that she should let herself be caught, calling her baby nurse. The girl yells that she's being harassed. The man tries to act innocent and says he was just startled by the haunted house and chased her by instinct. He sarcastically asks if she's trying to complain and warns her that making trouble might get her banned from working. He even says she should let him touch her because girls working in haunted houses should be used to this kind of stuff. She, clearly uncomfortable, tells him to stay away. As he keeps following her, he turns and notices Ruo and Luo Yashi. He says something creepy about the scary nurse and the seductive Sadako, calling them perfect for this haunted house. Then he asks if he can play with them too. Ruo, keeping calm, tells him that's not happening and calls him a guest, trying to stay polite. But the man, still acting creepy, says he's already so scared, and that he's really looking forward to having fun. But by then, Ruo had already picked up a rusty iron pipe. The creepy guy noticed and got scared, asking what she was doing. With a wild expression, Ruo looked more than ready to strike. The guy started yelling for help, saying a ghost was trying to hurt him. But Ruo just laughed and said she was only playing and chasing him because he's a guest. He should calm down, crying and backed into a corner. He yells at her to stay away, accusing her of hurting people on purpose and saying he wants to file a complaint and even call the police. But Ruo asks if he has any proof. The guy says there are cameras all over the haunted house and that everything was recorded, including his injury. He threatens to take her to court and says she'll lose her job and everything else too. But Ruo doesn't seem bothered. She says, "Oh really?" and reminds him that his face is also on camera. Then she brings up some shady posts made in an online forum. She asks if it was him who bragged about how intense and exciting haunted houses can be. She pulls up the post and reads aloud that he lives in the local district, runs a small business, business, and is married. She wonders what would happen if she sent the footage from earlier to his workplace, or to his wife. She even asks if he wants her to post flyers with his picture in the community. The guy clearly starts to panic while Ruorua continues. She says she knows the industry well and has seen a lot of people like him. She warns him that if he ever tries something like this with a woman again, he'll regret it. She threatens him in a bold way, telling him to stop his behavior now, or else. Suddenly, the guy pulls out a knife, pretending to apologize and act like he's backing down, but it's clear he's up to something. Luckily, Lin sees this coming. Right as the man lunges forward, Lin blocks the attack with the same pipe Ruorua had picked up. The guy can't believe he was stopped, and Ruorua gets excited because once again, Lin has protected her. Still holding Ruorua's hand, Lin turns around and knocks the creepy guy out with one clean move. Ruorua is totally impressed, her cheeks turn red, and she shouts, "Oh my gosh, he's so strong and so handsome." Her affection meter jumps up by another 5%. Lin jokes and tells her to let him go. At that moment, security rushes in. They quickly restrain the man with the knife and take him away to the police. As he's dragged out, the man keeps yelling to be let go. Ruorua sighs and says, "Wow, that got intense." Just when she's about to say something to Lin, she realizes that Lin has slipped away again. She looks around, wondering where he went, since he was just there a moment ago. Louis Cheng comes up and pulls Ruorua's hair, clearly angry, but Ruorua doesn't mind. She's just happy with how everything turned out. Laughing, Ruorua says that no matter what happens, she and Lin had a close moment together just now, and he must have felt something for her. Louis Cheng, furious, calls her out and asks how she could try to get close to Lin right in front of her. The two start bickering, while Ruorua throws in a jab, saying Lu sticks to Lin every day like a shadow, but he doesn't even notice her. While the two girls keep arguing and fighting, they accidentally fall into a hidden trapdoor. One of the haunted house staff yells out, warning them too late that it's a trap. They both disappear down the trap. Luoyashi rushes over to see what happened and gets a crystal clear view, just like we do. The fall led to a super awkward moment. The two girls end up lip-locked in an accidental kiss. Luoyashi jokes, saying, "Why are we even chasing the main guy? You two should just get together already." Then she laughs and comments, "Didn't expect this. It started as a fight between blondes, now it's a romance between blondes." The two girls, still tangled up, argue about who's crushing who, still throwing playful insults at each other, until they pause and suddenly ask, "Wait, where's Lin?" Scene change, we're now on a Ferris wheel. Our main guy finally finds a peaceful moment to relax. But just then, his phone buzzes. It's a message from Cha-Cha. She's calling him Mr. Lin and asks him for a favor. The story jumps to a tournament venue. So much for peace and quiet. Turns out, Cha-Cha brought him to the opening ceremony of a major professional Go championship. She excitedly tells Lin that he'll finally get to meet Kim Joo-hyun in person. She reminds him about a charity event Kim hosted, where she promised a fan she'd give them her autograph. Lin thinks to himself that he didn't expect Kim Joo-hyun to do charity work. Cha-Cha, smiling brightly, says that ever since she met Lin, she's wanted to become a better person too. Now, her live stream channel is focused on charity, visiting villages and helping people reach their goals. She asks if he likes the change. Lin nods and tells her sincerely that he does. He says that if she ever faces any problems, she can always come to him for help. Cha-Cha happily takes his arm and tells him she heard he was one of the sponsors of the Go competition. That's why she came to ask for his help here. Our protagonist quietly remembers that someone from his group had indeed asked him to sponsor this event. He ended up investing tens of millions. But since he's always loved Go, he decided to attend and watch some pros in action. The scene switches again. A host is introducing the professional Go players, including the national team. They're invited on stage one by one. Among them is a girl who stands out. She's not in the usual uniform. Instead, she's wearing a light vanilla-colored top and a white shirt. The moment we see her, it's like, okay, here comes the next character. Cha-Cha cheerfully points her out, saying she's a Go genius. She joined the national team at age 13 and has broken many win streaks. She's super popular with fans. As the players walk down the stairs, one of them bumps into her. Kim loses her balance and is about to fall, but of course, our protagonist is right there. He catches her just in time and asks if she's okay. Kim thanks him and says she's fine. That's when the system activates again. A message pops up saying a new target has been found, and the next mission has started. Her name is Kim Joo-hyun, she's 24 years old, and the details go on. Our protagonist sighs, thinking, here we go again. The system says her current affection level is 0%, and it seems this mission is going to be a lot tougher. After all, she's a national level Go pro. Winning her over won't be easy. Cha-Cha walks up to Miss Kim and asks if she can get an autograph for a young fan who really loves Chinese Go. It's his dream to get her signature. But before Kim can respond, her manager, or maybe her coach, steps in and says he's sorry, but the players need to rest. Then he turns to Kim and asks what she's doing, surprised that she hasn't already moved on. Kim says it's not a big deal, she can quickly sign the autograph. But the coach suddenly gets aggressive and grabs her by the shoulder, pushing her head down a bit. Kim quietly apologizes, and it seems like she's used to being treated this way. Then the assistant coach tells the head coach that the man asking for the autograph has a VIP pass. He could be someone important, maybe even connected to someone they want to meet. But the head coach brushes it off and says that the players just got back from China and need time to adjust before they're ready to compete. Still, since the man asked for an autograph, they'll go ahead and do it, especially after he mentioned Mr. Spender, which clearly got the coach's attention. The coach then pushes Miss Kim again and tells her to hurry up and sign. She agrees, though clearly annoyed. The guy then asks Lin if he knows Mr. Spender. He replies, "I think I do." The guy says, when he was in Korea, he heard some stories about him. I am Yong Hyuk, the head coach of the national Go team, and says he'd like to ask him for an introduction to Mr. Spender if he gets the chance. Lin takes his card and casually agrees, but he's still thinking about him and wonders if he's heard of him before. He has this uneasy feeling about the whole situation. Kim tells Cha-Cha that she finally signed the autograph and thanks her for the support. She says doing her best in the competition is the least she can do. Cha-Cha thanks her back, also on behalf of the young fans. They say goodbye, and as the coach leads Kim away, she agrees to follow him. As they walk off, she looks back and feels like something's off, like something just doesn't feel right. The scene shifts to the team room of Country B. The coach is loudly motivating the players, saying they must win the championship in China this time. They've already won the last two, and winning again would mean 3 in a row, something that's never happened before. He adds that their success could even affect the application to make Bangwago a UNESCO World Heritage Site. He asks if they're ready, and all the players shout, yes. Just then, the same coach from before grabs Miss Kim's shoulder again and tells her she's the one he's counting on the most. He asks if she's ready for the competition. Kim pulls her shoulder back and says it's fine. Nervously, she adds that she's been practicing a lot and will do her best to meet the coach's expectations. The coach grabs Kim by the shoulders again and tells her that since she's so motivated, she should come to the private meeting room in half an hour. He says he'll guide her step by step. Some of the male players nearby watch with smirks, and while not everything is clear, one thing is, there's tension building. As they walk off, one of the guys tells the coach to do a good job. After all, Kim is their champion. The coach tells them to stop messing around and leave, then reminds Kim not to be late. Feeling overwhelmed, Kim sits down on a bench. Some of the other female players walk over to her. One says Kim is lucky to get personal coaching. Another adds that the coach never paid that much attention to them, which is why they never got one-on-one lessons. A third girl crosses her arms and says they shouldn't even compare themselves to Kim since she's a genius. But Kim, looking like she's about to cry, quietly says that she doesn't see it that way and still feels like she has a lot to improve compared to her seniors. The girl with crossed arms responds sharply, saying that Kim is getting special treatment and still acting polite. She adds that they were always told it's a blessing to get private coaching, then asks if Kim remembers what they went through. Kim suddenly runs off, leaving the girls behind. They watch her leave. One of them says Kim always reacts like this, while another questions if Kim really knows what's going on. But she quickly adds, even if she does or doesn't, we've all gone through it. Why should she be the only one to avoid it? The scene changes to the World Go Championship. The main character walks with Cha-Cha, thinking about how quiet and intense the Go matches feel, like peaceful battles using only your hands. He starts to enjoy the serious atmosphere, but then overhears a conversation. Some of the same guys from earlier are talking. One asks if Coach Yong will pull it off again this time. They keep their voices low, saying that this method is how he controls his players. Another says the coach never acted that way with him before. Someone else points out that the championship is tomorrow, and Kim might not be in the right mental state for it. They even say that's why she doesn't resist, because of the pressure to win. They joke that they should learn from it, and with this strategy, the championship will be theirs. Another adds a crude comment about Kim's appearance. Hearing this, the main character wonders if they're really talking about Kim. He starts to feel that things are getting out of hand. We jump to a new scene. The coach is supposed to be training with Kim, but instead of focusing on the game, he starts criticizing her, saying she's been slipping in her recent matches and that tomorrow's game is extremely important. Kim, clearly nervous but trying to stay calm, thanks him and says she'll try to adjust. But then the coach oversteps and tells her she's too young to make adjustments by herself. He says it's okay. He can help her relax by massaging certain pressure points. This clearly makes Kim uncomfortable. She quickly pushes his hand away and, scared, says she doesn't need that. She'll adjust her condition on her own. Instead of backing off, the coach loses his temper and slaps her. Shocked and scared, Kim freezes. The coach brushes it off and says Kim has suddenly become too moral and that he doesn't understand what she's so upset about. The coach asks her if she really really thinks he didn't know she secretly reported him to the Go Association before the expedition started. He tells her he found out the same day. She reported him in the morning, and by afternoon, the president had called him and told him to take care of her and stop her from saying random stuff. Then, he grabs her hair and angrily says he has connections all across the Go community in this country. He questions why she's going against him, saying he needs to protect his reputation now. He tells her that everyone else on the team is just a volunteer and asks if she gets it. He says all the Koreans, including his family, expect him to win this championship, and if he loses, it'll be a huge disappointment. He then threatens her, asking if she really thinks she'll still be able to defend herself after all this, and warns her not to bring shame to her family. He keeps talking, telling her to think about her dreams, why she started learning Go in the first place, and says if she just listens and behaves, she'll be fine. But finally, the coach drops his act and shows his real side. Kim starts crying and screaming that she doesn't want this and begs someone to help her. The coach yells that it's too late now and tells her to just obey because no one's going to come to her rescue. But then, out of nowhere, our main character kicks down the door, completely shocking the coach, and asks the coach if he realizes he's being recorded. Turns out, Lin had recorded the whole thing from outside the room. Lin mocks the coach, asking if this is the so-called honored guest now. The coach tries to act like it's all a misunderstanding and says he was just guiding a team member. But Lin questions what kind of guidance involves forcing someone to take off their clothes, sarcastically saying that Korean-style tutoring is very eye-opening. Meanwhile, Kim is visibly shaken, crying in rage and fear from everything she's just gone through. The coach tries to downplay it, saying it was just a minor punishment, and asks the others to stop recording so they can talk things out. But our protagonist has had enough. He steps in and knees the coach in the stomach, making him gasp and fall back. He calls him out, saying they're going to report everything to his mom, calling him a disgusting person who even hurt a girl. He keeps pushing him down, hitting him with soft things like pillows, and kicking near him, but not in a way that would get flagged for being too violent. Suddenly, he gets stopped by someone. He looks over, surprised. It's Kim, who asks him to please stop and just leave quickly. She's still crying, barely able to stand. Right then, other players come bursting into the room, demanding to know what happened. One of them yells that someone is attacking the coach, while another claims these Chinese players will do anything to win. Someone threatens to take pictures and post everything online. Others start shouting, asking where the reporter is and demanding someone call them. The coach also yells, saying to call security and the police. He tries to defend himself, saying he's the head coach of the National Go League, has led many teams before, and never thought he'd be treated like this, especially in China. He insists that he was just in room G3 helping a team member practice Go, and suddenly this guy barged in, accusing him of trying to hurt someone on the team. While Lin stood calmly with his hands in his pockets, Kim clearly looked worried. Some people started asking if the Chinese team was scared of losing tomorrow's game, and that's why they sent people to mess with their training. They even said the Chinese team was trying to ruin the reputation of their national baseball team, told Kim that the coach usually takes good care of her, and even joked that she can't eat everything she wants because of it. Another girl shouted that Kim should help clear the coach's name. In the background, another girl reminded Kim that the coach believed in her and had high hopes, saying she couldn't let him, or the whole country's baseball team down. But Kim didn't know what to do. She was crying, unsure of what to say. Right when she was about to speak, Lin cut in, saying this was an eye-opening moment. He added that he heard people in Korea are good with computers and influence tactics, and that they often don't care how far they'll go to get what they want. He said it wasn't just about being unfair, but that they were now asking Kim to prove something that wasn't even true, which was just too much. Someone got angry and shouted that they should stop talking nonsense because the coach isn't like that. But Kim broke down in tears. The coach then asked her to think about what she had just said. Memories started flooding Kim's mind, like when she told her mom as a little girl that she loved playing Go, how her grandfather told her not to stress too much, and how her friends always believed in her. They told her she had to win because everyone counted on her. Even the coach asked if she was going to ruin his dreams. She kept crying, feeling stuck, torn between following her dream or giving it up. That's when Lin stepped in and said he could help her. Kim was stunned and paid close attention as he told her he could take her off the Go team so she could start over. He asked her if Go was really her dream, then why couldn't she just play it for herself? He said the most important thing was to keep her love for Go pure, and not let these toxic people ruin it. Otherwise, she'd end up destroying her own passion. Kim stopped crying and looked at him, surprised. He had just given her a way out, and it made her feel more hopeful. She asked if Lin could really do that. Lin replied, "Of course." Then, the coach came back and showed a contract, asking why Lin was trying to act like a hero just to help someone. He said being a hero takes resources, and if Lin believed this was Kim's contract, then he should be ready to pay the penalty to cancel it. The coach said the contract was worth 2 billion, and challenged Lin, asking if he had the money to break it. One guy shouts that not even the richest people in his country could come up with that kind of money instantly, let alone regular folks in China. But with a sly smile, Lin pulls out a legendary golden card and casually mentions that he forgot to share a small detail. The famous Mr. Spender, who had once begged him for a recommendation, turns out to be the one who just swiped his card and successfully transferred 2 billion. Everyone is left in total shock. A girl screams, "What is happening?" Another guy yells that it's impossible and questions whether he's really that wealthy. Meanwhile, the coach, completely stunned and sweating, asks if he really is Mr. Spender. The main character snatches the contract from his hands, gives him a sharp look, and tears the contract into pieces, tossing them into the air as he says, "It's done." Kim watches in disbelief. Lin turns to her and says, "You're free now." Right then, Kim's affection toward him rises by another 20%. She was saved. Kim quietly leans on Lin's back and softly says thank you. As our main character checks his phone, he comments that everything should be fine now, and it's time to go. On the way out, he advises the coach to be more respectful in the future since he just captured a lot of clips. He warns that if he sees any negative posts about Kim online, the consequences won't be pleasant, and leaving the others frustrated that they couldn't get their way. Lin also makes it clear that the most important thing to remember is that he's not someone they can mess with. The coach, still in disbelief, asks, "Was that really Mr. Spender?" One of the players suggests calling the press, but the coach quickly slaps the idea down, saying, "Which reporter are you gonna call? That was Mr. Spender. Do you know how much power he has? He single-handedly brought down the Kamita group in Japan. What are we going to do against him?" Another player asks if they're just going to accept the situation. The coach says they can't forget, they have powerful backers too. The president of the 4-star group wants to meet Mr. Spender and was planning to use his China visit to make that happen. If they lose Kim, it would offend the 4-star group and possibly their whole country. He adds that once this competition is over, the 4-star group will show Mr. Spender what they're really made of. One player points out that Kim is already gone and the match is tomorrow. The coach tells him not to worry, he has his own plan. This time, the champion must be from their country. He's not ready to back down just because things didn't go his way. The scene shifts to a taxi driving through the city. Our main character is riding in the back seat with Kim. He asks her to stay at the hotel he arranged so she can rest for a few days. Kim thanks Mr. Lin and asks why he helped her. She says she has nothing to repay him with. He stares out the window and says he just couldn't stand watching people act like that in what was supposed to be a fair competition. Maybe she's not the strongest, but her character matters the most. He says the coach may have seemed polite on the surface, but behind the scenes, he was really unpleasant. Kim asks if he's wondering why I didn't report it earlier. She explains that she actually tried a long time ago, but Coach Yong has a strong reputation in the Go world. He's trained several world champions and is seen almost as a father figure in Korea. Everyone respects and loves him, so how could someone like her have the power to bring down a man held in such high regard? Lin tells her that if she ever needs help, she can always talk to him. Kim says he's already helped her a lot and that she's planning to return to Korea tomorrow. As for the money he spent to help her, she promises to pay him back somehow. Placing her hand on her chest, she softly thanks Lin with a slight blush and calm smile. This moment increases her favorability toward him by more than 8%. We then switch to the final round of the International Go tournament. The host announces that it's now down to the last match. Wang Ji, the star player of Korea's national team, has been on fire, winning several games in a row like an unstoppable force. He's now up against a young, talented female player from China, who's always been considered the rising hope of the Chinese Go scene. But this match looks tough for her. Meanwhile, the crowd cheers loudly for Korea's team, which is ranked #1 in the world. Some people argue over whose team is stronger. One says their own country's team is actually better, calling their Go an intangible cultural treasure, but saying it's not impressive here. This sparks anger among other supporters. Watching from the sidelines, someone notes how odd it is. Korea didn't perform well during practice games, but during the real matches, they seem like a completely different team, flawless strategies and bold moves, like they're not even being challenged. It feels strange, almost like something's off. Soon, one contestant admits defeat. His opponent taunts him, saying it's great how they played, but he still lost. The losing team is clearly frustrated, calling themselves useless while the winning team celebrates, telling them to go home and cry. The host congratulates Wang Ji for winning with incredible skill and a clear lead. A player from the Chinese team admits that Wang Ji is really strong and says he'll keep training harder. But Wang Ji coldly denies a handshake, saying a defeated player isn't worthy of it. He gives a thumbs down and mocks the Chinese team, asking if they still think their Go skills are so great after being beaten like that. This rude behavior upsets the young girl from China, and she bursts into tears, running off in embarrassment. As she leaves, Kim tries to comfort her and says sorry, thinking she just needed support. The Chinese coach tells the girl not to blame herself, saying she played beyond her training level and that winning or losing is just part of the game, telling her not to get discouraged by one loss and that they'll always support her. She's comforted by their words and thanks them, saying she'll work even harder. It creates a much more positive and encouraging environment, something that Kim quietly observes. The main character notices Kim nearby and asks why she hasn't flown back yet. Kim replies that he recognized her because she wore the same outfit. Lin then asks what she's doing there. Kim says she couldn't sleep well the night before and felt she needed to talk to him. At first, she wasn't sure what to do, but after seeing the players supporting each other and working as a team, she made up her mind. She reveals something shocking. The reason Wang Jiwan was due to the use of a cheating device, a hidden tool designed to give unfair assistance. According to Kim, this tool is known only to a few and is causing serious problems inside the national Go team. She explains that players who please the coach are more likely to get a chance to play, even if they aren't the most skilled. Lin is surprised and asks if all of this is really true. Kim responds by saying that whether it's true or not, it doesn't matter, because the Go League will always protect the national team's image, especially when they're winning. At that moment, the awards ceremony begins. The announcer invites Coach Young from the national team to accept the prize on stage. As he walks up, the coach sees Mr. Spender and sarcastically thanks him for sponsoring the tournament. Meanwhile, Kim hides her face under a cap, trying not to be seen. Coach Young smugly says that no matter how rich someone is, they won't be able to make the Chinese team win. He claims that Go is a long-standing tradition in his country and that other teams, like China's, are just copying them. But then, Lin steps up onto the stage. With confidence, he grabs the mic and says if the national team is really that great, he would love to learn from them. Some people in the crowd yell, asking who he is and how he dares challenge a champion. Others protest that the match is already over and that he's not an official player. Lin calmly responds, saying that if the #1 coach in the world isn't afraid, then maybe the next game can begin now. He swipes his gold card, announcing that he's spent 1 billion to organize a brand new Go tournament right here, called the Shun Cup, especially for Kim. The winner will receive $1 million in prize money. He then challenges Coach Young directly, asking him to bring his team if he truly believes they're unbeatable. Reporters start shouting questions, saying that this sudden challenge is making waves online and wonder if this bold move will affect the entire Go team's future. Finally, Lin states that his purpose is simple, to reveal the truth. He believes that the national team has been using unfair tools to win, and that their confidence comes from cheating, not skill. But today, even if they try those tricks again, he's ready to face them and show that honest play can still win. People in the crowd start shouting, asking how they even use the balls, and one person even jokes, asking if Korea uses weird training balls to win. Some reporters say that even if Korea doesn't accept the challenge, it doesn't mean they're cheating. Kim walks over with the main character and tells Lin to calm down and not act on impulse. She reminds him that the coach now has help from AI. But Young starts insulting Kim, assuming she was the one who leaked the secret. He accuses her of thinking she's above everyone just because she's dating a rich guy. But he thinks that the national team is unbeatable and warns that when they go back to Korea, things won't be easy for her. The coach then walks up with a confident smirk. He admits he's rich, but also says money alone can't win a game like this. He could have ignored the provocation, but now it's about national pride. So he challenges them. If they lose, they have to bow and publicly apologize to the Korean national team and admit that Korea's G3 skills are the best in the world. The main character stays calm and says if he loses, he'll do all that, but if he wins, the coach has to do the same. The announcer gives the signal to start the game. The champion takes his position across from the main character, who looks a little tense. Kim checks in on him, but he says he's okay. He's been trained in Go for a long time, just never used it in this way. But now, he's determined to show what he can do. The match begins. One of the opponents mocks him, saying he doesn't even know the basics but still wants to win. He tells him to give up now and save himself the embarrassment. But then his teammate says that just copying Chinese culture without truly understanding it is pointless. It's like trying to paint a cat by copying a tiger. He adds that this game is all about mental strength, strategy, and pressure. It's not just about skill, it's about staying sharp until the very last moment. The main character says being overconfident too early only leads to a more embarrassing loss. His opponent snaps back, saying when he's down and asking for mercy, we'll see if he still talks so much. Meanwhile, the game starts shifting in the main character's favor. The opponent is shocked, wondering how he's reading his every move and blocking all his plans. The main character places another piece on the board, advancing aggressively, and traps the opponent from escaping or regaining control. It's almost like he can see every possible move ahead. The opponent wonders if it's really possible that he used the AI's strategy against him and fixed all the the weak points in his plan to try and win in one go. Behind the scenes, the people monitoring the match are amazed. They say his thinking speed is faster than their own and wonder, what kind of genius is this guy? The person in charge explains that every step is accurate, but the coach just stands there with a frustrated look, thinking to himself how badly he's being outclassed. He can't believe someone is actually beating the AI. Meanwhile, the guy who's about to make the next move is thinking, I can't lose. I have to win. But then, in the monitoring room, the system suddenly crashes. A warning pops up saying the data is overloaded and it's too much to handle. They're told to stop the game immediately. Back on the field, the ball connected to the player starts shocking him. He's in pain and can barely take it anymore. His body reacts, and he ends up triggering the ball again. Suddenly, the guy declares that he's lost and can't continue, even though he's the one who wanted to win. He's in so much pain that all he can do is scream. He finally pops the ball, and it sends him into a frenzy. He collapses to the ground, yelling at the coach to help him. The reporters are shocked. Some of them start saying the Go team definitely cheated. One reporter even covers his nose, saying it smells awful and he's about to throw up. Another one points and says there are some strange liquids involved too. The coach tries to defend the team, saying they didn't cheat and that it's all a setup by China. But people call him out, saying the ball literally came out of one of his own players, and he's still making excuses. They say he's treating the global audience like fools. The coach then points at Lin and yells that those balls aren't his team's. He accuses the Chinese player of setting a trap to make the Go team look bad. He claims it's all to make people think Chinese players are better at Go. Then he says Kim is also part of the plan, and that she was kicked out of the Korean Go team yesterday for trying to expose the team's actions. Kim finally speaks up. She takes off her mask and cap and says she's Kim, a former national Go player. She says she's had enough and wants to tell the truth. She explains that the coach harassed her for years and even tried to force himself on her yesterday. That's why she was kicked out. She says cheating has been common in the team for a while now, even in the last 2 games. What she really wants is fair competition, not this kind of shady behavior. She says the national team should be united and fair, not ruined by people like Coach Young. She wants more respect and rights for herself and for all female players who've been treated unfairly. She hopes that future Go matches can go back to being about real skill and smart plays. People are stunned by what she says. She keeps going, saying Coach Young's actions will no longer stay hidden. She tells her teammates that protecting him now will only ruin their futures too. She encourages them to speak up and make sure the coach gets the consequences he deserves. One of the girls nervously speaks up and says she's going to testify. Hearing this, the others also step forward and shout that they'll testify too. Another girl joins in, saying she's also going to speak up. One more girl explains that Coach Young had been bothering and threatening her for a long time, and none of them even wanted to use the Anastasio balls. She never expected that everyone else there had experienced the same thing. The girl continues, saying that Coach Young told them if they didn't do what he said, he had tons of ways to make their lives miserable. They were just trying to survive. Suddenly, people start throwing things at the coach, shouting that this is the biggest scandal of the year. Someone else yells out, asking how the Korean team could win if they were cheating all along. People are furious, saying that cheating doesn't just take away a title, it takes away someone's dignity. There's a big uproar as they call him out and demand justice. Finally, the police arrive at the scene. Meanwhile, someone says that, based on the mission signal from Anastasio's ball, members of the AI development team have been identified. It turns out Coach Young brought them in and told them to use AI to make sure the Korean Go team would win today's championship. As we see people from the tech team being taken away, the coach realizes it's over. The presenter announces that a message just came in from the International Organizing Committee. They say that the Korean national team has broken the rules by using the Anastasio balls, confirming the cheating, and that it's had a negative impact globally. Because of this, all their match results have been cancelled, and they've been blacklisted by the International Go Association. All players from their country are now banned from participating permanently. The coach falls to his knees, crying. Others in the background start tearing up too. The coach begs for mercy. He admits he was wrong and says he'll accept any punishment. He pleads for a second chance, saying he can't lose his career and doesn't want the Go team's name to be ruined. He's afraid of what might happen if he goes back home. The crowd starts clapping and cheering, happy that justice has been served. People feel satisfied seeing a fair ending to this scandal. Then, the coach walks up to Mr. Spender with a desperate look, begging him again for a chance. He says he'll give the championship back if he just agrees. He asks him to say that the Chinese Go team is #1. He admits he was completely wrong, but our main character uses this moment to finish what he started. He gives him a strong push in the face and tells him he's nothing but trash and should leave. We shift scenes. A few few days later in an apartment, someone brings up dinner plans and asks for help, feeling a little awkward about it. They clarify that they're at Luo Yashi's aunt's house. Then they joke about who the nerd is, and the aunt laughs, saying it's kind of embarrassing to just leave someone sitting there waiting for food. He asks the aunt whether she slices cucumbers or grates them. She replies that she cuts them into strips and makes a salad. At the end, Luo Yashi's aunt tells Lin that he can just call her by her name. She tells him her name is Bai Jia, blushing a little as she says it. Just then, Lin walks over and calls her Miss Bai Jia, asking her where the soy sauce is. They also start wondering about Bai's name, feeling like they've heard it before. Bai says she'll pass the sauce to her, but when she tries to pour it on the pickles, she accidentally spills some on Lin. Bai crouches down to clean it off and wonders why she's being so clumsy. Lin tells her not to worry, saying it's fine, while blushing. She gently wipes the soy sauce off him, but then notices how much she's staring at him. Embarrassed, she quickly blushes again and says she'll go get some clothes for him to change into. He scratches his head, confused about what's going on with him. Bai Jie gives him a fresh set of clothes and tells him to try them on to see if they fit. He takes them and thanks her, asking if they're new. She replies that she can't let him wear Ruorua's dad's old clothes. Then, right in front of her, he starts taking off his shirt. She quickly looks away, blushing hard, but sneaks a peek and thinks he has a great body. Then he steps out to change, telling Bai to keep cooking. Meanwhile, Bai can't stop staring at Lin. Later, Bai Jie comes up to him and adjusts his shirt, telling him he looks way more handsome than Ruorua's dad in this outfit. They make eye contact for a full minute, and just before anything more could happen, someone knocks on the door. Mrs. Bai answers, and two people shout at her. One girl tells her to hurry and find brother Lin, saying something has happened to sister Ruorua. Mrs. Bai looks worried and asks what's going on. We jump to an earlier scene. Ruorua is dealing with a gang of bikers. The gang leader confidently tells her that the police will never catch them, even in 50 years. Ruorua laughs, flips her off, and says there's a dark alley up ahead. When they get there, they shut off their bikes to hide. The gang quietly watches as the police pass by. One of them says this plan worked perfectly and calls their boss cool. A girl tells the leader she admires her a lot, but then Ruorua notices something strange. She hears someone talking in the distance. Two guys are chatting, saying the boys' dorm is super crowded and wondering if they'll really be able to find Lin. One suggests they go in through the front door and ask around. The other says they shouldn't risk it. If someone sees their faces, the plan is over. Still, one of them mentions that they're not even sure if it's the right guy. Suddenly, Ruorua shows up and casually walks up to them. She asks the pretty boy why he's looking for Lin, saying they need to have a talk. The guys immediately panic. Ruorua's whole crew surrounds them, and one guy gets so scared he even drops to the ground holding himself. While still yelling, he tells his friend not to say anything. But his friend says this is just how things are, that he already explained everything clearly. He begs the girl to let him go. Ruorua tells him that he's a member of Twin Saint in the city of Yanjiang, and their leader is planning to take Lin. She asks if they were checking the place out tonight. When asked why they wanted to take Lin, the guy, who was the only one left, says he doesn't know. He says they just follow orders and aren't told much else. Ruorua says, fine, she believes him, but still, they all team up and rough him up a bit using sticks, even knocking out a few of his teeth. The girl then asks the boss what they should do next. Ruorua wonders what kind of strange group would even try to take Lin, like they're just asking for trouble. She says they'll use the night to go after the leader of that group and try to, politely, ask what they're really up to. Ruorua's mom, clearly nervous and shaking, asks if she's lost her mind. She says this is literally the base of that strange group and they should have called the police from the start. But the girl with them says no, that their boss is super strong in fights. She once took down several followers using just a baseball bat. But they believe all issues should be solved using Taoist rules, so there's no need to ask anyone else for help. Lin folds his arms and asks them to go on with how they caught Ruorua. The girl turns to the guy and asks who he even is. But then Bai Jie cuts in and says, wait, weren't you all looking for Lin? The guy is shocked and says he can't believe it. He says their leader always talked about how Lin is good-looking, rich, powerful, and can even do acupuncture. The others are surprised and ask if he really looks like that, because Lin just seems like a regular guy. The girl waves her hands and says she doesn't care. She just knows the five of them were supposed to catch the group's members and make them regret ever joining. But in reality, those cultists pulled out crossbows. The chief did her best to help her escape, but still, some of them got caught. Someone asks what to do now. A guy says he's heard of that group. They talk about positive energy during the day and recruit people by saying they teach spiritual yoga and can even help with fertility. He didn't realize they were something shady. Lin agrees and tells Bai Jie to first let him teach her a self-defense move. Then, she should get dressed nicely so they can go pay that group a visit. She nods and agrees without hesitation. Then the scene switches to Twin Saint Cult, right at noon. We see a group of people meditating in a temple. One of them says the universe is full of bright energy, and that if they absorb this energy regularly, they can feel better without even going to the doctor. Just then, a follower walks in and whispers something. The leader says they've got a VIP guest who arrived in a Rolls-Royce. He asks to bring them in. That's when our main character, Lin, walks in with Ruorua's mom. They're all dressed in fancy clothes. The leader of the temple senses something special about them. His assistant says he is their leader. The man asks if they have any big problem they're trying to solve. Ruorua's mother goes up to the leader and begs him to help. She tells him that she and her husband have been married for many years but were never able to have children. Doctors told her the problem was with her, and she's been trying all kinds of medical treatments for years, but nothing has worked. She says she heard the leader has the power of light energy that can heal any illness and asks if he can help them. The leader looks surprised, but before he can say anything, someone from the crowd speaks up. A woman touches her belly and says that she came here before with the same problem. Doctors told her she couldn't have kids because of a past accident, but thanks to the leader's power, she was able to get pregnant. She says it was the Lord's blessing and that she became a new person. The leader starts to explain that it's not just his power, but also the power of belief. When both come together, miracles happen. Lin watches all this and thinks the guy is just showing off, wondering what he's really using to heal people. But he continues playing his part as an undercover member in the crowd. So Lin steps forward, shouting that his wife is very faithful and even has magical powers that she uses to help him. He says they're willing to give however much money it takes. The leader tells him to have faith and promises to do everything he can to help them. But then he looks at the couple and asks how old they are, hinting that they don't seem like a typical match. Lin gets upset and asks what he means, if he's talking about the age gap between me and my wife, and says, you shouldn't have a problem with that. Ruorua's mom walks over and kisses her husband, then asks if he's upset. She reminds him not to act like that in front of the leader. She apologizes to the leader, saying her husband is sensitive about age, and blames it on how he was raised. The leader says there's no issue, but to prove their faith, they'll need to pay an energy reception fee of 3 million. They'll also need to attend 2 sessions a week for a month, and the problem will be fixed. He asks if they can agree to this. Lin gets desperate and says money is no problem. He can even pay 50 million, asking if that would shorten the treatment time. The leader says that while money helps, the real power comes from faith. In that case, he says they'll leave the wife at the center for a week, and she'll be fully healed by then. Then the leader calls Ruorua's mom over and asks one of his staff members to guide Lin to pay the energy fee. Since it's already noon, he invites him to stay for lunch and offers to give him a tour afterward. Lin agrees politely. Meanwhile, the leader whispers that there's another rich guest, and not only will they get his money, but they also get to enjoy spending time with his beautiful wife, who's quite impressive. That weird guy who acts all sloppy takes Ruorua's mom to another room while he starts undressing and getting dramatic about his situation. The leader calmly tells her he's about to fill her with cosmic energy. He warns her that she might be confused about what happens next, but asks her not to question anything and just trust him completely. He turns to Mrs. Bai, who's blindfolded, and asks if she understands. Mrs. Bai says yes. Then the guy says he's going to gently touch her shoulder and tells her not to be scared. He starts complaining that she's taking too long and even jokes about breaking the fourth wall. Mrs. Bai pretends to cooperate, and the people watching are impressed, thinking she's really going along with it. But suddenly, she presses a pressure point near his ear, and the guy goes completely still and passes out. We switch scenes. Before going on this mission, Lin praises his mother-in-law for doing such a good job. She says she learned the move in just a few minutes. Ruorua's mom adds that it's really impressive. Pressing that hidden pressure point can knock someone out, but the person has to be calm and still for it to work right. They remind each other that's why they had to trick the leader first. Now their goal is to find the surveillance room and locate Ruorua. As Mrs. Bai leaves the knocked out guy tied up, then she walks into a monitoring room, thinking how smart Lin is. She guesses that the cult leader probably doesn't trust regular members, so there must be a more secret, central monitoring room somewhere with more control. While walking with someone pretending to be a believer, he gets a call from Ruorua's mom. He plays it off like he's talking to his boss and asks how things are going. Ruorua's mom says the plan worked. She found Ruorua through the security cameras. She's being held in a cellar on the west side of the mansion, and they're treating her badly. But there are too many people around to go in yet. She asks why they don't just call the police. Lin says they did, but the police will take around 15 minutes to arrive, and they can't wait that long. They'll go rescue Ruorua and the others right away, but also gather as much proof as possible. Then he knocks out another guy and asks his mother-in-law how many people are inside and what kind of gear they have. She replies there are 18 people, but the footage is too blurry. She can't clearly see their faces or what they're holding. Finally, we see the group causing trouble. Some of them are mistreating people. Another person hits her in the stomach, asking if she's still refusing to talk. But Ruorua stands strong, looking them in the eye, showing that she won't back down. Her little Lin matters too much, and she's not giving up. At that moment, one of the guys pulls out a tool, pliers, and yells at Ruorua, saying that whether she believes it or not, he's going to pull her teeth out. But Ruorua calmly replies that she actually has 2 wisdom teeth, and if he's offering to remove them, go ahead. Just then, someone quickly kicks the guy and tells another person that he's useless. He walks up to Ruorua, grabs her by the neck, and asks if she wants to end up badly. She replies in another language, and he doesn't understand. Ruorua then says, "I don't speak dog. Use human language." That annoys him. He snaps his fingers and says that if she wants things to end, he won't let it be easy. He and his friends will have their fun first and take their time. Another guy adds that their group won't be sitting still either. They'll all join in. They ask her again about Lin, what's his background and how someone like him, just a regular college student, has so much money. As one of them keeps pressuring her, another tells the leader to stop because she can't take much more. He says that if Lin doesn't even consider her his girlfriend, it's not worth doing this to her. But Ruorua yells at him, calling him a fool who doesn't understand anything. Then she turns to another guy and challenges him. She says, "Let's play a game. If you say something about Lin, I'll call you daddy. If not, you'll be my grandson." The guy agrees and starts acting all proud, saying he'll begin with her jacket. Ruorua tries to stay strong, but just then, someone bursts in through the door. The whole group turns around, shocked. Lin walks in, casually tossing stones in his hand, and says they all look pretty excited. He asks if there's still space for one more member in their cult and if they'll let him join too. Ruorua, feeling relieved but also scared, calls out his name and shouts at him to run because the place is too dangerous. The others stare at Lin, confused but trying to act tough. Then the cult leader steps forward and asks how dare he show up at their door. Lin smirks and says he's saving them the trouble of looking for him. He thanks them all for gathering, like it's part of his plan. Still pretending to go along with things, wonders what Lin is planning. He starts acting like some cosmic spokesperson, claiming he's a messenger of universal energy who can appear anywhere and knows everything. He calls them Earthlings, and says they can't defeat him. But right then, he throws a rock and hits him. Everyone gasps as it draws a little scratch. Lin, unfazed, says they're just twins who both talk nonsense. He adds that he did consider playing along with them, but only for 2 seconds. The crowd freaks out, yelling that he dared to hurt their leader, and now he's going to pay for it. They all rush at Lin, but he's way too fast. Even though he's totally outnumbered, he handles it like it's nothing, taking down a few of them with quick moves. Then, more guys arrive with crossbows and start firing at close range. Ruorua panics and tries to warn him, but Lin stops all the arrows with his bare hands. Ruorua shouts, amazed, saying that was awesome. Seeing that their usual tricks aren't working, the group tries something sneaky. They grab Ruorua and place knives near her, clearly trying to use her as a shield. But Lin had already planned everything in advance. With impressive skill, he throws a few small stones that hit the attackers right on target, knocking them out and causing them to drop their weapons, keeping Ruorua safe. Lin looks at the rest and asks if they're done fighting. He gives them a chance to leave peacefully, telling them to quit this Twin Saints cult and never come back. But for anyone who stays behind, he warns he won't go easy on them. Hearing that, most of the group runs out of the room. But 2 guys stay behind and ask their leader if they should really just leave. One of them steps forward and says it's interesting to finally meet a skilled martial artist from China. He brags that even though he's challenged several Chinese gyms before, none of them dared to accept. He rushes toward Lin, throwing 2 attacks, one to finish the fight and one to block his path. Another guy joins in, saying that no matter where Lin dodges, he'll still get hit with a strong kick. But Lin smoothly avoids them. He redirects one of the kicks and throws the attacker onto the ground, slamming his face down hard. The other guy tries to land a kick too, but it has no effect at all. Even though that guy tries to defend himself confidently, Lin hits him with a solid blow that sends him flying into the wall. He casually comments that their leg techniques leave them wide open, making it easy for someone to counter them. Then he adds that if they're just showing off, they shouldn't pretend it's real Chinese martial arts. Lin then walks over to Ruorua to help free her. Ruorua thanks him and even says he's very handsome. He notices that Ruorua has a few scratches and a little blood on her forehead. Feeling guilty, Lin gently apologizes, saying it's his fault she got dragged into all of this. Blushing and nervous, Ruorua suddenly throws herself at him and gives him a big kiss, catching Lin completely off guard. Then she starts touching his chest and gets overly affectionate. Lin tries to stay calm and tells her to stop, asking what she's doing. Her flirty energy suddenly spikes by more than 8%, and her friends peek in and see them practically having lunch with each other in a very intense way. Finally, Lin taps a pressure point on her arm to stop her. She pulls back, yelling that her arm feels numb. He tells her to snap out of it and go wake up her friend. They need to get moving because the police could arrive any minute. Still totally smitten, Ruorua asks Lin what he thought of her her kissing skills, and if he could tell that was her first kiss. She proudly adds that of course it was. Wasn't it obvious? Lin, completely overwhelmed, thinks to himself that there are way too many bold women out there and that guys really need to protect themselves these days. Just then, he gets a call. Thinking it's from Miss Bai, or rather, Ruorua's mom, he picks up. She tells him she was worried that the cult leader might wake up, so she tapped the pressure point a few extra times just to make sure he stayed down. But it had an unexpected effect. He started shaking and even lost control of himself, to the point that he, well, had an accident in his pants. Lin is shocked and doesn't know what to say to her, but Ruorua's mom says that's not even the weirdest part. While the cult leader was shaking, he started mumbling nonsense like he was talking in his sleep. He kept saying something about someone named Mr. Yen, and promised he'd definitely capture Lin. When Mrs. Bai asks Lin who Mr. Yen is, he's left completely stunned, because he knows exactly who that is. Sometime later, in the Twin Saints village, Ruorua's mom meets up with her and tells her how worried she was. Ruorua hugs her quietly. Her mom asks if she's hurt and scolds her, saying she was being reckless and shouldn't ever do that again. But Ruorua gently argues that it's okay, she made a mistake, and things would have gone differently if the bad guys didn't have crossbows. Then her mom turns to Lin and asks if she can talk to her daughter privately. Meanwhile, Lin asks Miss Bai where the cult leader's computer is. She tells him it's in the control room. Lin heads out quickly. Back in the room, Ruorua asks her mom if she and Lin are really close now, especially since he started calling her by her name. Her mom blushes and, flustered, says she doesn't know what to say, and then decides not to say anything at all. Ruorua then follows Lin to the control room and asks if he found what he was looking for. Lin, focused, doesn't reply right away. Ruorua glances at the screen and sees what he's reading. On the computer, there's a chat conversation showing the cult leader from before, who still hasn't accepted his loss, messaging Mr. Yen, saying he wants Lin captured and turned into a living puppet. Fatty tells him not to worry and promises to handle it. Fatty asks why the number of followers is growing so slowly, and Leader replies that he's trying, but Chinese people aren't as easy to fool as the Koreans. Fatty complains that he didn't bring him over from Korea to hear excuses, he brought him to make money. He even says that Luobing's secretary is more useful than you, calling him out. The Leader tries to flatter him, saying he came up with a detailed plan to trap Luobing and she should feel lucky. The Fatty laughs and says that the auction happening tomorrow is a complete setup just for her. He brags that no one has ever escaped once they're targeted, and that after he's done playing with her, he'll sell her off to Myanmar. Ruorua watches all this and asks Lin what's going on. Calm and focused, Lin explains that it's pretty interesting. They sent a cult to try and recruit him, and turns out Luobing's secretary is actually a spy. As for that fat guy on the screen, Lin says he's done with him. He tells them to stay put and wait for the police, he has something else to take care of. Ruorua, worried, asks where he's going. Lin tells her that the auction mentioned in the chat is happening tomorrow, and he needs to prepare now. Then the scene changes to the next day, at a film studio in Chong City. Luobing's secretary, who used to seem nice but now we know she's not. She tells Luobing that they need to leave soon or they'll be late for the auction. In her head, she's thinking that everything is ready. She tells herself not to feel guilty, that Fatty offered her too many benefits to pass up. Turns out, she's a traitor. But Luobing already knows and shouts that she's on her way too. While her assistant helps her change into a different outfit, although it looks the same, she thinks to herself that once she finishes this deal at the auction, she'll finally earn more money for Mr. Lin. She believes that'll help her make things right. But then her phone rings. When she picks up and hears Lin's voice, she's surprised and happy. Lin tells her to listen carefully. He has something important to say. As Luobing finishes getting ready for the auction, she tells her assistant to go ahead without her. But from outside the room, her assistant informs them that Luobing is already on her way. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fatty's assistant tells him that everything is going according to plan. Luobing is still being guided by the secretary to place the highest bid on the land, which will lead the other company to go broke. She also shares that the leader of the Twin Saints sent a message saying that Lin has been captured. Fatty is pleased and tells her to get the car ready. He wants to be there personally to see Luobing's reaction when she realizes she's been tricked. Acting full of himself, Fatty then gives the order to handle Lin, first by taking away his ability to see, and later by slowly dealing with him in front of Luobing. He's very curious to see how she'll react in that moment. The scene then shifts to the auction venue. Fatty arrives with his assistant, but on the way, they run into Lin's group of wealthy friends, people who are well known in the city. Jiang Xian is also among them. One of them greets Fatty, saying he's heard a lot about him. Another one asks if Mr. Yen is here for the auction too, and wonders what project he might be interested in. Fatty smiles politely, pretends to be casual, and says he's just looking around. Mr. Wan responds that if someone like Mr. Yen is just looking, then something big must be going on. Another person agrees, saying Mr. Yan's Chan Group has businesses in everything, from entertainment and hotels to real estate, and is worth tens of billions. He says Mr. Yen is known for having great business instincts. Fatty then asks Mr. Chu what land he's interested in. Mr. Chu replies that the plots here aren't in great locations and are super pricey. Someone else agrees, saying they're only here to check things out. Fatty asks again if they're being serious. Then Mr. Chu points to a spot where there's a crowd and says it looks lively over there. The reason for the crowd? Reporters have surrounded Luo Bing. One of them tells her she looks beautiful, another asks her about her next movie, and someone else wants to know what land she's planning to bid on. Smiling, Luo Bing winks and says she does plan to bid on a plot to build a film and TV production center, but she can't share which one just yet. Watching her from a distance, Fatty is clearly smitten and thinks to himself that she looks even more attractive than before. He says to himself that he really wants to get closer to her, completely unaware of what her team has in store for him. Just then, Fatty's secretary tells him the VIP room is ready. He says they should head over. At the same time, Lin's friends also enter a VIP room nearby. Once Fatty closes the door, he starts to get suspicious. He tells his assistant to listen in on their conversation. After all, these are some of the most powerful business people in the region, and they usually wouldn't bother showing up for small land auctions like this. Since he's the one who set up the entire situation, he's worried they might know something. As they listen in, they hear the group talking about how lucky Luo Bing is to have inside info about a piece of land in West County that's supposed to be really valuable. One of the group members says that the land in question, plot N931, is actually a key national development project. He adds that he really hopes they can win the bid during this auction. That surprises Fatty, who starts to worry. He asks himself if that's the same land, N931 in Yenshang's West County, the one that's part of a major national development plan. He starts to panic, wondering if maybe the insider info he secretly gave out, which was completely false, somehow got turned into something real. He had planned to use that info to bribe the planning director. Then he remembers how Luo Bing's secretary had once told her that she collected info from different sources about West County, explaining that area would soon be part of a national development project in the next couple of years. That would mean land prices in the area would skyrocket. At that time, land in 931 was still super cheap, 10,000 acres for just 20 million. Even if the price went up a little, they'd still be able to make a fortune. The assistant had shown her all the details, saying it was a rare opportunity. But Luo Bing was unsure. She said she works in film and didn't know much about investment, and she was worried about what might happen if the project failed. Her assistant, though, was really optimistic and even showed her a planning report from the county director's office. The report claimed that if they got land in 931, it could triple in value in 5 years, and they could build a movie and TV production base on it too. In the end, Luo Bing was convinced. She got excited, raised her fists, and agreed with her assistant, saying there's no way a report like that could be fake. She said they would go all in on the auction and give it their best shot to win the land. Back at the auction, Fatty is watching all of this and feeling seriously confused. He asks himself how they found out about the fake info and why they believed it. He doesn't get how something he made up is now being treated like secret, privileged information. While sipping wine and still spying on them, one person nearby jokes that whoever gave Luo Bing that land must be really generous. Another one says it's a shame, it could have been a $1 billion deal if they had jumped in earlier. Mr. Chu says they should stop dreaming. He adds that only someone with Mr. Yan's level of money could even think about competing here. That makes Fatty even more nervous. Sweating, he picks up the phone and calls Director Bao from the planning department. When Bao answers, he casually asks why Fatty is calling. Fatty jumps straight to the point, asking for an update about land N931. Bao tries to avoid the question and invites him for tea, but Fatty snaps, telling him to stop dodging and just tell him what's going on. He even threatens his job. Trying to calm him down, Director Bao explains that last night, they got official documents saying the land, yes, N931, is now part of a new key development zone. He says its value is expected to go up by 50 to 100 times, and even he didn't see that coming. Jan is completely shocked. Bao starts to explain more, but Fatty yells, asking why he didn't say anything earlier, and warns him that if anyone else gets that land, they'll be in trouble. He hangs up angrily. Then we cut to another scene. Director Bao looks a bit roughed up and asks Ruorua if that was okay. Turns out, Ruorua had been pretending to pressure him and said his emotional acting was perfect. He completely outshined the big-name idols. Director Bao says that's good, but asks if he can leave now. Ruorua leaves the scene and says they should let Director Bao rest. He mentions that there's clear evidence of bribery shown in court and suggests calling the police to take him away. Meanwhile, we see some of Ruorua people turning on him, hitting him with a bat. Then the scene switches to an auction event. The host announces announces that the next land up for bidding is Plot N931, located at the foot of the mountains in western Yangjiang County. The location might seem average for now, but there's big potential for future development. The land covers 10,000 acres, and the starting price is set at 20 million, with minimum bid increases of 5 million. People start raising their hands. One bids 20 million, then another ups it to 25 million, followed by a 30 million offer. Suddenly, Luo Bing raises her hand and says she'll go for 50 million. But the original bidder counters with 55 million. Luo Bing's secretary, clearly surprised, tells her it looks like the other bidder also knows how valuable the land is and won't let it go that easily. Luo Bing confidently says she'll raise the bid. With full determination, she offers 200 million. The crowd is stunned. People start whispering and questioning how someone could offer that much. Some say she's lost her mind because the land isn't in a good location and it's hard to reach. Others joke that it might as well be used as a sugarcane farm, which wouldn't make back that money even in 10 years. Some recognize her and say, "Isn't she an actress? What's she doing trying to grow sugarcane?" Despite all the comments, Luo Bing stays calm and composed. Her assistant, who is actually working against her, comes up and tells her not to worry. She says the others don't understand the land's true value, and if they did, it would be worth 800 or 900 million easily. As the auctioneer gets ready to finalize the sale at 200 million, counting down, 1, 2, assistant secretly thinks the job assigned by director Mr. Yen is done. But then, unexpectedly, Fatty raises their hand and offers 300 million. It's the same person the assistant was working with, and now she is even confused. Luo Bing immediately realizes it's Fatty again, trying to mess up her plans. She tells her assistant Xiaolin that they can't back down now and calls out a bid of 600 million. The assistant, now clearly stressed, tells her to wait, but Fatty isn't stopping either. He raises it again to 800 million and tells Xiaolin to stop her before she goes any higher. Luo Bing then shouts that she's bidding 1 billion and tells Xiaolin to put all their money into it. Fatty is confused and wonders how she could offer that much when she had supposedly tricked him. He turns to Xiaolin and asks if he hadn't said Luo Bing only took 200 million from her account. The assistant, clearly panicking, asks his boss where she's getting that kind of money. Fatty demands an explanation, and the assistant admits that Luo Bing doesn't actually have that much and never said she did. Finally, the assistant faints from the pressure of the situation. Jiang Xian comments that even Director Yen can make mistakes sometimes, spending so much money on a piece of land that people once thought would become a dump. Mr. Chu asks Fatty what he's doing, but the director doesn't fall for it and turns to the group, asking if they really think he doesn't know what's going on. Mr. Chu responds, confused, saying he has no idea what Fatty is talking about. Another person agrees. Fatty, clearly annoyed, tells them to stop pretending, calling them a bunch of clowns. Then he turns to Luo Bing and tells her to drop out of the auction immediately, or she'll never see the person she cares about again. This upsets Luo Bing, and she demands to know what he means and what he's done. Fatty challenges her to think about it. That's when Luo Bing finally shows her true feelings. With a serious look, she asks him to let the person go. She says he can do whatever he wants to her, but not to hurt him. She tells him she'll stop bidding if he lets the person go. Fatty asks if she's threatening him and if she's not afraid of the consequences. But that's where he slips up, because right after that, Luo Bing snaps and slaps him across the face. Fatty is shocked and yells at her, calling her a crazy woman, while the entire room is left stunned. Amid all the tension, Luo Bing looks him in the eyes with determination and says she knows exactly what kind of person he is. Even if he backs off now, he'll still cause harm. She accuses him directly and tells him she's no longer afraid. Then, without hesitation, she shouts another bid, 1 billion. Fatty is furious, shouting at her in frustration. But Luo Bing stays calm and says she's willing to destroy everything just to win what truly matters to her. Her assistant tries to stop her, saying they don't have that kind of money in their account. Luo Bing turns to her and says they'll sell everything, movie rights, company assets, even her jewelry, because rescuing Lin is more important than anything. She doesn't care what she has to give up. Still, Fatty refuses to back down. He shouts at her again in frustration. Meanwhile, Jiang Xian teases Fatty, asking if she's out of money, so she can lend her some. One person offers to lend 500 million, another offers 300 million, and Jiang Xian says she'll lend 600 million because she owes someone a favor. This leaves Fatty even more frustrated and powerless. On the other hand, Luo Bing stands tall and confident, staring at him with a cool look. The auctioneer announces, 1 billion going once, 1 billion going twice, and asks if anyone wants to make another bid. Without hesitation, Luo Bing yells out a new offer, 2.9 billion. The crowd goes wild, gasping at the number, while everyone else shouts in shock, wondering what kind of treasure this land could possibly hold to be worth that much. Someone in the crowd shouts that this must be a dream, it it just can't be real. They're all in shock, wondering who exactly this Luobing is, and why she just spent 2.9 billion just to go against Fatty. Everyone's stunned. But the overweight man steps in and says it's fine. He doesn't think 2.9 billion is a big deal at all and even says he's ready to raise the offer even higher if needed. He reminds everyone how Director Bao once said the value of this land would increase 50 to 100 times in the future. Fatty then loudly challenges Luobing, asking if she really thinks she can compete with that kind of money. He says even if everyone else teamed up, they still couldn't match his group's financial power. Then Fatty suddenly shouts that he's willing to offer 4 billion. But his assistant quickly rushes over and quietly warns him that this is a huge risk. It's nearly all of their company's capital. If anything goes wrong, the entire group could go bankrupt. He mocks her, asking since when it's her job to question his decisions. It seems like she's even leaning toward supporting Luobing now. She quickly apologizes and says she'll take care of gathering the funds. The man impatiently tells her to hurry up. Meanwhile, the auctioneer starts calling out the new bid, 4 billion once, 4 billion twice, then asks if anyone else wants to bid. It looks like Luobing might lose, as people see her standing there next to some business leaders. The overweight man is grinning smugly, and the auctioneer finally announces that the land is sold for 4 billion. He starts laughing proudly. Everyone is left shocked. One person asks if the land is really worth that much. Another says it doesn't even matter. Fatty is just that rich, and that alone is wild. A girl nearby comments that Luobing trying to go against him is just her overestimating herself. Then Fatty walks over to Luobing and calls her little girl. He says it's a shame that even though she gave it her best shot, she still failed. While holding her face, he tells her that what he likes about her is that she looks gentle on the outside but is actually really strong. He adds that he hopes to see more of that side of her in the future, and if she listens to him, maybe he'll go easy on her. But Luobing slaps his hand away in disgust and asks if I really believe that. She says she now suspects that Lin isn't in your hand, and that this whole thing might just be an act to provoke me. The rude man, still trying to control the situation, pulls out his phone and mocks her, saying if this is her final stand, he's going to enjoy watching her lose piece by piece. He says he'll show her the truth right now, but he can't promise it'll be pleasant. Just as he's about to do something, someone suddenly rushes in and shouts, "Guess who?" It's none other than our main character, Lin. When he shows up, the court officials quickly realize that he's already panicking and shouting, asking if that guy could be Lin. His face looks like someone who's about to blow up with frustration. He yells, asking why the guy is rambling so much and if this whole thing was a setup. But Lin calmly cuts him off and says, "Yeah, that's exactly what it was, all just an act." Our main character walks up to Luobing and compliments her, saying she acted really well. She laughs and admits she was worried she might have overdone it and that someone would notice. She even says that when he called me about this plan, I totally freaked out. Then Fatty starts yelling, asking if she had planned all of this with Lin the whole time. But she starts crying and says no, he had no idea about any of it. Lin tells him to just tell the truth, that he accidentally gave away too much information to some guy from a sect. That was enough for them to track everything down. Plus, thanks to the Jiangxi and tech company, hacking his phone was super easy. That's how they also found Director Bao, who had been secretly working with him. The guy was arrogant and suspicious, so there was no way he'd believe fake info if told directly, but Lin played it smart. Then he pauses and thinks out loud, saying he figured it out after hearing Director Bao. At that point, he was sure something was up. Fatty watching all this feels defeated and says it was clearly all planned out to trap him. Mr. Chu laughs too, saying it was just a small environmental group and that he had been warned not to invest, but he didn't listen. Lin keeps explaining that at first, he only had doubts, but once Director Bao spoke, he was totally sure that the land marked N931 wasn't worth what the guy paid. That makes the rich guy spit in shock. Lin continues, saying that once they had professional help, Director Bao was taken care of quickly. He reminds everyone that Zoro helped with the operation, and even though the guy lost billions, it won't completely ruin his empire. But still, this person has a long list of charges against him like tax issues and shady business ties, so it made things a lot easier. You can tell the story has reached a high point because the main character doesn't even need to fight anymore. He's got a whole group of smart allies doing everything for him. The arrogant guy freaks out and says it's impossible. He asks if they really think they can scare him or that someone would believe all of this. He doesn't understand how his whole empire could fall apart in just a few hours. But Lin, standing confidently with his arms crossed, tells Jiang Xian to turn off the signal blocker. She laughs and says it's time for Fatty to see the real situation. She claps, and the signal blocker disappears. Right after that, tons of notifications flood in, missed calls, messages, and alerts. Someone tells Fatty that the company's stock price has already crashed, and the market value has dropped by billions in just 30 minutes. Another Another person says all the legal factories and offices have been shut down by the police for investigation. Someone else warns him to move his assets quickly to an overseas account. Another guy adds that the entire board of directors has already run away. Finally, someone asks Fatty if he at least moved his money in time. But our main character tells him he wasted billions on land that was only worth around 20 million. He made the decision himself, and now, he's completely bankrupt. The guy can't believe what's happening and starts shouting, "Impossible," over and over. He's crying and trying to convince himself that he hasn't lost, that everything's still fine. He lies to himself, saying he still has money, that he can borrow from the bank, and that he has connections who can help him. But Lin stays calm and says if he still doesn't believe it, then just look at the big screen. That's when we see a live broadcast with Cha-Cha, another member of Lin's team. She says, "Ladies and gentlemen, what you're seeing live is Fatty from the Yen group threatening Miss Luo Bing," and explains that everything has been caught on camera. She then adds that she'll be sharing all the shady things Fatty has done, and that any help from viewers is appreciated. The stream shows that she's been recording the whole time. In the chat, people start reacting. One says this is a total downfall, another jokes about turning Fatty into an emoji, and others are shocked by what he said and did. We also see that more videos are popping up online, including clips of him with his secretary. Viewers say she's definitely finished, and the situation is sinking fast. Someone else says they're reporting this to the police, and it shows how his businesses are being shut down. Lin calmly reminds him that the live stream has been running ever since he walked into the auction. Now Fatty looks totally shocked as messages flood in on his phone. One says he broke the contract and that their business partnership is over. Another demands he immediately repay the 200 million he owes, or they'll take legal action. Someone else blocks him and calls his behavior disgusting. Even the head of an insurance company says Fatty's reputation is ruined and that they're pulling out of all financial support. Fatty throws his phone on the ground, completely losing control. He yells at Luo Bing, blaming her for everything, shouting that if he's going down, she's going with him. But right before he does anything else, Lin quietly stops him by hitting his leg, dropping him to his knees. Luo Bing, full of anger, shouts that what he's facing now is nothing compared to what he deserves, and that he'll spend the rest of his life paying for everything he's done. She slaps him, and he falls to the floor laughing in a creepy way. He claims he still has billions and that he'll make a comeback, laughing even though he's clearly in a bad state. People nearby notice he even peed himself and comment that it fits how gross he's been acting all along. Finally, the police arrive. An officer tells Fatty that they need him to cooperate in an investigation. He's taken away in handcuffs, still laughing and saying he'll rise again. Then the police contact Captain Chen Yuan and ask if she needs backup. She says no, that everything's under control now. They praise her for doing such an amazing job and say that thanks to her, a huge criminal operation was taken down with ease. She'll likely get another promotion. But Captain Chen Yuan quietly thinks to herself that she only succeeded because that person gave her such detailed info. Thanks to his help, she could prepare for everything ahead of time. She starts to wonder, how is it that this guy always seems to solve major cases so easily? It's like everything is handed to him on a silver platter. While thinking, she smiles, realizing that her respect and affection for him has gone up again, by 15%. And now, her favorability rating for Chen Yuan is at 52%. Finally, Lin raises a glass of juice to celebrate and thanks everyone for their amazing acting. He happily announces that the whole plan has come to an end. He also thanks Jiang Xian for his help and says he's sorry for bothering her again. But Jiang Xian, a little shy and blushing, says she's actually really happy that Lin reached out. Suddenly, Jiang Xian gets a phone call. She answers and learns there's been another big breakthrough in development. She tells everyone she has to leave, so she won't be joining them for the rest of the evening, but promises to meet up for dinner next time. Lin compliments her, saying she's always so fast and focused, a true executive director. After that, Luo Bing quietly walks up behind Lin and softly calls his name. Lin jokes that today's star of the show is about to make her entrance. Then, completely flustered, Luo Bing suddenly hugs him tightly, catching him off guard. She's full of emotion and thanks him for everything he's done, especially for helping make sure Fatty was finally arrested. She says she's truly happy. This moment increases her affection by another 8%, bringing her favorability score to 90%. The system notes that the first stage of her comeback mission is now complete. It shows that 1.66 billion points were spent on supporting Luo Bing, and that 10% of that, about 166 million credits, has been successfully transferred to her personal account. On top of that, her regular rewards and attributes all go up. Now all her stats are maxed out at level 10. The system then prompts Lin to choose one new special skill from 3 options. Rank B, Villa Management. Rank C, Jumping Skills. Rank E, Core Strength Training. Meanwhile, Mr. Chu jokes that Luo Bing must be lightweight. She got tipsy from just one glass of wine. Lin says he'll find a place where she can rest. but Luo Bing, clearly a little embarrassed, insists she's totally fine. One of the others says there's already a room ready for her on the 18th floor and invites Lin to help her get there. When he arrives with her, he thinks, wow, this room looks like something out of a historical drama, and of course, the sea captain would pick something this fancy. Everything in the room is well prepared. Lin helps Luo Bing onto the bed and tries to leave, but she grabs his sleeve with a disappointed look and asks him not to go. Caught off guard, Lin wonders what's going on, while Luo Bing blurts out that she wants milk, but clearly, it's not what it sounds like. Lin nervously agrees, says, alright, I'll get you some, and heads to the kitchen to warm up a glass of milk in the microwave. He even notices that the cup is styled like an antique bowl, very on theme with the rest of the room. When he comes back, he tells Luo Bing her milk is ready, but now she's wearing a completely different outfit. She's clearly planning something. Lin blushes and laughs, asking if she dressed up just for him. She smiles and says it's just for him. He tells her she looks really nice, and she finally takes the milk and drinks it. But the mood changes. Luo Bing keeps staring at Lin, which makes him a little nervous. Then, when he lets his guard down, she gently pulls him closer by the legs, leaning in slowly. She finally says again that she wants milk, and yeah, at this point, it's clear she didn't mean the drink. And with that, Luo Bing and Lin finally share a kiss. That night, things between her and the main guy definitely hit a new level. And honestly, someone told me that milk wasn't the same kind that goes in a cup. They even ended up skipping dinner. Disclaimer, this is purely a fictional story, made for entertainment only. Don't be influenced to hurt anyone's emotions or don't do squeezing before marriage. If you still go ahead, it's completely your own responsibility. The next day, it's finally morning. In that room, Luo Bing slowly wakes up, stretching after what seemed like a very intense night. As she stretches her arms and legs, one of her feet ends up hitting Lin's face by accident. She's surprised and quickly sits up, totally confused by what she's seeing. When she realizes Lin is in her bed, she's shocked. But then she notices lipstick marks on his chest and stomach, and it all comes rushing back. She remembers everything. Her face turns red with embarrassment as the memories come back. She thought it was all just a dream, but no, it really happened. She's mortified, thinking about how she was the one who got super into it once she asked to kiss her. She's silently scolding herself, like, how could I act like that? Now she feels like she can't even look at Lin anymore. Luo Bing is gathering his stuff, thinking to himself, he has a girlfriend. Then why did I let this happen? She regrets drinking that night and plans to just blame it on the alcohol. Then Luo Bing suddenly storms out, slamming the door behind her, which ends up waking Lin. He wakes up confused, wondering where Luo Bing went. That's when he notices a note placed between his legs. Curious, he opens it. It's a letter from Luo Bing. She writes that he probably hates her now, and no matter how many times she apologizes, it won't be enough. She included 500,000 yen, not a huge amount, but she says it's a sincere apology. She asks him not to contact her for now because she needs some time to calm down. Lin doesn't really know what to think, but deep down he feels like something just isn't right. Later that day, we switched scenes to a mall. The main guy and his friends are playing video games. One of them says it's kind of weird to be on vacation, but today's gonna be fun. They challenge Lin, saying they're not going to lose this time. Lin agrees, and they decide that the loser has to buy milk tea. After losing, his tired friend looks down and notices a phone on the floor. It has a pink, sparkly case with small stones on it. He asks if anyone dropped their phone, but Lin points out that none of them would use a pink, sparkly case. Another friend agrees, it must belong to a girl. When they check the lock screen, they see a photo of a woman with green hair. Everyone starts peeking at it. One of the friends is surprised and says, whoa, is this the owner of the phone? And adds, she's really pretty. But then Lin says that it looks like the beauty filter was turned up really high. Just then, his phone rings, surprising him a bit. He answers the call and both of them say hello. The girl on the line asks if he found her phone. He says yes, he found it at the arcade and tells her she can come pick it up anytime. In his head, he's thinking how nice her voice sounds. The girl thanks him and says he's very kind. She explains that she's in the billiards room next to the arcade and can't leave right now. She asks if he can bring the phone to her. She adds that she'll treat him to some milk tea if he does, which honestly sounds a little suspicious. Still, he quickly says, sure, no problem, and rushes off excitedly. Laughing, he brags to his friends that the girl invited him for milk tea and that he's about to have an amazing moment. One of his friends tells him to slow down, but he's too excited and runs off anyway. Then the scene shifts. We see the girl in the billiards room, and she's with someone else. She laughs and says, wow, that guy's actually coming to return the phone. What a fool. The guy next to her smirks and says, that's exactly what I expected from young Master Zhang. He even turns games into something this twisted. He laughs and says messing with people like this is way more fun than any game. Just wait till you see his face when he realizes he's been tricked. It's gonna be hilarious. Meanwhile, some other guys are lying by the pool, clearly roughed up, and in the background, we see more people hurt. The girl turns to the guy and says he's not just rich and good looking, but also the best pool player in the whole area, and that he really knows how to have fun. The guy asks if she really means it or is just saying that to sound flirty. She responds by saying she's about to show him how impressed she is and asks if he agrees. He says, alright, it's a deal. But just then, the girl looks out the window and sees Lin and his friends arriving. She quickly warns the guy that they're here. He laughs and says, those college kids? What are they gonna do? Then he whispers something to her. At that moment, a staff member from the billiards place walks up and politely says, excuse me, sir, your time is up. Would you like to extend it? Without saying a word, the guy suddenly slaps her and pushes her aside. She looks shocked. He then says, you must be new here. That slap will remind you that I'm about to become a shareholder in this place. How could you ask me for money? He yells at her to leave while she stands there, confused, rubbing her cheek, still not believing what just happened. Right then, our friend walks in. The girl quickly calls him over, saying, hey, come this way. He walks up nervously and says hi, then hands her the phone. She thanks him and says he's really sweet. He stands there, smiling and laughing a bit too much. But suddenly, her attitude completely changes. With a disgusted look, she says the phone is all sweaty and dirty, and calls it gross. But Lin's friend is confused and asks the girl what she's talking about. The girl turns to the arrogant guy from earlier and calls him young Master Zhang, saying the phone he returned is now dirty because this loser broke it. She asks what she should do about it. Lin's friend can't believe what he's hearing and yells back, asking what she's even saying. But the rich guy grabs the phone from him and holds it up, asking if it's really just dirty. Then he suddenly accuses them, asking where the pendant is, the one that was supposedly attached to the phone. Confused, the friend asks what pendant he's talking about. The rich guy keeps going, saying there was a 1-carat diamond pendant with a gold chain. He says it was a birthday gift for Lulu, yep, that Lulu, and that it cost over 10,000 yuan. Lulu starts shouting too, saying there was a pendant and now it's gone. She even suggests that maybe they stole it, but one of the friends jumps in and says that can't be true, because when they found the phone, it already looked the way it does now. He even points out that the school president was there too and saw the phone. It didn't have a pendant. But the rich guy just laughs it off and tells them they better pay up and replace Lulu's phone. Lin's friend, now nervous, says he didn't steal anything and definitely didn't take the pendant. The rich guy insists that it was stolen and says anyone around at the time probably helped out. The people in the billiards room start whispering and gossiping, saying that these guys must have taken the diamond and the phone. One of the girls even says they look like broke students, and now the air feels too low class with them around. But the school president steps in and tells everyone to stop judging them. He says they returned the phone when they found it and shouldn't be blamed for anything. One of the others pushes back, saying, well, that's just your version of the story. The pendant's still missing. Finally, Lin asks, why don't we just check the security cameras? But the girl says this is a mall with a bunch of blind spots, so maybe they took the pendant in secret and are now pretending to be good people who just returned the phone. She even accuses them of trying to scam their way into money. But the guys working at the billiards room quickly defend the rich guy, saying, don't you know who he is? He'd never scam anyone. Another one says he's won billiards tournaments and always takes home big cash prizes just for showing up. He could afford to buy several generations of their lives. They ask if the group can even understand what that means, and start raising their hands in protest. All of this makes Lin's group really uncomfortable. But then, the girl who works there speaks up loudly, saying that these college students didn't steal anything. She says she heard everything and that these people are just making fun of others for entertainment. The rich guy glares at her and walks toward her angrily. But one of Lin's friends steps in, asking him what he plans to do now that someone finally stood up to him. The rich guy crosses his arms and asks, oh, so you're with them now? She's about to say something else when Lulu cuts her off. She mocks the employee, saying she was just flirting with young Master Zhang earlier, trying to get his attention. But since he didn't care about her at all, now she's just making up stories. Lulu says it's all super embarrassing for the employee. Even though the girl is almost in tears, she insists that what they're saying isn't true. But before she can explain more, a few rude people cut her off. One says it's typical for poor people to cause problems, while another complains that they should just pay instead of talking so much. Then Zhang, clearly enjoying himself, tells everyone to look at them. They're just broke students with barely any money. That's why he's generously giving them a chance. He proposes a billiards match, with 10,000 per ball and 100,000 for the black 8 ball. Lin remembers that one of his chosen abilities brought him to the domain of billiards, and now he's planning to use that skill. Lulu boldly declares that the loser will pay, while Zhang is quietly confident, thinking they're just broke kids who won't be leaving without losing a lot of money. Lin, already feeling bored, decides to join the game. He steps forward and asks Zhang if he's the famous young master he's heard about, saying he's always been interested in billiards. But Zhang cuts him off, warning him not to think that sweet talk is going to get him out of paying, or maybe he's just too scared to play. Lin responds calmly, saying it's just a game of billiards, and he sees nothing wrong with placing a bet. In fact, he thinks it sounds fun. Zhang, thinking Lin has no clue what he's doing, tells them to remember, once they're in, they can't back out. Jesco agrees right away, saying no one's going to quit now. But Lin's friends quickly try to calm him down, warning him not to be reckless. One of them points out that their opponent is the billiards champion, and they probably can't win. Still, Lin tells them to relax. The game begins, and Lulu sets up the balls. She blows a kiss toward Zhang and tells him everything is ready. He should prepare to be impressed. Lin steps up and takes the first shot, but it's a bad one. He says his hand slipped. Of course, Zhang mocks him right away, thinking he's a total newbie. Zhang then calls Lulu over and has her take the next shot instead, saying that someone like her is enough to deal with a beginner like Lin. Each time Lulu shoots, the balls go straight into the pockets. She blushes and tells Zhang he's so confident and charming. Meanwhile, Lin casually says there's no rush and takes another shot, but unfortunately, the ball doesn't make it. Zhang mocks him again, saying it wasn't a bad try but still not good enough. The people around start making comments too. One says Lin doesn't know his limits, and another jokes that he's going to lose so badly he might have to sell something important. Zhang, getting cocky, asks Lulu to be patient as he lines up his shot in a weird but confident position. He jokes that he's being a little playful. Lulu, giggling, calls him young Master Zhang. His next shot sinks more balls, putting him closer and closer to winning the game. Some of Lin's friends walk over, and one of them tells Lin to stop, but he doesn't even blink. One of the guys mocks him, saying the boring one can keep being boring, and calls him a loser who already lost 30,000. He jokes that if Lin kneels and begs for mercy, maybe they'll give him a 20% discount. Lin just looks up and asks, "Is that how you play pool?" His eyes light up, not just with confidence, but with power. Those eyes mean business. With a calm but chilling vibe, he says he's been watching closely and now he finally understands. So it's time to play for real. He even calls the other guy young Master Zhang, which instantly makes the guy mad. Lin pushes it further and says betting 10,000 per ball is boring. How about betting 1 million per ball? And the final ball, the number 8, will be worth 10 million. His friends are shocked by what he just said. One of them, the president, asks if he's lost his mind. Another says he's never even seen that much money before. But Lin tells them not to worry. He knows exactly what he's doing. The other guy says with a big bet like this, talking isn't enough, they'll need a contract. Lin agrees, and they both sign right away. He reminds everyone that they've all seen the contract, and this is a mutual bet. He says he's not trying to scare anyone, and tells the guy not to back out now. The guy thinks to himself that this must be the dumbest person he's ever met, and he's definitely going to win a ton of money today. Zhang then asks Lulu to go ahead and take the shot. Lulu's a bird, yes, really, and she's been trained to hold a cue with her legs. She jokes around and calls him young Master Zhang again, saying this is super exciting for her. Then he nails the shot and sinks 2 balls at once. Everyone watching is surprised and impressed. They say the pot is now at 3.03 million. They're amazed by Lulu's skills, and some of them even wonder if this is going to be a perfect game. If there are no mistakes, Lin might just keep playing and make the other guy owe money for life. Someone even tells Lin to call his parents and bring some extra cash. But he confidently says he's got enough money, no need to worry. Zhang warns him again, saying unless he can sink the black ball, which is in a tough corner, he's going to lose. Even a world champion would need 3 tries to make that shot. He says if he quits now, maybe he can cut his losses. But Lin just smiles and says thanks for the advice. Then he adds that today, he's going to show everyone the real difference between a beginner and a pro, and what a real free spirit can do compared to someone stuck in a box. Lin finally steps up for the final shot. Using his top-level billiard skills, he pulls off something wild, way beyond a normal trick shot. He makes the cue ball spin and bounce around like it's dancing, sinking ball after ball like they were caught in a tornado. His friends are shocked by the crazy moves he's pulling off, and the employee watching is amazed and hopeful. Meanwhile, the group of bullies, including young Master Zhang, are starting to panic. With perfect control, Lin sinks every ball that touches the cue ball. Then, with one last move, he hits the 8 ball, and it spins dramatically before finally falling into the pocket. Everyone cheers. The student president shouts that Lin is the winner. Another friend yells that his skills are unbelievable, like magic. The employee smiles, happy to see the good guys win for once. The system had bet on the wrong side this time, and now the bullies are left in total shock. Lulu is stunned and asks, "Who is this guy?" Meanwhile, Zhang is so shaken he can barely stand, shouting that this must be a trick and there's no way it's real. Staying calm, Lin tells Zhang that including the original 3.3 million, he now owes a total of 10.97 million. He tells him not to worry about small change and casually asks when he plans to pay up. Zhang, trying to sound confident, laughs it off and says, "What 10 million? That doesn't count." Lin then asks him, "What, are you backing out now?" Zhang throws up his hands and yells that the entire billiard scene in Yangjiang is run by his older brother, Mr. Li. He warns Lin not to mess with him or even think about living in Yangjiang again. Some of the people nearby step in, trying to calm things down. They say that young Master Zhang's background is strong and not someone you want to mess with. Another adds that every billiards hall in Yangjiang belongs to Mr. Li and that he's connected to a mysterious man called Mr. Spender, someone with serious power. They say Mr. Spender is linked to a hidden financial group called Billiard that nobody really knows about, and they warn Lin to just walk away. Zhang laughs and asks if he's scared. He tells Lin that if he knows what's good for him, he should leave now. But Lin isn't fazed. He knows exactly who they're talking about. Calmly, he tells Zhang to go ahead and call his brother. He says he'll be right here waiting. One of the guys calls Mr. Li and tells him that a group is causing problems and asking for him directly. Soon after, bodyguards show up with bats, walking around Mr. Li as he enters. Mr. Li asks, "Who's the punk causing trouble in my billiards hall?" The guys point at Lin. But the moment Mr. Li sees him, his expression completely changes. He realizes it's Mr. Spender himself. People whisper that Mr. Spender is part of Billiard Hall and their group quietly controls parts of many businesses. Zhang keeps pointing at Lin, saying he got scammed and lost over 10 million. He begs Mr. Li to defend him, but Mr. Li suddenly grabs Zhang and yells at him, calling him useless and saying there's no way he's going to defend him. Mr. Li quickly walks over to Lin, respectfully calling him Mr. Spender. He apologizes and says if he had known Mr. Spender was coming, he would have sent a car to pick him up personally. Our main character turns to the man and asks if he really is a shareholder of the billiard hall, and whether he supports him. He then confesses to Mr. Spender that he's just a regular guy who gave him some money and wanted to help manage the billiards place, so how could he possibly be a shareholder? He questions whether someone like him is even qualified for that role. To calm the situation, he apologizes to the man and says if they've caused any trouble today, he'll make it up to him by giving him this room at Billiard Hall. He says he doesn't care about this room and turns to the woman working there, reminding her that she helped them earlier. So now, he wants to give her the pool room and the system. The woman's surprised, but Lin says he doesn't want to see those other people in any room at the billiard hall again. Mr. Li agrees and says that from now on, not only will they not be allowed in Billiard Hall, but they won't be allowed anywhere in Yangjiang either. The camera shifts to the others, showing how they've messed up the place. He won't allow them to stay here any longer and orders everyone to leave barefoot. The group agrees and starts to leave. Our main character asks if they have anything else to say, and one of the guys tries to talk, saying he didn't know who he was. He admits he doesn't have money but tries to defend the girl, saying that even though she's not high class and has been with a lot of men, she's still talented and attractive. That's when Lulu loses it. She slaps the guy and yells at him, saying he used her like she was some kind of payment, pretended to be rich, and even borrowed 10,000 yuan from her. She screams at him to pay it back, but the guy just says he's broke, that he doesn't have a single cent left, and if she wants to blame someone, she should blame herself for chasing after someone she thought was rich. The girl then drops to her knees, grabs Lin's clothes, and begs Mr. Spender for forgiveness. She says she didn't mean any harm and that from the first time she saw him, she knew he wasn't an ordinary guy. She promises to follow and support him no matter what, but Lin kicks her away and tells her to get out. Some people try to calm him down, but his friends comment that the girl faked her image online and that they didn't expect her to be this fake in real life. The president of the company adds that people who take advantage of kindness don't deserve sympathy. Then, a few bodyguards come in holding bats. Mr. Li tells them to get the group out of there and even jokes about getting 10 million out of them for Mr. Spender. Laughing, he checks on Mr. Spender, who says he's fine. Lin says it's time to say goodbye. The girl, realizing how wrong she was, begs for mercy as they take her away, especially since the guy already took a hard hit from what happened. And that's the end of this episode. If you want the next part, make sure to hit that like button and help us hit 1,000 likes. And I'll drop the next part as soon as we reach the goal.